Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4170 to Chapter 4221. Zhao Hai sat in his room while holding a jade slip. After some time, he put the jade slip down. Then he turned to Long Tianlin and said, Old Tang sent news that the acute gold continent has been attacked. Moreover, the method was very cruel. All the blood in the continent has been drained. Long Tianlin nodded. Long Tianlin frowned and said, was it done by the ghost mask? Then the demon god that the ghost mask talked about has a special addiction to blood? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that should be the case. However, they didn't attack us. This is strange. Since the mixed spirit continent is the weakest, it should be easier to conquer. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. However, they didn't attack us. Long Tianlin said solemnly, although we don't know why, what we can be sure of now is that the other 5 continents are really going to fall into chaos. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if the ghost mask doesn't provoke us, then we won't bother with them. I'm very curious now. I wonder if the ghost mask would go to the tree spirit continent. Didn't they say that the tree spirit continent can be directly connected to the upper realm? I wonder if that's true. Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai and said, Your Majesty, we've been in the mixed spirit continent for 3 months now. In these 3 months, the people of the mixed spirit continent have already accepted us. Some of them even went to other realms. However, it seems like the mixed spirit continent doesn't have any resources that we can use. If this continues, then the mixed spirit continent would become a burden to us. Long Tianlin nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai replied, it's impossible for there to be nothing in the mixed spirit continent. It's just that nobody has discovered it yet. Some time ago, I discovered that the mixed spirit continent stones are quite good. They can be used as decoration materials. Almost all of the stones in the mixed spirit continent are exposed to the ground. We can directly mine them. It's unlike other continents where we have to mine the stones from the mountains. Otherwise, the mountains would be destroyed. Long Tianlin nodded and said, that's true. The mixed spirit continent stones are very good. They can be used for construction and decoration. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, moreover, we still haven't completely conquered the mixed spirit continent. Therefore, there's no need to think about other things. Long Tianlin stared, then he immediately nodded and said, Your Majesty, you're talking about the 10,000 Beast Mountain. There are a lot of mountains with this name. But I think the 10,000 Beast Mountain should be called the Demon Beast Mountain because there are too many beasts there. I think that the Demon Beast Mountain should have a lot of good things. Zhao Hai replied, no matter what it is, we shouldn't rush to snatch it. If we can make them submit to our leadership, then that would be the best. You can transfer some beasts from the empire and have them contact the beasts in the mountain. See if they can persuade them to surrender to us. If they can, then that would be the best. If they can't, then we'll think of other ways. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Long Tianlin nodded. While he was speaking, a person suddenly ran in from outside. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, Your Majesty, the latest news is that there are movements in the Beast Mountain. A large number of beasts have come out of the mountain and are attacking Xianxia City in the north. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, I didn't expect them to make the first move. What about the garrison of Xianxia City? Will they be able to block their attack? The person replied, Your Majesty, the garrison of Xianxia City has already sent a rescue message. They're asking for our support. They said that there are at least 100,000 beasts attacking their city. Moreover, these beasts can fly in the sky, swim in the water, and even dig holes. They're all very talented. I'm afraid that they won't be able to defend. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Don't move the troops in the cities around the Beast Mountain. Send troops from other places to reinforce Xianxia City. Go. The person nodded, then he immediately turned around and left. After the man left, Zhao couldn't help but smile. This is also good. If those beasts move first, then we can beat them back. Once we beat them back, they'll know how powerful we are. When that time comes, we can negotiate with them, which will make things easier. Zhao smiled faintly and said, That's good. Long Tianlin nodded, then just as he was about to speak, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a jade slip. Then Zhao Hai scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force. His expression changed, then he let out a long breath and said, I just received news that something strange happened in the tree spirit continent. A hole appeared in the sky, but it disappeared shortly after. Long Tianlin nodded, then Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a jade slip. A hole appeared in the sky? Did someone come from the upper realm? Long Tianlin and the others knew how the evil ghost sect appeared in the spirit weapon world, and also knew how Xiaoyu came to the secret realm. So when he heard that there was a hole in the sky, his first reaction was that someone from the upper realm had come down. But then Long Tianlin shook his head and said, that can't be right. If someone came from the upper realm, then the spatial passage wouldn't disappear. Unless that person went back and didn't want to go back. Zhao Hai replied, it's hard to judge right now. But we can't rule out the possibility of someone from the upper realm not wanting to go back. Don't forget, even if someone came from the upper realm, not everyone can live forever. If they didn't find the passage to the secret realm, then do you think Xiaoyu would live forever? That's impossible. He might not even live as long as the people from the lower realm. If the Xia family gave him anything to come down to the lower realm and help the people from the lower realm deal with the demon god, and even gave him a lot of benefits, do you think he wouldn't come? Xiaoyu doesn't have any children. If he did, then his family promised that as long as he came, they would focus on cultivating his children. Do you think he would come? Long Tianlin nodded and said, that's possible. Even if he knows that he has no hope of living forever, he would still be an expert in the lower realm. Moreover, the cultivation methods of the upper realm are much more exquisite than ours. Their artifacts are also much better than ours. Then when they come to the lower realm, they would be able to become a hegemon and enjoy glory and wealth. In this case, it's possible for them to come to the lower realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. It seems like we have to be on guard against the tree spirit realm. If someone from the upper realm really came, then it means that they still value the 5 spirit realm. Long Tianlin asked, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Zhao Hai replied, we don't do anything. Just guard the mixed spirit continent and prepare for war. The 5 spirit realm will soon be in chaos. If things go wrong, it might turn into a 4-nation struggle for supremacy. 4-nation struggle for supremacy? Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the native forces of the 5 spirit realms can be considered as one force. Although the 5 spirit realms seem to be the strongest right now, they might become the weakest in the future. Ghostface has the demon god, so they can also be considered as one force. If the tree spirit realm really has people from the higher realms, then they would be a formidable force. And with us, we would have 4 forces in total. In the future, the 5 spirit realms would have 4 forces competing for hegemony. Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, it seems very possible. Your Majesty, should we enter a state of combat readiness? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, pass down my order. From today onwards, investigate all the mountains in the continent. I must get first-hand information so that I can build a large mountain city. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When Long Tianlin heard Zhao Hai say that he wanted to investigate the mountains in the mixed spirit continent, he already guessed what Zhao Hai was thinking. Therefore, he immediately nodded and said, yes, Your Majesty can rest assured. I'll immediately arrange it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, this matter must be done quickly. As long as we deal with the beasts, we can immediately start building a mountain city. Because the highest mountain in the mixed spirit continent is the Myriad Beast Mountain, the formation core of the continent must be placed in the Myriad Beast Mountain. Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, Your Majesty, the mixed spirit continent can't be compared to the other continents. The area of cultivated land here is too small. If we build a mountain city here, we can move people to the city. This way, we can free up a lot of land. This is a good thing. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we can take it slow. As long as we use formations similar to the ones used in the secret realm, then the land in the mixed spirit continent would slowly become fertile. In the future, the mixed spirit continent would become self-sufficient. Long Tianlin nodded. Naturally, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't talking about food. He was talking about other things, such as pills, weapons, and so on. In fact, it was wrong to say that the mixed spirit continent was lacking in materials. The mixed spirit continent still had good things, such as metals. The production of metals in the mixed spirit continent was very high. Moreover, there were many types of metals. These things would be very useful to the Lost Soul Empire. However, Xiaohai didn't plan to excessively develop this place. After all, the mixed spirit continent wasn't like the space, the minerals here wouldn't grow. Xiaohai replied, once we take the 5 spiritual realms, then we can explore other spaces. Moreover, I've been feeling that it wouldn't be long before I ascend. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right. Long Tianling's body shook, then his expression changed as he said, Your Majesty, when will you ascend? The Lost Soul Empire can't do without you. If you ascend, then what should we do? Xiaohai replied, it's impossible for me to ascend in a short period of time. My energy reserves aren't enough. Therefore, you don't need to worry. Even if I leave, I'll still need to deal with the Empire's matters. Also, I'll ascend sooner or later. In the future, the Empire will be handed over to you. Upon hearing Xiaohai, Long Tianlin didn't speak. He didn't know what to say. To be honest, Xiaohai's news was too shocking. He couldn't accept it for a while. However, he also knew that Xiaohai was right. Xiaohai would ascend sooner or later. In the future, the Lost Soul Empire would rely on them. Long Tianlin can only hope that after Xiaohai leaves, they can still manage the Lost Soul Empire. Ding Chunming was standing in the gravity room. He was holding a ghost head saber in his hand and was slashing forward. His movements were very slow, but his whole body's muscles were trembling. It was as if each slash had the weight of 10,000 sabers. Ding Chunming was already very different from 3 months ago. Although he didn't grow taller, he was a lot thicker. His muscles were incomparably sturdy. His blood vessels were like small snakes, constantly jumping on his muscles. His whole person seemed to be a lot stronger than before. After some time, Ding Chunming put down the saber in his hand. Then he let out a long breath and slowly left the gravity room with the saber. At this time, the gravity he was using in the gravity room had reached 15 times the normal gravity. His saber was also specially made, it had a gravity formation inside. Although the saber looked like an ordinary saber, its weight was actually around 1,000 jin. With the addition of 15 times the normal gravity, it was equivalent to holding a 15,000 jin saber while training in the gravity room. This was really shocking. In fact, no one thought that Ding Chunming's potential would be so great. In the first month, they couldn't see anything, and the increase in his potential wasn't very fast. But after he ate the medicinal pills for a month, his body seemed to have been reborn. His strength was getting bigger and bigger, and it increased exponentially. This made Ding Chunming very surprised, and also made everyone in the special recruitment team surprised. Ding Chunming now had a title in the special recruitment room, he was called the Force King. It could be seen how powerful his strength was. The people in the special recruitment room were afraid that Ding Chunming had some illness. They had a lot of people take a look at Ding Chunming and said that he was very healthy. Only then did they feel relieved. However, they still couldn't explain Ding Chunming's crazy growth and strength. In fact, Ding Chunming wielding a 10,000 jin saber wasn't a big deal. And this was under the condition that he didn't use his own energy. If he used his own energy, then the strength he could wield would be even greater. Perhaps some people would say that Ding Chunming was able to lift things that weighed 5,000 jin before. What's so bad about wielding a 15,000-pound saber now? But don't forget that lifting things that weigh 5,000 pounds and wielding a saber that weighs 5,000 pounds are two completely different concepts. An adult man can generally lift things that weigh 100 pounds without a problem, but do you want to try wielding a 100-pound saber? I'm afraid your arm would be broken. Thus, one could imagine how much progress Ding Chunming had made during this period of time. Just as Ding Chunming walked out of the gravity room, he heard a person's voice, Herculean King, the chief instructor wants to see you. Go and see him. Ding Chunming turned his head and saw that it was Shirling. He quickly said, Flying Sword, it's you. Alright, I'll go right away. Because Shirling was very fast, Ding Chunming and the others gave him the name Flying Sword. In the past, Ding Chunming thought that he would be an ordinary farmer and watch his children grow up. But now, he discovered that his guess was wrong. He was more suited for life in the military. This was because life in the military was relatively simple, one only needs to train hard. Ding Chunming tidied up his clothes. He didn't wear armor because his body was already very strong. There was no need for him to wear armor. Armor's defensive capabilities weren't as good as his own body. Because of this, he didn't need to wear armor. However, this didn't mean that he didn't have other means of defense. He now has his own spatial ring. There were a lot of weapons, shields, and hidden weapons inside. All of these were tailor-made for him, so they were very heavy. Ding Chunming arrived outside Tianji's room and loudly said, reporting. Tianji's voice was heard, come in. Ding Chunming pushed the door and went in. He saw Tianji sitting at his desk, reading a piece of paper. Ding Chunming went to Tianji's desk and loudly said, reporting to instructor, Ding Chunming has been ordered to come here. Instructor, please give me your instructions. Tianji put down the paper in his hand and looked at Ding Chunming, then he smiled faintly and said, rest assured, Chunming. You've made great progress in the past few months. Now, you can leave the special recruitment team and officially become a member of the military. But now, I have another choice for you. You can choose to go or not, it's up to you. Ding Chunming didn't say anything, he just looked at Tianji. Tianji looked at Ding Chunming and said, the generals have decided to send a personal bodyguard to His Majesty's side to ensure his safety. After some discussion, we decided to send you. Are you willing to go? Ding Chunming stared blankly at Tianji. Naturally, he heard what Tianji said, but he still couldn't believe it. He looked at Tianji and said, Instructor, you want me to be His Majesty's guard? Tianji nodded. Tianji looked at Ding Chunming and smiled faintly, right, you're going to be His Majesty's guard. From today onwards, you'll have to follow His Majesty. But this way, you won't have the opportunity to see your wife and children. You can also choose not to go. In that case, I'll send you to the special forces. That's where the special recruits should go. Ding Chunming looked at Tianji and smiled faintly. Ding Chunming didn't think about it, he immediately said, I want to be His Majesty's bodyguard. Although it hasn't been long since Ding Chunming joined the Lost Soul Empire, he was already very familiar with Zhao Hai's matters. He was also very clear about Zhao Hai's deeds. He also admired Zhao Hai very much. Now that he heard Tianji say that he would be sent to be Zhao Hai's bodyguard, Ding Chunming didn't hesitate to agree. Tianji looked at Ding Chunming and said, if you really become His Majesty's bodyguard, then you will have less time to go home. Moreover, your family and children will also be sent to a safer place. You will have to move again. You need to think about it. There's no need to think about it. Instructor, I'm willing. Let me go. Ding Chunming didn't hesitate at all. Tianji nodded, then he said, all right, then you should go home and prepare. We'll set off in 3 days. Your family will follow you. They will be sent to a safer place to study. Ding Chunming, you need to grasp this opportunity and study by His Majesty's side. Ding Chunming stared, then he looked at Tianji with a puzzled expression. Tianji looked at him and said, do you know why you were chosen? Because of your talent, His Majesty is also a body cultivator. Therefore, when he heard about you, he was very curious. Therefore, he gave himself a guard and transferred you to His Majesty's side. Being a guard is just a title. When something happens, who knows who will be protecting who? However, you can learn a lot from His Majesty. This will be very beneficial for you in the future. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at His Majesty and smiled. Ding Chunming's eyes lit up, then he immediately nodded and said, yes, instructor. I understand. I will certainly study hard. Tianji nodded, then he waved his hand and let Ding Chunming leave. Ding Chunming's face was filled with excitement as he walked out of Tianji's room and ran towards his home. 3 days later, Ding Chunming was sent to Zhao Hai. His wife was also sent to a more secretive and strictly protected factory. As for his children, they were sent to a better school. This was to ensure the safety of his family. At the same time, no one would be able to use his family to threaten him. Although the Lost Soul Empire seemed to be incomparably powerful and no one was their opponent, this kind of protection was still necessary. Not only were they guarding against outsiders, they were also guarding against their own people. Although no one in the Lost Soul Empire would betray Zhao Hai, what about the future? Because of this, these protective measures were necessary. While Zhao Hai was looking at a jade slip, a voice was heard from outside, "Your Majesty, the bodyguard you mentioned a few days ago, Ding Chunming, has arrived." Zhao Hai stared, then he put down the jade slip in his hand and said, "Let him in." The person outside the door nodded, then the door was pushed open as a person walked in. Zhao Hai no longer needed to hide his identity, so he returned to his original appearance. He was a 2-meter tall man, sitting there with an imposing manner. Ding Chunming was wearing a black warrior's uniform. After entering the room, he immediately gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen your Majesty." Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming, then he nodded and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. From today onwards, you are my bodyguard, stand by my side." Ding Chunming nodded, then he walked to Zhao Hai's side and stood there motionlessly. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and said, "You are the first person from the mixed spirit continent to go to other realms of the empire. You are very courageous, and your talent is also very good. Therefore, I chose you to be my bodyguard. You can slowly learn what a bodyguard does in the future. For now, you just need to follow me every day." Ding Chunming nodded, then he didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to him, he took out the jade slip and looked at its contents. This jade slip was given to him by Tang Ming. The contents of the jade slip made Zhao Hai worried. This was because Tang Ming said that several of their spies in the Tree Spirit continent had been eliminated. This was what Zhao Hai was worried about. Zhao Hai's spies were natives of the Tree Spirit continent, they were his slaves. But now, they were eliminated. This was a very strange matter. Zhao Hai asked Tang Ming and found out that these spies were eliminated because they inquired about the spatial passage. However, according to the information from the Tree Spirit continent, the people of the Tree Spirit continent shouldn't know who sent these spies. At this time, the Tree Spirit continent was under martial law. If one were to casually inquire about something, they would be arrested. After hearing this news, Zhao Hai immediately sent a letter to Tang Ming. He had Tang Ming send a message to the spies in the Tree Spirit continent, telling them not to act rashly. They should all hide and not make any movements. The jade slip that Zhao Hai was looking at was the information that the spies in the Tree Spirit continent sent to Zhao Hai. Although they didn't take the initiative to inquire about information, they still received some information. These information were sent to Tang Ming after screening, and then Tang Ming sent it to Zhao Hai. At this point, Zhao Hai and the others were sure that people from the upper realm had come to the Tree Spirit continent. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of them. This was what made Zhao Hai feel strange. He didn't understand why the spiritual realm would send so many people to the lower realm. Was it just to deal with the demon god? Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? However, this wasn't impossible. After all, the demon god had stirred up a storm in the spiritual realm. It was possible that the spiritual realm had sent people to deal with him. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't naive enough to think that the spiritual realm was only here because of the demon god. Whether or not the spiritual realm had other motives, they would still be a formidable opponent for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai put down the jade slip and let out a long breath. Then he took out a jade slip and inputted some information into it. After that, he sent the jade slip out. This time, Zhao Hai gave Tang Ming an order. He wanted Tang Ming to inform the spies in the Tree Spirit continent to be careful. When they use the teleportation formation, they must use a barrier formation to cover the location of the formation to prevent the energy from leaking out. This time, people from the upper realm might not be familiar with the energy fluctuations of teleportation formations. However, people from the upper realm must be familiar with the energy fluctuations of teleportation formations. Therefore, they must be careful. After doing this, Zhao Hai stood up and looked at Ding Chunming, who was standing to the side. Ding Chunming had been watching Zhao Hai's movements. Now that he saw Zhao Hai looking at him, he immediately stopped moving. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and smiled faintly. "Let's go. Accompany me for a walk outside." Ding Chunming naturally didn't say anything and accompanied Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai's current location was his Ghost King ship. However, his ship was now docked on a mountain in the periphery of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Zhao Hai came out of the cabin and looked at the direction of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Then he said, in the past, a large number of beasts came out of the 10,000 Beast Mountains to attack Xianxia City. Later on, they were repelled by us. Now, the 10,000 Beast Mountains has been surrounded by our army. However, I don't want to eliminate all the beasts in the mountains. Although I can do that, I still hope that those beasts can join our Lost Soul Empire. You've been in the barracks outside of Plant City all this time, so you should be able to deal with the beasts. Our army has a lot of beasts. Ding Chunming replied in a deep voice, yes, Your Majesty. I've encountered demon beasts in the barracks. The first time, we almost got into a fight. Because in the mixed spirit continent, if we see demon beasts, we will definitely kill them. I didn't expect that demon beasts would also exist in the Empire's army. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I can understand. The monsters in their eyes are actually working in the Empire's army. They can even become officials. You must have been very angry at that time, right? Because you have a grudge against them. Ding Chunming nodded and didn't speak. In fact, it wasn't just at that time, he was also very angry now. He was very loyal to the Lost Soul Empire. He was very satisfied with the Lost Soul Empire. The only thing he wasn't satisfied with was the fact that the Lost Soul Empire's army used monsters. Moreover, these monsters could even become officials and even command people to fight. This was something that he couldn't be satisfied with. Zhao Hai continued, then have you ever thought that the reason why beasts want to kill you is because they want to survive? On the other hand, when we kill beasts, we don't do it to survive, but to kill. It can be said that sometimes, the number of people who die in our own hands is much more than the number of people who die under the claws of beasts. Ding Chunming stared, he didn't speak, but he began to think. Zhao Hai said, we are all people who cultivate. People who cultivate can't be like people who don't cultivate. We can only think of monsters as monsters. We have to think of them as intelligent life forms. Aside from looking different from us, they aren't inferior to us in terms of intelligence. Ding Chunming didn't speak. The people of the mixed spirit continent already knew that monsters have intelligence. It's just that they didn't want to admit it. Because of this, they kept clashing with the monsters. Of course, there were also some other reasons. For example, they didn't want to cooperate with the monsters. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and said, monsters also have intelligence. Then we have to use intelligence to solve them. We can make them live better, we can even increase their strength faster. In this case, why would they still attack us? Naturally, for those who want to kill us, we won't be polite. We'll just kill them directly. Ding Chunming nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, I've already transferred some beasts from the Empire to the 10,000 Beast Mountains. If the negotiations are successful, then those beasts would be able to join the Lost Soul Empire and become official citizens. If they don't join the Lost Soul Empire and still want to be our enemy, then we wouldn't be polite and would immediately flatten them. Ding Chunming nodded and didn't say anything. Ding Chunming didn't make a sound. Zhao turned to look at Ding Chunming and said, your talent is good. To be honest, when the special recruitment team sent me your information, I was very surprised. I didn't think that your talent would be so good. Previously, because your cultivation method was wrong and you couldn't supplement it with pills, your talent wasn't developed. But after you ate the marrow cleansing pill, your body's talent was completely developed. That's why your progress was so fast. But if you stay in the barracks, you will reach your limit. So I transferred you to my side, not only to be a guard, but also to learn. I will make you even more powerful. Ding Chunming quickly cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, I thank your majesty for your help. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so polite. You've been in the army for 3 months. You should know the goal of the Lost Soul Empire, right? Ding Chunming replied, yes, this subordinate knows. We're going to kill our way to the upper realm and become a supreme empire there. To be honest, when Ding Chunming first heard this news, he felt that it was inconceivable. He didn't think that the Lost Soul Empire would have such a goal. How could it be a goal? It sounded more like a dream. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, we're going to kill our way to the upper realm and become a supreme empire. In order to become a supreme empire in the upper realm, We need someone to ascend to the upper realm and establish our own influence. Then we can slowly conspire against the entire world. You're the one that I'm looking at, you have the talent to ascend. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Ding Chunming stared blankly. In the past, when he was in the mixed spirit continent, his biggest dream was to be able to eat his fill every day. Later on, when he arrived at the Lost Soul Empire, he also wanted to be able to eat his fill every day. After that, he wanted to live a better life. He never thought that he would ascend one day. Whether it was the 5 spiritual realms or the Lost Soul Empire, there were people who knew about ascension. However, Ding Chunming never thought about ascension, it was simply too inconceivable. But now, Zhao Hai told him that Ding Chunming was chosen by him to ascend. This made Ding Chunming unable to accept it. Ding Chunming stared blankly at Zhao Hai, he couldn't think of anything. Seeing Ding Chunming's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you don't need to be surprised, what I said makes sense. Your talent and strength is really formidable. As long as you can fully activate your talent, then you can ascend. However, this would require a lot of hard training. Without training, it would be impossible for you to ascend. Ding Chunming nodded and said, all right. Ding Chunming nodded, his face was still filled with excitement. He wasn't afraid of training. No matter how hard it was, as long as he could ascend, then everything would be worth it. Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and gave it to Ding Chunming, this is a cultivation method. Take it back and practice. I'll have someone send you a set of armor. This set of armor is equivalent to a mobile gravity chamber. You have to wear it all the time, even when you're sleeping. When you feel that you can move freely while wearing this set of armor, even if the gravity inside the armor is adjusted to its maximum value, you can still move freely, just like when you're outside. At that time, you can ascend. Ding Chunming nodded and said, yes, your majesty can rest assured. I'll work hard in my cultivation. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the myriad beast mountains in the distance and said, remember, in this world, everything can be your teacher. You need to work hard in the future. Ding Chunming nodded, Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. At this time, Long Tianlin came out of the cabin and went to Zhao Hai's side, Your Majesty, those beasts that went to negotiate have been gone for 3 days. Do you think we should make preparations? If those beasts suddenly attack us, then I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with them. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, as long as I'm here, those beasts won't be able to sneak attack us. Did you forget that there are plants everywhere? Wherever there are plants, it's my world. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, I really forgot about this matter. Your Majesty, the other mountains have already been investigated. What do we do now? Do we start moving immediately? Zhao Hai said, send me all the terrain. I want to look at it carefully. Let's go inside. Then he led Long Lindian and Ding Chunming into the cabin. After arriving at his room, it didn't take long before jade slips were sent over. Then the jade slips were taken out and placed into a machine. Then one by one, 3-dimensional diagrams appeared on top of the machine. These machines weren't the latest jade slips reading machines. They were made to read the contents of jade slips. However, these machines weren't very useful unless there were a lot of people who wanted to see the contents of the jade slips together. People's spiritual force was much more convenient than these machines. If Zhao Hai didn't want to look at the map and give Long Tianlin an order, then he wouldn't have used these machines. It must be said that these machines couldn't be made in the past. This was because they needed some metals to make them. These metals weren't available in the Lost Soul Empire, but they were found in the Mixed Spirit Continent. And with the help of Zhao Hai's golden elves, they were able to make these machines. Zhao Hai looked at the terrain of the mountains on the machine. It must be said that there were a lot of mountains in the Mixed Spirit Continent. However, most of the mountains had nothing on them. They looked very bare and ugly. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the plants on the mountains. He was only paying attention to the terrain. After looking at the terrain, he nodded and said, all right, I think we should use these mountains. Along with the Myriad Beast Mountain, that's a total of 5 mountains. Long Tianlin said, Your Majesty, isn't the 5 formation mountains a little too small? The Mixed Spirit Continent isn't small. Can we defend with just 5 mountains? If we're too weak, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with future battles. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, 5 formation mountains is enough to defend the mixed spirit continent. Moreover, don't forget that we'll be taking over the other continents in the future. We still need to arrange large formations on the other continents. When the time comes, the number of formations on the other continents would increase. If we arrange too many formations on the mixed spirit continent, then there would be too many formations on the 5 spirit realms. This would be inconvenient for us to manage. Moreover, we only need to leave these mountain cities here. The other mountains can be slowly cleared out. When the time comes, the mixed spirit continent would have a large area of arable land. For us, this is definitely a good thing. Let's transfer people from the empire and start building these mountain cities first. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I'm not sure about that. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, 5 formation mountains are enough to defend the mixed spirit continent. Moreover, don't forget that we'll be taking control of the other continents later. Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, Your Majesty, do you want to send more plant masters over? Let's first improve the vegetation on the mountains. At the same time, we can also set up some facilities for the mountain cities. This would make things more convenient in the future. Long Tianlin nodded and said, all right, then you can arrange for more plant masters to come over. We don't need to worry about other places, but we need to restore the vegetation in these mountains as soon as possible. We also need to build the necessary facilities as soon as possible. Long Tianlin nodded before he turned around and left. After Long Tianlin left, Zhao Hai received the jade slips. Then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, Little Ding, you should go and rest. I need to rest, don't disturb me. Ding Chunming nodded. Then he went outside and instructed the people outside to not disturb Zhao Hai. Then he retreated to a nearby room. Because Ding Chunming was Zhao Hai's bodyguard, his room was right next to Zhao Hai's. Moreover, Zhao Hai only needed to press a button to talk to Ding Chunming. Then Ding Chunming would be able to reach Zhao Hai's room in the shortest time possible. This was something that Ding Chunming had to do as a bodyguard. Naturally, this wasn't arranged by Zhao Hai, but by Long Tianlin. Yu Jinglin arrived at Zhao Hai's ghost kingship. At this time, Yu Jinglin was still the city lord of Sea Spirit City. However, there were several vice-city lords in the city. At first, Yu Jinglin thought that these vice-city lords would make him a mere figurehead. But later on, he discovered that this wasn't the case. These vice-city lords didn't make him a figurehead. On the contrary, these vice-city lords were very good to him. Aside from making some reforms in the city, there were also some things that were left to him to handle. If there was something he didn't understand about the reforms, these vice-city lords would teach him. This made Yu Jinglin very puzzled, but at the same time, he was also very surprised. He didn't think that the Lost Soul Empire would be able to do this. At the same time, after several months of reform, Yu Jinglin finally understood that the Lost Soul Empire's strength was incomparably formidable, and their resources were incomparably abundant. After the reforms of the Lost Soul Empire, the Mixed Spirit Continent was now a lot stronger than before. The reason why Yu Jinglin came to Zhao Hai's ghost kingship was because Zhao Hai wanted to see him. Zhao Hai wanted to talk to him about Sea Spirit City's change of location. Sea Spirit City's original location would be abandoned and moved to another place. Yu Jinglin was also aware of this matter. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to talk to him personally. After all, Yu Jinglin's relationship with him wasn't ordinary. The two of them could be considered old friends. When Yu Jinglin entered the cabin, he saw Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also saw Ding Chunming standing next to Zhao Hai. Yu Jinglin looked at Ding Chunming with some confusion, but he still gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, I have seen your majesty. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, City Lord Yu, you're too polite. We're also old friends. Have a seat. Yu Jinglin nodded and sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Jinglin and smiled, Old Yu, I think you already know why I called you here. If you have any ideas, just say it. As soon as Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, I don't have any ideas. However, there are a lot of people in Sea Spirit City right now. It would be a pity to give up. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, we'll arrange a better place for everyone to move to. In the future, the people of Hailing City will be the same as the people of other cities in the empire. Even if they want to farm, they'll still be able to travel by ship. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he said, I believe that your majesty will handle this matter well. Your majesty, I only have one thing to ask. Why have we surrounded the 10,000 Beast Mountains yet we haven't attacked? Zhao Hai didn't think that Yu Jinglin would actually ask about this matter. Zhao Hai smiled and said, we will definitely attack, but not now. If the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountain don't reply to me by tomorrow, I will immediately attack them. Yu Jinglin nodded. He also knew that Zhao Hai wanted to recruit the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. However, in Yu Jinglin's opinion, this matter was impossible. How could the demonic beasts surrender? Just as Yu Jinglin nodded, footsteps were suddenly heard from outside. Then a person entered Zhao Hai's room. This person had a smile on his face. After entering the room, he immediately reported to Zhao Hai, Your Majesty, good news. The demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountains have agreed to surrender. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he suddenly stood up and said, Is what you said true? Where are our people? The person who came in was one of Zhao Hai's messengers. It was clear that he had just received the news. The person immediately replied, It's true, Your Majesty. Big Bear will immediately report to you. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, a giant bear head came in through the door and looked inside the room. Then the bear nodded and said, I have seen Your Majesty. But if you look carefully, you would find that the bear didn't speak. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I have seen Your Majesty. But if you look carefully, you would find that the bear didn't speak. In fact, the big bear didn't open its mouth. What it had on it was a kind of speaker. With this kind of speaker, you only need to use your spiritual force to stimulate it, and it will immediately make a sound, just like a human speaking. This was specially prepared for those demon beasts that couldn't speak yet. Actually, Zhao Hai was very clear that with the strength of these demonic beasts, they should be able to speak. However, these demonic beasts couldn't speak because most of them were first-generation demonic beasts. In other words, these demonic beasts didn't have any contact with humans before. Therefore, they couldn't speak. Zhao Hai believed that once they reached the second-generation demonic beasts, they would be able to speak. Zhao Hai looked at the huge bear head and smiled. Then he waved his hand as the cabin door opened and the bear entered the room. Zhao Hai looked at the bear and smiled, Big Bear, what's the situation? Did they agree? Big Bear looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, Yes, Your Majesty. They have agreed. With my people's persuasion, as well as Your Majesty's army, they agreed to join the Lost Soul Empire. Daiyu will be the same as us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, it's good that they agreed. Tomorrow, our army will enter the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Then we'll turn the main peak of the mountain as well as the other peaks into a mountain city. This mountain city will be renamed as Beast City. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and looked at Big Bear. Big Bear, you've made a great contribution this time. Everyone who went with you will be recorded as having a great merit. You've worked hard these past few days, go and have a good rest. Big Bear nodded. Then he bowed his head to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. After Big Bear left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Yu Jinglin and said, Old Yu, you should go back as well. I still need you to take care of Sea Spirit City. The reason why I decided to give up on Sea Spirit City was because I wanted to get more land as well as safety. Now that the situation in the other 5 continents has changed, it might not be long before war breaks out. When that time comes, we need to prepare. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Yu Jinglin nodded and said, All right. Yu Jinglin nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty can rest assured. I'll certainly take care of it. Zhao Hai nodded. Yu Jinglin gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left. After Yu Jinglin left, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Taking down the 10,000 Beast Mountains was a good thing for them. At this time, Zhao Hai felt the transmission formation in his space flash as a jade slip appeared. Zhao Hai stared, then he took out the jade slip and looked at it. His expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, Chunming, go and call Long Tianlin over. Ding Chunming nodded and said, Chunming, go and call Long Tianlin. Ding Chunming nodded before he went out of the room. But before long, he came back. Outside the room, there were messengers waiting. If there's any order, these messengers would do it. Before long, Long Tianlin arrived at Zhao Hai's room. He gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, do you have any orders?" Zhao Hai replied, "Tianlin, something big has happened in the Ruijing continent. The Jian family and the Sun family have already evacuated. Half of the Ruijing continent has fallen into the hands of Ghostface." When Long Tianlin heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then his expression changed as he said, "How can it be so fast? 2 days ago, didn't we receive news that although the Ruijing continent was attacked by Ghostface, they still haven't made any progress? How did they manage to take half of the Ruijing continent so quickly?" Zhao Hai replied, "The Jian family sent a message saying that there were a lot of monsters involved in this attack. These monsters were blood red in color and were hard to injure. Moreover, they were incomparably strong. They don't know pain and aren't afraid of death. This was the reason why they were defeated so quickly." Long Tianlin said, "Monsters? Where did these monsters come from?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "The Jian family didn't say anything, but I can roughly guess that they were refined by the demon god. Moreover, their bodies are blood red. This should be related to blood. It seems like the ghost face attacked the other continents and killed everyone in order to refine these monsters. It seems like the Ruijing continent cannot be saved." Long Tianlin frowned and said, "Could it be that they killed everyone in the Ruijing continent? That's impossible, right?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and said, "Why is it impossible? Killing the people in the Ruijing continent would give them more blood. This way, they can refine more monsters and attack the other continents. Therefore, it's very likely that they would kill the people in the Ruijing continent. Even if they don't turn everyone into monsters, they can still release a lot of blood, right?" Long Tianlin said, "If that's the case, then it's very dangerous. An army of monsters isn't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai replied, "Everything has its weakness. I'm going to personally go to the acute gold continent to take a look. It would be best if I can catch 2 monsters and study them. Remember to build a city as soon as possible. We need to build a mountain city as soon as possible. Then we need to move everyone to the mountain city. The acute gold continent is too close to the mixed spirit continent. If I were the demon god, I would take the acute gold continent first before taking the mixed spirit continent. Then I would use the mixed spirit continent and the acute gold continent as a base to attack the other continents." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I'll make the arrangements. I'll make sure that the city is built in the shortest time possible." Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, "We don't lack food, nor do we lack tools. Let's mobilize everyone and go all out to excavate the mountain. We need to arrange the formations as soon as possible." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave. I'll go to the Ruijing continent and bring back some monsters. I want to see how strong they are." Long Tianlin nodded, then he gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left. After Long Tianlin left, Zhao Hai turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Close the door and tell them not to disturb me." Ding Chunming nodded, then he closed the door and immediately returned to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming, then he couldn't help but smile and said, "Why are you so nervous? I'll take you there." "All right, let's go." Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he and Ding Chunming disappeared from the room. In the next moment, Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming appeared on a small hill in the Ruijing continent. This hill wasn't very far from Sword City. Now that Sword City had been occupied, Zhao Hai was naturally able to see those monsters. After the two arrived at the small hill, Zhao Hai immediately used his spiritual force to explore the surroundings. After finding no one, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the golden shark sword appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai stepped on the golden shark sword while Ding Chunming also summoned his flying sword and stepped on it. Although Zhao Hai was wearing the same armor, because he was in the Ruijing continent, he had to be prepared to fight at any time. Therefore, he couldn't activate the gravity formation inside the armor. His current armor was just a set of armor with strong defensive capabilities. Zhao Hai led Ding Chunming and flew straight ahead. Before long, the two saw Sword City. Far away from Sword City, Zhao Hai could already smell a very strong smell of blood. Zhao Hai's face didn't have any expression as he flew towards Sword City. He wanted to see what Sword City had become. Soon, the two arrived above Sword City. As soon as they arrived and saw the situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, "What a ruthless method." Ding Chuanming's expression was ugly, he even had a disgusted expression. Sword City was now completely different from when Zhao Hai came here. Although Sword City wasn't a big city, there were still a lot of people in the city. Because of the relationship between several large clans, the city's population wasn't small, making it very prosperous. But now, Sword City had completely changed. Many of the houses in the city had been destroyed, especially the houses in the middle of the city. They were all flattened. In the middle of Sword City, there was a large pool of blood. This pool of blood was churning as if it was boiling. But if you look carefully, you will find that the same person would come out of the blood pool from time to time. Sometimes it would be a person's head, and sometimes it would be a person's hand. It looked very disgusting. Zhao Hai sensed that there were still a lot of auras in the city. These auras all reeked of blood and were very strong. Obviously, these auras belonged to those monsters. Roar. An inhuman roar came from the city. Then a large number of people rushed out of the houses in the city. These people were blood red, their clothes were tattered, and they held various weapons in their hands. Each and every one of them stared at Zhao and Ding Chunming in the sky with bloodshot eyes. Although Ding Chunming's strength was very strong, and he had also experienced actual combat, being stared at by these fellows made him feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai looked at the monsters and smiled. Interesting. Chunming, let's retreat. After he said that, Zhao Hai led the monsters and retreated. Before long, the two returned to the small mountain. At this time, some monsters flew up from the city and rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai looked and saw that there were hundreds of these monsters. It seems like there were a lot of experts among these monsters. Zhao Hai didn't care. After arriving at the small mountain, he directly landed. Then he waved his hand and an iron chain appeared in his hand. This iron chain didn't look special. It was only 3 meters long and had 2 small metal balls on each end. It was very beautiful. At this time, several monsters had already chased them into the forest. Zhao Hai discovered that these monsters were very different from the ones in the city. These monsters were wearing neat clothes and their muscles were very strong. Although their bodies were blood red, they didn't have any expression on their faces. They weren't like ordinary monsters who had bloodthirsty and frenzied expressions on their faces. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't think that there would be a division of levels. Chunming, let's see how strong they are." Ding Chunming nodded, and with a move of his hand, the ghost head broadsword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward, blocking in front of Zhao. At this time, the monsters also noticed them. They descended from the sky and surrounded the two in the middle. One of the monsters looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Then it roared, raised its big sword, and attacked Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming looked at the two of them with a strange expression on his face. Then he roared, raised his big sword, and attacked. Ding Chunming took a step forward and raised the ghost head blade in his hand. He made a very simple downward slash, but the monster didn't stop. The blade in its hand continued to slash towards Ding Chunming. This would depend on who dodged. Whoever dodged would be at a disadvantage. The monster wasn't afraid of death, so naturally, it wouldn't dodge. Moreover, the monster wasn't like the other brainless monsters. It was afraid of death, but it knew that humans were more afraid of death than them. Therefore, it didn't dodge, it wanted Ding Chunming to dodge. This way, Ding Chunming would be at a disadvantage. However, Ding Chunming didn't dodge. He was confident in his armor and his body. Moreover, what he learned was how to attack on the battlefield. On the battlefield, you wouldn't be alone. There would be people all around you. Even if you wanted to dodge, you wouldn't be able to. Therefore, you could only be more ruthless than the enemy and be faster than the enemy. This was also the reason why people on the battlefield generally had very simple moves. This was because they simply didn't have the opportunity to change their moves on the battlefield. Ding Chunming's eyes stared at the monster, but the sword in his hand went straight down. He didn't have any intention of dodging. Although it was just a simple downward slash, it carried a tragic aura as it went straight towards the monster. The monster's sword was getting closer and closer to Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming's sword was also getting closer and closer to the monster. Ding Chunming's eyes were still calm. He didn't care about the sword that was heading towards his head. When the monster saw Ding Chunming's sword coming towards his head, its pair of blood-red eyes showed a trace of fear. The monster turned its sword and clashed against Ding Chunming's sword. However, it still underestimated Ding Chunming's strength. Ding Chunming's attack was made with all of his strength. In one strike, the monster's sword was broken. At the same time, Ding Chunming's sword was also split in half. After killing a monster, Ding Chunming turned his body and slashed at another monster. Although he was wearing armor, he didn't look clumsy at all. It was as if he was taking a stroll. This was also a set of footwork that Ding Chunming had learned. It was called inch step, and the meaning of inch step was to rotate within a square inch. This set of footwork was specially prepared for Ding Chunming. It was simple, practical, and most suitable for close combat. But this time, the monster that Ding Chunming was going to deal with let out a strange cry and jumped away, avoiding Ding Chunming's blade. Ding Chunming didn't stop there. He turned around and used his blade to block the incoming attack. Then with a backhand slash, he killed the monster. Looking at Ding Chunming, Zhao shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, he didn't want to kill these monsters. He wanted to try and see how strong these monsters were. But Ding Chunming's sword technique was obviously not suitable for probing. Every move he made was a desperate move, so there was no way to test the strength of these monsters. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, "All right, Chunming, stop. Let me test them." When Ding Chunming heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he stopped and stood beside Zhao Hai. However, he didn't put down the sword in his hand. He was still looking around vigilantly. Zhao Hai didn't care too much. Instead, he waved his hand and plants appeared around him. After these plants grew, they went straight towards the monsters. Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming relaxed, they just needed to stand there. These plants were naturally the mutated plants that Zhao Hai released. This was a plant attack. The reason why he did this was to prevent the demon god behind these monsters from knowing that he was the one who did it. He didn't want the people behind these monsters to guess his identity. With the probing of these mutated plants, Zhao Hai finally understood that these monsters had the strength of a void dance expert. However, they weren't warlocks anymore, they had become warriors. Their main attack methods were all martial techniques. They didn't know how to use magic. Moreover, these monsters were very powerful. They were even more powerful than a void dance expert. However, they didn't know many moves, they only knew some moves that required them to fight for their lives. Moreover, their physical defense was very strong, even stronger than a void dance expert. They should be comparable to a body cultivator. Moreover, these monsters didn't seem to feel pain. Even if their eyes were blinded or their hands were broken, they wouldn't show any signs of pain. Moreover, from what Zhao Hai could see, unless their heads were directly cut off or their hearts were pierced, they would still be very strong. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Good, it can be considered as a perfect product. Moreover, their souls have also disappeared. It seems like they should be considered as living dead. They should have used other people's blood energy to strengthen these monsters, causing them to mutate in a short period of time. After that, their strength would increase. It seems like it's done very well." Ding Chunming listened to Zhao Hai's words. Looking at these monsters, he had a very strange feeling. He felt that Zhao Hai was very appreciative of the way these monsters were refined. This made Ding Chunming feel very strange. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He waved his hand, causing the plants around the monsters to grow like crazy. Before long, the monsters were trapped. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the monsters to disappear. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand again, collecting the mutated plants. After that, his body flashed with a white light and he disappeared from the forest. In the next moment, Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming returned to Ghost King's ship, Zhao Hai's room. After returning to the room, Zhao Hai turned his head to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, open the door." Tell them that they can come in if they need anything. Ding Chunming nodded and then went to open the door. Before long, Ding Chunming returned to the room. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting there with his eyes closed. Ding Chunming didn't say anything, he just calmly stood beside Zhao Hai. What he didn't know was that at this time, Zhao Hai was actually looking at the situation of the monsters inside the space. Zhao's refining experience was very rich, and he also had a lot of experience in refining undead creatures, so he quickly understood that this monster's refining method wasn't that difficult. It just needed to refine a person's soul force into a soul fire. In other words, it was refining a person into a magic tool. It would take a person who had just died and put them into a pool of blood to refine. Then it would leave the soul fire in the person's body. In fact, the person was already dead, but they still had a soul fire. In other words, this person had become an undead creature. But in general, undead and blood energy clashed. A person with strong blood energy would have an exuberant soul. Blood energy and soul force complemented each other. On the other hand, an ordinary ghost wouldn't be able to withstand the collision of blood energy. If a ghost were to encounter a powerful blood energy, then it would be afraid that the blood energy would disperse the ghost. In the end, the soul would be destroyed. The refining method of these monsters was quite special. They refined the soul of a person into the body, making the soul a part of the body. Then, a large amount of blood and qi was forcibly refined into the body, making the person's physical fitness increase rapidly in a short period of time, turning them into a person who could compete with a Sky Dance realm expert. Moreover, because the body was refined into an artifact, the person's body would become very tough. Their defense and strength would be very formidable. As for the monsters that Zhao Hai saw, they didn't seem to have any consciousness. Because the refining process wasn't complete, their souls weren't complete. Therefore, they were only left with an instinctive reaction. But the ones that Zhao Hai caught were obviously more advanced. After refining them twice, not only did their souls become stronger, their bodies also became more valiant. Zhao Hai's soul had become stronger, and his body had also become stronger. Blood energy can be used to replenish the soul. The person refined a soul that was about to dissipate into a person's body. This soul should be regarded as a ghost, so it shouldn't be nourished by blood energy. However, the person was able to make the soul that was supposed to disappear be nourished by blood energy. This was something that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. Zhao Hai carefully studied it. He discovered that the method used by the person was very special. When he first started refining, he mainly refined souls. He used blood energy to nourish the soul that was about to disappear, making the soul slowly stronger. Moreover, a person's body already had blood qi. But after death, this blood qi would slowly disappear. He was using the blood qi from the blood pool to slowly seep into a person's body and then slowly nourish the soul. This allowed the soul that should have dissipated to stay in the body. This was tantamount to using blood energy from the outside world to establish a new blood circulation system in the body. The circulation of blood energy couldn't be separated from the heart, and the circulation of blood energy couldn't be separated from the brain. Because of this, the undead monsters became like humans. Their brain and heart became their weaknesses. This refining method gave Zhao Hai some hints. However, he didn't think that he would use this method here. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to refine undead at this time. There was no need for that. After understanding the refining method of the monsters, Zhao Hai was happy, but at the same time, he was also vigilant. He was happy because he understood the refining method of the monsters. However, he was also vigilant because he remembered a saying, there are 3,000 paths, but all paths lead to the same destination. No matter what method was used, everyone was pursuing immortality. Zhao Hai thought that he had seen all kinds of cultivation methods. But now, it seems like he knew too little. There were countless ways to cultivate in this world. Nobody knew how many methods there were. If he dared to look down on the heroes of the world, then the one who would be defeated in the end would be him. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but slowly open his eyes. Then he let out a long breath and said, "It seems like it's time for me to go into seclusion." The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to go into seclusion was because he found that his heart had been somewhat restless recently. As a cultivator, he could be angry, he could be sad, and he could love to death because these were all normal human emotions. This was inevitable. If you really cultivated to the point where you didn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, then you would be no different from a robot. However, a cultivator's heart must be calm. You must be clear about what you are doing. You can't be blinded by greed. You can't be arrogant. You must be able to keep calm at all times. Recently, Zhao Hai felt that his heart was somewhat restless. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. This was also a kind of heart demon. Moreover, it was the most difficult heart demon. Zhao Hai was very clear about why this was happening. This was because he now had more power than before. In the past, Zhao Hai could command more people than now. In the past, Zhao Hai's power seemed to be greater than now. But in the past, he had the space to help him. He also had countless undead to help him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to deal with all kinds of situations. He felt like he was playing a game. Because of this, he was able to avoid his heart demons. But this time was different. This time, Zhao Hai began to have memories from when he was a child. He experienced a person's life. Although he had the space now, the help that the space gave him was far worse than before. In addition to demons like Stonemer, there were also some slaves. The rest were like Wen Hai and the others, they had their own independent thoughts. If Zhao Hai wanted to rule these people, then he would have to think of various ways to maintain his rule. To be honest, this was much more satisfying than using the space to cheat. Because of this sense of accomplishment, Zhao Hai's heart was restless. His mind was somewhat floating. But today's reflection made Zhao Hai sober up. He discovered that he had been floating in the air recently. Therefore, he decided to go into seclusion and completely cut off his heart demons. Most of the time, cultivators would enter seclusion to cut off their inner demons. Cutting off their inner demons was not really cutting off anything. It was just a way to reflect and let oneself know where they had gone wrong. This was a type of cutting off their inner demons. Before Zhao Hai entered the soul space, he also had heart demons. But at that time, he cultivated the demon race's cultivation method. Because of this, he didn't need to worry about heart demons. But now, he didn't cultivate the demon race's cultivation method. Therefore, his heart demons came to him. Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the demon race's cultivation method. In fact, when Zhao Hai was reflecting, he suddenly discovered that the demon race's cultivation method seemed to have eliminated his heart demon. But in fact, it was a bigger heart demon. The heart demon wasn't really eliminated, it just turned into another kind of energy. This energy could be used by him, but if he wasn't careful, the heart demon might backfire. If the heart demon really backfires at the last moment, then Zhao Hai would be in big trouble. After discovering this, Zhao's heart couldn't help but move. He suddenly thought of demonic cultivators. Most of the time, demonic cultivators didn't have good endings. Among them, there were a lot of demonic cultivators who were devoured by their heart's demons. If there was a method that could completely eliminate their heart's demons, how could those demonic cultivators not know about it? But in this case, the demonic cultivators were still the core demons. This meant that the cultivation method wasn't as easy to use as Zhao Hai thought it would be. Zhao Hai didn't think that the cultivation method was as easy to use as he thought. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai didn't feel afraid. Instead, he felt relaxed. This problem was much better than before. Because although the cultivation method existed, now that he found the problem, he could solve it. If he suddenly found the problem at a critical time, then it would be fatal. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and muttered, "No wonder. I entered the soul realm. Unknowingly, I already have such a dangerous existence by my side. It seems like I really need to go into seclusion." His voice was very low, so Ding Chunming didn't hear it. He was very curious, he didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking about. Ding Chunming actually laughed. On this day, nothing unexpected happened. The next day, the army of the Lost Soul Empire officially entered the 10,000 Beast Mountains. The beasts in the mountains didn't attack Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai also personally met some of the representatives of the beasts in the mountains, making them feel relieved. Then Zhao Hai suddenly announced that he would be going into seclusion for a while. But before that, he also did some things that needed to be done. This included the location and interior design of several mountain cities, as well as the monsters. Zhao Hai took out the monsters and had Long Tianlin look at them. He also wanted to think of the simplest way to deal with these monsters. After all of these things were done, Zhao Hai directly went into seclusion in his cabin. Even Ding Chunming was driven out. The entire cabin was completely sealed, turning into an independent space. After the cabin was sealed, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he sat down and slowly closed his eyes. He slowly adjusted his mood and began to reflect on his past. From the very beginning until his ascension, everything was like a movie. It slowly appeared in his mind, replaying bit by bit. But Zhao Hai was standing in another angle, watching it bit by bit. Zhao Hai's mind became more and more peaceful. Slowly, he completely calmed down. He wasn't just looking at his memories, he was also looking for gains and losses. He also wanted to comprehend everything. Slowly, Zhao Hai's body changed. He was surrounded by a layer of golden light. Then the golden light disappeared. Around Zhao Hai's body, two colors appeared. Half of it was black, the other half was green. The black color was like a black hole, carrying an aura of death, despair, and so on. On the other hand, the green color was filled with infinite vitality and hope. Slowly, these two colors formed a Tai Chi pattern. It rotated around Zhao Hai's body. At the same time, Zhao Hai's body was also slowly changing. His incomparably strong body, nearly 2 meters tall, was slowly shrinking. His entire body was slowly turning into his true form, he was no longer a giant. This wasn't the end, Zhao Hai felt an explosion in his mind. Then he felt that the soul space in his mind had completely disappeared. Then the soul space in his mind merged with his original space. Zhao Hai felt a slight tremble. Then a familiar feeling returned to his body. This feeling was the same as his real body, the feeling of being incomparably powerful. However, this wasn't the end. Then Zhao Hai felt that his space had completely merged with his body. At the same time, all of the energies in his body were slowly fusing together. Nature energy, destruction energy, blood energy, soul force, star force, thought force, all of these energies converged together. In the end, his body underwent earth-shaking changes. Every cell in his body turned into a small Tai Chi pattern. Moreover, they were constantly rotating. Zhao Hai could even feel his soul imprint inside the sun pattern. At this moment, Zhao Hai finally understood that he had reached the blood drop rebirth realm. After that, Zhao Hai discovered that Laura and the others had appeared inside the space. Their bodies had also undergone changes. Although they weren't as powerful as his body, they had still improved a lot. At the same time, everything inside the space had also been strengthened. Zhao Hai finally found everything that he was familiar with. This feeling was very good. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes. His two eyeballs seemed to have turned into two sun patterns. They were rotating non-stop. After some time, they slowly disappeared. Then Zhao Hai's body became incomparably calm. It can even be said that he became incomparably ordinary. Nobody could feel any threat from him anymore. However, Zhao Hai immediately closed his eyes. This time, when he closed his eyes, he immediately felt the space inside his body. When he felt this, his face couldn't help but reveal an ecstatic expression. This was because he discovered that his soul space had merged with his original space. Now, he finally found the space that he was familiar with. Naturally, Zhao Hai was happy to find the space that he was familiar with. But what made him even happier was the aura of Laura and the others. It was really Laura and the others' auras. Ever since he arrived at the soul realm, he couldn't feel Laura and the others' auras. In the beginning, he couldn't even see them. But as his strength grew stronger and stronger, he was able to see Laura and the others. Although he couldn't talk to them, he could see them as well. It was as if there was a layer of glass between him and Laura. But now it was different. Zhao Hai could clearly feel Laura and the others' auras. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Being able to feel Laura and the others' auras meant that he could see them and talk to them. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to see Laura and the others. This was because his recovery had improved. Laura and the others had also improved. They were still in seclusion and hadn't come out yet. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't disturb them right now. Zhao Hai felt the changes in the space. His space was much bigger than before. Moreover, he could feel the various planes inside the space. He could even use some of the space's functions. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that he couldn't bring the undead back to the soul realm. In other words, he could use some of the space's functions, but not all of them. But even so, Zhao Hai was still very happy. Zhao Hai could clearly feel the existence of the various races inside the space. There weren't any changes to the races inside the space, they were still doing their own things and living their own lives. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. The things inside the space were also present. The 100 Spirits tree was still growing very well. In the sky of the space, there was still a Tai Chi diagram. Naturally, the golden crow cauldron was also on top of the Tai Chi diagram, illuminating the earth like a sun. Incomparably fresh air, incomparably familiar feeling. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt that he was alive again. He had returned to the space that he was familiar with. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a staff appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. This staff had changed greatly, it was now a green staff. But at the top of this green staff was a black skull. The skull's 2 eyes were flashing with 7 colors. This staff was none other than Zhao's liquid silver array. Ever since Zhao leveled up, the staff had also leveled up, turning it into what it was now. Zhao Hai gently stroked liquid silver staff. With an intention, the staff turned into a sword, then a saber, and finally a golden jade sword. It was now the liquid silver staff. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Looking at the space, he couldn't help but chuckle. But then Zhao Hai realized that the space seemed to have lost a lot of things. Bubble and the others seemed to have disappeared. What was going on? Zhao Hai carefully sensed and discovered that Bubble and the others had disappeared. They were originally spiritual energy, spirits of all kinds of energy. But after Zhao Hai's level up, all kinds of energies were mixed together. And with the nature's heart in the space, spirits of energy such as Bubble and the others were separated into the nature's heart. Although Zhao Hai was reluctant to part with them, he was still happy for Bubble and the others. This was because the nature's heart was the purest natural energy. Bubble and the others were spirits of energy. Now that they were separated into the nature's heart, it was the same as returning home. This made them very happy. After that, Zhao Hai felt that the space was much better than before. This was for sure because of the nature's heart and the destruction skeleton. But now, the space seemed to have been sealed. He could only use some of its functions. For example, the subjugation function. He could subjugate things from the outside world into the space. He could also subjugate things made by the space, such as artifacts. However, the original races of the space, such as the undead, the beast men, and the others, couldn't leave the space. They couldn't go to the soul realm, even Laura and the others couldn't. Zhao Hai could only meet them inside the space. However, there was one thing that was very important to Zhao Hai that Zhao Hai could use. This was the space's map function. Now that Zhao Hai could use the space's map function, this was very important for Zhao Hai. However, there wasn't anything on the space's map yet. Zhao Hai had to wait for the outside world to be absorbed into the space. Only then would he be able to see the outside world. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. At this point, he could feel that after the fusion of his original space and the soul space, the new space was different from before. There were a lot of changes. As for what changes there were, he would have to take his time to figure it out. Fortunately, he could still use some of the space's functions, such as the space's map, rapid growth of plants, subduing, and the universal machine. These basic functions could still be used. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Zhao Hai slowly recovered his spiritual force and felt the situation of his body. His body had become more powerful, this was certain. He could even reach the blood rebirth realm. However, Zhao Hai felt that there was still a lot of potential in his body. It couldn't even be called potential, it could be said that his body had entered a new stage. He needed to start from the beginning. As for what kind of development his body would have in the future, Zhao Hai didn't know. However, he was certain that his body's cells would undergo changes in the future. The Taiji diagram of his cells was just the beginning. However, Zhao Hai was also very clear that if he wanted his body to undergo changes, he would need to cultivate for a long time. As for what kind of changes would occur, Zhao Hai didn't have a clue. Then Zhao Hai immediately thought of another matter, which was his ascension. When he ascended to the upper realm, he suddenly appeared in the soul realm. What happened to his body? Did he ascend to the upper realm? Did the people from the 9 nether blood realm return to the upper realm? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately looked at the space's screen. However, there was no information about the upper realm on the screen. It was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he sighed. He knew that this situation meant that he still couldn't sense the upper realm's situation. He really didn't know what was going on in the upper realm. However, even if he couldn't sense it, the people he absorbed from the 9 nether blood realm were still inside the space. They didn't seem to have any intention of returning to the upper realm. They were living very well inside the space. Zhao Hai felt relieved. As for the upper realm, he would talk about it later. After letting out a long breath, Zhao Hai checked the situation of Laura and the others. It would take a few days for them to wake up. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he slowly opened his eyes before he stood up and checked his body. At this point, the strength in his body has been restored to its peak. He can feel the power of the laws that he comprehended. At the same time, he can also feel the surging power in his body, as well as his incomparably powerful spiritual force. He can even feel that his soul source energy has been strengthened a lot. Moreover, his soul source energy was still slowly strengthening. This feeling was very good. Zhao Hai slowly walked around his room. He could feel that the space around him was beginning to reject him. In other words, if he wanted to ascend, then he just needed to familiarize himself with his body. Then he would be ready to ascend. However, Zhao Hai couldn't ascend right now. At the very least, he needed to deal with the matters of the 5 spirit realms first before he could ascend. This was because the 5 spirit realms were very troublesome. If he didn't deal with the 5 spirit realms, then it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious in the end. Without him, the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be able to deal with the experts of the spirit realm as well as the demon god who could contend with the spirit realm. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but mutter, "It seems like after taking the 5 spirit realm, I can prepare to ascend. I wonder if I'll ascend to the spirit realm or the upper realm." After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he waved his hand as the cabin door opened. Zhao Hai was about to go out when he saw Ding Chunming coming in. Ding Chunming has been waiting outside Zhao Hai's room. So when he saw the door open, he immediately came in. But when he saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he showed a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and smiled, "Chunming, how many days have I been in seclusion?" Ding Chunming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty? Are you really Your Majesty?" His eyes were full of doubt. Fortunately, he was a smart person, so he didn't make a move against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at his body and saw that it had shrunk. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Hee, don't worry about it. The reason why my body was so tall before was because my body refining technique hadn't reached the peak. Now that my body has reached the peak, it's natural for me to be shorter. I used this appearance to travel around before, so there's no need to be surprised." "How many days have I been in seclusion?" Ding Chunming looked at Zhao Hai and then at the soul above his head. He discovered that the soul above Zhao Hai's head was a piece of grass. However, this grass was somewhat special, it looked like it was made out of crystal. Ding Chunming had never seen such a beautiful soul before. However, he still replying to Your Majesty, you have been in seclusion for 10 days. Ding Chunming nodded and said, "You've been in seclusion for 10 days. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright, let's go outside and see what's going on. Also, call Long Tianlin over." Ding Chunming nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai outside. Then Ding Chunming ordered a messenger to look for Long Tianlin while he accompanied Zhao Hai on the deck and looked at the scenery outside. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the Ghost King's ship as he looked at the woods below. At this time, he was on the 10,000 Beast Mountain, where a huge mountain city was being built. The people of the Lost Soul Empire were very familiar with building a mountain city. Because of this, the construction speed was very fast. Ding Chunming was standing behind Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai curiously. He didn't know what cultivation method Zhao Hai practiced and why his body became smaller. At this time, Long Tianlin arrived at Zhao Hai's side. When Long Tianlin saw the change in Zhao Hai's body, he couldn't help but stare. However, Zhao Hai's current appearance was the same as when he used the transformation formation. Therefore, Long Tianlin was only stunned for a moment. He still recognized Zhao Hai. He immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Your Majesty, you came out of seclusion. Why did you use the transformation formation again?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I didn't use the transformation formation. It's just that my body refining cultivation method has reached the large success stage. Naturally, my body became smaller. Just remember that I'll be like this from now on. Let's talk about the progress of the mountain city. How is it going?" Long Tianlin replied, "Very good. We've already started construction on several mountains. The other facilities are also being built. Your Majesty can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Tell everyone to speed up. Although the Sharp Gold continent hasn't been completely conquered by the Ghostface army, it's almost done. We need to finish building our mountain city as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Long Tianlin nodded, "Your Majesty can rest assured. We're almost ready. I believe that within a month, the mountain city should be finished. There won't be any delays." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Although we need to be quick, we also need to pay attention to the quality of the construction. Also, we need to reserve some space for the formations. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if we need to modify them later." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. We're already very experienced with Jianshan City. Nothing will happen." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "All right, I'll take Chen Ming with me. You don't need to worry about him, you can go do your own things." Long Tianlin nodded, then turned around and returned to the cabin. Zhao Hai turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Let's go. Come with me." After saying that, a flying sword appeared beneath Zhao Hai's feet. After that, Zhao Hai headed straight for the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Ding Chunming quickly took out his own greatsword and followed behind. Before long, the two entered the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Inside the mountains, there were countless people working. They used all kinds of artifacts to mine the rocks, load them onto ships, and transport them outside. As for the remaining space, it was the mountain city. These people were already very familiar with this kind of thing. There were countless people giving orders, and the location of the city had already been set in advance. Zhao Hai walked around the mountain city. Just as Long Tianlin said, the progress in the mountain city was very good. Many people in the cave knew Zhao Hai, so they all gave him a salute. Because many of them had seen Zhao Hai's disguise, they all recognized Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also nodded to these people. Then he led Ding Chunming to the lowest level of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. There were also a lot of people working here. However, Zhao Hai just looked around. Then he chose a position and waved his hand. A hole suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. This hole went all the way underground, it seemed to be bottomless. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate as he directly entered the hole. Although Ding Chunming didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, he still quickly followed. After he went in, the hole behind him disappeared. Then the two of them went all the way down. Ding Chunming didn't know how long they had been going down. He only knew that they were now several thousand li underground. Zhao Hai stopped. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the rocks in front of him to slowly retreat. Finally, a large space appeared. Zhao Hai stood in this space and carefully looked at it. Then he waved his hand and a book appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai opened the book and saw a magic formation. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the magic formation lit up. Then the magic formation floated up from the book and landed on the ground. Along with the magic formation, a magic formation mark appeared on the ground. This book was naturally Zhao Hai's golden book. But now that it has been stored in liquid silver, Zhao Hai can use it at any time. After the magic formation mark appeared, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a pile of metal appeared on top of the magic formation. Then Zhao Hai's hands moved and the metal seemed to be melted by the high temperature. It slowly turned into molten iron and directly fused with the magic formation mark. Before long, a huge magic formation was formed. Then Zhao Hai took out green crystals and placed them in the center of the magic formation. These crystals weren't very big, only about the size of a thumb. Therefore, they weren't very eye-catching when placed on top of the magic formation. However, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. After placing the crystals, Zhao Hai took out a green crystal the size of a fist and placed it in the center of the magic formation. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and a ball of green energy shot towards the crystal. The green crystal lit up, then the other crystals in the center of the magic formation also lit up one by one. Finally, all the crystals lit up. Then the entire magic formation lit up. Green energy suddenly rose from the magic formation and slowly filled the entire space. When the green energy rose up, Ding Chunming felt all the pores on his body open up. This kind of refreshing feeling was something that he had never felt before. However, Ding Chunming was also puzzled. This was because this feeling was very familiar to him. He didn't know why this feeling was so familiar. Ding Chunming couldn't help but think about it. He wanted to know where this feeling came from and why it felt so familiar. Before long, Ding Chunming remembered where he felt this refreshing feeling. It was in the secret realm. The air in the secret realm had this feeling, but it was a lot worse compared to the space. After thinking about this, Ding Chunming's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew why Zhao Hai arranged this magic formation here. Zhao Hai only had one purpose, and that was to weaken the spiritual energy on the ground. Ding Chunming turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. At this point, he really worshipped Zhao Hai. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's magic formation to be this formidable. After Zhao Hai arranged the magic formation, he felt the energy inside it. It wasn't bad, the energy inside the magic formation wasn't very strong. When it reaches the ground, it should be about the same as the secret realm. Moreover, the range of its influence should be around the mixed spirit realm, it shouldn't affect the entire 5 spiritual realms. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his head to Ding Chunming and said, "Alright, let's go back." Ding Chunming nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai back to the ground. Before long, they returned to the ground. The people on the ground didn't seem to notice what they just did. They were still busy with their own matters. Zhao Hai didn't stay on the ground, he followed Ding Chunming back to the Ghost King's ship. After arriving at the Ghost King's ship, Zhao Hai returned to his cabin and then sat down. Ding Chunming stood beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a jade slip. He used his spiritual force to look at the contents of the jade slip. It said that the Ruijing continent was about to fall into Ghostface's hands. Most of the spies that Ghostface had sent to the Ruijing continent had already withdrawn. Only a small number of spies were still active in the Ruijing continent. These spies even became the backbone of Ghostface's resistance. Now that the people of the other continents knew that the Ruijing continent was about to fall into Ghostface's hands, this news was absolutely explosive for the 5 spiritual realms. When Ghostface attacked the other continents, the people of the other continents thought that they were retaliating. After all, Ghostface's people were suppressed by the higher-ups of the other continents. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to the islands. For Ghostface, this was a huge loss. But now, they knew that Ghostface's attack wasn't retaliation at all. Ghostface didn't just want to be an assassin. Organization. They actually managed to occupy the Ruijing continent. This was absolutely amazing. Although Ghostface hadn't conquered the Ruijing continent yet, for the people of the other continents, it was enough for Ghostface to make such a gesture. Whether or not they could conquer the Ruijing continent in the end, Ghostface's danger index in the 5 spirit realms would rise sharply. However, the people of the other continents quickly discovered that they couldn't do anything. Although they could send people to attack the islands, when they sent experts, they discovered that the Ghostface army had already left. Only corpses were left on the islands. The blood on these corpses had already been drained. Aside from the dried corpses, there was nothing left. At this time, the people of the other continents had to think about a problem. The news that spread in the other continents was that Ghostface had released a demon god, and that demon god wanted to rule the 5 spiritual realms. When this news was first released, not many people believed it. Although everyone wanted to deal with Ghostface, it was more because what Ghostface had done was too much. It had threatened their rule, so they had to deal with him. As for the news about the demon god, they didn't take it to heart. Even when the experts who had fought with Ghostface in the vast mountains warned the other countries that Ghostface had indeed released a demon god, they didn't take it to heart. In their opinion, no matter how strong a demon god was, where would he go? Could a demon god change the situation of the 5 spiritual realms? Now, when they recalled this news, they suddenly felt a chill run down their backs. Naturally, it wasn't that everyone didn't believe this. The people of the Tree Spirit continent also believed this. Moreover, they even reported this to the spirit realm. However, the people of the other continents didn't know about this. The people of the other continents weren't as well informed as Zhao Hai. They didn't have things like transmission formations. Therefore, they didn't know that the sky of the Tree Spirit continent had been broken and that everything was fine. At this time, there were still a lot of news coming from the Tree Spirit continent. However, they still couldn't confirm how many people came from the spirit realm. However, the Tree Spirit realm had already conducted several operations to investigate the Ghostface realm. Some of the Ghostface realm's people were found. But in this investigation, Zhao Hai's slaves were able to pass without being found. Zhao Hai also learned about the method of this investigation. The people of the Tree Spirit continent took out an artifact and had people touch it. If the artifact emitted a white light, then the person would be fine. If it emitted a gray light, then the person wouldn't be a problem. But if it emitted a red or black light, then the person would be immediately arrested and their house would be searched thoroughly. Zhao Hai guessed that this artifact was an artifact that targeted a person's soul. The demon god was an evil god, so those who believed in him would have a change in their soul. Naturally, they would have some dark and bloody aspects to them. And this artifact might have reacted to the dark and bloody aspects of the soul. Of course, it was impossible for the Dharma artifact to target a person's soul origin energy, because that was impossible. The soul origin energy would not be contaminated. It was the most basic energy of a person, so naturally, no Dharma artifact could target it. After several investigations in the Tree Spirit continent, it was certain that there were very few ghost-masked demons in their realm. Of course, the investigations in the Tree Spirit continent also resulted in the wrongful deaths of a lot of people. However, nobody could resist the fact that the ghost-masked demons were killed in the process. On the other hand, the people who became Zhao Hai's slaves didn't need to worry about this. Zhao Hai wasn't an evil god. His natural energy was very open. Therefore, all of the people who became Zhao Hai's slaves were able to pass the inspection with a white light. The current situation of the continent was that the ghost masked had gained a foothold in the Ruijin continent. If people from other continents want to deal with the ghost masked, they would have to attack the Ruijin continent. However, there was no direct transmission formation between the continents. Therefore, they could only travel by ship. But the ghost-masked people were very strong in the sea. If they wanted to travel by ship, they would have to pass through the sea first. This wasn't easy. Because of this, the ghost-masked continent was now an official force in the 5 spirit realm. The second force was the Arctic continent, the thick earth continent, and the volcanic continent. These 3 continents were still in their original state. They were still under the control of their own countries. These countries were now in the process of forming an alliance. The third force was the Tree Spirit continent. However, the changes in the Tree Spirit continent were unknown to outsiders. Aside from Zhao Hai, the people from the other continents didn't even know that people from the upper realm had come down to the Tree Spirit continent. The fourth force was Zhao Hai's group. Just like the Tree Spirit continent, nobody knew about the changes in the miscellaneous spirit continent. In fact, no matter what happened in the miscellaneous spirit continent, it wasn't within the plans of the other continents. They had already chosen to forget about the miscellaneous spirit continent. And this was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. At this time, the people from the other continents didn't have the time to care about Zhao Hai. They were all focused on the Ruijin continent. The Ruijin continent was occupied too suddenly and too quickly. Although the Ruijin continent wasn't the strongest continent, it wasn't the weakest either. One must know that the gold soul experts and the soul soldiers of the Ruijin continent were the strongest in the 5 spirit realms. Even so, the ghost-masked continent was still occupied in such a short time. This was really surprising. The thick Earth continent was better. After all, the thick Earth continent was the largest continent in the 5 spirit realms. It was also the continent with the deepest heritage. The thick Earth continent wasn't necessarily afraid of the ghost-masked continent. However, the Arctic continent and the volcanic continent were really worried. All kinds of rumors were flying around. Compared to the Ruijin continent, the Arctic continent and the volcanic continent didn't have any advantage. Since the ghost-masked continent was able to occupy the Ruijin continent in such a short time, does it mean that the ghost-masked continent can also occupy the other continents in a short time? This was what the Arctic continent and the volcanic continent were most worried about. The upper echelons of the countries in the Arctic continent were already preparing for an alliance. The same was true for the volcanic continent. Even the thick Earth continent, which had the deepest foundation, was preparing for an alliance, let alone the others. As for the king of the Ice Jade country, Yu Yunlong, he was extremely regretful because he had personally chased away his own son. Moreover, this son of his was the one who came back to deliver the news to him. When Yu Jialong came back from the outside, he told Yu Yunlong about Ghostface and the Devil God. But at that time, Ghostface's matter was already known to the whole world. Not only did Yu Yunlong not believe Yu Jialong's words about the Devil God, but he was also very angry with Yu Jialong. He put Yu Jialong under house arrest and drove him out of the palace. He only allowed Yu Jialong to build a 20-person mansion. However, Jade Jialong disappeared from the Ice Jade country a few months after the mansion was built. When he heard this news, he became even angrier and even removed Jade Jialong's name from the genealogy of the Yu family. Now that the matter of the Ruijin continent was spread, Yu Yunlong recalled Jade Jialong's words. He immediately realized that he had wronged Jade Jialong. Jade Jialong was right, Ghostface did release a devil god. And this devil god did want to rule the entire 5 spiritual realms. But it was too late to regret. This was because nobody knew where Jade Jialong went. Nobody even knew how he left. Because of this, Yu Yunlong couldn't find Jade Jialong even if he wanted to. At this time, Jade Flood Dragon was sitting inside the Ghost Kingship's cabin. Jiao Hai was sitting opposite to him. Between the two was a small table. On the small table were several dishes as well as a jug of wine. Jiao Hai looked at Jade Flood Dragon and said, "Fatty, your body recovered too quickly. It's only been a few months and you've already returned to your original appearance. Think about how handsome you were when you weren't fat. Look at yourself now, can't you eat less?" Jade Flood Dragon looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Don't worry." The Jade Serpent rolled its eyes and said, "You think I don't want to? I want to eat less too. I don't even want to eat that much. But it's useless. He never stops growing the meat he needs to grow. What can I do?" Jiao Hai shook his head and sighed, "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. This time, I called you here because I have a few things to tell you. First, your fish farm is doing very well. I heard that the fish are growing very well, and in a few months, you will be able to produce fish. This is a good thing, so I congratulate you first. Second, after a period of time, everyone will be moving to the new mountain city. At the same time, the school will be built. When the time comes, you, as a magic teacher, will have to be there. You have to be prepared. Third, there is news from the Arctic continent. Your father might be regretting it, so he sent people to inquire about you. What do you think about this? Do you want to go back? I can do what I want every day. In fact, I've already received some disciples. Old Zhao, you're right, miscellaneous spirit cultivators can also learn magic. It's just that the method of learning is different from the 5 spirits. I'm currently in the process of summarizing this method. As long as I can summarize this method, then miscellaneous spirit cultivators can learn magic. Jiao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not going back." Why would I go back? Isn't it good to be here? I can do what I want to do every day. In fact, I've already received some disciples. Old Zhao, you're right. Jiao Hai looked at Jade Jialong and said, "Fatty, you should know that the Ice Jade country needs you right now. If you go back, then we'll support the Ice Jade country. But if you don't go back, then I'll just sit back and watch." Jade Jiaolong shook his head and said, I know that as long as I go back, you'll certainly help me when necessary. But old Zhao, have you thought about it? This isn't a good thing for the Lost Soul Empire. If I don't go back, then the Ghost Face Empire might attack the Ice Ocean continent. When that time comes, the Ice Ocean continent would be in chaos. Once the Ice Ocean continent is in chaos, the Lost Soul Empire would appear as a savior. Then there would be no hindrance in ruling the Ice Ocean continent, just like what you did in the Ruijin continent. Although I don't have much information, I know that the Ruijin continent is about to be occupied by the Ghost Face Empire. However, the people there are still resisting. Do you think this is related to the Ghost Face Empire? If you suddenly send troops to the Ruijin continent and drive the Ghost Face Empire away, then the people there wouldn't oppose your ruling. They might even approve of it. Am I right? It's the same for the Ice Ocean continent. Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't object. In fact, what Jade Flood Dragon said was right. Zhao Hai had indeed done this. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's support, then the acute gold continent would have already been destroyed. It was precisely because of Zhao Hai's support that the acute gold continent was able to survive. It can even be said that the Ghost Masks people couldn't do anything to the acute gold continent. This was because Zhao Hai gave the Ghost Masks people powerful formations. After the formations were arranged, they wouldn't need to worry about the Ghost Masks' attacks. The formation that Zhao Hai gave them was a defensive illusion formation. This formation could actually be divided into two parts, one was an illusion formation while the other was a defensive formation. So as long as this formation was properly arranged, it wouldn't be easy for the Ghost Mask army to attack them. Naturally, they would still be in danger, but compared to before, it was much better. Zhao Hai's group didn't have any problems. The best way for them to deal with the Ice Ocean continent was to have the Ghost Faces people attack the Ice Ocean continent first. When the Ice Ocean continent couldn't hold on any longer, the Ghost Faces people would suddenly appear. At that time, there wouldn't be any problem for them to rule the Ice Ocean continent. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect Jade Jiaolong to make the same choice as him. He looked at Jade Jiaolong and said, Fatty, do you know that this choice means that a lot of people will die? You should have seen the monsters that I caught. They were ordinary people in the Ruijin continent when they were alive. But in the end, they ended up like that. If the Ghost Face Empire attacks the Ice Ocean continent, there will be countless people like them. Do you have the heart to do that? Jade Jiaolong replied, what's there to not have the heart to do? It's just a temporary pain. Even if the Ghost Face Empire doesn't appear, the Lost Soul Empire would still go to war with the 5 spiritual realms. At that time, there would be even fewer people in the 5 spiritual realms who would be willing to join the Lost Soul Empire. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the 5 spiritual realms would be massacred by you. Zhao Hai looked at Jade Jiaolong, then he smiled bitterly and said, you're really confident in us. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something else. Although this is the plan, you still have to return to the Ice Ocean continent when necessary. As I said before, the Ice Ocean continent might be under your rule in the future. You need to go back first and use your status to tell the people in the Ice Ocean continent about the Lost Soul Empire. Then you can make some arrangements in advance so that when the 5 spiritual realms are completely stabilized, you can smoothly become the governor of the Ice Ocean continent. Jade Jiaolong waved his hand and said, let's talk about it when the time comes. I'm living well right now. Actually, I don't want to be the governor. It's boring. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Old Zhao, are you really that confident in dealing with the demon god? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course I'm confident. And do you really think that we're the only enemy of the demon god? Let's not talk about the Ice Ocean continent, the Thick Earth continent, and the Mountain Fire continent. Let's talk about the Tree Spirit continent. You might not know about it, but a spatial passage has appeared there. The spiritual realm might have sent people to the Tree Spirit continent. If that's the case, then the people sent by the spiritual realm would be a formidable opponent for the demon god. The spiritual realm has sent people? Is that true? It seems like the spiritual realm also attaches great importance to this matter. Does that mean that the demon god is very strong? I wonder what the demon god looks like. We don't know what the demon god looks like, but we're confident in ourselves. Let me tell you one more thing. Once everything in the 5 spiritual realms is settled, I'm afraid that I will ascend. You're going to ascend? So soon? Yes, I didn't expect it to be so soon. A few days ago, I went into seclusion and had a feeling that I might ascend. Therefore, I must settle everything in the 5 spiritual realms before I ascend. After Jade Flood Dragon left, Jiao Hai couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Jade Flood Dragon's flying sword boat. At this time, Jade Flood Dragon was faced with a choice. For the sake of the Lost Soul Empire, Jade Flood Dragon didn't return home. This in itself was great. However, Jiao Hai also knew that this choice was very painful for Jade Flood Dragon. Although the Jade Flood Dragon said that he didn't want to go home and become a prince, this was only because he didn't like the inconvenience that being a prince would bring him. He was still under the care of his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately returned home after learning about the demon god's disappearance. But this time, the Jade Flood Dragon chose to stay and help the Lost Soul Empire. This in itself was very difficult for the Jade Flood Dragon. Jiao Hai also didn't want to make things difficult for the Jade Flood Dragon. Therefore, he didn't say anything. At this time, Ding Chunming suddenly said, "Your Majesty, are you really going to ascend?" Ding Chunming was also present when Jiao Hai and the Jade Flood Dragon were talking. Therefore, he also heard Jiao Hai's words. Ding Chunming didn't care about the Jade Flood Dragon's choice, but he was very concerned about Jiao Hai's ascension. Jiao Hai turned his head to Ding Chunming and said, "What's wrong? Is it not okay for me to ascend?" Ding Chunming shook his head and said, "No, of course not. Your Majesty's ascension is a good thing. But what about the Empire? Without your Majesty, will the Empire still be the same?" Jiao Hai replied, "Yes. As long as I take care of things, I'll establish a system that benefits everyone. This way, everyone would automatically protect this system. Even if I ascend, as long as this system exists, the Lost Soul Empire would continue to exist." Jiao Hai nodded, "All right, I'll take care of it." Ding Chunming didn't understand Jiao Hai's words, but he didn't say anything. At this time, Jiao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Chunming, if I ascend and you ascend, will you ascend with me?" Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Chunming, if I ascend and you ascend, will you ascend with me?" When Ding Chunming heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately nodded and said, "Yes." Jiao Hai turned to look at him and said, "You have to think carefully. If you ascend with me when I ascend, your wife and child will have to stay here. Are you willing to do that?" Ding Chunming was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I will ascend with His Majesty. I will wait for them in the upper realm." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He turned around and entered the cabin. Then he told Ding Chunming that he wanted to rest and closed the cabin door. When he was the only one left in the cabin, Jiao Hai's figure moved and directly entered the space. Just as he entered the space, he could feel the auras of Laura and the others. He immediately went over to them. At this time, Laura and the others also felt his aura, so they immediately ran over. Jiao Hai appeared outside the space's villa while Laura and the others were inside. When they saw Jiao Hai, Laura and the others immediately rushed over and hugged each other. Laura and the others couldn't help but burst into tears. Jiao Hai looked at Laura and the others and his eyes turned sour. However, he didn't shed any tears and just kept comforting them. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Ever since they met, they hadn't been separated for a long time. They didn't like this feeling at all. After some time, Laura and the others calmed down. After all, they were cultivators. It was impossible for them to lose control of themselves like ordinary people. Seeing that they had recovered, Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's fine. I didn't expect this to happen during my ascension. Fortunately, it's all in the past. However, I still haven't fully recovered my strength. Moreover, because of the restrictions of the laws, you can't appear outside. Therefore, I can only enter the space to see you." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura immediately replied, "It doesn't matter. As long as we can see you, it's better than anything else. Brother Hai, you don't know how much pain we felt when we couldn't see you at all. Although we knew that you would be fine, we were still worried about you. However, we couldn't do anything about it. Now that we can see you inside the space, we are very happy." Jiao smiled. Well, no matter what, we are reunited. Let's go inside. To tell you the truth, I haven't slept well outside. Meg, get me something to eat. Meg nodded. Meg nodded. Meg happily complied and then ran inside the house. She made Zhao Hai's food and took care of his daily life. This was something that made Meg very happy. The others also pulled Zhao Hai into the room. Some of them went to help Meg make food while Laura and the others chatted with Zhao Hai in the living room. Zhao Hai told them about everything that happened outside. Although Laura and the others were curious about Zhao Hai's experience, they didn't care about it. Although they didn't have any news about Zhao Hai before, there were no changes in the space. This proved that Zhao Hai was fine. Although they were worried, they also knew that Zhao Hai was fine. Laura and the others also talked about how Zhao Hai was away. They were actually very bored. Without Zhao Hai, they had no way to contact the outside world. They could only help Zhao Hai manage the space. They also didn't need to manage the various races inside the space. Because of this, they didn't have much to do every day. But now, Zhao Hai was back. Moreover, they could see the outside of the space. For them, this was definitely good news. Although they didn't do a lot of things, they still had a lot to talk about with Zhao Hai. As long as they were together with Zhao Hai, they would be very happy. Before long, Meg finished cooking. Then Zhao Hai followed Meg and the others to the dining room. The group sat down. Zhao Hai sat at the head of the table with Laura on his left and Lizzie on his right. Meg, Megan, Ryan, Barry, Julie, and Kyer also sat down. Everyone happily ate their meal together. After eating, Zhao Hai went with Laura and the others to soak in the hot spring. As for what happened in the hot spring, it was needless to say. People say that absence makes the heart grow fonder, not to mention that they had been separated for so long. The next day, when Ding Chunming saw Zhao Hai, he discovered that Zhao Hai seemed to have changed. His entire person seemed to have become more peaceful. There was also a smile on his face. It seems like his mood was very good. This made Ding Chunming confused, but at the same time, he was also very happy. In any case, if Zhao Hai was happy, then Ding Chunming would be happy as well. On this day, Zhao Hai wasn't idle. He made an appointment with the higher-ups of the Mixed Spirit Continent. These higher-ups were the original higher-ups of the Mixed Spirit Continent, the people of the 7 great families. This time, Zhao Hai met them in order to solve the problem of building Mountain City. At the same time, he wanted to tell them about the current situation of the 5 spirit realms. This way, the people of the 7 great families would understand why he did this. The people of the 7 clans didn't oppose the establishment of the Mixed Spirit Continent. Compared to a few months ago, the living standards of the Mixed Spirit Continent couldn't be compared at all. A few months ago, they were already very happy to be able to eat a full meal. But now, they can eat meat every day. Moreover, there were many more artifacts in their lives. Such a change was something they didn't even dare to think about before, but now, they were able to do it. This made them very happy. Because of these changes, the people of the 7 great families were very supportive of Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai said that he wanted to build a city, he wanted to move everyone to Mountain City. At the same time, he wanted to turn some of the plains into farmland. Naturally, they didn't have any reason to object. Moreover, the speed at which the city was built was beyond their expectations. When they saw how large the city was and how complete the facilities were, they naturally wouldn't have any objections to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai finished talking about the establishment of Mountain City, as well as the matters of the other continents, Zhao Hai turned to the patriarchs of the 7 great families and said, "I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that the situation of the 5 spirit realms has changed. Our opportunity has come. The 5 spirit realms are already showing signs of chaos. Once the 5 spirit realms are in chaos, we can use this opportunity to send troops and take over the 5 spirit realms." Zhao Hai has never concealed his ambitions in front of these people. He wanted to take over the 5 spirit realms and turn them into a part of the Lost Soul Empire. Naturally, the 7 great families wouldn't oppose Zhao Hai's plan. On the contrary, when they heard Zhao Hai, their eyes lit up. They had been oppressed by the 5 spirit realm for a long time. If they could show themselves as conquerors, then they would be very happy. Although they knew that even if the 5 spirit realms were taken over by the Lost Soul Empire, they still wouldn't have the opportunity to oppress the 5 spirit realm. After all, this was something that the Lost Soul Empire didn't allow. However, if they could make the 5 spirit realms submit to the Lost Soul Empire, then they would be able to vent their anger. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, however, I think that this isn't something that can be done in a year or two. In the following period of time, we will be building the mixed spirit continent with all our strength. After all, the demon god might attack us. We need to be prepared in advance. We can't wait for the other party to attack us. If we are unprepared, then we will suffer a big loss. Everyone nodded. The mixed spirit continent had always been bullied by the 5 spirit realms. If Zhao Hai can really build the mixed spirit continent, then the other people wouldn't be able to bully them. Naturally, they would be willing to do so. Because of this, we don't need to worry about food in the mixed spirit continent anymore. However, I don't want you to plant too many beans. When you go back, it would be best if you plant some other things, such as bread trees, noodle trees, and the like. After planting these trees, we don't need to worry about them anymore. Our manpower can also be freed up to do other things. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've already established a large formation in the mixed spirit continent. This is because after planting these trees, we don't need to worry about them anymore. Our manpower can also be used for other things. It can be said that the people of the 7 great families didn't know much about the Lost Soul Empire. In the past, the Lost Soul Empire was just a name that Zhao Hai mentioned. But after Lu Ziyu and the others followed Zhao Hai to the Lost Soul Empire, they began to understand the situation of the empire. However, they didn't know much about it. Once they joined the Lost Soul Empire, they began to understand how powerful the empire was. There were a lot of plants growing in the wild, and as long as these plants were watered, they would grow quickly. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire didn't need to worry about food. Every year, they would only need to go out and collect some food after the rain. Other times, they wouldn't care about the plants. This method was something that the people of the mixed spirit continent didn't dare to imagine. But the Lost Soul Empire did this. Because of this, the people of the Lost Soul Empire had a lot of time to do other things. For example, they could study formations, weapons, martial skills, and so on. Because they understood all of this, they weren't surprised by Zhao Hai's words. They understood Zhao Hai's intentions. Zhao Hai wanted to turn the mixed spirit continent into the Lost Soul Empire. To be honest, they weren't opposed to it. On the contrary, they were very happy. If the mixed spirit continent could become like the Lost Soul Empire, then it would be a good thing for them. Because of this, no one would oppose Zhao Hai's proposal. The people of the 7 great families were still thinking about the common people of the mixed spirit continent. Naturally, this didn't rule out their own selfish motives. However, as long as they didn't sell out the mixed spirit continent, then they would be allowed to have some selfishness. After all, the 7 great families had done a lot for the people of the mixed spirit continent. However, the people of the 7 great families were now afraid of the Lost Soul Empire. This was because they knew that with the strength of the mixed spirit continent, they wouldn't be able to resist the Lost Soul Empire. If they really offended the Lost Soul Empire, then the empire would turn around and deal with them. This kind of reverence made the people of the 7 major families not dare to resist Zhao Hai. They didn't even dare to have any other opinions about Zhao Hai's proposal. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. There was no problem with his proposal, so it was normal for these people to agree. Therefore, when he saw that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai said, what the mixed spirit continent needs right now is time. Everyone needs to develop peacefully and wait for the right time. So when you go back, you must do your job well for the ordinary people. Have them move so that they can live better lives. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, all right, everyone can go back. Do your work well and prepare yourself as soon as possible. Maybe in a month or so, we'll be moving. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After these people left, Zhao Hai had Long Tianlin arrange for people to leak Ding Chuanming's identity to the people of the 7 great families, in order to calm their hearts. After the people of the mixed spirit continent joined the Lost Soul Empire, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. The Lost Soul Empire was too good while the mixed spirit continent was too bad. They had no way to provide any help to the Lost Soul Empire. In this case, they couldn't help but feel inferior. They were afraid that the Lost Soul Empire would look down on them and give up on them. If that happened, then they would be finished. Although the miscellaneous spirit continent had always been fighting against the other 5 continents, because of being looked down upon by the other 5 continents for a long time, they unconsciously developed a sense of inferiority. Therefore, they had such thoughts. This idea reached its peak after knowing that the Lost Soul Empire had invaded the 5 spirit realms. They were very happy with the invasion of the 5 spirit realms. However, at the same time, they also had an idea. The other continents of the 5 spirit realms were better than the mixed spirit continent. After the Lost Soul Empire obtains the other continents, would they not care about the mixed spirit continent? It wasn't just one person who had this idea. Many people in the mixed spirit continent had this idea as well. Zhao Hai told the people of the mixed spirit continent about Ding Chuanming's identity in order to make them feel at ease. Although the higher-ups of the mixed spirit continent were still held by natives, this also made the people of the mixed spirit continent restless. Nobody from the mixed spirit continent had entered the ranks of the Lost Soul Empire's higher-ups. If the Lost Soul Empire doesn't care about them, then it would be more convenient for them to leave. If they want to leave, then they wouldn't even have the right to speak. This naturally made them feel restless. However, if the matter of Ding Chunming becoming Zhao Hai's personal guard were to spread out, then the situation would be different. If the people of the mixed spirit continent knew about this, then the people of the mixed spirit continent would slowly calm down. Although a personal guard doesn't seem to have any power, it was only Zhao Hai's personal guard. However, don't forget that he was Zhao Hai's personal guard. Such a person would have a certain amount of influence in the upper echelons of the Lost Soul Empire. Not to mention, this was the first time Zhao Hai used a personal guard after becoming the king of the Lost Soul Empire. This made the people of the mixed spirit continent feel that Zhao Hai was treating them as his own people. Since they had become his own people, then there was nothing for them to worry about. A personal guard was inconspicuous, but he could make the people of the mixed spirit continent submit to him. This was the effect that Zhao Hai wanted. To be honest, Zhao Hai already had this idea from the moment he chose Ding Chunming as his personal guard. Ding Chunming's talent was very good, very good. However, Zhao Hai didn't have a personal guard by his side. He wasn't an ordinary king, his strength was simply unmatched in this plane. Therefore, he didn't need a personal guard at all. However, it was precisely because of Ding Chunming's identity that Zhao Hai chose him. He needed someone from the mixed spirit continent to enter the upper echelons of the Lost Soul Empire. However, because the people of the mixed spirit continent had too little contact with the Lost Soul Empire, and the difference in strength was too great. If a person from the mixed spirit continent were to enter the upper echelons of the Lost Soul Empire, then they wouldn't be able to adapt. They might even bring some trouble to the upper echelons of the Lost Soul Empire. However, a personal guard was different. A personal guard was someone who was close to him. Such a person would be highly regarded in the Lost Soul Empire. This gave people a feeling of high status. On the other hand, a personal guard didn't need to participate in management. They wouldn't affect the upper echelons of the Lost Soul Empire. This could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose Ding Chunming as his personal guard. Besides these reasons, there was another important reason that Zhao Hai chose Ding Chunming. He wanted Ding Chunming to become a role model for the people of the mixed spirit continent. The people of the mixed spirit continent had joined the Lost Soul Empire. But because the Lost Soul Empire and the mixed spirit continent had a completely different way of life, a completely different way of working, and even a completely different cultivation method, the people of the mixed spirit continent were at a loss. They didn't know what they should do, and they didn't know what to do next. If they were to be in this situation for a long time, their sense of inferiority would deepen. This would be very detrimental to their future development. Ding Chunming became Zhao Hai's personal guard by relying on his own talent and hard work. Ding Chunming would become a role model for the people of the mixed spirit continent. The people of the mixed spirit continent would discover that as long as we work hard, we can become people like Ding Chunming. We can become people above others. As long as the people of the mixed spirit continent have this idea, then Zhao Hai's goal would be achieved. In the future, there would be countless experts in the mixed spirit continent. Things were also developing in the direction that Zhao Hai imagined. After the 7 great families knew about Ding Chuanming's identity, it didn't take long for the entire mixed spirit continent to know about Ding Chunming. Even Ding Chuanming's origin was dug out. Everyone knew about his origin. They also knew that he was the first person in the mixed spirit continent who decided to go to the Lost Soul Empire. What Ding Chunming experienced in the Lost Soul Empire was also known by the people of the mixed spirit continent. Naturally, this information was deliberately released by Zhao Hai. However, the people of the mixed spirit continent didn't care where this information came from, as long as it was true, then it was fine. At this time, the Lost Soul Empire released another piece of news. The people of the mixed spirit continent would also be tested. However, they would have to wait until the mountain city was built and everyone moved there. After that, they would have to undergo a new household registration before the new test would be carried out. When this news came out, not only did it make the people of the mixed spirit continent calm down, it also made the people of the mixed spirit continent eager to move to the mountain city. Even the construction of the mountain city was pushed forward. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. It was also a pleasant surprise. However, at this time, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. The reason why Zhao Hai was anxious to ascend was because he thought that he would only be able to see Laura and the others after ascending. But now that he had met them, he was no longer anxious. With Laura and the others accompanying him, he could ascend whenever he wanted. After losing Laura and the others for so many years, Zhao Hai clearly felt that whether it was immortality or the exploration of the unknown future, if he didn't have Laura and the others to accompany him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. Because of this, after reuniting with Laura and the others, Zhao Hai's state of mind was incomparably peaceful. Every day, he would deal with the matters of the Lost Soul Empire, check on the progress of the mountain city, pay attention to the situation of the other continents, and then spend time with Laura and the others. This became the main theme of Zhao Hai's life. Zhao Hai liked this kind of life very much. There weren't too many things to do, so he could spend more time with Laura and the others. For him, this was very important. This was because they had been separated for a long time, they needed to spend more time with each other. In a blink of an eye, a month passed by. During this time, Zhao Hai was very relaxed. Every day, he would do his work without any problems. The situation in the other continents didn't change much. Even if they wanted to, it would be impossible for them to change in a month's time. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about Zhao Hai. The countries of the Arctic continent and the volcanic continent had officially formed an alliance. This might be the biggest thing that happened this month. The countries of the thick earth continent were still discussing about the alliance. The tree sprite continent was still calm. The Ruijing continent was still being led by Zhao Hai's slaves as they defended their last position. Although the Ghost Mask army had attacked them many times and even broke their formations, they were still able to use illusion formations to repel the enemy. In the end, they were still able to defend their last position. At the same time, Zhao Hai's slaves in the Ruijing continent began to tell the people of the Ruijing continent about the Lost Soul Empire. At the same time, a large number of materials were sent to the people of the Ruijing continent. At the same time, the people of the Ruijing continent were more confident in dealing with the Ghostface army. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to help the people of the Ruijing continent recover their lost territory. This was because if he did so, he would be in direct conflict with the Ghostface army. Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. He wanted to see what the Ghostface army would do next. If the Ghostface army couldn't take the Ruijing continent in a short time, then they would certainly expand. If they want to deal with the mixed spirit continent, then Zhao Hai wouldn't say anything. Zhao Hai would just send his troops and drive the Ghostface army out of the Ruijing continent. However, he wouldn't kill them. Naturally, the people from the Ghostface continent might also attack other continents. Although attacking the mixed spirit continent might be easier for them, the other continents had the impression that the mixed spirit continent didn't have any resources. It had always been a very poor place. The Ghostface continent wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits from taking over this place. Aside from a few people, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. The people from the Ghostface continent might not do this. Zhao Hai was also waiting. He wanted to see what the Ghost Face army would do. In other people's view, there was nothing in the mixed spirit continent that could attract the Ghost Face army. However, this wasn't the case for Xiao Hai. The one controlling the Ghost Face army should be the demon god. For the demon god, other things weren't important. The demon gods are the demon god, people. But this also depended on the demon god's choice. After all, attacking the mixed spirit continent would allow them to obtain people. Attacking other continents would also allow them to obtain people. Moreover, the other continents had resources that the mixed spirit continent didn't have. Therefore, whether the Ghost Face army would choose to attack the mixed spirit continent or the other continents would depend on their choice. However, this matter wasn't urgent. Even if the Ghost Face army chose to attack the mixed spirit continent, it wouldn't be done in a day or two. They didn't have a transmission formation that could directly reach the mixed spirit continent, nor did they have a 100-beast warship. If they want to attack the mixed spirit continent, then they would need to take a ship. And in order to prepare a ship, they would need some time. Therefore, although this matter was worth paying attention to, it wasn't worth paying attention to, because there was simply no need to do so. At this time, the most important thing in the mixed spirit continent was to move. Now that the mountain cities had been built, the people of the mixed spirit continent would have to prepare to move. However, to say that the mountain cities were completely built was still a bit off. After all, the 5 completed mountain cities had yet to be installed and debugged. Only after the installation and debugging of the arrays were done could the cities be considered complete. Naturally, everyone knew that the last step wouldn't be easy. The construction of the mountain cities and the installation and debugging of the arrays were all done by Xiao Hai himself. From this, one could see how important this matter was. But this time, Xiao Hai wasn't prepared to do so. He wasn't going to personally arrange and debug the formations. He was going to hand this work over to other people while he gave some guidance from the side. Xiao Hai didn't know what to do. Instead, he was going to arrange the formations himself. The reason why Xiao Hai made such a decision was because he knew that he was about to ascend. In fact, he could ascend right now. However, the matters of the 5 spirit realms hadn't been resolved yet. Because of this, he couldn't leave right now. He didn't lack the time to do so. However, he needed to make some preparations for his departure. For a city as big as the mountain cities, the arrays weren't easy to arrange. At this time, Xiao Hai still hasn't taught the people of the Lost Soul Empire about 3-dimensional arrays. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach, but that he couldn't. At this time, the Lost Soul Empire's use of 2-dimensional arrays hadn't reached Xiao Hai's standards, let alone studying 3-dimensional arrays. 2-dimensional arrays were the foundation of all arrays. Even Xiao Hai agreed on this point. This was because if there were no 2-dimensional arrays, then there wouldn't be 3-dimensional arrays. 3-dimensional arrays were based on 2-dimensional arrays. But to arrange a 2-dimensional array was already a very difficult matter. This was especially true for large-scale arrays. At this time, besides Xiao Hai, no one in the Lost Soul Empire was able to complete the arrangement of large-scale 2-dimensional arrays. At this time, letting everyone know about the concept of 3-dimensional arrays wasn't a good thing for the Lost Soul Empire. It was like letting a child who hadn't learned how to walk yet run. Moreover, it was impossible for the child to run for 10,000 meters. It might even tire the child out. However, although Xiao Hai couldn't teach them the concept of 3-dimensional arrays, he could still let them try to arrange 2-dimensional arrays. As long as they succeed, it would be a great success for them. Xiao Hai naturally told Wen Hai and the others about this idea. Wen Hai and the others also knew that Xiao Hai might ascend in a few years. They also knew why Xiao Hai wanted to do this. Therefore, they didn't object. Instead, they immediately gathered the best array masters in the Lost Soul Empire and had them arrange the arrays together. It can be said that this was a learning process. Learning from Xiao Hai and having Xiao Hai personally teach them was a rare opportunity. Because of this, the arrangement of these large arrays took a long time. Halfway through the construction of the mountain city, the array masters had already arrived. They began to design the arrays, survey the terrain, design the array talismans, measure the height of the terrain, and so on. All of these tasks were handled by the array masters themselves. On the other hand, Xiao Hai was just watching from the side. He rarely expressed his opinion. It was precisely because of this that even after the mountain city was built, they still hadn't finished setting up the spirit formation. However, they had already measured the height and the terrain. They had even chosen the position where the spirit formation talismans would be placed. Moreover, it was decided after many confirmations. During this process, Xiaohai also pointed out some of their mistakes. It can even be said that the location of the array talismans was chosen by Xiaohai. The array masters were just learning from the side. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this fast. After the array talismans were established, the array talismans were placed in the chosen location. What they needed to do next was to start debugging. This time, the debugging was different from the previous times. In the previous times, Xiaohai was debugging the arrays one by one. But this time, he was debugging the arrays of several mountain cities at the same time. In any case, they had enough people. After the debugging began, the several mountain cities were very careful. On average, it took 5 hours for each mountain city's array to be debugged. Finally, the debugging was completed. After the adjustment was completed, it meant that the formations of each mountain city could be used independently. This was already a success. However, what Xiaohai wanted wasn't this degree of success. What he wanted was for the 5 continents to resonate with each other. In the end, they would form a unified formation. Only in this way would the formation be able to display its might to its fullest. Fortunately, at this time, Xiaohai took out something that helped the array masters a lot. This thing was called the star disk. It was something that Xiaohai invented in the past. It can be used to look at the terrain and command battleships. Now, Xiaohai taught the method of making the star disk to the array masters of the Lost Soul Empire. First, it would make it easier for the Lost Soul Empire's fleet to use the star disk in battle. Second, it could be used to adjust the large arrays. After all, the terrain on the star disk was 3-dimensional. Moreover, it was completely proportional to the terrain, there wouldn't be any errors. However, even with the help of the star disk, the array masters of the Lost Soul Empire still took a day to completely adjust the 5 large arrays. Moreover, they were able to resonate with each other. When the last array formation was ready to be used, the people of the mixed spirit continent immediately felt a difference. They felt that the air around them had become fresher. At the same time, they also noticed that the plants around them were growing faster. This made them very surprised. In fact, this wasn't surprising. This was all because of the natural energy array. When Xiaohai established the mountain city, he had already arranged the natural energy array. However, the effect wasn't very good. Xiaohai didn't know why at first, but later on, he found out that the natural energy in this place was drifting. It was like lighting a fire in a room. If the room was small, then you would immediately feel warm. Moreover, no matter where you were in the room, you would feel warm. But if the room was very big, then you would be far away from the fire. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel warm. The same was true for the miscellaneous spirit continent. The miscellaneous spirit continent wasn't a secret realm. The nature energy in the secret realm had been released by the nature's heart for a long time, making the natural energy in the secret realm abundant. Therefore, the plants in the secret realm could grow so fast. This was something that the spirit weapon world and the soul world couldn't compare with. However, the 5 spirit realms were different. The concentration of natural energy here was much lower compared to the secret realms. The mixed spirit continent could be said to be the place with the lowest concentration of natural energy in the entire 5 spirit realms. Otherwise, plants wouldn't be growing here. Therefore, even if Xiaohai used the natural energy array, the natural energy in the mixed spirit continent would reach a balance with the natural energy in the 5 spirit realms. Only then would it slowly increase. However, because the overall natural energy in the 5 spirit realms was low, and the natural energy in the mixed spirit continent wasn't locked in the mixed spirit continent, the natural energy would naturally drift away. Because of this, although the natural energy in the mixed spirit continent increased, it wasn't obvious. But now it was different. Because of the formation of the 5 spirit cities, they were able to coordinate with each other. This was equivalent to covering the outside of the mixed spirit continent, isolating it from the rest of the world. In this case, the natural energy emitted by the natural energy array was naturally isolated in the mixed spirit continent. Because of this, the natural energy in the mixed spirit continent would naturally increase. When Zhao Hai saw this change, he knew that the formation was successful. Naturally, he was very happy. Although it could be said that Zhao Hai had contributed a lot to the 5 formations in the mixed spirit continent, the magic formation masters of the Lost Soul Empire had also learned a lot. As long as the magic formation masters of the 5 spirit realms were able to set up large formations in the other continents, they would be able to learn how to set up large formations. At the same time, the success of the formation meant that the mountain cities could be put into use. This also meant that the people of the mixed spirit continent would begin to move. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and the others had been preparing for this day for a long time. And with the full cooperation of the 7 great families, the people of the mixed spirit continent were already prepared. They even wanted to move to the mountain cities. This was because once they moved to the mountain cities, they would be able to test themselves and know what they were more suitable for in the future. For the people of the mixed spirit continent, moving was quite troublesome. This was because there were a lot of people in the mixed spirit continent who didn't have spatial equipment. Because of this, when they moved, they needed to pack up a lot of things. They couldn't be like the people of the Lost Soul Empire, they could just put their things in their spatial equipment and leave. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and the others had already thought of this point. Zhao Hai specially transferred the cargo ships from the Lost Soul Empire to help the people of the mixed spirit continent move. This method received the gratitude of the people of the mixed spirit continent. This was because they really needed this kind of help. The entire process of moving took more than a month. Finally, all of the people of the mixed spirit continent were moved to the 5 mountain cities. At the same time, they were given a place to live. When the last family moved to the mixed spirit continent, Zhao Hai and the others let out a sigh of relief. The mixed spirit continent was now fully prepared. Just as the people of the miscellaneous spirit continent moved into the mountain city, the people of the miscellaneous spirit continent began to prepare to demolish the original cities and turn them into arable land. At this time, Zhao Hai received some shocking news: the Arctic continent was being attacked. The Arctic continent being attacked was within Zhao Hai's expectation. This was because the people of the Ghost Face continent couldn't stay in the Ruijing continent forever. They would certainly expand outwards. It would be best for them to choose the Arctic continent or the volcanic continent as their first step. Otherwise, they could also choose the miscellaneous spirit continent. In fact, Zhao Hai had been waiting for the Ghost Face continent to make their next move. If the Ghost Face continent didn't attack the miscellaneous spirit continent, then they wouldn't deal with the Ghost Face continent. Instead, they would let the Ghost Face continent deal with the other continents while they reap the benefits. However, what shocked Zhao Hai was that it wasn't the people of the Ghost Face continent who attacked the Arctic continent, but the people of the Tree Spirit continent. In fact, there were no signs that the Tree Spirit continent would attack the Arctic continent. Zhao Hai had left a lot of spies in the Tree Spirit continent, but they didn't receive any news. This made Zhao Hai very shocked. What made Zhao Hai even more shocked was why the people of the Tree Spirit continent would attack the Arctic continent. This made him very confused. He knew that the Tree Spirit continent had people from the upper realm, but he didn't understand why they would attack the Arctic continent. Wasn't this too strange? But no matter what he thought, the people of the Tree Spirit continent had already done it. This made Zhao Hai at a loss for what to do. At this time, another piece of news arrived. The countries of the Thick Earth continent had finally formed an alliance and strengthened their armaments. On the other hand, the volcanic continent didn't encounter any attacks. The people of the Ghost Face continent were still in the Ruijing continent. Nobody knew what they were doing. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't just stand by and watch the Arctic continent being attacked. He immediately had the people of the Arctic continent carefully investigate how the people of the Tree Spirit continent attacked the Arctic continent. This investigation allowed Zhao Hai to discover a problem: there was a mole in the Arctic continent. There was a family in the Arctic continent that had established a transmission formation in their home. The people of the Tree Spirit continent used this transmission formation to attack the Arctic continent. No wonder there was no news before this. The Tree Spirit continent didn't use ships, they just used transmission formations. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the Tree Spirit Continent's attack on the Arctic continent went very smoothly. There were even 2 countries in the Arctic continent that surrendered. This allowed the Tree Spirit Continent to establish a 2-man base in the Arctic continent. This allowed them to attack the other countries in the Arctic continent at any time. On the other hand, the other countries in the Arctic continent didn't surrender. Instead, they immediately formed an alliance and prepared to fight against the Tree Spirit Continent's army. However, something that puzzled Zhao Hai happened. After receiving the 2 countries' surrender, the people of the Tree Spirit Continent didn't move. They didn't seem to have any intention of attacking the other countries. This made the other countries in the Arctic continent not know what to do for a while. There was no reason for them to send troops to attack the 2 countries. After all, the 2 countries surrendered. If they rashly attacked the 2 countries, it would give them a good reason to attack. However, if they didn't attack the 2 countries would become the frontline bases for the Tree Spirit Continent's invasion of the Arctic continent. The Tree Spirit Continent could send troops to the 2 countries and wait until they have enough troops before attacking. This made the other countries in the Arctic continent fall into a dilemma. Because the Ice Jade country was located in the northernmost part of the Arctic continent, they weren't attacked. It can even be said that they weren't directly threatened. But now, the Ice Jade country was getting nervous and began to prepare for war. Anyone could see that the situation in the continent was very unstable. Before the ghost face could be dealt with, the Tree Spirit Continent appeared. This made people feel that the 5 spiritual realms were about to go into chaos. Of course, this matter couldn't be hidden from the Jade Flood Dragon. After learning about the situation in the Arctic continent, Zhao Hai sent someone to invite the Jade Flood Dragon to Sea Spirit Mountain City. The Jade Flood Dragon had his own residence in Sea Spirit Mountain City. However, he still spent most of his time in the fish farm. Since the first batch of fish was about to be harvested, he had to watch over the fish farm. Therefore, Zhao Hai sent someone to invite him. When the Jade Flood Dragon arrived at Zhao Hai's room, before Zhao Hai could speak, the Jade Flood Dragon asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Why did you call me here in such a hurry? The fish farm is about to be harvested. I can't leave at this time." Zhao Hai replied with a deep voice, "Don't worry about the fish farm for now. I have news to tell you. The Arctic continent has been attacked. 2 countries have surrendered." The Jade Flood Dragon stared, then he asked in confusion, "Surrendered? What happened?" This time, their opponents are the Ghost Faces people. Will the Ghost Faces people accept their surrender? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You guessed wrong. The ones who attacked them this time weren't the Ghost Faces people, but the people of the Tree Spirit Continent. I think this matter must be related to the people sent by the Spirit Realm." The Jade Flood Dragon stared, then his expression changed as he said, "The Tree Spirit Realm? That's really surprising. What's the situation in the Arctic continent right now?" Zhao Hai replied, "The situation there is pretty good. 2 countries have surrendered while the other countries have formed an alliance. The 2 sides haven't started a war yet. This time, the people of the Tree Spirit Realm acted too fast. They used a spy to teleport to the Arctic continent. That's why I didn't receive any news before." The Jade Flood Dragon frowned and said, "What about the Ice Jade country?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's fine now. They haven't been attacked. Moreover, the Ice Jade country is quite far away. Therefore, even if the Arctic continent starts a war, the Ice Jade country will be fine for a while." The Jade Flood Dragon replied, "That's good. That's good. In any case, there's no large-scale war in the Arctic continent. It's useless for me to go back. I'll just wait here." Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "You really don't want to go back? I think you should go back. Moreover, my information network in the Arctic continent is the most complete. After you go back, you can take control of this information network and help the Ice Jade country a lot. What do you think?" The Jade Flood Dragon thought for a moment and said, "Is it really useful for me to go back now? I'm afraid that once I go back, I'll become the target of my brothers. At that time, I'm afraid that I won't be able to do anything." Zhao Hai replied, "We have a lot of people in the Arctic continent. It's not like you don't have anyone you can use. Moreover, your imperial father already knows that you didn't go back because you were afraid of death. He even sent people to look for you. Therefore, it's time for you to go back. What do you think? Do you want to go back? The jade flood dragon thought for a moment before it shook its head and said, let's wait. The first batch of fish from the fish farm is about to be produced. Moreover, I'm almost done with the summarization of my techniques. Let's wait for a month. After I've dealt with the matters at hand, I'll go back to the Arctic continent. What do you think? Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, then we'll wait for a month. Don't tire yourself too much. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. I'm just afraid that something might happen in the Ice Jade country, so I want you to prepare in advance. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, I understand what you mean. You're afraid that I won't be able to see my old man for the last time. Rest assured, he won't die that easily. Alright, I won't talk nonsense with you. The fish farm is still busy. The aquatic plants are growing very fast, and the fish like to eat them. There's a lot of data that needs to be re-recorded. I'll be taking my leave now. Then the Jade Flood Dragon stood up and walked out. It had no intention of staying. Xiaohai shook his head and didn't pay attention to the Jade Flood Dragon. The Jade Flood Dragon was now like a scholar. Once it did something, it would be very serious. This was something that Xiaohai didn't expect. Xiaohai also inquired about the Jade Flood Dragon's recent activities in the fish farm. It was a bit like the time when he taught his students how to improve plants. All the changes of the fish were recorded. Because of this, Xiaohai's workload increased a lot. After the Jade Flood Dragon left, Xiaohai paid attention to the situation of the other continents. The Tree Spirit continent also received news. The people of the Tree Spirit continent were now aware of the invasion of the Arctic continent. Moreover, the Tree Spirit continent had begun to recruit troops. It seems like they were preparing for a big war. At the same time, the Thick Earth continent had also begun to recruit troops. All the countries were preparing for war. It seems like the Thick Earth continent had also discovered that the situation was going out of control. Therefore, they also began to prepare in advance. However, the situation of the volcano continent surprised Xiaohai. Although the volcano continent had united and began to recruit troops, they weren't attacked. Moreover, they didn't seem to be in a hurry to prepare for war. It was as if they weren't worried at all. This was really surprising. What surprised Xiaohai the most was the Ruijing continent. The situation there was really beyond Xiaohai's expectation. The Ghost Faces people seemed to be lying dormant in the Ruijing continent. They didn't attack the other continents, they didn't even touch the last resistance of the Ruijing continent. This really surprised Xiaohai. But in any case, the Ruijing continent was very quiet, to the point that it was abnormal. It can be said that the current situation of the 5 spiritual realms was caused by the Ghost Faces people occupying the Ruijing continent. But now, the Ghost Faces people seem to have become bystanders. This was really puzzling. But Xiaohai and the others couldn't do anything except defend with all their strength. Xiaohai wanted to know what would happen to the 5 spiritual realms next. In any case, Xiaohai didn't intend to move before the 5 spiritual realms were in chaos. But if he moved now, he would immediately attract the attention of the 3 forces of the 5 spiritual realms. At that time, his strength would be completely exposed, which would change the situation of the 5 spiritual realms. Jade Flood Dragon stood in front of the Ice Jade country's imperial palace and looked at it. To be honest, he didn't have any feelings for this place. If it wasn't for his father, he wouldn't have come here. This was because he didn't have a good impression of this place. However, he still came back. It has been a month since Xiaohai had a talk with him. During this month, Jade Flood Dragon handed over the cultivation method to Xiaohai. The fish farm also started to produce fish. Moreover, the people he taught were now able to manage the fish farm. Because of this, Jade Flood Dragon didn't need to worry about anything. Because of this, he had time to do his own things. The situation of the Ice Jade country wasn't very good. To be exact, the situation of the entire Ice Ocean continent wasn't very good. After the Tree Spirit continent attacked the Ice Ocean continent, although they only occupied 2 countries, it was equivalent to planting a nail in the Ice Ocean continent. The people of the Ice Ocean continent were now in a passive position. If they start a war with the Tree Spirit continent, it might lead to a war between the Ice Ocean continent and the Ice Ocean continent. In the end, the Ice Ocean continent would lose. If they don't fight, then the Ice Ocean continent would always be under the control of the Tree Spirit continent. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had received news that the Thick Earth continent and the Volcanic continent had officially formed an alliance. A transcontinental transmission formation had been established between the two continents. It can be said that the two continents have become one. This news came not long ago. However, Zhao Hai didn't know if the Ice Ocean continent was aware of this news. This was because the cities of the Ice Ocean continent were now under the control of the Tree Spirit continent. It can be said that the Ice Ocean continent wasn't having a good time. It was precisely because of this that the Jade Flood Dragon returned to the Ice Jade country. He wanted to inform his father about the recent happenings on the continent. At the same time, he wanted to think of a way to make the Ice Jade country lean towards the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Jialong didn't do this to betray the Ice Jade country, but because he knew very well that the Ice Jade country wouldn't have a good ending regardless of whether it was the Tree Spirit realm or the Ghost Face realm. Even if they were to face the Lost Soul Empire, they wouldn't have a good boundary either. Even if the Lost Soul Empire didn't do anything to the people of the Ice Jade country, the Ice Jade country wouldn't be able to exist in the future. Of course, with his relationship with Zhao Hai, it wouldn't be a problem for the Yu family to become a wealthy family in the future. However, he didn't want the Yu family to become like that. No matter what, he was still a member of the Yu family and he still hoped that the Yu family could become better. But as long as he came back and made the Ice Jade country lean towards the Lost Soul Empire, then the Yu family wouldn't have any problems in the future. He might even become the governor of a province. Then, the Yu family would be guaranteed riches for at least several generations. Looking at the imperial palace, Yu Jialong sighed. Then he walked towards the imperial palace. Just as he arrived at the gate, he was immediately stopped by a guard. The guard glared at him and was about to scold him. But when he saw Yu Jialong and Yu Dabin, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately became happy and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. Your Highness, you're back. His Majesty is looking for you." Yu Jialong nodded, then he said, "Help me pass the message. Tell him that I have something to discuss with Imperial Father." The guard nodded and immediately went to pass the message. At the same time, he politely invited Yu Jialong to a side room inside the Imperial Palace and had Yu Jialong wait there. Not long after Yu Jialong arrived in the room, a eunuch ran in from outside. This eunuch was none other than Zhongzhen. As soon as Zhongzhen entered the room, he saw Yu Jialong and Yu Dabin. He excitedly saluted Yu Jialong and said, "Your Highness, you're finally back. His Majesty sent people to look for you everywhere but they couldn't find you. Your Highness, come with me to see His Majesty." Yu Jialong stood up and smiled at Zhongzhen. "Eunuch Zhong, I didn't expect you to come here personally. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go. I haven't seen Imperial Father for a long time, I miss him very much." Zhongzhen was Yu Yunlong's close companion at the beginning, just like the relationship between Yu Yunlong and Yu Jialong. Therefore, Yu Yunlong trusted Zhongzhen very much. It could be said that Zhongzhen's status in the Imperial Palace might be higher than that of ordinary princes. Therefore, princes like Yu Jialong respected Zhongzhen very much. When Zhongzhen heard Yu Jialong, he quickly replied, "Your Highness is too polite. Please come with me." Then he led Yu Jialong outside. Yu Jialong followed Zhongzhen into the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace of the Ice Jade country was very big. It was mostly made of wood and soil. However, the exterior was covered with a layer of ice, making it look very beautiful. Before long, the group arrived at a study inside the Imperial Palace. This was where Yu Yunlong worked. Yu Jialong has lived in the Imperial Palace for more than 10 years, so he naturally knew where this place was. Because of this, he didn't enter the room and instead waited for Zhongzhen to report. Before long, Zhongzhen came out. He cupped his fist towards Yu Jialong and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty invites you in." Yu Jialong nodded and then directly entered the room. This was a very big room. The floor was paved with a layer of animal skin. It was soft to step on, just like stepping on clouds. There were several shelves in the room. Some shelves were filled with books while others were filled with jade and porcelain. In the middle of the room was a copper furnace that emitted waves of heat. In the innermost part of the room was a couch. A man who looked to be in his 50s was sitting on the couch while looking at Yu Jialong. Yu Jialong quickly knelt down and said, "This son greets Imperial Father. Long live Imperial Father." Yu Yunlong coldly snorted and said, "You still know how to come back? Could it be that just because I asked you to leave the palace and build a 20-person prince's mansion, you became angry with me and ran away without a trace? How dare you?" Yu Jialong straightened his body, but he still knelt down and said, "I'm not angry with Imperial Father. In fact, I wouldn't have come back if it wasn't to send you a letter. I'm very happy that Imperial Father made me leave the Imperial Palace. The last time I left, I just wanted to see the continent. I'm not angry with Imperial Father." "Humph, then what did you see? Now that the situation on the continent is so tense, you can still come and go as you please. You can even come back without anyone knowing. You are quite capable. I don't have much ability, but I have a very capable friend. This time, I came back because I have some news to tell Father, so I had no choice but to come back." Hearing Yu Jialong's words, Yu Yunlong had to take it seriously. Last time, because he didn't believe Yu Jialong's words, they were now in a passive position. Now that Yu Jialong came back to deliver a letter, he had to take it seriously. Therefore, he looked at Yu Jialong and said, "All right, stand up and talk." Yu Yunlong thanked Yu Jialong and stood up. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong and pointed at a chair beside him. He said in a deep voice, "Have a seat. What news did you bring back this time?" After Yu Jialong sat down, he looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Imperial Father, this son wants to know what news you've received about the 5 spirit realms. I'm talking about the other continents." Yu Yunlong didn't understand what Yu Jialong meant. But he still frowned and said, "There's a lot of news. The Ruijing continent has been occupied by the Ghost Face continent. The Tree Spirit continent has invaded the Arctic Ocean. The countries of the Volcanic continent have formed an alliance. The Thick Earth continent should have formed an alliance as well. As for the Arctic Ocean continent, although the countries of the Tree Spirit continent have formed an alliance, the situation has become very bad." Yu Jialong said, "Apart from these, did Imperial Father receive any other news? For example, why did the Tree Spirit continent suddenly invade the Arctic Ocean continent? Why did the 2 countries of the Arctic Ocean continent suddenly surrender?" Yu Yunlong stared, then he frowned and said, "You know about this? News about the Tree Spirit continent isn't that easy to obtain. I don't know why, but since a few months ago, there's been very little news about the Tree Spirit continent. It's strange, I don't know what happened there." Looking at Yu Yunlong, Yu Jialong said in a deep voice, "I can tell you about this, Father. A few months ago, a spatial passage appeared in the sky above the Tree Spirit continent. It was sent by the Upper Realm. Now, the Tree Spirit continent is under the control of the Upper Realm. The 2 countries in the Arctic Ocean continent surrendered because the invaders might be from the Upper Realm. Perhaps, the 2 countries were just pawns set up by the Upper Realm and are only being used now. It's all because of the Upper Realm's arrival." "The Upper Realm? You mean the spiritual realm? You mean the spiritual realm sent people to the Tree Spirit continent? And they even took control of the continent?" Yu Yunlong's expression changed when he heard Yu Jialong. Yu Jialong nodded and said, "Yes, Father. That's exactly what I meant. The Tree Spirit continent is under the control of people from the realm of sorcerers. The invasion of the Ice Ocean continent was done by them. They might have come to the lower realm for Ghost Face. Ghost Face has released a demon god. That demon god seems to have fought with the people from the realm of sorcerers for the right to rule the realm of sorcerers. Therefore, the realm of sorcerers attaches great importance to the demon god." "How did you get this information?" Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong and asked in a deep voice. Yu Jialong replied in a deep voice, "I told you, I have a great friend. He got all this information. In order to get this information, he lost a lot of people. In fact, he was the one who found out that Ghost Face released the demon god. He was also the one who told me to come back and deliver this information to you." "Humph, I didn't know that there was such a well-informed person in the 5 spiritual realm. Did you go out with him this time? Where the hell are you?" Why couldn't I find you when I sent people to look for you? This son is indeed with him. He was the one who got this information. What other news did he receive? Yu Yunlong looked at Jade Jialong. Jade Jialong replied, the countries of the thick earth continent have united. Moreover, they have also joined forces with the volcanic continent. Transmission formations have been established between the two continents, allowing them to directly reach the other continent. Is this news true? Yu Yunlong's expression couldn't help but change upon hearing this. The jade serpent nodded and said, of course it's true. All the information is true. It's because of this that I hurried back home. Although the people of the tree spirit continent only control 2 countries on the Arctic continent, the 2 countries control the Arctic continent. All the ports of the Arctic continent are the most important means of communication between the Arctic continent and other continents. That's why the Arctic continent hasn't received this information. Yu Yunlong didn't speak. He was doubting Jade Jialong's words before. But now that Jade Jialong said this, he began to believe it. This was because they really haven't received any news from the other continents for some time. Yu Yunlong looked at Jade Jialong and said, then how did you come back? How did you get this news? Just as Yu Yunlong finished speaking, Zhangzhen's voice was heard, Your Majesty, the 4th prince requests an audience. Yu Yunlong couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Then his brows slowly relaxed as he said, let him in. Zhangzhen nodded and then opened the door. Then a person came in. The person who came in looked to be around 30 years old. He had a tall and straight figure and looked very handsome. He wore silk clothes that made him look even more imposing. He was born with a noble aura. This aura didn't make people feel that he was overbearing, it even made people feel that he was born to be this kind of person. He was Yu Yunlong's 4th son, Jade Jialong's 4th brother, Yu Failong. He was also the most likely successor of the Ice Jade country. After entering the room, Yu Failong knelt before Yu Yunlong and said, Son greets Imperial Father. Long live Imperial Father. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, all right, Failong, you can get up. Yu Failong nodded and stood up. As soon as he stood up, the Jade Flood Dragon saluted him and said, Greetings, 4th brother. Long time no see. How have you been? Yu Failong looked at Yu Jialong and smiled, 8th brother, you've been worried sick. You've been there for so many days. Father and I were worried about you. Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, it's fine. I just went out for a stroll. It's boring to stay in Ice Jade City all the time. Last time, I wanted to play around in the 5 spiritual realms. But because of Ghost Face, I had to come back. Then I left the Imperial Palace and had nothing to do. Naturally, I had to carry on with my plan. Yu Failong nodded, then he said with an apologetic expression, speaking of this matter, it was my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. 8th brother, it's your 4th brother's fault. Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, you can't blame 4th brother. After all, this matter was too exaggerated. It's understandable that you didn't believe me. But it's fine now, 4th brother doesn't need to worry about it. Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, all right, Fei take a seat. Listen to Jiao. This time, he brought back some news. This news is very important to our Ice Jade country. Upon hearing Yu Yunlong, Yu Failong's eyes flashed with a cold light. But since he was saluting Yu Yunlong with his head down, nobody saw it. He sat down on a chair next to the couch and looked at Jade Flood Dragon. Yu Jialong also smiled at him. He didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he turned to Yu Yunlong and said, Father, I've already told you that I got this information from my friend. As for where my friend is right now, I can't tell you. Once this information is leaked, he will be in danger. Yu Yunlong smiled at Yu Yunlong and said, Father, I've already told you. Yu Yunlong snorted with dissatisfaction, there's only the 3 of us in the room. How could this information be leaked? Don't you trust your 4th brother and me? Jade Flood Dragon said, it's not that I don't trust your 4th brother, but I promised my friend that I wouldn't tell anyone about him. I don't want to violate my oath. So Imperial Father, please forgive me. Yu Yunlong snorted and didn't ask any more. Instead, he said, did you come back this time just to tell me this information? Don't tell me you still want to leave? No, I don't plan to leave this time. In fact, it won't be easy to leave. Now that the estuary has been sealed, I can't leave even if I want to, the Jade Serpent said solemnly. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, since you're back, then don't leave. I'll give you a task in a few days. Do it well. The 5 spirit realms are in a state of flux right now. Our family needs to survive this crisis together. Both Jade Flood Dragon and Yu Filong nodded. Yu Yunlong said, Jiaoer just said that the thick earth continent and the volcanic continent have formed an alliance. Moreover, they have established a transmission formation between them. But we've been blocked by the tree spirit continent. It seems like if we want to form an alliance with the thick earth continent, we must break through the tree spirit continent's blockade. Hearing this, Yu Feilong couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he looked at Yu Feilong and said, so the thick earth continent has formed an alliance with the volcano continent. Father, can our Arctic continent form an alliance with the tree spirit continent? Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Feilong and said in a deep voice, you don't know, but a few months ago, a spatial passage appeared in the sky of the tree spirit continent. People from the upper realm have already taken control of the tree spirit continent. Even the invasion of the Arctic continent this time might have been ordered by them. Do you think that the upper realm would agree to form an alliance with us under such circumstances? Yu Feilong nodded and said, you're right. What? People from the spiritual realm have come? Imperial Father, is this news true? If it's true, then we'll be in trouble. Yu Feilong couldn't help but stare when he heard Yu Yunlong. Then his expression changed. Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, this news was brought back by Jiaoer, so it shouldn't be fake. Moreover, the surrender of those 2 countries is too strange, so I believe that this news should be true. What we need to do now is to figure out how to deal with this matter. Yu Feilong didn't say anything. He was already shocked by the news. He didn't know what to say, so he simply kept quiet. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Feilong and Yu Jialong before he sighed and said, you 2 go back first. It's useless for us to discuss this matter. We need to inform the other countries about this so that everyone can come up with a solution. After all, the Arctic continent doesn't belong to the Ice Jade country, it belongs to them as well. Let's see what they want to do. The 2 stood up and nodded. Then they said in unison, this son will take his leave. Yu Yunlong nodded and waved his hand. Then the 2 left. After the 2 left the study, Yu Feilong turned to Yu Jialong and said with a faint smile, I didn't expect 8th brother to bring back such important information. The information you brought back last time was also very important. I didn't expect 8th brother to be an expert in gathering information. Yu Jialong nodded and said, 8th brother, I didn't expect you to bring back such important information. Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, 4th brother must be joking. I'm not an expert in intelligence. It's just that a friend of mine told me this information, so I just told Imperial Father the truth. Right, 4th brother, I've been away for a long time. My residence needs to be cleaned up. I'll be heading back first. If I have time, I'll visit 4th brother. Yu Feilong smiled and said, how can I let you visit me? You just came back, so you need to take a good rest. Right, is there anything you need? Tell me, I'll help you. Nothing. Thank you, 4th brother. My residence isn't big and there aren't many people using it. There's no need to trouble 4th brother. Alright, but if there's anything, you must tell me. We're brothers, so don't be polite. I won't. Rest assured, 4th brother. If there's anything, I'll definitely look for you. Then the 2 parted ways. Jade Flood Dragon quickly left the palace. When he arrived at the entrance of the palace, he saw Yudipan standing there. Yudipan immediately went over. Yudipan bowed to Jade Flood Dragon and said, Your Highness, the residence has been cleaned up. We've also found the people we need. Let's go back and rest. Jade Flood Dragon nodded and then followed Yudipan back to his residence. Actually, Yudipan's words weren't an ordinary reply. He was telling Jade Flood Dragon that the person he wanted to see was already in his residence. Jade Flood Dragon returned to the Ice Ocean continent this time in order for the Lost Soul Empire to appear in the open. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly gave Tang Ming an order. When Jade Flood Dragon arrived in Ice Jade City, Tang Ming was to find Jade Flood Dragon and cooperate with him. They must let the Lost Soul Empire enter the Ice Ocean continent. It didn't take long for Jade Flood Dragon to return to his mansion. There were already 2 guards standing in front of the gate. When the 2 guards saw Jade Flood Dragon, they immediately saluted and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Jade Flood Dragon looked at the 2 guards and then nodded before entering the residence. He was very clear that the residence was now filled with people from the Lost Soul Empire. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't trust him and sent these people to monitor him. Instead, it was to ensure his safety. This time, the news that Jade Flood Dragon brought back was shocking enough. It would also disrupt the plans of the people from the spiritual realm. The reason why the people from the spiritual realm didn't show up was because they didn't want others to know that they were here. Now that Jade Flood Dragon brought back this news, it naturally disrupted the plans of the people from the spiritual realm. When the time comes, countless people would want to kill Jade Flood Dragon. Therefore, Zhao Hai had Tang Ming bring the experts from the 5 spiritual realms into Jade Flood Dragon's residence in the name of servants and guards. This was to facilitate their work and also to protect Jade Flood Dragon. Before Jade Flood Dragon came back, Zhao Hai had already told Jade Flood Dragon about this. Jade Flood Dragon didn't object, it was better to have someone to protect him. Because of this, Yu Depan told Jade Flood Dragon about the current situation in the residence. After Yu Jiaolong entered the mansion, Yu Daban immediately led Yu Jiaolong to the main hall of the mansion. A person was sitting there drinking tea. When he saw Yu Jiaolong, he immediately stood up and cupped his fist towards Yu Jiaolong. "Tang Ming greets Your Highness." "This one greets you." Jade Flood Dragon looked at Tang Ming and then at the soul above his head. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Tang Ming and then smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness doesn't need to feel strange. Our soul has been modified by the disguise formation. Therefore, you can't see any flaws. Your Highness doesn't need to worry." Jade Serpent nodded and cupped his fists towards Tang Ming. "I've heard old Zhao mention you before. You've already arrived at the Ice Ocean continent before old Zhao left, right? Thank you for your hard work." Tang Ming was also aware of the relationship between Jade Flood Dragon and Zhao Hai. Therefore, he didn't feel disgusted when Jade Flood Dragon called Zhao Hai old Zhao. Instead, he smiled and said, "Your Highness is too polite. Since boss gave me this task, I naturally have to do it well. I can't let boss down. However, Your Highness is still in charge of this operation in the Arctic continent." Jade Flood Dragon nodded. He knew that Tang Ming's identity wasn't simple. His status in the Lost Soul Empire was very high. After being in the Empire for so long, although he didn't meet Zhao Hai that many times, the people of the Empire were still very polite to him because he was friends with Zhao Hai. Therefore, he knew a lot about the Lost Soul Empire. Let's take the higher-ups of the Empire as an example. The higher-ups of the Empire were divided into 2 types. One was Wen Hai, Stonemer, and the others who were close to Zhao Hai. Among them, Stonemer and the others were young Master Zhao Hai. These people were the most loyal to Zhao Hai and the most trusted by Zhao Hai. But what was strange was that these people didn't hold any important positions in the Empire. However, their status in the Empire was definitely very high. On the other hand, Wen Hai and the others were different. They were Zhao Hai's subordinates when he first entered the secret realm. They were very close to Zhao Hai. They would never betray Zhao Hai. They addressed Zhao Hai as head. Their status in the Lost Soul Empire was very high. It can be said that they were the main members of the higher-ups of the Empire. The other type of people were those who joined the Lost Soul Empire later. These people might be city lords or kings who were conquered by Zhao Hai or took the initiative to surrender to the Lost Soul Empire. They joined the Lost Soul Empire and became governors. But because they performed well and were very loyal to the Empire, they were promoted and became the higher-ups of the Empire. The representative of such people was Long Tianlin. Long Tianlin's status in the Lost Soul Empire was very high. There were even rumors that he would be the next king of the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, judging from Zhao Hai's actions, this should be the case. Tang Ming was Zhao Hai's leader. He was the first person to enter the 5-spirit realm to help Zhao Hai collect information. It can be imagined how high his status in the Lost Soul Empire was. Tang Ming was the first person to enter the 5-spirit realm to help Zhao Hai collect information. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, rumors and hostile gazes were nothing. After all, words can't kill people, and gazes can't kill people. But in fact, rumors can kill people, and hostile gazes can kill people. There was an old saying in China, thousands of people die, but they don't die of disease. It can also be said that public opinion can melt gold, and accumulation can destroy bones. If you were in a place where everyone treated you as an enemy and only looked at you with enmity, that would be a very scary thing. Jade Flood Dragon didn't think about this before. He always thought that what he did was beneficial to the Ice Jade country. Therefore, the people of the country had no reason to be hostile to him. But today, when Tang Ming talked about what his brothers did, Jade Flood Dragon immediately felt boundless anger. He thought that his brothers had betrayed the Ice Jade country. But when Tang Ming said that what he and his brothers did was no different in other people's eyes, Jade Flood Dragon understood that Tang Ming was warning him in another way. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Tang Ming with a pale face and said, "Mr. Tang, were there people like me in the Lost Soul Empire?" Tang Ming nodded and said, "Yes, there were a lot. There were a lot of people like you." Jade Flood Dragon looked at Tang Ming and said, "What happened to them in the end?" "It's nothing much. In the end, their countries were all placed in the Lost Soul Empire. They're still governors, and they're very happy as well. They even have the support of everyone in their states." "How is that possible? Isn't everyone hostile to him? How can he still be a governor? How can he still have the support of those people?" "It's very simple. In the beginning, it was very difficult for him. But as long as he can endure for a while, then everything will be fine. You should know that the living conditions of the Lost Soul Empire are much better compared to other places. The living conditions of the people in the Arctic continent aren't very good either. As long as you can endure the initial period, and make their living conditions better and better, then they will slowly change their minds. Therefore, Your Highness needs to be mentally prepared." Jade Jiao Dragon was silent for a moment. He knew very well that the initial period that Tang Ming mentioned was not so easy to endure. Tang Ming looked at the Jade Serpent and said in a deep voice, "Actually, as long as Your Highness truly controls the Ice Jade Kingdom, you can advertise to the Lost Soul Empire and let everyone know how good they are. When the war with the Tree Spirit Continent starts, you can logically invite the Lost Soul Empire to enter the Ice Jade Kingdom. If you do well, you'll encounter less resistance." Tang Ming nodded. The Jade Serpent smiled wryly. He knew that although Tang Ming made it sound easy, it wouldn't be easy to do it. Most importantly, it wouldn't be easy for him to take control of the Ice Jade country in a short period of time. And if the people from the Tree Spirit Realm suddenly attacked the Ice Ocean continent, then he wouldn't have the time to do so. Even if the people from the Tree Spirit continent don't make a move, don't forget that there's still the Ghost Face Army. Nobody knows when the Ghost Face Army will make a move. Therefore, this matter would only become more troublesome. Tang Ming looked at the Jade Serpent and said in a deep voice, "So now it depends on what Your Highness will do. This information is very useful for Your Highness. But if you directly tell His Majesty this information, I'm afraid that His Majesty won't believe it and will be dissatisfied with Your Highness. What do you think, Your Highness?" The Jade Serpent let out a long sigh and then murmured, "Yes, this matter is indeed not easy. I think it's better to let Father know about this matter. Do you have any ideas?" Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "I do have some ideas. His Majesty has an intelligence network, and there are some of our people in this network. Therefore, it's not difficult for us to let His Majesty know about this information." The Jade Serpent stared blankly, then he looked at Tang Ming and said, "You mean, there are some of our people in Father's intelligence network? Old Zhao is too awesome, isn't he? How long has he been in the Five Spirit Realm? How can he establish such a large intelligence network? Are those people reliable? You should know that the people in Father's intelligence network are generally the ones he trusts the most." Tang Ming smiled and said, "They're reliable, absolutely reliable. Your Highness, don't worry. I can arrange for people to pass this information to His Majesty's ears in the shortest time possible." Yu Jialong nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, go do it. We have to let Father know about this as soon as possible. This matter is very important to both us and Father. If we allow them to continue working together, who knows what will happen." Tang Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Your Highness, don't worry. The jade serpent nodded and then looked at Tang Ming and said, "What are we going to do next?" Tang Ming smiled and said, "It's best if you don't do anything. His Highness has just returned, so the other Highnesses should be paying attention to your movements. As long as you make any movements, they would immediately investigate. This is disadvantageous to us. Therefore, I'll say the same thing, just wait for His Majesty to assign you some tasks." The jade serpent nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, I understand. You can arrange for the people in the residence. Don't make any trouble and don't let anyone find out the identities of the people in the residence." Tang Ming smiled and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. Everyone in the residence has their own identities. We won't let anyone find out anything. Your Highness, I'll take my leave first. I'm now the steward of your residence. If you need anything, you can tell me to do it." After saying that, Tang Ming stood up and bowed to the jade serpent before leaving the room. Seeing Tang Ming leave the room, the jade serpent sighed and turned to his partner and murmured, "Partner, why do you think they're doing this? Are they really doing this for the good of Imperial Father?" Partner Yu shook his head and said, "No, they're doing this for power. Your Highness, you have the support of the Lost Soul Empire. You can get all the power in the Ice Jade country in the shortest time possible. You can do this, right? But you don't have any intention to harm His Majesty. As for the other Highnesses, I don't know. I can't say for sure." The jade serpent stared, then his expression changed as he said, "You mean, they might harm Imperial Father? That's impossible, right? Do they have the guts to do that?" Partner Yu replied, "Why wouldn't they? Maybe they don't have the guts to do that when no one supports them. But when someone supports them, and that person has absolute strength, they'll certainly have the guts." The jade serpent was silent. After some time, he sighed and said, "Is power really that good? For that position, they're actually willing to do such a thing." Partner Yu replied, "Not everyone is willing to be ordinary like Your Highness. Speaking of which, Your Highness was able to make friends with Mr. Zhao Hai because of your character." The jade serpent smiled bitterly, then he sighed and said, "Yes, I think I'm free and easy. But compared to old Zhao, I'm really far behind. What he pursues is completely different from what I pursue. What I pursued before was nothing more than to live a carefree life. But what he pursues is immortality. To be honest, if I were the king of the Lost Soul Empire, I wouldn't be willing to give it up." Partner, you didn't say anything else. The jade serpent let out a long sigh and muttered, "I wonder how Yu-Er and Ing-Er are doing. Yu-Er is pregnant, but I can't stay by his side." Sigh. Yu Dabin replied, "There's nothing we can do about it. We don't know when the situation in the Arctic continent will deteriorate. Although we have a portable transmission formation, it's still not safe. Mr. Zhao said that when people from the spiritual realm come, they might bring some formations with them. But a portable transmission formation cannot be used inside a formation. If they really do use a formation, then it wouldn't be easy for us to leave like last time." Yu Dabin nodded and said, "Actually, I don't think that the spiritual realm's people would be able to use it." The jade serpent nodded and said, "All right, it's also good to leave them there. If they follow us back, they'll only leave us with a flaw. I believe that old Zhao will take good care of them." Yu Dapan replied, "Certainly, Mr. Zhao is a person who values friendship very much. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, his relationship with Your Highness is very good. He really regards Your Highness as a good friend, I have never doubted this." Yu Dapan nodded, "Mr. Zhao is a person who values friendship very much. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in the Lost Soul Empire." The jade serpent smiled and said, "Yeah, that guy values friendship too much. When I was young, I wondered how he became the king of the Lost Soul Empire. With his character, he really isn't suitable to be the king of a country." "I think it's because of his strength," Yu Dapan said. "And with Mr. Zhao's character, there are both good and bad points. The bad point is that he is too sentimental, and people may take advantage of him. But the good thing is that as long as people come in contact with him, very few people will betray him." The jade serpent nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, those who have been in contact with him generally won't betray him. His personal charm is really too strong." Yu Dabin smiled and said, "It's not just Your Highness, even this old servant has been impressed by Mr. Zhao's charisma." This old servant heard that Mr. Zhao has a dream. He wants to go to the upper realm and lead the ascended people of the Lost Soul Empire to compete with the upper realm. In the end, the upper realm would become part of the Lost Soul Empire. I don't know if this is true or not. Yu Dabin smiled and said, Mr. Zhao's dream is to go to the upper realm and lead the ascended people of the Lost Soul Empire. It's true. This news is not a secret among the higher-ups of the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire has had several conflicts with the swordsmanship world, but they won in the end. Oh, they're also in contact with a person from the sword spiritual realm. That person from the sword spiritual realm will go to the secret realm from the upper realm to cultivate every few years. This is not a secret in the Lost Soul Empire. It seems that your highness is very lucky to make friends with Mr. Zhao Hai. Yu Jialong looked at Tang Ming and smiled, Mr. Tang, there's no need to be so polite. Let's sit down and talk. I want to know how many people we can mobilize in the Arctic continent. Tang Ming smiled and said, we have enough people. But in the Ice Jade country, it's not a problem for us to gather several tens of thousands of people. If we add in the people from other countries, then we can mobilize even more people. Moreover, there are many experts among them. Yu Jialong stared, then his expression changed as he said, so many people? Amazing, amazing. Tang Ming replied, that's nothing. These people were left behind by boss. Later on, I also expanded them a little. But I didn't expand them a lot. The people left behind by boss are the main force. Moreover, they will never betray the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Jialong nodded and said, that's good. Right, I want to know, how do you communicate with so many people? Are they all in Ice Jade City? Tang Ming shook his head and said, no, there are some people in every city. They're mainly responsible for collecting information and sending it to me. We usually use transmission formations to transmit information. Tang Ming nodded and said, that's not it. Yu Jialong nodded, he finally understood how Tang Ming and the others collected information. He said, then what do you think we should do next, Mr. Tang? Tang Ming said in a deep voice. Your Highness, what did you talk about with His Majesty this time? Yu Jialong told Tang Ming everything he said. Then he looked at Tang Ming and said, that's all we talked about. Mister, what do you think we should do next? Tang Ming replied with a deep voice, there's no need to worry. The current situation in the Arctic continent is not something that can be changed by one person. Unless Boss or Ghostface's army comes, the situation in the Arctic continent won't change in a short time. Although the Tree Spirit continent has occupied 2 countries in a short period of time, those 2 countries might be their chess pieces. It would be much easier for them to occupy other countries. In this case, if we act recklessly, we'll only expose ourselves. Therefore, we don't need to worry. Tang Ming replied with a deep voice. Yu Jialong nodded and then said, you mean that we need to take it slow? I can understand that. But we still need to do something, right? We can't just do nothing, right? Tang Ming smiled and said, of course we can't just do nothing. Didn't His Majesty say that he would give you some errands? It's easy to get things done. If you want to get things done, you need to use people. When the time comes, you can naturally use our people and let them have an honorable identity. Isn't that good? Yu Jialong nodded and said, mean to say, my brothers have their own subordinates. I think it's acceptable for me to establish my own subordinates. Tang Ming nodded and said, so what we need to do now is to build up your team and let you have more power in the Ice Jade Kingdom. When you have more power in the Ice Jade Kingdom, then we can do more things. With the support of the leader, we don't need to worry about anything. Tang Ming nodded and said, you're right. Yu Jialong nodded, then he said, all right, then let's do it this way. We don't need to be in a hurry. Let's take it slow. Tang Ming nodded, then he said, we have a lot of people in the Ice Jade City. Therefore, you have a lot of subordinates at your disposal. But we can't expose all of them. Yu Jialong replied, I understand. You don't need to worry. Are the people in my mansion our people? Tang Ming nodded and said, right, everyone in the mansion is now our people. You can rest assured. Yu Jialong said, do we still have people in the 2 countries occupied by the Tree Spirit continent? Yes, but the 2 cities have been occupied by the people of the Tree Spirit continent. Their surveillance of the two countries is very strict. Our intelligence agents are in a state of hibernation. They won't go out and ask for information. Otherwise, they might be exposed. Therefore, they can't collect much information. Just like when the tree spirit continent attacked the ice ocean continent, we didn't get any information because of their strict surveillance. Only when it happened did we know that we were in a passive position. Yes, we are indeed in a passive position. In other words, we can't collect too much information about the two countries. This is very disadvantageous for us. Tang Ming said, no matter what, we have to do our own thing. If we can really control the entire Ice Jade country, then our Lost Soul Empire's army would be able to enter the Ice Jade country. Then no matter what happens, we would be in an invincible position. But right now, we can't. Yu Jialong stared, then he looked at Tang Ming and said, what do you mean? Do you want us to usurp the throne? Tang Ming waved his hand and said, of course not. How can we do that? I'm talking about control. Do you think the Yu family can control the entire Ice Jade country? I don't think so. Jade Flood Dragon understood Tang Ming's intentions. Tang Ming wanted it to take control of some cities in the Ice Jade country. Then, the Bewitching Soul country's army would enter the Ice Jade country. This way, no matter what happens in the future, they would be invincible. Yu Jialong nodded, then he said, I think we can make some preparations. For example, we can build a large transmission formation in a suitable location. We can send warships directly to the Ice Jade country. Tang Ming nodded and said, this is the reason why I want to control the Ice Jade country. Large-scale transmission formations are very large, so there are a lot of things that need to be prepared. If we want to establish a transmission formation, then the area needed to be very large. If we can't control the Ice Jade country, then the transmission formation that we establish would be discovered very quickly. Yu Jialong frowned and said, but it's not that easy to control the Ice Jade country. My imperial father is still in his prime, it's impossible for him to hand over his authority. Tang Ming smiled and said, there's no need for His Majesty to hand over power. There are still a lot of things that we can do. For example, make His Majesty trust you more, then you can do a lot of things behind His Majesty's back. But if you want His Majesty to trust you more, then you need to make His Majesty trust your brothers less. I wonder if Your Highness can agree to this? Yu Jialong raised his eyebrows. He wouldn't object to this. His brothers had been scheming against him for a long time. Moreover, they might send people to kill him. How could he be polite to them? He wasn't a good person. Tang Ming looked at Yu Jialong and knew what he was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, if Your Imperial Majesty agrees, then I have a piece of news for you. This news might be of great use to Your Imperial Majesty. Yu Jialong looked at Tang Ming and asked, what news? Tang Ming replied in a deep voice, recently, some people have been coming in and out of the other Royal Highnesses' mansions. On the surface, these people are merchants, but after our investigation, we found that they aren't ordinary merchants. They all have one thing in common, they are merchants from the two countries occupied by the Tree Spirit continent. Moreover, they started to do business in the Ice Jade country a long time ago. It seems like they have settled down in the Ice Jade country, but most of their businesses are from the two countries. Every year, they would send some of their workers back to the two countries to do business, and there would also be people from the two countries working as workers in their shops. Even though the two countries have been occupied by the Tree Spirit continent, they didn't stop doing business with the two countries. On the contrary, their goods are coming in and out more frequently. Yu Jialong suddenly stood up. He stared at Tang Ming and asked, are you telling the truth? Tang Ming replied with a deep voice, I don't need to lie to Your Imperial Majesty about this matter. Your Imperial Majesty is now a member of the Lost Soul Empire, so I won't lie to you. I think Your Imperial Majesty should understand why those people are contacting the other Imperial Majesties. Yu Jialong walked around the room a few times and said, how can they do this? How can they do this? What benefits did the other side promise them to make them do such a thing? Tang Ming replied with a deep voice, isn't the throne of the Ice Jade country the greatest benefit? Your Imperial Majesty, don't forget that although the other two countries have surrendered to the people of the Tree Spirit continent, their kings are still on the throne. That is to say, they can control the Ice Jade country in a way similar to the Lost Soul Empire. If your Imperial Majesty is a member of the Lost Soul Empire, then it's not strange that the other Imperial Majesties are cooperating with the people of the Tree Spirit continent. How can it be the same? I let the Ice Jade country join the Lost Soul Empire because of the general trend. This will only bring benefits to our Yu family. The 5 spiritual realms will definitely become the Lost Soul Empire in the future. Now that I've joined it will only make the Yu family better. What's wrong with that? Tang Ming said with a deep voice, Your Imperial Majesty, don't forget that nobody in the 5 spiritual realms knows about the existence of the Lost Soul Empire. So, from the other Imperial Majesty's point of view, they are doing this for the good of the Yu family and also because of the general trend. Yu Jialong let out a long sigh. He turned to Tang Ming and said, You mean, I should understand them? Without the existence of the Lost Soul Empire, I would never surrender to the people of the Tree Spirit continent, even if I know that they have people sent down from the upper realm. Tang Ming said with a smile, I just want to tell your Imperial Majesty that what your Imperial Majesty has done is no different from what the other Imperial Majesties have done. Even in the eyes of the other people of the Ice Jade country, it's the same. Your Imperial Majesty should be mentally prepared in this regard. Yu Jialong's body trembled. He immediately understood the meaning of Tang Ming's words. When Zhao Hai asked him if he was willing to be the governor of the Ice Ocean continent, he said something similar to him. At that time, Yu Jialong agreed easily. But now, compared with the other Imperial Majesties, Yu Jialong found that he seemed to have underestimated the situation. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, rumors and hostile gazes were nothing. After all, words can't kill people, and gazes can't kill people. But in fact, rumors can kill people, and hostile gazes can kill people. There was an old saying in China, thousands of people die, but they don't die of disease. It can also be said that public opinion can melt gold, and accumulation can destroy bones. If you were in a place where everyone saw you as an enemy and only had hostile gazes towards you, that would be a very scary thing. Jade Flood Dragon didn't think about this before. He always thought that what he did was beneficial to the Ice Jade country. Therefore, the people of the country had no reason to be hostile to him. But today, when Tang Ming talked about what his brothers did, Jade Flood Dragon immediately felt boundless anger. He thought that his brothers had betrayed the Ice Jade country. But when Tang Ming said that what he and his brothers did was no different in other people's eyes, Jade Flood Dragon understood that Tang Ming was warning him in another way. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Tang Ming with a pale face and said, Mr. Tang, were there people like me in the Lost Soul Empire? Tang Ming nodded and said, Yes, there were a lot. There were a lot of people like you. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Tang Ming and said, What happened to them in the end? It's nothing much. In the end, their countries were all placed in the Lost Soul Empire. They're still governors, and they're very happy as well. They even have the support of everyone in their states. How is that possible? Isn't everyone hostile to him? How can he still be a governor? How can he still have the support of those people? It's very simple. In the beginning, it was very difficult for him. But as long as he can endure for a while, then everything will be fine. You should know that the living conditions of the Lost Soul Empire are much better compared to other places. The living conditions of the people in the Arctic continent aren't very good either. As long as you can endure the initial period, and make their living conditions better and better, then they will slowly change their minds. Therefore, Your Highness needs to be mentally prepared. Jade Jiao Dragon was silent for a moment. He knew very well that the initial period that Tang Ming mentioned was not so easy to endure. Tang Ming looked at the Jade Serpent and said in a deep voice, Actually, as long as Your Highness truly controls the Ice Jade Kingdom, you can advertise to the Lost Soul Empire and let everyone know how good they are. When the war with the Tree Spirit continent starts, you can logically invite the Lost Soul Empire into the Ice Jade Kingdom. If you do well, you will encounter much less resistance. The Jade Serpent smiled wryly. He knew that although Tang Ming made it sound easy, it wouldn't be easy to do it. Most importantly, it wouldn't be easy for him to take control of the Ice Jade country in a short period of time. And if the people of the Tree Spirit realm suddenly attacked the Ice Ocean continent, then he wouldn't have the time to do so. Even if the people of the Tree Spirit continent don't attack, don't forget that there's still the Ghostface army. Nobody knows when the Ghostface army will attack. Therefore, this matter would only become more troublesome. Tang Ming looked at the Jade Serpent and said in a deep voice, so now it depends on what your highness will do. This information is very useful for your highness. But if you directly tell His Majesty this information, I'm afraid that His Majesty won't believe it and will be dissatisfied with your highness. What do you think, your highness? The Jade Serpent let out a long sigh and then murmured, yes, this matter is indeed not easy. I think it's better to let father know about this. Do you have any ideas? Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, I do have some ideas. His Majesty has an intelligence network, and there are some of our people in this network. Therefore, it's not difficult for us to let His Majesty know about this information. The Jade Serpent stared blankly, then he looked at Tang Ming and said, you mean, there are some of our people in father's intelligence network? Old Zhao is too awesome, isn't he? How long has he been in the five-spirit realm? How can he establish such a large intelligence network? Are those people reliable? You should know that the people in father's intelligence network are generally the ones he trusts the most. Tang Ming smiled and said, they're reliable, absolutely reliable. Your Highness, don't worry. I can arrange for people to pass this information to His Majesty's ears in the shortest time possible. Yu Jialong nodded and said in a deep voice, all right, go ahead. We have to let father know about this as soon as possible. This matter is very important to us and father. If we allow them to continue colluding with each other, who knows what will happen. Tang Ming nodded and said, yes, I'll arrange it right away. Your Highness, don't worry. The Jade Serpent nodded, then he looked at Tang Ming and said, what are we going to do next? Tang Ming smiled and said, it's best if you don't do anything. His Highness has just returned, so the other Highnesses should be paying attention to your movements. As long as you make any movements, they would immediately investigate. This is disadvantageous to us. Therefore, I'll say the same thing, just wait for His Majesty to assign you some tasks. The Jade Serpent nodded and said in a deep voice, all right, I understand. You can arrange for the people in the residence. Don't make any trouble and don't let anyone find out the identities of the people in the residence. Tang Ming smiled and said, your Highness, don't worry. Everyone in the residence has their own identities. We won't let anyone find out anything. Your Highness, I'll take my leave first. I'm now the steward of your residence. If there's anything you need, I'll do it for you. After saying that, Tang Ming stood up and bowed to the Jade Serpent before leaving the room. Seeing Tang Ming leave the room, the Jade Serpent sighed and turned to his partner and murmured, partner, why do you think they're doing this? Are they really doing this for the good of Imperial Father? Partner Yu shook his head and said, no, they're doing this for power. Your Highness, you have the support of the Lost Soul Empire. You can get all the power in the Ice Jade country in the shortest time possible. You can do this, right? But you don't have any intention to harm His Majesty. As for the other Highnesses, I don't know. I can't say for sure. The Jade Serpent stared, then his expression changed as he said, you mean, they might harm Imperial Father? That's impossible, right? Do they have the guts to do that? Partner Yu replied, why wouldn't they? Maybe they don't have the guts to do that when no one supports them. But when someone supports them, and that person has absolute strength, they'll certainly have the guts. The Jade Serpent was silent. After some time, he sighed and said, is power really that good? For that position, they're willing to do such a thing. Partner Yu replied, not everyone is willing to be ordinary like your Highness. Speaking of which, your Highness was able to make friends with Mr. Zhao Hai because of your character. The Jade Serpent smiled bitterly, then he sighed and said, yes, I think I'm free and easy. But compared to old Zhao, I'm really far behind. What he pursues is completely different from what I pursue. What I pursued before was nothing more than to live a carefree life. But what he pursues is immortality. To be honest, if I were the king of the Lost Soul Empire, I wouldn't be willing to give it up. Partner, you didn't say anything else. The Jade Serpent let out a long breath and muttered, I wonder how Yu-Er and Ing-Er are doing. Yu-Er is pregnant, but I can't stay by his side. Sigh. Yu Dabin replied, there's nothing we can do about it. We don't know when the situation in the Arctic continent will deteriorate. Although we have a portable transmission formation, it's still not safe. Mr. Zhao said that when people from the spiritual realm come, they might bring some formations with them. But a portable transmission formation can't be used inside a formation. If they really do use a formation, then it wouldn't be easy for us to leave like last time. Yudaban nodded and said, that's right, we don't need to worry about it. Yudaban nodded and said, alright. The Jade Serpent nodded and said, alright, it's also good to leave them there. If they follow us back, they'll only leave us with a flaw. I believe that old Zhao will take good care of them. Yudapan replied, certainly, Mr. Zhao is a person who values friendship very much. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, his relationship with your highness is very good. He really regards your highness as a good friend, I have never doubted this. Yudapan nodded, Mr. Zhao is a person who values friendship very much. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in the Lost Soul Empire. The Jade Serpent smiled and said, yeah, that guy values friendship too much. When I was young, I wondered how he became the king of the Lost Soul Empire. With his character, he really isn't suitable to be the king of a country. I think it's because of his strength, Yudapan said. And with Mr. Zhao's character, there are both good and bad points. The bad point is that he is too sentimental, and people may take advantage of him. But the good thing is that as long as people come in contact with him, very few people will betray him. The Jade Serpent nodded and said with a smile, yeah, those who have been in contact with him generally won't betray him. His personal charm is really too strong. Partner Yu smiled and said, not only your highness, even this old servant has been impressed by Mr. Zhao Hai's personal charm after being in contact with him for a period of time. This old servant heard that Mr. Zhao Hai has a dream, that is, to go to the upper realm and lead all the ascended people of the Lost Soul Empire to compete with those from the upper realm. Finally, he will bring the upper realm into the Lost Soul Empire. I don't know if this news is true. It's true. This news is not a secret among the higher-ups of the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire has had several conflicts with the swordsmanship world. But in the end, the Lost Soul Empire won. By the way, the Lost Soul Empire is also in contact with a person from the Sword Spiritual Realm. That person from the Sword Spiritual Realm will go to the Secret Realm from the Upper Realm to cultivate every few years. This is not a secret in the Lost Soul Empire. It seems that your highness is very lucky to make friends with Mr. Zhao Hai. Bang! Yu Yunlong slammed the table hard. He looked at the person standing in front of him and said in a deep voice, is what you said true? The person immediately knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, everything I said is true. In fact, I have been paying attention to this matter for some time. The reason why I didn't report this matter to Your Majesty was because I wanted to investigate the identity of those people. Now, I have found out that many of those people's identities are fake. They are indeed people from those two countries. Bastards! How dare they? Yu Yunlong roared. Then he paced back and forth in the room. After a while, he slowly calmed down. Then he turned his head and said, all right, you can leave now. That person nodded and turned around to leave. After the person left, Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, Xianxia, come in. Xianxia responded and pushed the door open. Xianxia bowed to Yu Yunlong and said, Your Majesty, what are your orders? Xianxia, use the power in your hands to investigate this matter. See if this matter is true. Be quick. I want to know this news in the shortest time possible. Also, check on Jiao Er and see where she has been all these years. Oh right, check on that Zhao Hai. Isn't he the friend Jiao Er mentioned? Find out what his background is. Yes, Your Majesty. Please rest assured. I will arrange it immediately. The results will be found in the shortest time possible. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, by the way, let Jiao Long come to the palace now. I want to ask him what he has been doing all these years. Xianxia responded and turned to leave. Yu Yunlong sat on the chair with an ugly expression. The person who just left was the head of the intelligence department in his hands. This person didn't have a high position in the empire. He was only the head of the intelligence department. However, he was trusted by Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong's intelligence network was controlled by him. This time, he brought news to Yu Yunlong that many people from the ice-soaring country and the icebound country had been entering and exiting the prince's mansions. They had secret dealings with the princes. The Icicle Nation and the Icicle Nation were the two nations that had surrendered to the Tree Spirit continent. How could he not be angry when people from those two nations entered and left his son's mansion? In the Arctic continent, aside from the ice-soaring country and the icebound country, all the other countries were targeting these two countries. Putting aside the fact that his sons were in contact with the people of these two countries, even if they didn't have such intentions, if this matter was known to the other countries, then the Ice Jade country would be finished. The other countries would certainly not be polite and clean up the Ice Jade country. This was because the people of the Arctic continent wouldn't allow anyone to surrender to the Tree Spirit continent. Even if the Tree Spirit continent was controlled by the spiritual realm, and even if the ice-soaring country and the icebound country were controlled by the upper realm, they still wouldn't allow it. Moreover, Yu Yunlong wasn't a fool. In fact, after so many years, he was very clear about his son's little tricks. He just didn't say anything. He thought that this was a kind of training for his sons. As long as they didn't go too far, he would allow it. However, this matter was something he couldn't tolerate. His sons were in contact with the people of the ice-soaring country and the icebound country for only one reason, and that was to have the Ice Jade country surrender to the people of the Tree Spirit continent. If the people of the Tree Spirit continent were to support them, then there was no guarantee that they wouldn't do something. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yu Yunlong became. At this moment, Xianxia's voice was heard. "Your Majesty, His Highness the 8th Prince has arrived. Let him in," Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice. Xianxia nodded and then pushed the door open. Jade Jiaolong came in from outside. As soon as Jade Jiaolong entered Yu Yunlong's study, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Yu Yunlong. "This son greets Imperial Father. Long live Imperial Father." Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, "You can get up." After expressing his gratitude, Jade Jiaolong stood up. Then he saw Yu Yunlong's expression and couldn't help but stare. Then he understood why Yu Yunlong was angry. However, he didn't expect Tang Ming and the others to be this powerful. They had just discussed this matter yesterday and they had already done it today. This was beyond his expectations. However, Jade Jiaolong still asked, "May I know why Imperial Father is angry?" Yu Yunlong waved his hand and said, "It's none of your business. I called you here because I want to know where you have been all this time. Why haven't I heard from you? Tell me the truth." Yu Jiaolong looked at Yu Yunlong and said in a deep voice, "Father, I went to the Thick Earth continent, then to the Ruijing continent, then to the Mixed Spirit continent from the Ruijing continent." "The Miscellaneous Spirit continent? You went to the Miscellaneous Spirit continent? Why did you go there?" Yu Yunlong stared after hearing Jade Jiaolong. He didn't expect Jade Jiaolong to go to the Miscellaneous Spirit continent. Jade Jiaolong said, "This son's friend Xiao Hai said that he wanted to travel the entire 5 spirit realms. His last stop was the Miscellaneous Spirit continent. Therefore, this son went there. I wanted to see if I could find him there." "Did you find him?" Yu Yunlong looked at Jade Jiaolong and asked. Yu Jiaolong glanced at Yu Yunlong and said in a deep voice, "Imperial Father, I found him. He's on the Mixed Spirit continent, helping to improve the living conditions of the people there. Your son also helped a little by building a fish farm there. After learning about this matter, your son came back." "You? Building a fish farm? Then where did you get the information about the Tree Spirit continent?" Yu Yunlong looked at Jade Jiaolong and asked. Yu Jiaolong looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "I can tell Imperial Father about this information from Xiao Hai yesterday. The reason why I didn't say anything was because of Fourth Brother. It's not that I don't trust Fourth Brother, it's just that the more people who know about it, the more dangerous it would be. Because of this, I didn't say anything. As for Xiao Hai's source of information, it's very simple. He has been traveling around the continents and has made a lot of friends. They would often communicate with each other. This information was collected through this method." Yu Yunlong frowned and said, "They're so far away, how can they communicate with each other? It's very slow to rely on people to send messages." Jade Jiaolong said, "They don't rely on people, they rely on electric falcons to send messages. Electric falcons are a kind of demon beast in the Tree Spirit continent. But they've been tamed. They can fly very fast and can recognize the way. When Zhao Hai was in the tree spirit continent, someone gave him 2 of them. So it's electric falcons. No wonder. Electric falcons are very fast. Didn't he go to the miscellaneous spirit continent? Why does he care about the other continents? Because of the demon god. He was the one who discovered the demon god. Then Ghostface's actions proved that his information was true. That's why he cares about the other continents. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, so you've already known that the tree spirit continent is going to attack the Arctic continent? Jade Jiaolong shook his head and said, we don't know. Ever since the spiritual realm came to the tree spirit continent, the people of the tree spirit continent have been under strict control. Anyone who asks around would be executed. We didn't know that the tree spirit continent was going to attack the Arctic continent. Even the people of the tree spirit continent didn't know about it. We only learned about it after the 2 continents surrendered. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he looked at Jade Jiaolong and said, Jiaolong, what do you think about the tree spirit continent? They're from the upper realm, wouldn't it be better for us to surrender to them? Hearing Yu Yunlong, Jade Jiaolong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. His first reaction was, does Imperial Father want to surrender to the tree spirit continent? But after thinking about it, he immediately rejected this idea. This was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, his expression wouldn't have been so ugly. Then this must be a test. After thinking about this, Jade Jiaolong immediately said, absolutely not, Imperial Father. Although we haven't come in contact with the spiritual realm, we've heard a lot of legends about them. Moreover, judging from this situation in the tree spirit continent, the people of the tree spirit continent wouldn't be kind to us. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so strict with the people of the tree spirit continent. Moreover, they would kill people whenever they want. This shows that the spiritual realm doesn't see us as people at all. If we surrender to them, they might not do anything to us at first because they want us to set an example for the other continents. But once they take over the entire 5 spiritual realms, I'm afraid that they would immediately turn hostile and turn us into slaves. This is absolutely possible. Therefore, we must not surrender to them. Yu Yunlong nodded and didn't say anything. Then he said, all right, you can go back first. I'll give you a task in 2 days. Do it well. Jade Jiaolong nodded and then left the room. Seeing Jade Jiaolong leave, Yu Yunlong sighed. At this time, Xianxia came in and bowed to Yu Yunlong, Your Majesty, would you like some tea? Yu Yunlong waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Xianxia, come over and chat with me. Xianxia nodded and walked to Yu Yunlong's side. However, he didn't speak. He was very clear that Yu Yunlong wanted him to talk to someone. He didn't want Xianxia to speak first. Yu Yunlong slightly closed his eyes and said, Xianxia, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that Jiaolong came back? Moreover, as soon as he came back, I received news that Feier was in contact with the ice-soaring country and the icebound country. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Also, his friend Zhao Hai isn't a simple person. He said that Zhao Hai traveled the continent and made a lot of friends. These friends communicated with each other in order to obtain information. But if they weren't loyal subordinates of Zhao Hai, then why would they send him a letter when the spiritual realm is so strict? So now it seems that Zhao Hai isn't a simple person. Xianxia replied, Your Majesty doesn't need to worry too much. Although His Highness hasn't shown any special abilities, he is still a righteous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you a letter last time. As for Zhao Hai, he might be plotting something. However, the 5 spirit realms are in chaos right now, there's no room for him to plot. Moreover, that person shouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told His Highness about the demon god. I ask Your Majesty to wait for 2 more days. After 2 days, as long as this old servant has news, then you will know who to trust. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Yu Yunlong nodded, then he sighed and said, to be honest, Jiaoer's words can be trusted. That Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the demon god, so it's natural for him to tell the people of the tree spirit continent. I think that not everyone in the tree spirit continent is willing to submit to the spiritual realm. Therefore, it's reasonable for those people to send information to Zhao Hai. From what Jiaoer said, Zhao Hai should be in the mixed spirit continent. This is unexpected. Xianxia replied, Your Majesty, this is normal. Although the mixed spirit continent isn't as strong as our continents, they have one thing that makes them stronger than us, and that is their unity. I heard that the mixed spirit continent hasn't been divided into countries. In other words, the people of the mixed spirit continent have always been united. If this is the case, then the mixed spirit continent's strength shouldn't be weak. Zhao would be safer there compared to our continents. Moreover, he might receive more attention there. Yu Yunlong stared, then he nodded and said, Right, the mixed spirit continent is indeed very united. It seems like the mixed spirit continent is the strongest at this time. Although the thick earth continent and the volcanic continent have formed an alliance, it's still an alliance, not a country. They will still be wary of each other, just like our ice ocean continent. Think about it, if the ice ocean continent only has one country, then if the people of the tree spirit continent attack the ice ocean continent, then the ice ocean continent would certainly counterattack. But what about now? Although the countries of the ice ocean continent have formed an alliance, they're still arguing about sending troops to deal with the ice peak country and the icebound country. If there's nothing to provoke them, then I think they'll acquiesce to this situation because they don't want to lose anything. Zhang said in a deep voice, If the matter of your highness contacting the people of the ice-soaring country and the icebound country is known by other countries, then our ice jade country will be in danger. This old servant doesn't know if those people will dare to wage war against the people of the tree spirit continent, but they will definitely dare to wage war against us. Yu Yunlong sighed and said, This is also what I'm worried about. If this information were to be known by other countries, then our ice jade country would be in danger. Therefore, you must investigate this matter in the shortest time possible. At this time, we can't make any mistakes. If we make any mistakes, then it could bring about the danger of destruction. Yes, Your Majesty can rest assured. This old servant knows what to do. When the Jade Flood Dragon returned to its mansion, it immediately called Tang Ming to the living room. After the two sat down, the Jade Flood Dragon said, Today, my imperial father saw me and asked me about old Zhao. I told him that old Zhao is in the mixed spirit continent. In any case, it's impossible for him to send people there to check the situation. I also told him that old Zhao obtained the information from his friends in the other continents through the lightning falcons. But from what I can see, my imperial father doesn't believe me. Tang Ming nodded, then the Jade Flood Dragon nodded. Tang Ming shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether His Imperial Majesty believes it or not. At the very least, you didn't betray the Ice Jade country. I think His Imperial Majesty will believe you. Moreover, what we told His Imperial Majesty does exist. We didn't just make things up, right? That's right. That thing does exist. Imperial Father will know about it very soon. I really don't know how he will react when he finds out the truth. Anyway, looking at my Imperial Father today, he seems to be quite angry. Tang Ming said, Your Highness, you just need to know that what you're doing is for the good of the Ice Jade country. If the other highnesses really get in touch with the people from the Tree Spirit continent, then they would be in danger. This means that the people from the Tree Spirit continent wouldn't just get in touch with the highnesses, they would also do the same to their own country. They might want to use this method to slowly devour the Ice Ocean continent. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, Yes, this method is very useful. Don't forget that they have people from the spiritual realm behind them. For the people of the 5 spiritual realms, people from the spiritual realm can represent a lot of things. Tang Ming sighed and said, Yes, people from the spiritual realm can indeed represent a lot of things. Just like how the spiritual weapon realm trusted the Sacred Academy. At that time, the people of the spiritual realm believed in the Sacred Academy because the Sacred Academy could contact the people from the upper realm. That was the hope for everyone to ascend. But what they didn't know was that the people from the upper realm didn't want us to ascend at all. They wanted us to kill each other so that they could collect blood qi. If it weren't for Boss, the spiritual weapon realm would still be in chaos and it would be impossible for them to establish an empire. The Jade Flood Dragon also knew a little about the history of the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, when he heard Tang Ming, he also said, I know a little about this matter. I didn't think that there would be such a sect in the upper realm. It's too evil. Tang Ming replied, It's nothing, it's just for the sake of immortality. Those people are willing to do anything for immortality. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, it's too far-fetched. Let's talk about the current situation. Did His Majesty give you any tasks? The Jade Flood Dragon shook his head and said, he didn't. But Imperial Father said that he would give me a task. But it seems that it will take 2 days. Tang Ming nodded and said in a deep voice, right now, the 2 most important things in the Ice Jade country are food and fodder, and the second is the source of soldiers. The situation of the continent is unstable, and food is the most important strategic resource. And here, the Ice Jade country is located in the interior of the Ice Ocean continent. In terms of food, there are only fish farms. And in this aspect, we need someone to look after them. This may be a task, and the next task is the source of soldiers. It seems that the 5 spirit realms are about to fight, and all the countries are preparing for war. Just relying on the standing troops of each country is not enough, so they will definitely train a new army. This will also be a task, but I don't know if His Majesty will give these 2 tasks to you. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, these are indeed 2 important tasks. Moreover, the first one is very important for the Ice Jade country. Imperial Father might not be completely at ease with me, so I'm afraid that these 2 tasks won't fall into my hands. Tang Ming nodded and said, I think His Majesty will still wait. He will send his most trusted people to check on the other princes and see if they have really contacted the people from the Ice-Soaring country and the Ice-Sealed country. If they have, His Majesty will make a move at that time. I'm afraid he won't make a move yet. The Jade Flood Dragon sighed and said, yes, Imperial Father has delegated some of his power over the past few years. My brothers all have their own tasks and have done well. They also have their own trusted subordinates. If Imperial Father rashly moves against them, I'm afraid the Ice Jade country will fall into chaos. Moreover, don't forget that behind them is the Tree Spirit continent, the spiritual realm. If they really fall out with Imperial Father at that time, the Ice Jade country will be in more trouble. Tang Ming nodded, then he said, therefore, we need to send some experts over. Your Highness, you don't need to worry about manpower. We have a lot of manpower in the Ice Jade city. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, alright, then I'm relieved. In the next few days, we need to keep a low profile and don't cause any trouble. Tell everyone to stay in the mansion and not go out. Tang Ming nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't object. The Ice Jade country was going to undergo a great change recently. Therefore, it was better to be honest. Unknowingly, a few days passed. In these days, the mansion of the Jade Flood Dragon was in a state of seclusion. The people in the mansion didn't leave the mansion unless there was something important. They were too well behaved. This also made those who had their eyes on his residence very disappointed. At this time, the situation on Yu Yunlong's side was not very good. A few days ago, Yu Yunlong had asked Xianxia to check if Yu Feilong and the others had really contacted the people of the Ice-Soaring country and the Ice-Sealed country. After a few careful investigations, Xianxia already had the results. Xianxia stood in front of Yu Yunlong, then he bowed and said, Your Majesty, this old servant has finished investigating the matter that you ordered this old servant to investigate a few days ago. After saying this, Xianxia paused and looked at Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong looked at Xianxia and said, Speak. Xianxia nodded, then said in a deep voice, These days, there are indeed some people coming in and out of your Highness's residences. These people are all merchants, but they are indeed people from the Ice-Soaring country and the Ice-Sealed country. Moreover, they have been here for many years. This old servant doesn't know what your Highnesses are discussing with them, but your Highnesses seem to have joined forces. Among them, your Highness is the leader. Bang! Yu Yunlong slapped the table. Then with a crash, everything on the table was swept to the ground. His face was pale as he said, These unfilial sons, what do they want to do? Xianxia didn't speak, he just knelt on the ground. Yu Yunlong paced around the room. After a while, he calmed down. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, get up. Have someone tidy up your things. Xianxia responded and stood up. Then, he immediately asked people to clean up the things in the room. After the eunuchs and palace maids left, Yu Yunlong sat down and let out a long sigh. He closed his eyes tiredly and said in a deep voice, Xianxia, why do you think they are doing this? Xianxia replied, This old servant doesn't know. Yu Yunlong looked at Zhang Zhan and said, "You don't know or you don't dare to say? Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Zhang Zhan, what do you think we should do now? If we immediately take down those unfilial sons, I'm afraid that their henchmen will seize the opportunity to cause trouble. If that happens, the people from the tree spirit realm will be able to enter. If we don't take them down, then sooner or later, they'll be in trouble." Zhang Zhan looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Your Majesty, I think we should clean up the imperial palace." The news of the Eighth Highness' return wasn't known to many people. But since it spread out so quickly, this old servant thinks that the imperial palace won't be peaceful anymore. Yu Yunlong's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he said, "That's right. They dared to inquire about what I'm doing. I think they're tired of living. But if we clean up the imperial palace now, then the exalted ones would be suspicious." Zhang Zhan looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Your Majesty, I think we can use the trick of injuring ourselves to gain their confidence. Arrange for people to attack and assassinate them. Then we can clean up the imperial palace in the name of catching the assassins." Yu Yunlong stared when he heard Zhang Zhan. Then he thought about it and nodded, "That's a good reason. Alright, let's do it this way. You can arrange for people to be trusted. Also, make sure that the assassin dies. Tell him that I won't mistreat his family." Zhang Zhan nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty can rest assured. This old servant will immediately arrange for people. How about we use people from the intelligence department? The intelligence department has a lot of death warriors, but I ask Your Majesty to give them a token." Yu Yunlong nodded, then he turned his hand and took out a token. He gave it to Zhang Zhan and said, "This matter needs to be arranged as soon as possible. The imperial palace must be cleaned up as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well." "Right, Jiaoer has been back for a few days. I think we should arrange some tasks for him." "What tasks do you think we should arrange for him?" Zhang Zhan said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, right now, our Ice Jade country has two most important matters. The first is food and the second is the source of soldiers. These two matters must be handled by trustworthy people. As for the other matters, there are people handling them. Moreover, they are not the most important matters. If Your Majesty agrees, you can let His Highness the Eighth Prince choose one of these two matters to handle." Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, "These two matters are very important. However, we're in a critical period right now. Jiaoer still doesn't have any experience in leading troops. How about this, Zhang Zhan, have Jiao Long enter the palace tomorrow and have him go out to build a fish farm. Didn't he say that he had a fish farm in the mixed spirit continent? I want to see how his fish farm is doing." Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, "Alright." Zhang Zhan's eyes flashed with a trace of light as he said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Majesty. This old servant will arrange it. Our Ice Jade nation has a few big fish farms, but those fish farms are a bit far from Ice Jade City. I think we should ask the Eighth Prince to take charge and build a fish farm next to Ice Jade City. What does Your Majesty think?" "Alright, then let's do it this way. Building a fish farm next to Ice Jade City would provide food to the city. Moreover, if something happens, it would be very convenient. Let's do it this way." The sky outside was already dark. Jade Flood Dragon was sitting in his study, reading a book. The book he was reading wasn't a profound one, it was a book about ice element magic. In fact, everyone in the Arctic continent had read such a book when they were young. In the past, Jade Flood Dragon simply didn't know how to read it. But now, things were different. The Jade Flood Dragon wanted to teach spells to the people of the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, he needed to study the Ice Element Spell Initiation book. Although he had already sorted out some spell learning methods, there were still a lot of imperfections in those methods. They could only be used as reference and wouldn't be useful for learning. Because of this, after the Jade Flood Dragon returned, it began to study books on magic enlightenment. It wanted to teach the people of the Lost Soul Empire better. At this time, footsteps were suddenly heard. Then Yudabin's anxious voice was heard, "Your Highness, bad news. I just received news that assassins have entered the palace." Jade Flood Dragon stared, then he suddenly stood up and shouted, "What's going on?" While talking, he walked outside. At this time, Tang Ming and the others were also alarmed. Everyone came out of their rooms. Yu Dabin turned to Jade Flood Dragon and said, "Your Highness, bad news. Just now, some guards passed by." This old servant paid attention and saw that they were heading towards the palace. This old servant inquired and heard that assassins had entered the palace. "I wonder how His Majesty is doing." Jade Flood Dragon's expression changed, then he turned to Tang Ming and said, "Old Tang, call me. We're going to the palace." Although Tang Ming felt that this matter was strange, he immediately complied. While he was gathering the people, he heard the sound of a bell coming from the palace. Upon hearing the bell, Jade Flood Dragon's expression changed. Assassins have really entered. Let's go. Then he ran out of the residence. The others quickly followed. After leaving the residence, the group headed towards the palace. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the imperial palace, only to find that the gate was tightly shut and the walls were full of guards. Yu Jialong led his men to the bottom of the wall and immediately shouted at the guards on the wall, "I am the 8th prince, Yu Jialong. What happened in the imperial palace? Why did the alarm sound?" At this time, a person's head popped out from the palace wall and looked at Jade Flood Dragon. Then he cupped his fist and said, "This Han soldier greets the 8th prince. Assassins have entered the palace, a total of 5 of them. But they have been surrounded by our brothers." Jade Serpent hurriedly asked, "Where's father? How is Imperial father?" Han Bing said in a deep voice, "Greetings to His Majesty. 8th Highness, His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to enter the palace. Your Highness, please return. How can I go back at a time like this? I will wait here. You must protect my father well." Han Bing responded and then retracted his head, not saying anything else. At this moment, footsteps were heard again. The Jade Flood Dragon turned around and saw Yu Filong and a few other princes. They had also led their servants to the outside of the palace. Yu Filong saw Jade Flood Dragon and nodded. Then he said in a deep voice, "8th brother, you're here. What happened just now?" Yu Jialong shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about the situation right now. I heard from Han Bing that 5 assassins entered the palace. Imperial father is fine right now, but Imperial father said that no one is allowed to enter the palace. We can only wait outside." Yu Filong nodded and said, "Then let's wait." Then Yu Filong stopped talking. The group stood there and looked at the palace wall. There was nothing they could do. This wait lasted for more than 2 hours. At this time, the Han soldier on the wall appeared and said to Yu Filong and the others, "Your Highnesses, the assassins in the palace have been eliminated. His Majesty has ordered for your Highnesses to come in." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the palace gate slowly opened. 2 armored soldiers rushed out from inside, and Han Qing followed behind. Han Qing was also wearing a suit of armor. He held a staff in his hand, but the bottom of the staff was very sharp. It could be used as a spear. He cupped his fist towards Yu Jialong and the others and said, "Greetings, your Highnesses. His Majesty has given an order for your Highnesses to come in. However, you can return to your residences." Jade Flood Dragon and the others nodded. Then Jade Flood Dragon turned to Tang Ming and Yu Dabin and said, "Steward Tang, Yu Dabin, you can take your people back. I'll go see father." Tang Ming and Yu Dabin complied. Then they led their people back. Yu Filong and the others did the same. They told their families to go back first while they entered the palace. Yu Jialong was really anxious. After entering the imperial palace, he immediately followed the eunuch inside. Soon, the eunuch led Yu Jialong and the others to the door of Yu Yunlong's study room. 2 eunuchs and a group of armored soldiers were standing in front of the door. The eunuch who led the way stopped in front of the door and loudly said, "Your Majesty, your Highnesses are here to see you. Let them in." Yu Yunlong's voice was heard. His voice was very calm, no one could hear anything. The 2 eunuchs in front of the study opened the door. Then Jade Flood Dragon and the others entered. As soon as they entered, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Yu Yunlong. Then they said in unison, "Greetings, father. Long live father." Then Yu Yunlong's voice was heard, "All right, get up." The group responded and stood up. Then they looked up at Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong was sitting there with Xianxia standing next to him. Yu Yunlong's face was very calm, no one could see anything. Jade Flood Dragon and the others only glanced at them before they lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jiaolong and the others and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that assassins would enter my palace. Ha ha ha, good, very good. I really want to know how those assassins entered the palace. Jade Flood Dragon and the others lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They could hear the anger in Yu Yunlong's voice. But at this time, they couldn't say anything. This was because the princes couldn't interfere with the matters of the palace. Therefore, the best thing for them to do was to remain silent. Yu Yunlong said, those assassins appeared without any evidence. I'm the first one to doubt that they didn't have any contact with anyone in the palace. Therefore, in the next few days, the palace will be investigated. You don't need to enter the palace for the next few days. I called you here today to let you see that I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. Alright, now that you've seen me, you can go back. You can come back whenever I call you back. When Yu Jiaolong and the others heard Yu Yunlong's words, they could only respond. Then, they bowed to Yu Yunlong before leaving the study room and the palace. After they left the study, Yu Yunlong turned his head to Xianxia and said, Did you see what happened just now? Xianxia replied, Yes, Your Majesty. This old servant saw it. Only His Highness the 8th Prince didn't have any reaction. Yu Yunlong said those words just now because he wanted to see how Jade Jiao and the others would react when they heard that he was going to investigate the imperial palace. And just as Xianxia said, only Jade Jiao didn't have any reaction. The other princes would more or less have some reaction. In other words, only Jade Jiao wouldn't have anything to do with the investigation, the others would have something to do with it. Yu Yunlong sighed and said, This child has grown up, so has his heart. Xianxia, starting tomorrow, investigate everyone in the palace. I want to see how many people in the palace have contact with outsiders. Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything else. Yu Yunlong looked at the sky outside, then he said, Alright, let's go back and rest. Take care of the families of those people. Don't let anyone see any flaws. Let's go. Xianxia nodded, then he helped Yu Yunlong to take a rest. At this time, Jade Flood Dragon had already returned home. As soon as he arrived, he immediately called Tang Ming over. He, Tang Ming, and Yu Dayton sat in the living room. Jade Flood Dragon frowned and said, I didn't think that there would be assassins in the palace. Who sent them? Tang Ming looked at Jade Flood Dragon and smiled faintly, Your Highness, I've received some interesting news. Your Highness, a few days ago, several death warriors disappeared from the intelligence department. There weren't many of them, only 5 of them. Only a few people know about this, and it was done in secret. I heard that it was arranged by eunuch Zhang. Zhangzhen? How could he be so bold? No, Zhangzhen has been with my imperial father since he was a child. He has always been loyal to my imperial father. It's impossible for him to assassinate my imperial father. If he really wanted to assassinate my imperial father, there would be plenty of opportunities. It's impossible for him to do it through the intelligence department. The intelligence department has always been under my imperial father's control. But why? Yu Jiaolong wasn't an idiot. When he heard that 5 people were missing from the intelligence department, and that it was Zhangzhen who arranged it, he immediately knew that the assassins were sent by Yu Yunlong. However, he was still puzzled as to why Yu Yunlong would do this. What kind of method was this? Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, Your Highness, eunuch Zhang is absolutely trustworthy. Then this matter must have been arranged by His Majesty. As for why His Majesty arranged this matter, I can already guess. I think it has something to do with the previous news. Your Highness' return to the Ice Jade country has always been kept secret. It can be said that only after you entered the palace did people know about it. However, the 4th Highness was able to know about it very quickly. Moreover, he directly entered the palace. So how did he get this information so quickly? Could it be that someone in the palace had informed him? In the past, His Majesty didn't know that the 4th Highness was in contact with the people from the Ice-Soaring country and the Icebound country. But now that His Majesty knows about it, this matter is no longer a trivial matter. I think His Majesty's main purpose in arranging this assassination should be to purge the palace. Your Highness, did His Majesty say that someone in the palace is colluding with the assassins and is preparing to investigate the palace? Jade Flood Dragon's body shook. Then he turned his head to look at Tang Ming and sighed, "Old Tang, you're right. Imperial Father wants to investigate the palace. It seems like you've guessed it right. It seems like Imperial Father has already confirmed that fourth brother is in contact with the people from the ice-soaring country and the icebound country. But he didn't expect Imperial Father to do this. Isn't this move a good one? Apart from those of us who know the truth, who would doubt His Majesty? I'm afraid that the other princes wouldn't be able to intervene in the intelligence department. Therefore, it's impossible for them to know that this matter was arranged by His Majesty. They would only investigate and see who was the one who tried to assassinate His Majesty. This way, no matter how they investigate, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to His Majesty. His Majesty would naturally be able to calmly arrange this matter. That's true. Imperial Father can purge the palace openly and no one will suspect him. In the future, no one will be able to know what he does. Speaking of which, Imperial Father's move is really brilliant. Of course, but I think His Majesty won't just let it go. He will certainly make some other preparations. As we said before, I'm afraid that His Majesty will focus on the military, especially the source of soldiers. I'm afraid that the recruits will start training. But in this way, you won't be able to manage the recruits. If His Majesty trusts you, he might let you manage the provisions, which is to say, the fish farm. This is interesting. In the mixed spirit continent, I made a fish farm. It's not difficult to make a fish farm here. It seems that this task is simple. Of course, it's simple. This time, there are a few people who came with us. Although they aren't as good as the head, they can still improve some plants. We can ask them to help improve the water plants. I don't think it's necessary. You may not know much about the fish farms here in the Ice Ocean continent. In the Ice Ocean continent, fish farms are generally divided into two types. One is the natural seaside fish farm. The fish farm here is actually on the edge of the Ice Ocean continent. The method of establishment is similar to the fish farms in the mixed spirit continent. The other type is the inland fish farm. These fish farms are also divided into two types. One is the natural warm current fish farm, and the other is the artificial fish farm. The natural warm current fish farm is generally built around the natural warm current. The water temperature there is very high, so it won't freeze. The water plants also grow well, so it's the best place to raise fish. However, because the water temperature there is high, some sea beasts often appear and destroy the fish farm. Therefore, it's troublesome to manage it. The other artificial fish farm is to use magic to open up a fish farm. Then, in the fish farm, we raise a kind of fish. This kind of fish can generate heat. With this kind of fish, the water temperature there will rise and the water won't freeze. Then, we raise other kinds of fish there, so it can become an artificial fish farm. It's a kind of fish that eats aquatic plants. It's not very precious. Generally, inland fish farms have this kind of fish. It's very convenient to raise them. Without this kind of fish, the Ice Ocean continent would run out of food. We can use this kind of fish to raise broad-leaved fish and plant aquatic plants that Old Zhao improved. This way, broad-leaved fish can grow fast and have enough food. Therefore, it's easy to build a fish farm. Alright, I'll listen to you. Alright, I'll listen to you on this matter. However, we'd better not prepare anything for now. We have to wait for His Majesty's order. If we make preparations in advance and His Majesty knows about it, His Majesty might be suspicious. At this moment, the most important thing is to not arouse His Majesty's suspicion. Your Highness, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. After saying that, Tang Ming stood up and bowed to the jade-fled dragon before leaving. After Tang Ming left, Jade Jiao Dragon sighed and said, I didn't expect Imperial Father to use this method. It seems like Imperial Father also feels that things are difficult. Yu Daban nodded and said, but what surprised me is that Mr. Zhao's hands are really long. Even His Majesty's intelligence department has people working for him. This is quite formidable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but what surprised me is that Mr. Zhao's hands are really long. Even His Majesty's intelligence department has people working for them. Jade Jiao Dragon smiled bitterly and said, it seems like we've underestimated old Zhao. Being able to go outside for a few years and leave a large country to his subordinates without any trouble. Even his subordinates still respect him. This isn't something that can be done with kindness. Amazing, truly amazing. Yudaban nodded and said, yes, Mr. Zhao Hai is really amazing. Not to mention anything else, just look at his subordinates. If they weren't Zhao Hai's subordinates, any one of them would be able to hold their own. But now, all of them are under Mr. Zhao Hai's command. Moreover, they're following him without any complaints. This alone is amazing. Jade Jiao Dragon nodded, then he smiled and said, forget it, there's no need to think too much about it. We're not going to do anything to old Zhao. To be honest, although I think I'm good, I can't do what old Zhao did. He managed such a large country, and in the end, he's about to ascend. That's really infuriating. Yudaban smiled, then he turned to Jade Jiao Dragon and said, Your Highness, you should take a rest. If His Majesty really wants you to do something, I'm afraid he'll send a message in a few days. When that time comes, you'll be very busy. Jade Jiao Dragon nodded, then he turned to Yudaban and said, Yudaban, if Imperial Father wants me to set up a fish farm, where do you think he'll send me? Yudaban said in a deep voice, based on the current situation, I'm afraid that it won't be too far from Ice Jade City. This is because there aren't any big fish farms around Ice Jade City. If we build fish farms around Ice Jade City, we can directly provide food for Ice Jade City. Jade Jiao Dragon nodded and said, that's possible. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's go to sleep. I don't know when I'll be able to do something. Then Jade Jiao Dragon and Yudaban returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, the investigation of the Imperial Palace began. Before long, some eunuchs and maids were executed. Even some of Yu Yunlong's concubines were sentenced to death. The investigation could be said to be very thorough. Nearly 1/5 of the eunuchs and maids in the Imperial Palace were killed. This ratio was really shocking. But what made people feel strange was that after the investigation, the number of people in the Imperial Palace decreased according to the usual practice. They should have added some new people to the Imperial Palace. But in the end, they didn't. The number of people in the Imperial Palace remained the same. This made people feel strange. The ministers asked Yu Yunlong to add more people to the Imperial Palace several times. But Yu Yunlong rejected them with the reason that the situation in the continent was unstable and that the country should focus on preparing for war. Because of this, the Imperial Palace became like an iron cylinder. No news could be passed out. This made people feel uncomfortable. Right after this incident, Yu Yunlong ordered Jade Jiao Dragon to build a fish farm outside Ice Jade City, a big one at that. This fish farm could provide at least half of the edible fish for Ice Jade City every year. In other words, Jade Jiao Dragon's newly built fish farm could provide half of the food for Ice Jade City every year, which was amazing. After receiving this order, Jade Jiao Dragon immediately took action. First, he asked people to check the surroundings of Ice Jade City to find a suitable place to build a fish farm. Finally, he found a suitable place. There was an iceberg in the west of Ice Jade City. In the iceberg, there was a large open space. Because it was in the middle of an iceberg, no one would go there. That open space was actually a large ice surface. But Jade Jiao Dragon believed that it was very suitable for building a fish farm, especially such a large fish farm. In the surroundings of the Ice Jade City, there were originally a few fish farms. However, the size of the fish farms were not very large and they were usually controlled by individuals. For example, the Imperial Fish Farm of the Yu family was built in a warm current more than 300 miles away from the Ice Jade City. That was a little too far, and if anything were to happen to the Ice Jade City in the future, the Imperial Fish Farm would not be of much use. However, the fish farm that Jade Jiao Dragon chose was only about 15 miles away from Ice Jade City. Including the path on the iceberg, it was very close to Ice Jade City. It would be more convenient for Ice Jade City to build a fish farm there. Of course, Jade Jiao Dragon was also very curious. Logically speaking, the place he chose was very suitable for building a fish farm. But why didn't anyone build a fish farm there before? Later on, he found out that the reason why no fish farm was built there was because the Yu family did not allow it in the past. In the past, the Yu family would not allow anyone to build a fish farm there because it was too close to the Ice Jade City. If there was a war, an army would be placed there to protect the safety of the Ice Jade City. How could they allow others to build a fish farm at such a strategic location? But now, Yu Yunlong agreed to let Jade Jiao Dragon build a fish farm there. Due to the unstable situation in the continent, Yu Yunlong was preparing to train a new army. The new army would be placed next to the fish farm to protect the fish farm. During the war, the fish farm could be used as a barracks. It would coordinate with Ice Jade City and make the city safer. After knowing this, Jade Flood Dragon began to pay more attention to the area. He immediately began to recruit people to open up the ice. They needed to use magic to melt the ice and turn it into water. Then they would raise volcanic fish to raise the temperature of the water. After that, they would plant aquatic plants and other fishes in the water. Volcanic fish weren't very big, the longest one was only a foot long. In the water area that Jade Jiao Dragon chose, at least 10,000 volcanic fish would be needed to maintain the temperature of the water. Fortunately, volcanic fish were sold in various fish farms. Moreover, they weren't worth much. Sometimes, no one would buy them. In order to maintain the temperature of the fish farm, the people in the fish farms would kill some of them. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to buy volcanic fish. While building the fish farm, Jade Jiao Dragon did many things. Recruiting people to melt the ice was very simple. The people he recruited were the Green Jade Adventurer Group, which was Zhao Hai's adventurer group. The members of the Green Jade Adventurer Group were all Zhao Hai's people. Therefore, Jade Jiao Dragon didn't need to worry about them. The people who went out to buy volcanic fish were the Green Jade Warehouse's people. They were also Zhao Hai's people. As for the rest, the broad-leaved fishes and aquatic plants were directly transported from the Mixed Spirit Continent. Of course, they were also in the hands of the Green Jade Warehouse. However, in order to avoid suspicion, Jade Jiao Dragon didn't do business with the Green Jade Warehouse, but with another warehouse that was secretly controlled by the Green Jade Warehouse. This was the result of Tang Ming's hard work over the years. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Tang Ming and the others have secretly controlled many warehouses and adventurer groups through the Green Jade Warehouse and the Green Jade Adventurer Group. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to hide the fact that Jade Jiao Dragon was looking for the same group of people. As soon as Jade Jiao Dragon led the Green Jade Adventurer Group to melt the ice in the lake, the volcanic fish were sent over. As soon as the volcanic fish were thrown into the lake, the water no longer froze. Then they threw the aquatic plants into the water. These aquatic plants grew very fast. If you don't raise enough fishes, the entire lake would be filled with aquatic plants. Just like the fish farm in the Mixed Spirit Continent, the Green Jade Warehouse had already started to control the growth of the aquatic plants. If the aquatic plants were allowed to grow, the fish farm would be full of aquatic plants. If that happens, it would be very difficult for them to catch more fishes. This time, Zhao Hai got a lot of aquatic plants from the Mixed Spirit Continent. However, he didn't get any broad-leaved fishes. This was because he wanted to see if the aquatic plants could grow as fast here. If the aquatic plants couldn't grow well, and he got too many broad-leaved fishes, the fishes would starve to death. Fortunately, things went smoothly. Because the water temperature wasn't low, the aquatic plants didn't grow slowly. In order to provide a place for the aquatic plants to grow, Jade Jiao Dragon spent a lot of money to get some wood and stones and put them into the lake. This was also a common method used by inland fish farms in the Arctic continent, so there was nothing strange about it. When Jade Jiao Dragon saw that the aquatic plants didn't have any problems, they didn't wait any longer and directly threw the broadleaf fishes into the lake. This time, they threw a lot of broadleaf fishes into the lake, about 10,000 of them, which was as many as the volcanic fishes. However, in such a large body of water, this number wasn't a lot. All of these broadleaf fishes had big bellies, so it wouldn't take long for them to give birth. These broadleaf fishes had been improved, and they ate the improved aquatic plants. Therefore, their growth speed was very fast. In about 3 months, they could reach 10 gene. At that time, the broadleaf fishes would be able to give birth. In about 6 months, the broadleaf fishes would be able to reach 30 gene, which was already considered an adult. In about a year, the broadleaf fishes could reach 100 gene. And if the broadleaf fishes were raised for a few years, it wouldn't be a problem for them to reach a few hundred gene. Of course, these fish generally couldn't be raised for a few years before being caught. Generally, they would be fished out when they were a few dozen kilograms. Fish that could really grow to 100 kilograms were actually rare. Generally, if they really grew that big, they would be kept as breeding fish and wouldn't be fished out casually. After all of the broadleaf fishes were thrown into the lake, a month had passed. Jade Jiao Dragon could finally report to Jade Yunlong. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jiaolong and said, "Jiaolong, why did you come back today? Is there anything else you need?" Yu Jiaolong hurriedly replied, "Father, I came back today to report the progress of the fish farm to you. Now, the fish farm has been basically completed. The fish farm has been planted with aquatic plants. These aquatic plants are a new type of aquatic plant that I developed in Mixed Spirit Continent. This kind of aquatic plant grows fast and adapts well to the environment. Moreover, the fish can eat it very fast. Now, there are already 10,000 adult broadleaved fish in the fish farm. These fish should be able to give birth in a few days. After giving birth, we will be able to catch a batch of them in half a year. By then, Ice Jade City will be able to eat the broadleaved fish in the fish farm." When Yu Yunlong heard Yu Jiaolong, he stared. Then he looked at Yu Jiaolong and said, "It's already done? It seems like what you said before about building a fish farm on the miscellaneous spirit continent was true. Did you really make those aquatic plants?" Yu Jiaolong smiled and said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from Imperial Father. Those aquatic plants weren't made by me, but by Zhao Hai. He came to the Mixed Spirit Continent in order to solve the problem of food for the people there. Moreover, he has succeeded. He made a plant called Shandou, which can produce 6,000 to 7,000 gene per mu. Because of this, the people in the Mixed Spirit Continent can eat their fill. These aquatic plants were specially made by him to raise fish for me. When I came back this time, I brought some back. If Imperial Father didn't give me some tasks, then I might have used other fish farms for experiments. But since Imperial Father gave me this task, I decided to use our fish farm for experiments. Now, it seems like the experiment has been very successful." The Jade Flood Dragon paused for a moment, then he smiled and continued, "Aside from the seaweed, these broadleaved fishes were indeed raised by me. They don't know much about broadleaved fishes, so I decided to raise them. Although the meat quality of broadleaved fishes isn't the best, they have a high yield, fast growth rate, and aren't aggressive. Most importantly, they grow fast and don't get sick easily. It's one of the fishes that commoners like to raise. Of course, the price of this fish is also very cheap. But in the Mixed Spirit Continent, as long as they can fill their stomachs, they won't pay too much attention to the taste. Therefore, I decided to raise this fish. The task that Imperial Father gave me was to prepare for the war, so I also raised this fish." Yu Yunlong listened to Yu Jiaolong quietly. He didn't expect Yu Jiaolong to have such a reaction. He quickly said, "So, more than half of the fish farms will produce fish? How much will they produce?" Yu Jiaolong thought for a moment, then he said in a deep voice, "The number of broadleaved fishes will be about 500 to 1,000 each time. Moreover, they will directly give birth to small fishes. Of course, some of these small fishes might die for various reasons, but the number that will survive will definitely not be small. Of the 10,000 broadleaved fishes, the number that will survive will be about 3 to 5 million. And in half a year, the fishes will grow to about 30 gene each year. The total number of fishes produced will be about 90 million gene." Yu Yunlong stared at Yu Jiaolong. After a while, his face sank as he said, "Jiaolong, don't talk nonsense. 90 million gene of fishes is enough to feed the people of Ice Jade City for a month. And this is only half a year's output. If I'm not wrong, the output of your fish farm in half a year should be considered small, right? Are you sure that your fish farm can produce so many fishes?" Yu Jiaolong replied in a deep voice, "I'm absolutely not wrong. Imperial Father, if you don't want to calculate, then you can check again in half a year." Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jiaolong and said, "All right, then I'll see how many fishes your fish farm can produce in half a year. If it can reach the amount that you're talking about, then I'll certainly reward you handsomely." The Jade Flood Dragon replied, "Your son doesn't need any reward. The current situation in the Ice Ocean continent is very unstable. This is the most difficult time for our Ice Jade country. We need to unite and get through this crisis. Emperor Father, your son may say something disrespectful, but if the situation in the ice ocean continent hadn't become like this, your son wouldn't have come back. Although your son only has a fish farm in the mixed spirit continent, the people there still respect your son very much. Your son would only take a look at his fish farm every day before going sightseeing. That kind of life is what your son wants to live. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong and said in a deep voice, Jialong, do you not want to be the king of the Ice Jade country? I don't. Imperial Father, this position is really boring. Let me ask you, Imperial Father. Imperial Father, how many times have you left the palace? How many times have you gone to other countries? Imperial Father, how many places have you seen in the continent? How much have you eaten in different places? Imperial Father, your son doesn't want to live the same life as you. Your son wants to play in the 5 spiritual realms and see the differences between the continents. But if your son were to sit on your throne, then your son would live the same life as you. It would be too boring to live in the palace for the rest of my life. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong and Yu Jialong looked at each other. After a while, Yu Yunlong laughed and said, Good, good. Kid, you're right. Ever since I became the king, I haven't left the palace. Hearing you say that, I'm a bit envious of you. Yu Jialong smiled and said, Your son's character isn't suitable to be the king. If I can get through this crisis, then your son will leave the 5 spiritual realms. Your son still hasn't finished touring the 5 spiritual realms. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong and smiled, Alright, let's talk about this later. Let's get through this crisis first. Go and rest. Your current job is to manage the fish farm. Managing the fish farm is more important than anything else. Yu Jialong nodded and said, Yes, Imperial Father. Your son will return to the fish farm tomorrow. The fish farm still needs someone to look after it in order to avoid any accidents. Your son will take his leave now. Then he left Yu Yunlong's room. After Yu Jialong left, Yu Yunlong turned to Zhang and said, Zhang, do you think Jialong is telling the truth? Zhang glanced at Yu Yunlong and said, Your Highness, this old servant doesn't dare to speculate. Speak. You've been with me your entire life. I trust you more than you trust a few of your sons. Speak, Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice. Zhang knelt down and said with a sobbing voice, This old servant thanks your majesty for your trust. In this old servant's opinion, 8th Majesty's words are most likely true. Oh, why? Do you believe Jiaoer's words are true? Yu Yunlong asked as he helped Zhang up. Zhang stood up and said, Your Majesty, this old servant has always felt strange. His Highness' talent seems to be good, but why couldn't his cultivation speed increase? Later on, when he left the palace, he left the ice ocean continent. This old servant had some speculations that it wasn't that his Highness' talent wasn't good, but that he didn't cultivate seriously. He didn't want to perform too well and didn't want to compete for anything. If this old servant's guess is right, when he left the imperial palace for the first time, he didn't plan to come back. If it weren't for the discovery of the ghost-faced devil god, then his Highness might not have come back. Later on, when his Highness came back, he reported to your Majesty about the ghost-faced devil god, but your Majesty didn't believe him and put him under house arrest. This old servant went to see his Highness the 8th Prince. At that time, his Highness the 8th Prince was drunk every day and had lost weight. After losing weight, his Highness the 8th Prince looked almost the same as your Majesty when you were young. But this old servant's heart ached when he saw this. Later on, his Highness the 8th Prince built his mansion and then disappeared. When he came back, his Highness the 8th Prince became fat again. Yu Yunlong didn't speak, he waited for Zhang to finish. After a while, he said, You're right. Maybe Jiao really doesn't want the throne. What a pity, what a pity. My favorite, most capable, and most loyal son doesn't want the throne. Sigh, I'm really a failure. Zhang looked at Yu Yunlong and said, Your Majesty, you're now in the prime of your life. There's no need to worry about who will inherit the throne. In this old servant's opinion, if your Majesty really wants that prince, then wouldn't you just need to say a word? Even if 8th Majesty doesn't want the throne, wouldn't he still stay in the end? Yu Yunlong sighed and said, Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Looking at Jiaoer's appearance, it seems like he won't be leaving anytime soon. Xianxia, I think that our new army should be formed. Where do you think we should draw people from? Xianxia replied, Your Majesty, in this old servant's opinion, our new army should be formed from adventurers. These adventurers are people who only care about money. They don't have any gratitude or righteousness in their hearts. Such people might cause trouble during wartime. It's better to have them form a new army and then strictly discipline them. This way, they can be useful during wartime. Moreover, we don't need to worry about them causing trouble during wartime. Adventurers? Well, you're right, those adventurers are troublesome. If they're given money during wartime, it would be troublesome if they were used by the enemy. If we gather them together and form an army, it would save us a lot of trouble. However, those adventurers are unruly and unruly, would they agree to join the army? Xiaohai nodded, That's right. Your Majesty doesn't know. These adventurers are actually ordinary people who can't afford to eat. They only become adventurers for a mouthful of food. If we let them join the new army, then they would become official soldiers of our Ice Jade country. They would receive a fixed salary every month. Why wouldn't they agree? I think that most adventurers would agree. Even if there are some who don't agree, as long as we let the majority of them join the new army, then the remaining people wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. That's reasonable. However, it's not easy to discipline these adventurers. It seems that we have to choose a powerful commander. This old servant thinks that the commander of the new army can be chosen from the intelligence department. The people of the intelligence department often deal with people from all walks of life. They know how to deal with adventurers. That's reasonable. Let's do that. Your Majesty, we've just received news that His Highness the 8th Prince has led everyone in his residence to the fish farm. They've built an ice cave on the ice mountain beside the fish farm and are staying there. When Yu Yunlong heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, I didn't think that he would actually go to the fish farm. It seems like he doesn't want to participate in the city's affairs. Xianxia nodded and said, His Highness the 8th Prince is a very smart person. He must have discovered something. Therefore, he said those words to you yesterday and left today. Yu Yunlong sighed and said, Just let him be. It's good that he's in the fish farm. Anyway, nothing will happen to him. Right, the new army needs to be built. Right, have you chosen the commander of the new army? Xianxia nodded and said, Replying to Your Majesty, it's already been decided. It's Li Qing. He was originally a foreign affairs member of the intelligence department. In the past, he joined an adventurer team as an adventurer and even became the leader of that team. Now that he's appointed as the leader of the new army, he can have all the members of that adventurer team join. Moreover, other adventurer teams will also join. Moreover, he often deals with adventurers, so he knows how to deal with them. Therefore, he's the most suitable candidate. Yu Yunlong said, All right, then let's choose him. The new army's barracks will be placed near the fish farm. Right, transfer 2 teams of people from the city defense army over there. If anything happens to the new army, they'll be able to quell it. Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I'll make the arrangements. Xianxia replied. Yu Yunlong said, All right, make sure to make the arrangements. Right, transfer a team of people to protect Jiaoer. He can't be injured. I'm still worried about those adventurers. When their training is done properly, I'll have them return. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll make the arrangements. Your Majesty can rest assured. Right. Right, have you investigated the background of the people in Jiaoer's residence? Your Majesty, we've already checked. Many of them have clean backgrounds. Some of them were adventurers, and some of them retired from Li Qing's adventurers because they're old and don't want to take risks anymore. There's no problem with them. Good, it's good that there are no problems. Build the new army as soon as possible. In this regard, we can give some support. However, we also need to arrange people in the new army. We must control the new army in the shortest time possible. Yes, Your Majesty. I've just received news that the people who contacted His Highness the 4th Prince have gotten closer to him and contacted him more frequently. I'm afraid that they will take action soon. What do you think, Your Majesty? If they want to make a move, then that's for the best. I want to see what methods they have. Don't worry about them, let them make a move. I have my own arrangements. Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything else. Although he was Yu Yunlong's most trusted person, there were some things that he wouldn't ask about. After all, it was impossible for the Empire to completely trust anyone. Yu Yunlong thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, now that the palace has been cleaned up, you have to investigate the matters in the city. See if there are any people from the Ice-Soaring Nation and the Ice-Sealed Nation. You have to keep an eye on those people. Oh right, keep a close eye on the subordinates of Old Fourth and the others. Don't let anyone slip by when the time comes. Xianxia's body shook. He understood Yu Yunlong's intention. Yu Yunlong was clearly waiting. In fact, he was also giving Yu Feilong and the others an opportunity. If Yu Feilong and the others didn't make a move, then Yu Yunlong wouldn't make a move on them. If Yu Feilong and the others had any ideas, then Yu Yunlong would certainly use thunderous means to eliminate them. Xianxia immediately said, Your Majesty, should we send more people to the 8th Prince's side? Yu Yunlong raised his eyebrows, then he said, There's no need. Just send a small team. Give Li Qing an order. If something happens in the city, then he must protect Jiaoer. The new army will be under Jiaoer's command. Xianxia immediately complied. At the same time, he could see that Yu Yunlong really wanted to pass the throne to Yu Jiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given such an order. One must know that the new army they were planning to build was quite large. At this time, they were planning to form an army of 100,000 people. And this was just the initial scale. If it was necessary in the future, then the number would be increased. If such a force was in Yu Jiao's hands, then Yu Yunlong would be the strongest among the princes. If Yu Yunlong didn't want to give the throne to Yu Jiao, then he wouldn't have done so. At this time, Jade Flood Dragon was indeed in the fish farm. He also took Tang Ming and the others out. Tang Ming and the others were usually remotely controlled, so Jade Flood Dragon didn't need to worry about them. Therefore, no matter where he was, he wouldn't be able to disturb Tang Ming and the others. On the contrary, hiding in the fish farm made it more convenient for them to do things. After all, there weren't so many people watching them. Just as they settled down in the fish farm, Tang Ming came to see Yu Jiao with a happy expression. Seeing Tang Ming's expression, Yu Jiao couldn't help but smile and said, Old Tang, what's the matter? Why are you smiling so happily? Tang Ming smiled and said, Your Highness, I have good news. His Majesty is going to build a new army, and the commander of the new army has already been chosen. He's from the intelligence department, and his name is Li Qing. He's one of Boss's subordinates, and he's a hardcore supporter of ours. Previously, in order to support him in his position, we specially handed the Green Jade Adventurer Group over to him. To the outside world, he's the leader of the Green Jade Adventurer Group. Yu Jiao stared, then he said, Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that Imperial Father discovered something and did this on purpose? Tang Ming shook his head and said, No, His Majesty gave him an order to lead the adventurer group to join the new army. In the future, other adventurers will join as well. The new army's barracks will be built not far from here. If something happens in Ice Jade City in the future, they will protect Your Highness first. Moreover, they will be under Your Highness' control. Yu Jiao stared, then his expression changed. Then he said, Under my control? How can they be under my control? What does Imperial Father want to do? Did he discover something? Otherwise, why would he say that something happened in Ice Jade City? What can happen in Ice Jade City? Tang Ming looked at the Jade Serpent and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, I think His Majesty might be guarding against the Fourth Highness and the others. That's why he gave such an order. However, it seems like His Majesty has made preparations as well, so there's no need to worry. Yu Jiaolong's expression immediately became unsightly. He said, If that's really the case, then we need to do something. Old Tang, can you contact the people in the city? If necessary, ask them to help my father. We can't let anything happen to him. Tang Ming nodded and said, That's not a problem. Your Highness can rest assured. I'll immediately give them the order. However, we can't move the people in the city right now. I think that His Majesty will conduct an investigation in Ice Jade City. If we move at this time, His Majesty might discover something. Yu Jiao nodded and said, "All right, you can give the order. Don't move the people in the city. If Imperial Father is in danger, then it won't be too late to take action. I know what's important and what's not." Tang Ming smiled and said, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry. You're now a member of the Lost Soul Empire. Although His Majesty isn't, he's still your father. Boss told your Highness to come to the Arctic continent because he doesn't want the Lost Soul Empire to be hostile when they enter the Arctic continent. He didn't tell your Highness to usurp the throne." Yu Jiao nodded and said, "Thank you." Tang Ming smiled and said, "Your Highness is too polite. What we need to do now is to wait and see. As long as His Majesty discovers the actions of the Fourth Highness, then the success rate of the Fourth Highness operation should be very high. Naturally, the prerequisite is that the people from the spiritual realm don't make a move." Jade Flood Dragon sighed and said, "What I'm most worried about is that the spiritual realm would make a move. Forget it, let's not talk about this. We can only watch for now. If we attack Fourth Brothers Group now, it will only cause more trouble. Let's leave it at that for now. By the way, you said that the new army is made up of adventurers? Can we control them?" Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "There shouldn't be a problem. In fact, a lot of adventurers in Ice Jade City are our people. It's just that they don't know each other. It shouldn't be too difficult to have them all join the new army and obey orders. Even if something unexpected happens, Li Qing's strength should be enough to control the situation." Yu Jiao glanced at Tang Ming and said, "Old Zhao's arrangement is very comprehensive. Why do I feel that our people are everywhere in Ice Jade City?" Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "Actually, when Boss first came to the Five Spiritual Realms, he didn't understand the situation here. Therefore, he didn't plan to use the Ice Ocean continent as a foothold. After all, the Ice Ocean continent has a direct spatial passage with our Lost Soul Empire. But after Boss heard about the Miscellaneous Spirit Continent, he changed his mind and decided to use the Miscellaneous Spirit Continent as a foothold. It's precisely because he planned to use the Ice Ocean continent as a foothold that Boss made his arrangements in the Ice Ocean continent more meticulously. Now, there are indeed a lot of our people in the Ice Ocean continent. Not only the Ice Jade country, but also the other countries. As long as the army of the Lost Soul Empire arrives, countless people will follow us. Is there really a spatial passage? I thought Zhao Hai was lying to me. Is that spatial passage far away? I want to take a look." Hearing Tang Ming, Yu Jiao couldn't help but say. Tang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, you can go, but you can only watch. Nobody can go through the spatial passage except for Chief. It's too cold there. Even with my strength, I would still be frozen to death. Otherwise, Chief wouldn't have come to the Five Spiritual Realms. He's the Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. If there weren't any special reasons, how could we allow him to take such risks?" Tang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Of course, we can't do that. Ice Jade City, Yu Feilong's residence." Yu Feilong was sitting in the living room. There were also several people sitting in the living room. These people were all Yu Feilong's brothers. Aside from Yu Jialong, Yu Yunlong's other sons were also present. Yu Feilong was the leader of these people. He hasn't been idle these past few years. He has subdued all of his brothers, except for Yu Jialong. Yu Feilong looked at these people and said, "I heard that eighth brother moved to the fish farm. What do you think he's doing? Did he see something?" Next to Yu Feilong, a man in his 20s, who was only a few years older than Yu Jialong, said, "Fourth brother, why do you care about him? Although eighth brother came back this time and Imperial Father seems to favor him, look at him now. Isn't he still living in a 20-person mansion? Moreover, although he has a job, he's just a fish farmer. What's there to care about? Moreover, isn't it better for him to leave now? It's more convenient for us to do things." The others nodded as well. Yu Feilong looked at them and said, "I've always felt uneasy. Eighth brother's actions are a bit abnormal." Another person said, "I think it's normal, there's nothing unusual. Eighth brother seems to have thought about fighting for something before. This time, he came back because he saw that the current situation was too bad and wanted to come back to help. In addition, he received some news and wanted to come back to tell Imperial Father. However, he still didn't fight for anything. That's enough." Yu Failong frowned, he didn't say anything. However, he was still worried about Yu Jialong's matter. At this time, the 20s man who spoke before said, "Fourth brother, what do you mean? When can we make a move?" Yu Failong looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Old Six, don't be anxious. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with the recent events. First, there were assassins in the Imperial Palace. Then, Imperial Father investigated the Imperial Palace. This caused all of our spies in the Imperial Palace to be lost. Even now, we don't know anything about the Imperial Palace. If we act rashly at this time, the consequences will be unimaginable." The sixth brother that Yu Failong mentioned was the sixth prince, Yu Jinglong. Yu Jinglong was only 3 years older than Yu Jialong. Therefore, they looked about the same age. When Yu Jinglong heard Yu Failong, he couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "Fourth brother, you're thinking too much. Assassins entered the Imperial Palace and almost killed their way into Imperial Father's study. It's clear that someone in the Imperial Palace helped them. Moreover, many of the people who died this time weren't our people. It seems like there are other people in the Imperial Palace. It would be strange if Imperial Father didn't investigate." The others nodded. Another person said, "That's right, fourth brother. We're all ready now. When it's time to move, we should move. Don't forget that the people on the other side have already contacted us. If I don't move, they won't be satisfied." When Yu Failong heard this, his expression turned cold. He knew who this person was referring to. It was the people from the ice-soaring country and the icebound country. However, the people in charge of the two countries were no longer them. Moreover, the people who came down from the spiritual realm were from the spiritual realm. Someone from the spiritual realm had come down. This was what Yu Failong had learned from the people of the ice-soaring nation and the icebound nation. He didn't believe it at first, but after seeing the other party use a small teleportation formation that could be used by people from the upper realm, he believed it. This was because this teleportation formation existed in legends, and only people from the upper realm could use it. Moreover, in addition to these teleportation formations, they also used other artifacts. These artifacts couldn't be seen in the lower realm. Although there were artifacts in the lower realm, their power was completely different. It was because of these artifacts that Yu Failong believed the other party and cooperated with them. Yu Failong couldn't help but sigh. After thinking about this, Yu Failong couldn't help but sigh and said, "Yes, it's time to move. We have no other choice. The other party is from the upper realm. How can we be their opponent? I've tried to probe Imperial Father before, but Imperial Father didn't have the slightest intention of relying on them. He even wanted to go against them. Those people are from the upper realm, the spiritual realm. How can it be good for us to go against them? For the sake of our Yu family, we can only do this." The others nodded as well. However, they knew that Yu Failong's words were true. It was hard to say how much truth was in Yu Failong's words. Although it sounded nice, it was all for the sake of the throne. However, these people were already aware of their fourth brother's methods. They knew that their fourth brother's methods were extraordinary, and he was also the most trusted by their father. Because of this, they all followed him for the sake of power. Once Yu Failong takes over the throne, they would also be able to obtain benefits. Seeing everyone nod, Yu Failong said, "If we want to move, we must be quick. Imperial Father has already begun to prepare a new army. If we wait until the new army is trained, it would be even more difficult for us to move. Right now, more than half of the Imperial guards guarding the Imperial city are under our control. Although we can't control the army inside the Imperial city, their numbers are too small. With the strength in our hands, we can definitely break through the Imperial city. As long as we can break through the Imperial city, then the world will be ours." The eyes of the others lit up. Yu Failong looked at them and said, "Let's do it like this, we'll move in 5 days. We can't wait any longer to avoid any more problems." The others nodded as well. At this time, footsteps were suddenly heard from outside. Yu Failong's expression changed, then he said, "Who is it? Don't you know that I'm drinking with the princes? Don't you want to disturb me?" A voice was heard from outside, "Your Highness, I just received news that His Majesty has already appointed a new army leader. The new army's barracks will be located next to the 8th Prince's fish farm. The new army will be made up of adventurers. However, I'm afraid that the adventurers won't be disciplined. Therefore, 2 regiments of the Imperial Guards will be transferred out of the city to prevent any changes in the new army. Upon hearing this, Yu Feilong's expression changed. He immediately said, "Come in and talk." The person outside nodded. Then the door was pushed open and an old eunuch came in. Yu Feilong looked at the old eunuch and said, "Feng Dabin, tell me in detail, what's going on?" Feng Dabin was Yu Feilong's companion. When he heard Yu Feilong's question, he immediately replied, "Replying to your highness, news just came from the palace. The new army has already begun to form. The new army's commander is Li Qing, a foreign affairs officer from the intelligence department. He has already been appointed as the new army's commander. The new army's barracks will be built next to the 8th Prince's fish farm. Actually, it should be built in the fish farm since it's very close to Ice Jade City. But because of the fish farm, the new army's barracks can only be built on the iceberg. His Majesty believes that there are too many adventurers in Ice Jade City. If these adventurers cause trouble during the war, then it wouldn't be good. Therefore, he decided to make the new army entirely composed of adventurers. However, His Majesty was worried that the adventurers wouldn't be disciplined. Therefore, he transferred 2 teams of Imperial Guards and stationed them next to the new army. If something happens, then it would be easier to suppress them. These 2 teams are all our people. Yu Feilong's expression became heavy. After some time, he said, "When will the army be transferred? Did Imperial Father do this on purpose?" Feng Dabin shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like it was done on purpose. After all, most of the Imperial Guards are our people. It wouldn't be easy for His Majesty to transfer people to our side. As for the transfer of the army, it has already begun. His Majesty gave the order to treat this transfer as a war march. They must leave the city tonight and set up a barracks outside the city." Yu Feilong nodded with a dignified expression. Then he said, "How will the transfer of these 2 regiments affect us?" Feng Dabin replied, "The impact isn't very big. Even if the 2 regiments are transferred, we still have the advantage in the city. Moreover, it's good that the 2 regiments are next to the new army's barracks. If something happens in the city and the new army wants to go back, then they would have to go through the 2 regiments first." Yu Feilong's expression relaxed. Then he nodded and waved his hand, "You can leave. See if there's any news. If there is, then report it immediately." Feng Dabin nodded before he turned around and left. After Feng Dabin left, Yu Feilong frowned. Then he turned to the others and said, "What do you think Imperial Father is doing? Could it be that he's targeting us?" Yu Jinglong shook his head and said, "That's impossible. 4th brother, we've always been very secretive. The people who come in contact with us are just ordinary merchants who have business dealings with us before. Therefore, nobody would suspect us. As for the deployment of the army, isn't it normal? I think Imperial Father is right. The adventurers in the city are indeed an unstable factor. Those fellows do everything for money. As long as you give them money, they will do anything. Keeping them in the city is indeed dangerous. Now that we have them form an army, we can turn this danger into a benefit. But look at those adventurers, if they don't have an army to deter them, do you think they would train well?" Yu Jinglong shook his head and said, "That's not possible. 4th brother, we've always been very secretive. Those people who come in contact with us are just ordinary merchants who have business dealings with us before. 4th brother, I think that Imperial Father is right. He's worthy of being an emperor for a lifetime. His thinking is very thorough. This is definitely a good thing for Ice Jade City." Yu Feilong thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "It's indeed a good thing." "Alright, then it's decided. We'll move out in 5 days. After you go back, make sure to contact your people. We'll move out in 5 days." The group nodded before they stood up and left. After the group left, Yu Feilong called Feng Dabin over. He looked at Feng Dabin and said, "Feng Dabin, call the people from the ice-soaring country and the icebound country over. I have something to tell them." Feng Dabin nodded. Feng Dabin nodded before he turned around and left. Just like the other companions of the princes, Feng Dabin was the most loyal to Yu Feilong. If Yu Feilong needs something, Feng Dabin would do it for him. This was because Feng Dabin would only have a high position if Yu Feilong was well. Before long, Feng Dabin led the people from the ice-soaring country and the icebound country to arrive. These people were all dressed like merchants. They were tall, short, fat, and thin. Each of them had a smile on their face. This smile was somewhat fake, it was the kind of smile that merchants were used to. After Feng Dabin led these people into the room, he stood behind Yu Feilong. These people gave Yu Feilong a salute, their etiquette was very thorough. Yu Feilong looked at them and nodded, "We've already decided, we'll make our move in 5 days. How are your people preparing? You should know that there are a lot of experts in the Imperial Palace. If you don't have enough experts, then we won't be able to do anything to the Imperial Palace. We only have one chance. If we miss this opportunity, then we won't have another chance. Your actions will also be exposed." A fat merchant among these merchants cupped his fist towards Yu Feilong and said, "First of all, congratulations to your highness. We're finally going to make a move. Your highness can rest assured. This time, we have a total of 200 experts. Moreover, we have artifacts in our hands. We can serve your highness at any time. There won't be any problems. Your highness can rest assured." Yu Feilong nodded. Then he looked at these people and said, "All right, you can go back and wait for the news. 5 days later, I'll send people to inform you. You must be prepared." These people nodded. Then Yu Feilong waved his hand and had them leave. After these people left, Yu Feilong let out a long breath. Then he turned to Feng Dabin and said, "Companion, do you think I did the right thing? I'm doing this for the Yu family. Imperial father is leading the Yu family to death. I have no choice but to do this for the sake of the Yu family. I think that even if the Yu family's ancestors knew that I did this, they wouldn't blame me." Feng Dabin said, "Your highness, you're not wrong. You're doing this for the Yu family. With the strength of the 5 spirit realms, how can they fight against the people from the upper realm? Only by relying on the people from the upper realm will the Yu family have a way out." Yu Feilong nodded. Then he looked out the window and said, "Let's see what happens 5 days later. 5 days later, we'll see the results. I hope we can succeed. I hope." At the same time, Yu Yunlong was sitting in his study. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Is the news reliable? Are they really going to make a move? Do you know the exact time?" Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, we only know that they will take action in 5 days. As for when it will be, we don't know. However, in the shops of the ice-soaring country and the ice-sealed country, there have been some new faces recently. These people are very strong, and they came in the name of delivering goods to them. I don't think they are that simple." Yu Yunlong said in a low voice, "Of course they're not simple. They're the ones 4th brother hired to stop the fist. Moreover, these people are related to the people from the upper realm. They might be carrying artifacts from the upper realm. If that's the case, then we're really in trouble this time. Xianxia, be prepared. We definitely won't be able to get through this." After saying that, Yu Yunlong closed his eyes. He seemed to have aged a lot. Xianxia knew that Yu Yunlong wasn't afraid of the people from the upper realm. He was sad because he was betrayed by his son. 5 days later, dark clouds covered the sky. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was a good day to commit murder and arson. Yu Yunlong was sitting in his study with his eyes closed. He was holding a magic staff in his hand. Xianxia was standing behind him with a magic staff in his hand. Xianxia didn't close his eyes, he just stood there and looked outside the window. After some time, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Then a voice was heard, "Your Majesty, there's an urgent matter to report." "Speak." Yu Yunlong didn't open his mouth, it was Xianxia who spoke. The person outside the door nodded, then he said, "Yes, an informant reported that someone from the 4th Prince's residence went to the City Defense Army's barracks. At this time, a large number of City Defense Army troops are heading towards the Imperial Palace. There are also a lot of people with unknown identities gathering towards the Imperial Palace. The princes are also among them." Yu Yunlong slowly opened his eyes, then he said, "They still came. Xianxia, come with me to the Imperial Palace. I want to see how they will face me." Then Yu Yunlong stood up with his magic staff and walked outside. Xianxia quickly followed. When they arrived outside, Yu Yunlong didn't enter the carriage that was prepared for him. Instead, he directly walked towards the imperial palace. Xianxia followed behind Yu Yunlong. He could see that Yu Yunlong's expression was very ugly. However, he didn't know what to say. In fact, Xianxia had watched Yu Yunlong grow up. He had also watched Yu Yunlong's children grow up. He really didn't think that Yu Yunlong and the others would have the guts to make a move against him. Before long, the two arrived at the imperial palace. The people on the imperial palace gave Yu Yunlong a salute. Yu Yunlong waved his hand and sat down on the imperial palace's tower. He didn't say anything. Before long, footsteps could be heard from outside the imperial palace. Then a large number of troops gathered outside the imperial palace. At this time, the imperial guard, Han Bing, turned his head to look at Yu Yunlong. He saw that Yu Yunlong had already closed his eyes. Then he turned his head to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him and waved his hand. Han Bing immediately understood. Then he walked towards the imperial palace and loudly said, "Who are you? Why are you gathering outside the imperial palace? How bold. Do you want to rebel?" A voice came from outside the palace walls. "I am the fourth prince, Yu Failong. I heard that there were assassins in the palace, so I brought people to protect my father. Quickly open the palace gates." Han Bing said coldly, "Everything is fine in the palace. There are no assassins. Fourth prince, please go back." "How dare you? Han Bing, I think you're the one who colluded with the assassins to harm my father. If you don't open the gate immediately, don't blame me for being impolite." Yu Binglong said in a deep voice. "Without His Majesty's decree, no one is allowed to open the palace gates at night. Your Highness the fourth prince, without His Majesty's decree, you are not allowed to bring troops into the palace. Don't you know? Do you have a decree? How dare you, Han Bing? How dare you hold His Majesty hostage? Men, attack and save His Majesty. That's enough. I'm right here. It's not up to you to decide." "Ha ha ha. My good son, you're really good at stirring up trouble. You've already accused Han Bing of kidnapping me. You've got guts." Yu Yunlong stood up and walked to the palace walls. He looked at Yu Failong and coldly said, "My good son, what do you want to do? Why did you bring troops into the palace? Do you want to kill your father?" When Yu Failong saw Yu Yunlong, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Father, there's no need to panic. You were forced to say these words by the assassins. This son will definitely save you. Men, attack." Following his words, the people around him immediately took out their staffs and used all kinds of spells to attack the palace. But at this time a blue barrier appeared around the palace and blocked all of the techniques. This blue barrier was the palace's barrier. However, it hasn't been used for many years. When Yu Failong saw the barrier, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said in a deep voice, "Quickly, strengthen the attack. We must save Imperial Father." Then Yu Failong waved his hand to the people beside him. Those people immediately walked out. Then, one of them took out a treasure sword. This sword was about 1 meter long. It was completely red and flashed with red light. It looked very beautiful. The person made a sword seal and waved his hand. The sword immediately flew up and turned into a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Then it rushed towards the palace's barrier. Yu Yunlong didn't look at the dragon. He just stared at Yu Failong outside the palace. It was as if the two of them were the only people left in the world. On the other hand, Yu Failong didn't dare to look at Yu Yunlong. He just commanded his people to attack the palace. When the dragon reached the palace's barrier, it slammed its head on the barrier. The barrier shook slightly, but it didn't move. At this time, another person took out a sword. He made a sword seal and threw the sword into the sky. Then another dragon appeared in the sky and rushed towards the palace's barrier. The imperial palace's barrier shook even more. Yu Yunlong let out a long breath as if he finally recovered. He looked at the people below and then turned his head to look at the two dragons in the sky. Then he muttered, "Sure enough, it's a technique from the upper realm. It seems like the upper realm is really behind this." Xianxia also looked at the two dragons in the sky. Then he said, "Your Majesty, what do we do now?" Yu Yunlong said in a low voice, "This should be a very powerful artifact from the upper realm. However, the person using this artifact isn't from the upper realm. I don't think they'll be able to withstand this artifact for too long. Pass down the order, strengthen the shield's energy." Xianxia nodded and immediately gave the order. Han Bing also immediately had people increase the energy of the shield. Actually, in the 5 spirit realms, every important city has a protective shield. Naturally, your country's imperial palace also has a protective shield. What provides energy for these shields is a kind of crystal. This kind of crystal was inadvertently found in the 5 spirit realms. This kind of crystal contains a lot of energy, but its production is very small. Generally, it is kept by the imperial clans of each country, and it wouldn't be taken out easily. For example, the royal family of the Ice Jade country used this kind of crystal for their barrier. However, this kind of crystal wasn't a traction crystal. It was impossible for it to absorb energy by itself. Once it was used up, it would be gone. Therefore, the consumption of energy was very large. Because of this kind of crystal was rarely used by people. The barriers of each city, unless it was during wartime, they wouldn't be activated. Although the imperial palace's barrier has been strengthened, the two dragons were still baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They kept hitting the barrier, causing the barrier to shake even more. Yu Yunlong's eyes flashed, then he said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, pass the order. Have the people in the barracks get ready. As long as the barrier is broken, then it's time for them to attack with all their might. They must resist." Xianxia nodded and then went to pass the order. At this time, countless armored soldiers came out of the imperial palace. Aside from these armored soldiers, there were also some people who didn't wear armor. They were all wearing robes, and they looked quite old. They were holding magic staffs in their hands as they calmly stood in the imperial palace. They looked up at the two dragons in the sky. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Feilong and then suddenly shouted, "Yu Feilong, you are my son, my most trusted son. I will hand over the throne to you in the future. Can't you wait for a few days?" Yu Feilong didn't look at Yu Yunlong, he just kept commanding the people to attack the barrier. At this time, the two people in front of him who were controlling the dragons started to sway. Their faces were pale, they couldn't hold on any longer. The two people made hand seals as the two dragons in the sky roared. Then they turned into two flying swords and fell into the hands of the two people. The two of them directly handed the flying swords to the people beside them. Then, the two of them retreated. After the people beside them received the flying swords, they immediately formed a sword seal and summoned the giant dragon once again. Then, the giant dragon crashed into the barrier of the imperial palace. After more than an hour, the imperial palace's barrier finally loosened. Then the imperial palace's barrier exploded. At this time, the people controlling the flying swords had already changed more than a dozen batches. Seeing the imperial palace's barrier shatter, Yu Feilong's face lit up. He immediately shouted, "Attack! Attack with all your strength. Capture the imperial palace and you will be heavily rewarded." At this time, he didn't ask for Yu Yunlong's help, he directly said that he would be rewarded. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Feilong with an ugly expression. At this time, Yu Feilong seemed to have gained some confidence. He looked up at Yu Yunlong and laughed, "Imperial. Father, you're old. You can't see the situation clearly. The 5 spirit realms are no longer the same as before. The experts from the upper realm have already arrived. They want to unify the 5 spirit realms. Imperial Father, with the strength of the 5 spirit realms, how can we resist the experts from the upper realm? Rather than being destroyed by the experts from the upper realm, why don't we take the initiative to surrender? This way, our Yu family can be guaranteed eternal wealth. Isn't this good? I'm doing this for the good of the Yu family. Imperial Father, don't blame me." "Nonsense. Are you really stupid or are you just playing dumb? Everyone knows that when people from the upper realm come to the lower realm, they can't stay there for more than 3 months. Otherwise, they would never be able to return to the upper realm. Now, the ones who came down from the upper realm are just some servants from the upper realm. How strong can they be? After they arrive in the lower realm, their strength will decline. The strongest among them won't be much stronger than us. If they were really strong enough to sweep through the 5 spirit realms, then why would they use such methods? You Filong, do you really think that you can become the king of the Ice Jade country just because you killed me? Stop dreaming. Even if you kill me, you're just a puppet. You still have to look at other people's faces. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Filong and angrily scolded. He didn't think that Yu Filong would still be able to say such words at this time. He was really too stupid. When Yu Filong heard Yu Yunlong scolding him, his face couldn't help but turn cold. Then he coldly snorted and said, Imperial Father, no matter what, with our strength, it's impossible for us to contend with the experts from the upper realm. I'm doing this for the Yu family. I'm doing this for the Yu family. Your Highness, there's movement in the city. Someone seems to be attacking the Imperial Palace. Jade Jiaolong was sleeping when a voice suddenly woke him up. He jumped up and ran out without even putting on his clothes. A person was standing outside the door. This person was Yu Dabin. Jade Jiaolong immediately asked, Dabin, what's going on? Yu Dabin replied, Your Highness, the city seems to be in chaos. Someone seems to be attacking the Imperial Palace. Mr. Tang and the others seem to have taken action. Just as Yu Dabin finished speaking, Tang Ming ran over and said to Jade Jiaolong, Your Highness, His Highness the Fourth Prince is leading people to attack the Imperial Palace. We just received news that the city defense army is participating. Moreover, some of them seem to be using artifacts from the upper realm. What should we do now? Jade Jiaolong patted his forehead to calm himself down. Then he asked, How is Imperial Father? Tang Ming replied, His Majesty has made preparations and is defending the Imperial Palace. Moreover, the Imperial Palace's shield has been opened. The current situation isn't clear. But there's one thing I can tell Your Highness. The camp of the new army next to the fish farm has been surrounded by the city defense army. The city defense army surrounded the camp in the name of preventing people from causing trouble. I'm afraid that the new army can't move. Jade Jiaolong stared, then his expression changed. He said, You mean to say that the city defense army is my fourth brother's men? They're afraid that we'll go back to rescue them? Tang Ming nodded and said, That's what I meant. Don't forget that the new army has just been formed. Even if the fourth prince doesn't know that the new army will be led by Your Highness, he should know that the commander of the new army is someone from the intelligence department. Moreover, the people in the intelligence department are all loyal to His Majesty. At this time, the new army is being watched and prevented from rescuing people. I'm afraid that they are the fourth prince's people. Otherwise, they wouldn't do this. Jade Jiaolong took a deep breath and said, Old Tang, how's your skill? This time, the city defense army has mobilized about 50,000 people. It's impossible for all of them to rebel. There must be a leader among them. If you can eliminate the leader, then the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. At that time, we can subdue them. Even if we can't subdue them, we can still have the new army attack the city. Tang Ming said in a deep voice, No problem, Your Highness can rest assured. We can take care of those leaders, but the rest will depend on Your Highness. It would be even better if you could use His Majesty's name. Yu Jiaolong nodded and said, That's easy. I have the token that my father gave me. Once I take it out, I can act as if my father is here. With this token, I can control the armies. Let's go to the new army camp now. Tang Ming nodded and said, All right, Your Highness, please wear your clothes first. I've already received the others, we'll set off immediately. Then Tang Ming turned around and left. When Jade Flood Dragon heard Tang Ming, he realized that he still hadn't put on his clothes. He immediately ran back to his room and hastily put on his clothes before running out of his room. At this time, Tang Ming and the others were already prepared. Jade Jiaolong looked at Tang Ming and didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, Let's go. Then he immediately led Tang Ming and the others towards the camp. Before long, the group arrived at the new army's barracks. However, they discovered that the barracks was surrounded by 50,000 city defense army soldiers. Although the new army had built their barracks, they didn't prepare much. This was because they were still focused on training. Therefore, they didn't dare to move when they were surrounded by the city defense army. When Jade Jiaolong saw this, he turned his head to Tang Ming and said, Old Tang, what do we do now? Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing to do. Let's just rush in." After saying that, he waved his hand. The people behind him all assumed a battle formation. Then, each of them had a short, transparent staff in their hands. Tang Ming walked in front of the jade flood dragon and turned to it, "Your Highness, follow me. Let's charge into the camp together." After saying that, Tang Ming turned his head and glanced at the camp of the new army. Then, he waved his hand and everyone flew forward with Tang Ming. Their flying speed wasn't the fastest, but it wasn't slow either. Yu Jiaolong and Yu Ban were protected in the middle. Jade Jiaolong had only seen Zhao Hai fight before. When Zhao Hai fought, there was no difference between him and the people from the five spirit realms. As for other people, Jade Jiaolong hadn't seen them fight before. Now that Tang Ming and the others were about to make a move, Jade Jiaolong was naturally curious. He wasn't worried that he would be in danger. In his opinion, it was impossible for him to be in danger. After all, he wasn't completely powerless. He still had the ability to protect himself. Tang Ming didn't care too much about this. He led his people and rushed forward. Before long, they were close to the new army camp. At this time, some people from the city defense army noticed them. They immediately flew up and greeted them. Before long, these people arrived in front of Tang Ming and the others and said, "Stop, there's a military." But before he could say the word military, the formation in Tang Ming's hand lit up. Then he launched an attack towards these people. Ice swords flew out from the formation and attacked these people. Moreover, the speed of the ice swords was very fast. It seemed like they didn't intend to stop at all. The people around Tang Ming and the others were the same. The staff in their hands didn't seem to be able to do anything other than shoot out ice swords. However, this move was enough to take people's lives. Not only were the ice swords very fast, they also couldn't be stopped. This was truly shocking. Tang Ming and the others were stunned. The people in front of them didn't expect Tang Ming and the others to attack without saying anything. They also didn't think that their attacks would be like this. Therefore, they didn't have time to react before they were killed by the ice swords. Then before the city defense army could react, Tang Ming and the others had already rushed into the new army camp. At this time, the new army's camp was already on high alert. After all, the people in the camp were all adventurers. Although they weren't regular soldiers, they still had a lot more combat experience compared to regular soldiers. Because of this, they didn't panic. Everyone was prepared for battle. At this time, Tang Ming and the others suddenly rushed in. When Tang Ming and the others charged in, the new army was about to attack them. At this time, a voice was heard, "Everyone stop. This is His Highness the Eighth Prince. Don't be rude." Along with this voice, a group of people came out of the living quarters. The one who came out was Li Qing. Li Qing was around 30 years old. He looked very imposing. He was tall and looked very handsome. When Li Qing saw Jade Flood Dragon, he immediately went forward and gave a salute, "Greetings to the Eighth Highness." Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, "Imperial Father gave me the right to control the new army. Commander Li, I order you to immediately assemble the army. There's a rebellion in Ice Jade City. We need to go and rescue them. Hurry." Li Qing loudly complied. Then he immediately issued an order to gather the people. At this time, the number of people in the new army's barracks wasn't small. Although they didn't reach 100,000 people, there were still 80,000. After all, there were a lot of adventurers in Ice Jade City. This time, almost all of them were gathered in the barracks. Naturally, the number of adventurers wasn't small. After everyone was gathered, Jade Flood Dragon said, "Everyone, listen up. There's a rebellion in Ice Jade City. We need to enter the city and rescue them. This is the first battle of the new army. I hope that you can show them the glory of the new army. Let's show them that although the new army is made up of adventurers, we're still much stronger than their old soldiers. If we succeed in rescuing them, this king will guarantee you a promotion and wealth. Let's go." It must be said that Li Qing had some means. Although the new army camp had been established for a few days, his control over the new army was already very good. He had already arranged his people everywhere. At this point, the new army was basically under his control. Actually, this was mainly because Zhao Hai had subdued too many people in the past. Almost all of the people in the camp were Zhao Hai's subordinates. Because of this, it was easy for Li Qing to control the new army. Therefore, as soon as Yu Jialong said that, the others all responded. Then, Li Qing commanded them to head out of the camp, with Yu Jialong and Tang Ming leading the way. Just as these people arrived in front of the barracks, they were immediately stopped. The ones who stopped Yu Jialong's group were the two generals in charge of the City Defense Army's barracks. These two people were wearing helmets and holding staffs as they led their men to block the entrance of the barracks. Jade Serpent glanced at the two of them and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The two generals took a step forward and bowed to Jade Flood Dragon, then they said, "Wang Feng and Wang Ren greet 8th Highness. We were ordered to guard against the new army. Now that there's chaos in the city, to prevent the new army from causing trouble, we surrounded the camp. 8th Highness, without His Majesty's order, not a single soldier can take a step out of the camp." Jade Serpent glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Is that so? It seems like you're very loyal. This king has His Majesty's order to control the new army. Now that there's chaos in the city, this king is going to lead the army to quell the chaos. You should step aside." The two generals didn't move. One of them said, "We're only waiting for His Majesty's order. Without seeing His Majesty's order, we won't let a single soldier out of the camp. Please forgive us, Your Highness." Yu Jialong's eyes flashed with anger. Then he winked at Tang Ming. He flipped his hand and took out a gold medal. Then he said in a deep voice, "You two are Ice Jade City's Imperial Guards. You should recognize this. Now, this king wants you to move aside." When the two generals saw the gold medallion in Yu Jialong's hand, their bodies couldn't help but shake. The people behind them also became restless. This was because they recognized the gold medallion. It was Yu Yunlong's King's Command medallion. It can be said that Yu Jialong's words were his own. If they were to stop Yu Jialong, then it would be no different than a rebellion. Just as Yu Jialong had guessed, it was impossible for all of the tens of thousands of Imperial Guards to rebel with Yu Filong. Only a few of the leaders rebelled while the others were just following orders. However, now that Yu Jialong had taken out the gold medal, it meant that his position was higher than Wang Feng and Wang Ren. Who should they listen to now? Wang Feng and Wang Ren also felt the commotion behind them. Their expressions changed. They didn't expect Jade Flood Dragon to have a gold medallion. Once this gold medallion appeared, they would be in trouble. However, Wang Feng and the others also knew that they were now on the fourth prince's boat. If the fourth prince was defeated, then they would be finished as well. Therefore, they couldn't back down. After thinking about this, Wang Feng straightened his neck and loudly said, "No, Your Majesty." Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Tang Ming and the others had already made their move. This time, Tang Ming and the others didn't shoot out ice swords. Instead, they made their moves themselves. Their figures flashed as they arrived beside Wang Feng and Wang Ren. Then a huge ice sword appeared in their hands. With a slash of the ice sword, Wang Feng and Wang Ren were beheaded. This wasn't over, the other leaders were also beheaded. After beheading these people, Tang Ming and the others retreated to Jade Flood Dragon's side. On the other hand, Yu Feng and Wang Ren's subordinates were in chaos. Many of them raised their staffs and prepared to attack. At this time, Yu Feng raised the gold medallion in his hand and loudly said, "Who dares to move? Ice Jade City is in chaos. Wang Feng and Wang Ren are Imperial Guards, yet they didn't want to serve His Majesty. Instead, they blocked our way. They deserve to die. This king has the Holy Cross gold medallion, yet they dared to obstruct us. This king will behead them, who dares to oppose." After the chaos, the city defense army slowly calmed down. At this time, someone from the city defense army opened his mouth and said, "Brothers, no." Not waiting for the person to finish speaking, Tang Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside the person. Then he grabbed the person's neck and pulled him out. When Tang Ming returned to Jade Flood Dragon's side, he threw the person on the ground and stepped on him. Then he turned to Jade Flood Dragon and said, "Imperial Guards, listen up. From now on, the Imperial Guards will be governed by a system of joint command. If a person doesn't listen to orders and incites others, then they will all be executed. Anyone who informs will be heavily rewarded by this king. Naturally, the Jade Flood Dragon's words couldn't be heard by everyone. However, Tang Ming and the others were present. After the Jade Flood Dragon finished speaking, Tang Ming and the others immediately flew up and spread the Jade Flood Dragon's words. When they shouted, they used their powers to make sure that everyone could hear them. Although there was a bit of chaos among the Imperial Guards, they immediately calmed down. The Imperial Guards placed their hands on their staffs and began to pay attention to the people around them. They were afraid that the people around them would suddenly shout. If that happened, then they would be in trouble. As soon as the Jade Jiao Dragon's words came out, those who wanted to stir up trouble immediately became well-behaved. They knew that as long as they made a sound, the Jade Jiao Dragon wouldn't even need to do anything, as the people around them would tear them into pieces. At this time, they naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. Seeing this, Jade Flood Dragon turned to Li Qing and said, "Commander Li, you lead the new army to Ice Jade City." Li Qing responded and immediately led the new army to the Ice Jade City. The people from the city defense army did not dare to stop them. After Commander Li and the others left, Jade Flood Dragon said, "The Imperial Guards and the city defense army, enter the barracks." Originally, Yu Jialong wanted the city defense army to attack Ice Jade City. However, he was very clear that Ice Jade City was still very dangerous. Moreover, the city defense army wasn't trustworthy enough. If they were to follow Ice Jade City and cause trouble, it would be bad. Therefore, he decided to keep them in the barracks of the new army and guard them with the joint seat method. This way, they wouldn't cause trouble. The city defense army didn't dare to make a sound because Tang Ming and the others were still flying in the sky, eyeing them covetously. If they were to make a sound, then they would be in danger of being killed at any time. Therefore, they obediently entered the barracks. After they entered the barracks, Yu Jialong immediately said to Tang Ming, "Old Tang, leave half of your men to watch over these guys. If necessary, kill them to establish your authority. The rest of you, follow me to Ice Jade City." Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness doesn't need to worry. Just leave 10 people behind. The rest will follow you. You can order them to stay in the barracks. They are not allowed to enter the barracks, nor are they allowed to whisper to each other. I guarantee that they won't cause any trouble. After we deal with Ice Jade City, we'll come back and deal with them." Jade Flood Dragon stared, then he said, "Isn't 10 people too few? There are tens of thousands of people here. Will it work?" Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "No problem. Your Highness can rest assured. If these people really cause trouble, then 10 of them won't be a problem." Although Jade Flood Dragon didn't fully believe Tang Ming, he also knew that this wasn't the time to talk about this. Therefore, he nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say." Then Jade Flood Dragon's figure moved, he flew up and then shouted to the city defense army, "Imperial Guards, listen up. Nobody is allowed to leave the barracks, nobody is allowed to enter the barracks, nobody is allowed to whisper to each other, nobody is allowed to speak or move. From now on, we'll implement the system of joint command. If one person speaks or moves, then he or she will be killed. If one person speaks or moves, then he or she will be killed." Tang Ming and the others repeated the order as usual. Then Jade Flood Dragon and Tang Ming led the city defense army out of the barracks. However, they left 10 people behind to watch over the barracks. As for the 10 people, after they left, they immediately activated a spirit formation and covered the military camp. This spirit formation was for the inside and not the outside. In other words, it was impossible for the people inside to leave. It was even impossible for them to attack the people outside. However, the people outside the spirit formation could attack the people inside. This formation was also a product of the Lost Soul Empire. But its original purpose was very simple, it was used as a livestock pen. Later on, it could also be used to imprison people. After the 10 people activated the formation, they flew up in the sky and monitored the city defense army. When the city defense army saw Jade Flood Dragon and the others leave, some of them felt that their opportunity had come. They prepared to make a move. But as soon as they moved, the people around them immediately looked at them. At the same time, they raised their staffs. These people immediately shouted, "Brothers, we'll die if we keep waiting. It's better to rebel. As long as we can get out, and as long as we can help the 4th prince take the throne, the fourth prince said that everyone will be rewarded. These people were, after all, members of the Imperial Guard. Therefore, the Imperial Guards around him weren't able to kill them immediately and let them finish their words. But as soon as they finished speaking, an overwhelming amount of ice swords came down. This time, not only the person who spoke, but also the people around him were all killed. The city defense army couldn't help but become restless. At this time, the people who were flying in the sky loudly shouted, "Those who speak casually, behead. Those who fail to report, behead. Those who dare to move, behead." These three bloody words caused the city defense army to slowly calm down. After all, the corpses of the city defense army members were still there. Moreover, the words of the city defense army members were heard by many people. They also understood that these people wanted to rebel. At this time, they were truly afraid. Nobody dared to relax. All of them stared at the people around them, fearing that someone would speak carelessly. At this time, Jade Flood Dragon and the others had already caught up with Li Qing's army. Li Qing's group was a large army. Moreover, they weren't very strong. Therefore, it was impossible for them to fly faster than Jade Flood Dragon and the others. Yu Jiaolong and the others flew to the front of the group and found Li Qing. As soon as Li Qing saw Yu Jiaolong and the others, he quickly bowed to Yu Jiaolong. Yu Jiaolong waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "We'll arrive at Ice Jade City in about an hour. Have you thought about what to do next?" Li Qing replied, "I'll do as your highness says." Jade Flood Dragon nodded, then he turned to Tang Ming and said, "Old Tang, what do you think?" Tang Ming said in a deep voice, "When we arrive at Ice Jade City, your highness will use the golden token to command the city guards to open the gates. At the same time, you must let the people in the city know that your highness has led an army here. If the city guards don't open the gates, your highness will give the order to attack the city. This way, everyone in the city will know that your highness has brought an army to rescue them." "How would Her Majesty know about this?" "The fourth prince and the others will also know about this. Her Majesty won't be worried, but the fourth prince and the others will panic. At that time, your highness will let Li Qing and the others feign an attack on Ice Jade City from the outside." Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, "That's feasible. Ice Jade City hasn't opened its shield yet. It should be because of the lack of spirit crystals. Those spirit crystals have always been kept by Imperial Father. However, the walls of Ice Jade City aren't low. It's impossible for tens of thousands of adventurers to break through the city. Let them attract everyone's attention while we attack the city. This way, we'll be able to break Fourth Brother's deployment." Tang Ming nodded and said, "Her Majesty should already know about this in advance. Right now, the Fourth Highness and the others shouldn't be able to do anything to the Imperial Palace. Her Majesty might even have a backup plan. But this time, the Fourth Highness and the others are backed by people from the upper realm. Therefore, Her Majesty will have a hard time dealing with them. Our artifacts have a wide range of attack. As long as we can block the attack of the army, the Fourth Highness and the others won't have any hope." Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. After we arrive at Ice Jade City, I'll go and shout. Then Li Qing and the others will feign an attack. We'll use the chaos as an excuse to rush into the city." Then the group discussed the details as they walked. Before long, the army arrived outside Ice Jade City. When they arrived outside Ice Jade City, they could hear the battle cries coming from the city. At the same time, they could also see the radiance of the battle. Jade Flood Dragon's heart couldn't help but relax. He knew that as long as the battle cries were still there, it meant that his Imperial Father was fine. That's why he was relieved. At this time, the army was already 1 li away from Ice Jade City. A general on the city wall shouted, "Who are you? Why are you outside the city in the middle of the night? Quickly retreat." Jade Flood Dragon didn't waste any time, he directly flew up and loudly said, "I am the 8th Prince, Jade Flood Dragon. I have the Holy Cross Gold Medallion in my hand. Now that there's a rebellion in Ice Jade City, I'm leading the army to protect the city. Anyone who dares to stop me will be charged with treason. Open the gates." As soon as Jade Flood Dragon's voice fell, Tang Ming and the others also shouted. Tang Ming and the others' shouts were heard by the entire Ice Jade City. When the people in the city heard this, their minds began to move. In fact, the influential people in Ice Jade City were still observing the situation. Some of them had family members. But this time, Yu Feilong was the one who caused Yu Yunlong's rebellion. Moreover, Yu Feilong had already taken control of the city defense army and was now attacking the imperial palace. He even used artifacts that they had never seen before. This made these people not dare to act rashly. They were prepared to observe the situation. If Yu Feilong was able to defeat Yu Feilong, then they would send troops to help Yu Feilong clean up the streets. This way, they would be able to contribute to the rebellion. And if Yu Feilong won, then they would send people to the imperial palace to shout a few times. This would also be considered as their contribution. Even if they didn't do anything, they wouldn't have to worry about the emperor settling accounts with them. However, when Yu Jialong's words reached Ice Jade City, the people inside the city couldn't calm down. They knew that if Yu Jialong really led his army, then Yu Feilong would most likely be defeated. If they were to send troops to help Yu Feilong, then they would have a great merit in the future. When the time comes, this merit would bring them endless benefits. This made some of the influential clans in the city tempted. Naturally, Yu Jialong wasn't in the mood to care about what these people thought. After he finished shouting, he looked at the general on the city wall. The general's expression was very ugly. They didn't think that Yu Jialong would be this unreasonable. At this point, some people in the city defense army began to get restless. After all, not everyone wanted to participate in a rebellion. For the ordinary soldiers, they wouldn't get any benefits if they succeed. But if they fail, they might be punished. Who would be willing to do that? In the past, the generals used various excuses to calm the soldiers down. Some of them even gave false orders to the soldiers to not move. But now, Jade Flood Dragon's shouts made the soldiers restless. If the soldiers were to become restless, then the generals wouldn't be able to suppress them. Just as the generals were about to say something to calm the soldiers down, Jade Flood Dragon spoke again, "Quickly open the gates. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason. If you don't open the gates after 10 breaths, then the army will attack the city." The generals didn't think that Jade Flood Dragon would be this unreasonable. He gave them a time limit, and the city defense army was behind them. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, one of the generals rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Your Highness, please give us some time. We'll ask for instructions before deciding whether to open the gates or not." Jade Flood Dragon replied in a deep voice, "Military matters are urgent. I don't have time for you. 10 breaths of time, start counting. 1. After that, Jade Flood Dragon began to count. As for his words, Tang Ming and the others naturally repeated them without missing a single word. They even repeated the word count to increase the pressure on the city defense army. As Yu Jialong was about to finish his countdown, the city defense army on the city wall became more and more chaotic. However, those generals in the city defense army were in a dilemma. Of course, they couldn't open the city gate. If they did, all of Yu Feilong's plans in the city would come to an end. At this time, Yu Jialong finished counting. Then he suddenly shouted, "Attack!" Along with his order, the new army began their attack. However, the new army was still a new army. They didn't undergo strict military training and didn't carry out large-scale attacks like the regular army. Therefore, their attacks were very messy. Such an attack simply couldn't pose any threat to the city walls. However, the current situation was different. Although the new army's attack was chaotic, there were still Tang Ming and the others. Tang Ming and the others were still there, but Tang Ming and the others had already begun their attack. The artifacts in their hands weren't ordinary. The ice swords that they shot out were like heavy machine guns. The defenders on the city walls were suppressed in an instant. Tang Ming turned to the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "Your Highness, let's charge. We'll charge straight into the city. Li Qing, organize the adventurer teams and have them attack in groups. They always move together, so they should be able to attack as a group. This way, their attacks will be more powerful. I'll leave this place to you. Leave 5 people here to help Li Qing and the others. Keep the city defense army here. Hold the city defense army back." Everyone nodded and immediately took action. Although Yu Jialong was the prince of the Ice Jade country, he had never commanded a large-scale battle like this. Naturally, he didn't know how to arrange things. On the other hand, Tang Ming had commanded before, and more than once. Therefore, he had no problem commanding the troops. Seeing that everyone agreed, Tang Ming turned to Yu Jialong and said, "Your Highness, take advantage of this opportunity to charge." After he said that, he led everyone to rush into the city. At the same time, the formations in their hands didn't stop. The city defense army on the city wall was already pressured by them. Naturally, they didn't expect Yu Jialong and the others to seize this opportunity to rush into the city. When the city defense army on the city wall discovered that something was wrong, it was already impossible for them to stop them. Yu Jialong and the others rushed into the city and then headed towards the imperial palace. At this time, the battle in the imperial palace was still going on. Yu Failong thought that Yu Yunlong wouldn't know about their actions. Moreover, they had brought a lot of experts with them. As long as the imperial palace's barrier was broken, then they would be able to take it down very quickly. However, it was clear that Yu Yunlong was already prepared. In fact, what Yu Failong and the others didn't know was that there was a transmission formation in the imperial palace. However, this was a small transmission formation. It couldn't transport too many people at once. At most, it could transport 5 people to the imperial palace. The other end of the transmission formation wasn't inside the Ice Jade City, but outside the city, in the imperial fish farm. That place was about 2,000 li away from the Ice Jade City. It was a fish farm that no one would pay attention to. However, no one knew that it was actually an escape route for the Ice Jade country's imperial family. For every generation of the Ice Jade country's imperial family, only the emperor would know about the secret realm of the fish farm. And the matters of the fish farm were also personally investigated by the emperor. Those who lived in the fish farm were the most loyal people of the Yu family. Moreover, their strength was also very valiant. They could be strong reinforcements or escape routes. Therefore, every generation of the Yu family's imperial family attached great importance to that place. This time, after Yu Yunlong knew about Yu Failong's plan, he knew that if he were to appear in front of the Ice Jade country and gather people to enter the imperial palace, then Yu Failong would immediately know about it. If that happened, then they might take the risk of immediately taking action. At that time, he wouldn't be prepared, which would only make things more troublesome. Therefore, Yu Yunlong had Zhang Zhenpai go out through the transmission formation and inform the people in the fish farm about the current situation of the imperial palace. After that, he had the people in the fish farm look for people and send them to the imperial palace through the transmission formation. This way, the imperial palace would have a lot more experts. The arrival of these experts was something that Yu Failong didn't know about. Therefore, Yu Failong thought that as long as he broke the barrier, then he would be able to kill his way into the imperial palace. This was completely wishful thinking. Just when they broke the barrier and thought that they could rush into the imperial palace, they suddenly discovered that there were a lot more experts in the imperial palace. Their attacks were repelled. Even if they sent those experts, they wouldn't be able to enter the imperial palace. The guards in the imperial palace were the elites of the elites. Their equipment was the best in the entire Ice Jade country. The difficulty of attacking the imperial palace was much greater than they imagined. Yu Failong originally wanted to use the 2 flying swords. However, the destructive power of the 2 flying swords was too strong. Now that the imperial palace no longer had a barrier, if the 2 flying swords were used, then the imperial palace would be destroyed. Moreover, the people who could use the flying swords were already exhausted. Even if they wanted to use the 2 flying swords, then they wouldn't be able to use them for long. Because of this, Yu Failong didn't use the 2 flying swords. Instead, he went all out to attack the imperial palace. However, the imperial palace's resistance was very fierce. 2 hours after they attacked the imperial palace, Yu Failong heard Yu Jialong's words. Upon hearing that Yu Jialong's reinforcements had arrived, the people from Yu Failong's territory began to panic. This was especially true for the city defense army. They knew that they would lose their heads if the reinforcements arrived. If they failed, then they would be finished. Yu Failong's expression was very ugly. He turned his head to the people who could use the flying swords and said, "Gentlemen, there's no time to think about it. Use your flying swords immediately. The faster we take the imperial palace, the better." At this time, Yu Failong began to count. The people who used the flying swords nodded. Then two people came out and formed sword seals. Two flying swords soared into the sky and turned into two dragons that rushed towards the imperial palace. Yu Yunlong was standing on the wall. When he saw the people using the two flying swords, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Tell the second team to block the attack." Xianxia nodded and then waved his hand. The magic staffs of some warlocks in the palace lit up at the same time. Then, blue energy shot towards the sky. Their targets were the two dragons. The blue light collided with the two giant dragon heads. The two dragons were only stopped for a moment, but they still rushed into the palace. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises echoed in the imperial palace. Yu Yunlong's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect the two dragons to be so strong. In this case, they were still able to attack the imperial palace. However, it can be seen that the energy of the two dragons had been consumed by the blue energy. Because of this, they weren't as powerful as before. Because of this, two buildings in the imperial palace were destroyed. At this time, Yu Feilong and the others had already rushed into the city. When Yu Feilong saw the two dragons rushing towards the imperial palace, his expression changed. He immediately said, "Old Tang, speed up." Tang Ming nodded. Then he sped up and rushed towards the imperial palace. At this time, Yu Feilong and the others also sped up their attack. However, the imperial palace wasn't heavily damaged. Because of this, the imperial palace's counterattack was still very sharp. At this time, Yu Feilong and the others arrived at the imperial palace. Seeing Yu Feilong and the others, Yu Feilong loudly said, "Yu Feilong, what are you doing? Stop it now." When Yu Feilong heard Yu Feilong's voice, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to look at Yu Feilong. Yu Feilong ignored him and took this opportunity to fly above the imperial palace. He didn't land inside the imperial palace and the people inside didn't attack him. Yu Feilong looked at the city walls and saw Yu Yunlong. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Son came late and frightened Imperial Father. I hope Imperial Father can forgive me." Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Feilong and said, "Feilong, did you really come to rescue the Emperor?" When Yu Feilong heard Yu Yunlong, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he replied, "What are you talking about, Imperial Father? Son naturally came to rescue the Emperor." Then he turned his head to look at Tang Ming. Tang Ming understood Yu Feilong's meaning. He waved his hand and a round disc about a foot in diameter appeared in his hand. Then the disc flashed with blue light. Then Tang Ming threw the disc into the imperial palace and didn't look at it again. The disc landed in the imperial palace without causing any tremors. Then a blue shield rose from the disc. The shield grew bigger and bigger until it covered the entire imperial palace. However, Yu Feilong and the others remained outside. Seeing that the shield was up, Yu Jiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Yu Feilong and laughed, "Yu Feilong, my good fourth brother, I didn't expect you to have the guts to attack Imperial Father. My good fourth brother, tell me, who gave you the guts to do so? Is it the people around you? Could it be the two dragons from earlier?" Only now did Yu Feilong react. His expression was very ugly. He spent so much effort to break the barrier of the Imperial Palace, but he didn't expect the Jade Jiao dragon to erect the barrier again in the blink of an eye. How could he not be angry? Yu Feilong looked at Yu Jiaolong and said, "Eighth brother, everything I do is for the good of the Yu family. You shouldn't interfere. You know that the great beings of the spiritual world have already come to the lower realms. They are invincible. Our Yu family can only rely on them to survive. Only then can the Ice Jade country survive. If we really go against them, then the one who will suffer will be our Yu family. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Spiritual world? Powerhouses? Invincible? Who told you this? Them? The real powerhouses of the spiritual world won't come down to the lower realms. They can't because the laws of space won't allow it. The ones who came down now are just some slaves from the upper realms. They can't be that strong. How dare you say they're invincible? If they're invincible, why don't they just flatten the 5 spiritual realms? Why do they have to resort to such means? Isn't that ridiculous? Nonsense, what do you know? The reason why the mighty figures of the upper realm didn't make a move is because they have an even more powerful enemy in this realm. They don't have time to deal with these things. Once they deal with that enemy, do you think they won't make a move on the people of the 5 spiritual realms? Although the devil god escaped, he didn't recover his strength. He could only rely on blood to recover his strength. That's why the passenger ships in the 5 spiritual realms broke down and were attacked by the people in the ghost face realm. That should be the last time the devil god ate blood. Now he has recovered some of his strength and occupied the Ruijing continent. The people in the spiritual realm also know about it, so they sent some people down here to deal with the devil god. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. A devil god who has been sealed for many years with less than 10% of his strength left is worthy of immobilizing so many people. One thing you always forget is that this is the 5 spiritual realms. Whether it's the people who came down from the upper realm or the devil god, their strength is only about the same as the strongest people in the 5 spiritual realms. Not to mention that they have just arrived here and their strength is greatly suppressed. Now they can't do anything to the 5 spiritual realms at all. You're so worried that you're scared by the name of the spiritual realm. How could you do such a thing? When Yu Feilong heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said with a cold face, Jade Flood Dragon, according to what you said, the people of the upper realm aren't scary, and the demon god isn't scary either. Then how did the Ruijing continent get destroyed? The Jade Serpent said in a deep voice, that's because they weren't prepared. If they were prepared, do you think the demon god could destroy the Ruijing continent so easily? Humph, it's easy for you to say. So what if they are prepared? Can the countries of several continents really unite? Can they? Yu Feilong replied, regardless of whether it's possible or not, you shouldn't have done something like this. Yu Feilong, you don't need to find so many excuses. I can see that you're only doing this because of your ambition. Everything else is just an excuse, an excuse. Yu Feilong coldly said, don't talk nonsense. Do you think I'll let you go just because you told me this? It's useless. I have so many people here, we can still break through the palace. The Jade Flood Dragon sneered, then you can try. I want to see how you're going to break through the palace. Go. Yu Feilong didn't waste time talking nonsense with the Jade Flood Dragon. He waved his hand and the people behind him immediately attacked the Jade Flood Dragon's group. At the same time, they also began to attack the barrier of the palace. They knew about the Imperial Palace's protective shield. It was a very large artifact. They didn't believe that a plate's protective shield would be able to block their attack. At this time, the Jade Flood Dragon's group sank down and entered the barrier. The spells that the Jade Flood Dragon's group used to attack the barrier were all blocked by the barrier. The barrier didn't suffer any damage at all. At this time, Yu Jialong also landed on the wall of the Imperial Palace. The people on the wall couldn't attack him. Yu Jialong walked towards Yu Yunlong. When he was 5 steps away from Yu Yunlong, he plopped down on his knees and said, Imperial Father, I've let you suffer. Yu Yunlong looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and then at the barrier. Then he waved his hand and said, get up. Now isn't the time to talk about this. It's better to deal with this matter first. The Jade Flood Dragon stood up and nodded. Then he looked at Yu Feilong and the others who were attacking the barrier and said, Imperial Father, give the order to attack. They can't hit us right now, it's the best time for us to attack them. We must attack together. Yu Yunlong stared. Then he looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, we're inside the barrier. How can we attack? Yu Jialong patted his head and hastily said, let's attack. Don't worry, Imperial Father. You can't attack from the outside, but you can attack from the inside. Let's attack, there won't be a problem. At this time, 2 dragon roars were heard. The Jade Flood Dragon looked up and saw 2 dragons in the sky. The 2 dragons were about to crash into the barrier. The Jade Flood Dragon's expression couldn't help but change. He only knew a little about the Lost Soul Empire's barrier. Because of this, he didn't know if the barrier could block the dragons. At this time, Tang Ming coldly snorted. Then he took out some small round balls and threw them towards the sky. As soon as the balls reached the dragons, they exploded. The huge explosion directly blew up half of the dragons in the sky. At the same time, the two warlocks who used flying swords spurted out blood and fainted. The dragons also turned into two flying swords and fell from the sky. However, the two flying swords were already damaged, cracks could be seen on their bodies. Tang Ming glanced at the two falling flying swords. His figure flashed and appeared beside the flying swords. Then he waved his hand and received the two flying swords into his spatial equipment. His actions were very fast. Before anyone could react, Tang Ming had already received the flying swords. Yu Feilong's expression changed. He turned his head and looked at the two warlocks. However, the two warlocks had already fainted. Moreover, they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their appearance was very miserable. It seems like they wouldn't be able to live for long. Yu Feilong raised his head and looked at Tang Ming. His eyes flashed with fear, but more than that, he was angry. Then he shouted, "Attack, attack! We can't retreat anymore. If we don't attack, then we'll die. Attack!" Then he took out his staff and waved it. Icicles filled the sky as they shot towards the barrier. When the others heard Yu Feilong, they understood that Yu Feilong was right. They had no way to retreat. They attacked the Imperial Palace and even destroyed it. If they couldn't capture the Imperial Palace this time, then they would be finished. If they fail, then Yu Yunlong wouldn't let them off. They were rebels after all. The attacks of the people following Yu Feilong became more ferocious. At this time, Yu Yunlong also recovered. His biggest headache was the two flying swords. Now that they were taken away by Tang Ming, he didn't have anything to worry about. And with Yu Feilong's words, he immediately gave an order, "Counterattack, quickly counterattack." Following Yu Yunlong's order, the people on the walls began to fight back. Some of them didn't even hear Yu Yunlong's words. Therefore, they didn't have much confidence in fighting back inside the barrier. They were just going through the motions. However, they quickly discovered that they were wrong. Their counterattacks passed through the barrier and hit the people outside. On the other hand, the attacks of the people outside were blocked by the barrier. This discovery made the people inside the Imperial Palace happy. One by one, they took out their staffs and fought back with all their might. However, the people attacking the Imperial Palace discovered that their attacks simply couldn't break through the barrier. Moreover, the people inside the barrier were able to attack them. This kind of information was very damaging to the morale of the people inside the barrier. The morale of the people who were already low was now even lower. When Yu Feilong saw this, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to Tang Ming. Tang Ming nodded at him. Then Tang Ming gathered the people who came with him. Then they took out their staffs and shot out ice swords. This kind of attack was undoubtedly very ferocious. It was like a battle between someone who was still using a shotgun and someone who was using a fully automatic rifle. While one side was firing a bullet, the other side had already fired a few hundred bullets. Under this kind of situation, how could Yu Feilong and the others withstand it? Deserters began to appear among their ranks. Once someone escapes, things would become difficult. Yu Feilong and the others were still attacking, relying on their courage and momentum. This was because they knew that if they didn't attack, then they would die. However, once someone escapes, their courage and bravery would slowly fade away. They would think that the 5 spiritual realms were very big, so why can't they escape to other places and survive? Yu Feilong and the others didn't hesitate to attack. As long as they escape now and don't get caught later, they would be fine. This way, more and more people would run away, and the situation would become more and more serious. Yu Feilong had already stopped attacking. He looked at these people with a sad expression on his face. He knew that he had lost. When the 2 flying swords were taken away, he had already lost. Without the 2 flying swords, they wouldn't be able to break through the barrier. If they couldn't break through the barrier, then they would have failed. Yu Feilong looked at Yu Yunlong and Yu Jiaolong on the city wall. Yu Yunlong and Yu Jiaolong were also looking at him. When their eyes met, Yu Feilong suddenly smiled. Then he knelt down towards Yu Yunlong and kowed out 3 times. Then he turned his hand and a dagger appeared in his hand. Then he stabbed the dagger into his chest. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he tilted his head and fell to the ground. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Feilong's actions and couldn't help but shed tears. He really wanted to give the throne to Yu Feilong. If this didn't happen, and if Yu Jialong didn't come back, then the throne would have been Yu Feilong's. Yu Feilong had the ability and means. However, Yu Yunlong didn't expect that Yu Feilong would want to kill him and take the throne. And with the return of Yu Jialong, Yu Yunlong wanted to deal with Yu Feilong. But after so many years of father-son relationship, Yu Yunlong felt unparalleled pain when Yu Feilong committed suicide. With Yu Feilong's death, this matter was almost over. Those who were still attacking immediately dispersed when they saw Yu Feilong's death. Even Yu Jinglong and the others fled. They didn't have the courage to commit suicide like Yu Feilong. They still wanted to live. Although their chances of survival were slim, they still wanted to live. Yu Yunlong was sitting in his study, his eyes were unfocused. On the table in front of him were some documents that were waiting for him to deal with. It has been half a month since Yu Feilong's rebellion. During this time, a lot of things happened in the Ice Jade country. Those who rebelled with Yu Feilong were all executed by Yu Yunlong. As for the city defense army, except for those who didn't rebel, all of them were sent to do hard labor. Yu Yunlong didn't kill them because there were too many of them. It wouldn't be good if he killed them all. Therefore, he just sent them to do hard labor. After a few years, if they perform well, they can return home. They might even be allowed to return to the army. After all, they were all well-trained soldiers. At this time, the city defense army of the Ice Jade country had been replaced by the new army. Although these people didn't have much experience, there were still some old city defense army soldiers who could lead them. For them, this was a good thing. On the other hand, the merchants of the Ice-Soaring country and the Icebound country who colluded with Yu Feilong all ran away. They took the transmission formation and fled back to the Ice-Soaring country and the Icebound country. This made Yu Yunlong angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. And in this half a month, Yu Yunlong had been trying his best to deal with the Ice Jade nation's matters. At the same time, he was also contacting people from other nations. Aside from the Ice-Soaring nation and the Ice Jade nation, the other nations of the Ice Ocean continent had all formed an alliance. Naturally, Yu Yunlong had to inform them about the matters that happened in the Ice Jade nation. Now that things were almost done, Yu Yunlong also felt that he was exhausted. He had never felt this way before. He was always full of energy before, but now, he felt that his spirit couldn't keep up. He had a lot of children, men and women added up to more than 20. But now, the only one left by his side was Yu Jialong. This made Yu Yunlong's heart very sad. Although he was a king, he was also an old man. He also hoped to see a house full of children and grandchildren. But now, he only had Jade Serpent by his side. How could he not be sad? As for his other children, Yu Feilong committed suicide while his daughters were already married. Although Yu Feilong's matter had nothing to do with his daughters, the families that his daughters married didn't help him. Naturally, he wouldn't give them any face. As for Yu Jinglong and the others, they all ran to the Ice-Soaring country and the Icebound country. Xianxia stood by Yu Yunlong's side. Looking at Yu Yunlong's appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Yu Feilong's betrayal and death had been a huge blow to Yu Yunlong. He was showing signs of old age, but Xianxia was also in the same situation. After all, Xianxia's feelings towards Yu Feilong weren't any less than Yu Yunlong's. At this time, a voice was heard from outside. "Your Majesty, His Highness the 8th Prince requests an audience." At this time, Yu Yunlong regained his senses. He looked at the documents on the table and said, "Let him in." The person outside the door nodded. Then the door was pushed open, allowing Yu Yunlong to enter. As soon as Yu Jialong entered the room, he immediately said to Yu Yunlong, "Son has seen Imperial Father. Long live Imperial Father." Yu Yunlong waved his hand and said, "Get up and take a seat." Yu Jialong thanked him before he stood up and sat on the side. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong and said, "Jialong, why did you come today? Is there something you need?" Yu Jialong nodded and said, "Yes, Imperial Father. First, it's about the new fish farm. It's going very smoothly. The new fish are growing very well. They should be able to produce fish in a few months." Yu Yunlong nodded. Then he looked at Yu Jialong and said, "Jialong, don't you have anything else to say to him?" Yu Jialong looked at Yu Yunlong and stared. Then he thought for a moment and said, Imperial Father, you want to talk about Tang Ming and the others, right? Don't you want to ask where Tang Ming and the others got their spirit formation from? Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong and said, shouldn't I ask? Why are Tang Ming and the others so skilled? Where did the spirit formations on their bodies come from? Could those spirit formations be from the 5 spirit worlds? If there's a country in the 5 spiritual realms that can develop those formations, then that country would have already dominated the 5 spiritual realms. But now, they're in the hands of Tang Ming and the others. Isn't this strange? Yu Jialong smiled bitterly and said, I know that. Imperial Father will be suspicious. Imperial Father, are you suspecting that I have something to do with the people from the upper realm? Yu Yunlong frowned, then he shook his head and said, this is what I don't understand. The formations you used can't be from the 5 spiritual realms. They should be from the upper realm. But you and Fei aren't in cahoots. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dealt with Fei. I'm really curious about who's behind you. The Jade Flood Dragon looked at the Jade Cloud Dragon and said, actually, Imperial Father, you should know that there's only one person behind me, Zhao Hai. You've mentioned this name more than once, so it's impossible for me to forget it. The Jade Flood Dragon looked at the Jade Cloud Dragon and said, actually, Imperial Father, you should know that there's only one person behind me, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai? Of course I know this name. Of course I know your all-powerful friend. But what does this have to do with him? Don't tell me that those formations, Tang Ming, and the other experts were all made by Zhao Hai? Yu Jialong nodded and said, Imperial Father is right. Those formations were made by Zhao Hai. Tang Ming and the other experts are also Zhao Hai's subordinates. In fact, Zhao Hai's influence is beyond your imagination. Yu Yunlong stared, then his expression turned solemn as he said, now that you mention it, I'm curious. Tell me, what's going on? Yu Jialong looked at Yu Yunlong, then he sighed and said, the cause of this matter is our Ice Jade country. I'll start from there. After that, Yu Jialong began to tell Yu Yunlong about the Lost Soul Empire. He started from the Lost Soul Empire's discovery of the spatial rift, to Zhao Hai's arrival in the Ice Jade country, to the arrangements he made in the Ice Jade country, to how Zhao Hai left the Ice Jade country to travel the entire Arctic Ocean, to how the two met each other at sea, how the two traveled together, how they discovered Ghost Face together, and how Zhao Hai went back to the 5 spirit realms to the Mixed Spirit Realm, how he helped the people of the Mixed Spirit Realm, how he gained their trust, and how the Mixed Spirit Realm was incorporated into the Lost Soul Empire. Then, because he heard about the Ice Ocean continent, he returned to the Ice Ocean continent and talked about Yu Feilong's rebellion. Yu Yunlong and Zhang Zhen didn't say anything as they listened to Jade Flood Dragon. Jade Flood Dragon spoke for more than 3 hours, but there were still a lot of things that he didn't mention. After he finished, Jade Flood Dragon looked at Yu Feilong and said, Imperial Father, this is how it is. The Lost Soul Empire has already entered the 5 spirit realms. Sooner or later, the 5 spirit realms would belong to the Lost Soul Empire. As for the demon god and the people from the spiritual realm, Zhao Hai wanted them to cause trouble in the 5 spirit realms. In the end, he would come out and clean up the mess. This way, he would be able to legitimately occupy the 5 spirit realms without encountering too much resistance. This time, Zhao Hai agreed to my return. He said that in the future, our Yu family would be the ruler of the entire Arctic continent. The Lost Soul Empire's governor would be me. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong, then he suddenly said, is the Lost Soul Empire really that strong? Have you been to the Lost Soul Empire? Yu Jialong nodded and said, I've been there. I even stayed in the Lost Soul Empire for a few days. Now, everyone on the Mixed Spirit continent can go to the Lost Soul Empire through the teleportation formation. They can go there at any time and even settle down there. The power of the Lost Soul Empire is beyond our imagination. Yu Yunlong looked at Yu Jialong and said, can you take us to the Lost Soul Empire? Now? Yu Jialong stared. Then he looked at Yu Yunlong and said, Imperial Father, do you really want to go to the Lost Soul Empire? Now? Yu Yunlong nodded. Yu Jialong nodded and said, yes, but we have to go to the Mixed Spirit continent first. Then we'll take the transmission formation to the Lost Soul Empire. If Imperial Father agrees, you can immediately arrange everything. I can also tell Tang Ming and the others. Then we can use the transmission formation to go to the mixed spirit continent and then go to the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Yunlong waved his hand and said, "What's there to tell? Let's go now." Seeing Yu Yunlong's expression, Yu Jiaolong knew that Yu Yunlong didn't believe him. He was afraid that Yu Jiaolong would go back and make arrangements. Therefore, Yu Jiaolong wanted to go now. However, Yu Jiaolong wasn't afraid of anything. He nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go now. Will eunuch Zhang come with us?" Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "Of course. Let Zhang Daban come with us. We all want to go to the Lost Soul Empire and have a look." Yu Jiaolong nodded. Then he took out the transmission formation and said to Yu Yunlong and Zhang Zhen, "Imperial Father and eunuch Zhang, please stand by my side. We'll go to the mixed spirit continent immediately." Yu Yunlong and Zhang Zhen stood by Yu Jiaolong's side. Then Yu Jiaolong's body flashed with white light before the three disappeared from Yu Yunlong's study. In the next moment, the three appeared in Yu Jiaolong's residence in the mixed spirit continent. Yu Yunlong and Zhang Zhen felt their eyes light up. Then they felt dizzy. After the white light disappeared, they found themselves in a strange place. Stones could be seen everywhere in this place. It looked like a small stone room. Above their heads was a circular formation plate that was releasing white light. The white light was very soft and bright, but it didn't hurt their eyes. Yu Jiaolong looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Imperial Father, eunuch Zhang, this is my residence in the mixed spirit continent. It's one of the 5 newly built mountain cities in the continent, Sea Spirit Mountain City. You can take a seat first. I'll make you a cup of tea. Then we'll take a rest. After that, we'll go to the Lost Soul Empire." Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "All right, then we'll take a rest here. Your room is a cave, how come there's a window?" Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, "Of course there's a window. This place is also divided into day and night. During the day, there's a giant formation outside that provides light. At night, there are some luminous plants that provide light. However, it's much darker, just like a night with a bright moon and few stars. But it's much more beautiful. If you can't sit still, you can come with me and take a look at my room. This room isn't big, but there are a lot of things inside. You and Inger should be inside." Yu Jiaolong and Zhang Zhen must have gone out. Just as his voice fell, the door of the room was pushed open. Then 2 girls walked in while talking and laughing. When they saw Yu Jiaolong and Zhang Zhen, the 2 girls stared. Then they saw Yu Yunlong and Zhang Zhen. Their expressions couldn't help but change. Then the 2 immediately knelt down and saluted Yu Yunlong. Inger, greet your majesty. May your majesty be blessed. You 2 are Jiaolong's concubines? This isn't the palace. Get up. Yu Yunlong glanced at the 2 of them and confirmed their identities. Then, he waved his hand and told them to get up. The 2 nodded and then stood up. Yu Jiaolong looked at the 2 and said, Inger, where did you go? Did anything happen in the city recently? Yu quickly replied, replying to your highness, Inger and I just went to the school. The school tested us and found that we're suitable for studying formations. Therefore, we're going to go to the school tomorrow. Yu Jiaolong nodded and said, all right, then go. The Lost Soul Empire's test is very accurate. If they say that you're talented in studying formations, then there's no doubt about it. If you study diligently, then maybe you'll become an expert. Yu and Inger nodded. Then Yu Jiaolong waved his hand and said, go and make me a pot of tea. I'm thirsty. The 2 nodded and then immediately went to work. At the same time, Yu Yunlong and Zhang Zhen walked around the room curiously. The room wasn't small, but compared to the palace, it was quite small. However, it didn't take long for them to be attracted to Yu and Inger. They saw formations that can produce water and fire, as well as other things that they hadn't seen before. This made the 2 even more curious. So they asked Yu Jiaolong to show them around the room. After looking around the room and drinking some tea, Yu Jiaolong led Yu Yunlong and eunuch Zhang out of the room. Then they went to the street and brought along a wooden boat for transporting people. Yu Jiaolong led Yu Yunlong and eunuch Zhang on a tour of Sea Spirit Mountain City. They went from the inside of the mountain city to the outside. Finally, they went to Yu Jiaolong's fish farm before returning to Sea Spirit Mountain City and Yu Jiaolong's home. At this time, Yu and Inger had already prepared food and wine. After the three ate, Yu Jiaolong wanted Yu Yunlong and eunuch Zhang to take a rest. However, Yu Yunlong didn't agree and insisted on going to the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Jiaolong had no choice but to agree. Then he led the two to the transmission formation and went to the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Yunlong was sitting in his study with Xianxia standing next to him. The two had just returned from the Lost Soul Empire. It could be said that they didn't leave the Jade Jiao Dragon's side at all. They wanted to make sure that the Jade Jiao Dragon wouldn't play any tricks. Because of this, they believed that what they saw was a real Lost Soul Empire. But sometimes, the truth is more frightening than anything else. Just like when Yu Yunlong saw the Lost Soul Empire. No one knew who the Jade Flood Dragon was, but what he saw in the Lost Soul Empire made Yu Yunlong's heart skip a beat. At this point, he understood why the Jade Flood Dragon chose to side with the Lost Soul Empire. It was because the Lost Soul Empire was too powerful, beyond his imagination. Looking at the battleship of the Lost Soul Empire, and seeing how the ordinary children of the Lost Soul Empire could fly around on swords, Yu Yunlong felt powerless. He felt that there was no way he could defeat the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Yunlong sat there for a long time without speaking. Then he suddenly sighed and said, "Zhang Daban, what do you think I should do? What do you think I should do with the Lost Soul Empire?" Eyeing me covetously. Zhang didn't know what to say. He had nothing to say. The Lost Soul Empire's strength was beyond his imagination. It can be said that they didn't stand a chance. What else could they do? Seeing Zhang silence, Yu Yunlong understood what Zhang meant. He knew that Zhang was loyal to him. But now, seeing Zhang's reaction, Yu Yunlong couldn't help but sigh. If the Lost Soul Empire was just a little stronger than them, then Yu Yunlong wouldn't feel anything. At worst, he would go all out against the Lost Soul Empire. When the time comes, who knows who would emerge victorious. But now, the Lost Soul Empire's strength was beyond his imagination. He really didn't know what to say. This was because the difference was too big. Even if they wanted to resist, they wouldn't be able to. After some time, Yu Yunlong regained his spirit and said, "No matter what, Jiao is now in contact with the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, this time, we also understood the situation of the Lost Soul Empire. We know that their autonomy is very strong. As long as they obey the Empire and don't have their own army, the governors of the Empire are like emperors. I think that joining the Lost Soul Empire isn't something that we can't accept." Zhang replied, "Your Majesty, instead of surrendering to the people from the spiritual realm, it's better to join the Lost Soul Empire. At the very least, the Lost Soul Empire would give us enough respect. Moreover, with the strength of the Lost Soul Empire, even the people from the spiritual realm wouldn't be able to deal with them, let alone the demon god. Therefore, joining the Lost Soul Empire is definitely feasible." Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, "Call Jiao over. I want to discuss this matter with him." Zhang nodded and then immediately went to call Jiao over. Yu Yunlong's group didn't stay in the Lost Soul Empire for a long time. They only stayed for about a day before returning. Although they only stayed for a day, Jade Jiao took them to several mountain cities of the Lost Soul Empire through transmission formations. This allowed Yu Yunlong to take a good look at the Lost Soul Empire. It was precisely because of this that Yu Yunlong felt the terror of the Lost Soul Empire. Because they only left for a short time, nobody noticed that they went to the Lost Soul Empire. People only thought that they were discussing matters in Yu Yunlong's study. Therefore, in their view, Jade Jiao's group was called back not long after they left the Imperial Palace. This showed that Jade Jiao was highly regarded by the Emperor. Before long, Jade Jiao arrived at Yu Yunlong's study. After greeting him, Yu Yunlong asked him to sit down and then directly asked, "Jiao, is what you said before true? Did Zhao Hai really say that he wants to turn the Arctic continent into the Lost Soul Empire's Arctic province? And you're the governor?" The Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, "Yes, but that's only if Imperial Father doesn't agree to join the Lost Soul Empire. He wants me to control the Ice Jade City and help the Lost Soul Empire control the entire Ice Ocean continent when necessary. Since I'm a native of the Ice Ocean continent, there would be less resistance if I take control of the Ice Ocean continent. This way, fewer people would die in the Ice Ocean continent. Imperial Father, if you agree to join the Lost Soul Empire, then you can also be the governor of the Ice Ocean continent. Imperial Father, I've already said that I don't want to be a king, and I don't want to be a governor, it's too boring. Nonsense, you don't want to be a king. This emperor is getting old, and I'm starting to feel powerless. This position will be yours in the future. Although your brothers are still alive, I've already decided to remove them from the family tree. In the future, you will be the successor of the Yu family. Not only are you the king of the Ice Jade country, but you're also the patriarch of the Yu family. Who else can become the governor of the Yu family? We're not the only branch of the Yu family. Do you know what will happen to a big family like the Yu family if no one can control it? How about this? It would be best if you can get in touch with Zhao Hai. I want to see Zhao Hai. Whether I go to see him or he comes to see me, I want to see Zhao Hai. Upon hearing Yu Yunlong, Yu Jiaolong immediately understood what Yu Yunlong wanted to say. Yu Yunlong didn't say that he wanted to see Zhao Hai because he knew that Zhao Hai was the king of the Lost Soul Empire. He was afraid that if he said that he wanted to see Zhao Hai wouldn't come and see him instead. Because of this, Yu Jiaolong said that he wanted to see Zhao Hai. Yu Jiaolong smiled faintly. Yu Jiaolong smiled faintly, he knew that Yu Yunlong didn't understand Zhao Hai. Therefore, he said, "Alright, Imperial Father, I'll tell old Zhao to come see you when he has time." Yu Jiaolong smiled faintly, he knew that Yu Yunlong didn't understand Zhao Hai. When Yu Yunlong heard this, he was stunned. Then he said in a deep voice, "Can you really make him come and see me?" Yu Jiaolong smiled and took out a portable teleportation array. Then, he took out a jade slip and inputted some information into it. After that, he placed the jade slip on the portable teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the jade slip disappeared into the portable teleportation array. Yu Yunlong watched Yu Jiaolong's movements. After Yu Jiaolong finished, he looked at Yu Jiaolong and said, "Jiaolong, did you use a jade slip?" Yu Jiaolong nodded and said, "Right, a jade slip. It's very common in the Lost Soul Empire. Although they haven't eliminated paper, jade slips are still a very important recording tool." As he spoke, a white light flashed on his portable teleportation formation. Then, a jade slip appeared on the formation. Yu Jiaolong picked up the jade slip and scanned its contents before putting it down. He turned to Yu Yunlong and said, "Father, old Zhao said he has time right now and wants to come see you. Do you think it's okay?" Yu Yunlong was stunned. He didn't think that Zhao Hai, the king of the Lost Soul Empire, would want to see him just because of a jade slip. This really surprised him. Yu Yunlong immediately replied, "Yes, but we haven't prepared anything yet. Isn't this too rude?" Yu Jiaolong smiled and said, "He doesn't need anything. He doesn't need anything." Yu Jiaolong smiled and said, "It's alright, there's no need to prepare anything. He doesn't lack anything. This time, he came to see you to discuss the matter of merging the Ice Jade country into the Lost Soul Empire. After the discussion, he will immediately return. After all, he has a lot of things to do." Then Yu Jiaolong inputted some information into the jade slip before sending it out. This made Yu Yunlong nervous. After all, he had seen the might of the Lost Soul Empire with his own eyes. He knew how high Zhao Hai's status was. How could he not be nervous when meeting the king of such a powerful empire? At this time, a white light flashed in the room. Then a figure appeared in the room. Yu Yunlong focused his eyes and stared. This was a very ordinary-looking person. He seemed to be around 30 years old. He wore an ordinary black robe and didn't have anything special about him. If there's something special about him, it would be the sole item on his head. It was a 7-colored crystal grass. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Yunlong and smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fist and said, "You must be uncle, right?" "Hello uncle, this one is Zhao Hai. Nice to meet you." Yu Yunlong stared. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would give him a salute and even call him uncle. He quickly stood up and returned the salute. "I have seen Monarch Zhao Hai. This one is Yu Yunlong. Nice to meet you." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Yunlong and smiled. "Uncle is too polite. Just call me Zhao Hai. Fatty and I are friends. Calling me Monarch Zhao Hai is too estranged." When Yu Yunlong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he chuckled and said, "Then I won't be polite. Zhao Hai, please take a seat." I didn't think that the monarch of the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't put on any airs. This is beyond this old man's expectations. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm the emperor of the Lost Soul Empire, nobody can change my identity. Even if I don't put on any airs, those who should be afraid of me will still be afraid of me. Those who should respect me will still respect my family. And those who should hate me will still hate me, I won't be any less." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's enough for me." When Yu Yunlong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he sighed and said, "Well said, very well said. I've lived for so many years, and I've been a monarch for so many years. But I still can't see things as clearly as you. Amazing, truly amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle is too polite. I heard from Fatty that Uncle went to the Lost Soul Empire. I didn't know about this at that time. I've neglected Uncle. I hope Uncle can forgive me." "What are you talking about? I was the one who suddenly wanted to go. You didn't know about it, so how can I blame you? Speaking of which, I was the one who was rude in the first place. I went to the Lost Soul Empire without telling you. I should be the one asking for your forgiveness. Uncle is too polite." "What is Uncle's impression of the Lost Soul Empire?" "Very strong. The Lost Soul Empire's strength and wealth were beyond my expectations. I didn't think that this layer would have such a powerful country," Yu Yunlong said. "Haha, Uncle Hai, you're too kind. In fact, the Lost Soul Empire couldn't be said to be very strong. But later on, we offended the Sword Spirit Realm, which is the upper realm of the Spirit Weapon Realm. Later on, we had a conflict with the Sword Spirit Realm. A sect from the Sword Spirit Realm came to deal with us. We fought with them several times before finally repelling all of them. While repelling them, we also learned some of their techniques. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire became very strong." When Zhao Hai heard Yu Yunlong, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Yunlong shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do this even if they had the same opportunity as you. Zhao Hai, you should know why I called you here. I want the Ice Jade country to join the Lost Soul Empire. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, I already told Fatty about this matter. Naturally, the Ice Jade country can join the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, I plan to take over the Arctic continent and turn it into the Arctic Ocean province. At that time, Uncle will be the governor." Yu Yunlong stared, then he smiled and said, "I heard that you wanted Jiao to be the governor before. Why do you want me to be the governor now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I wanted Fatty to be the governor before because I was afraid that Uncle wouldn't agree. Actually, with Fatty's character, he's not suitable to be a governor. However, each province of the Lost Soul Empire has its own parliament. Although the governor has a lot of power, the parliament's power isn't small either. With the parliament helping Fatty and the Arctic Ocean province, there wouldn't be any problems. If Uncle wants the Ice Jade country to join the Lost Soul Empire, then the governor's position would naturally be Uncle's. If Fatty still wants to be the governor in the future, then he'll have to wait for Uncle to retire before taking over." "Oh, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to be able to take over. Zhao Hai, you know that the people from the spiritual world are here, and there's even a demon god. Can you really deal with them? The Lost Soul Empire is much stronger than before. We had a conflict with the sects of the Sword Spirit world, but the reason why we kept defending wasn't because we were afraid of them, but because we didn't want to be entangled with them. Every 5 years, they can attack us. If we let too many of their people die, they will continue to pester us, but we don't have enough people to ascend. This way, they can attack us, but we can't hit them. I don't want to lose too much, so we kept defending and didn't attack. If we really want to kill them, they won't be able to return. So, you're not afraid this time? Those people were also sent by the world of magical spiritualists. If you kill them, do you think the world of magical spiritualists will let you go? It's different this time. When we fought the sects of the Sword Spirit world, those people were all official disciples of that sect, some were even core disciples. If we kill them, the sects wouldn't let us go. This is because the people sent by the spiritual world never stayed for more than 3 months before withdrawing. But this time, the people sent by the spiritual world are different. They have been here for a long time and have no intention of returning. In other words, they don't have a high status in the spiritual world, they have been abandoned. It's not a big deal for us to deal with them. What about that demon god? Back in the day, he fought with the people of the spiritual world for supremacy. Even the people of the spiritual world couldn't kill him. Are you sure you can kill him? Of course I can. Rest assured, uncle. I guarantee that he won't be a threat to us. So the reason why you haven't attacked the 5 spirit realms yet is because the situation here isn't chaotic enough. The people from the ghost face realm and the spiritual world are starting to attack the 5 spirit realms. If you make a move now, the people from the 5 spirit realms will deal with you first. That's right. Right, we're waiting. The people of the 5 spiritual realms can only feel the threat of the demon god and the spiritual realm. If we make a move now, we will become everyone's enemy. Therefore, we need to wait. In any case, no one is paying attention to the mixed spirit continent. We can afford to wait, but I'm afraid that the demon god and the spiritual realm won't wait. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, "You're right. I'm afraid that the spiritual world and the demon god won't wait. Let's see how they deal with us." They won't wait for too long. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Uncle, do you agree to join our Lost Soul Empire? If you agree, then our empire will send some people to the Ice Jade country and make some reforms. At the same time, we'll send people to control the Ice Jade country's army and slowly change the country. Because it's not the right time for our empire to appear in the 5 spirit realms, we can't make the reforms too fast. Otherwise, things might backfire. Therefore, we have to take it slow. If you don't agree, then it's fine, we're not in a hurry." Yu Yunlong smiled bitterly, then he looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "You're not in a hurry. After I die, this brat will also join the Lost Soul Empire. But when the time comes, I'm afraid that our Yu family won't get any benefits. Rest assured, I agree to join the Lost Soul Empire." When Zhao Hai heard Yu Yunlong, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Alright, it's good that uncle agrees. Then we'll start preparing. The first step is to take over the Ice Jade country's army. Uncle, after some time, we'll send people to take over the Ice Jade country's army. In order to make sure that the Ice Jade country's army doesn't dislike us, I'll have the people we send disguise their souls. When the time comes, we'll need uncle's cooperation." Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "That's not a problem. The Empire's army also has a lot of problems, so it needs to be reformed. After your people come, I'll cooperate with them. But even if they change their souls, they won't be able to use magic. Isn't it the same?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle doesn't need to worry about this. This problem can be solved with formations. As long as Uncle cooperates, it'll be fine. As for the other aspects, we don't need to worry." Yu Yunlong also understood what Zhao Hai meant. There was a rebellion in the Ice Jade country. Moreover, it was the Imperial Guard that rebelled. One must know that the Imperial Guard was the most loyal army of a country. Now that the Imperial Guard rebelled, the situation of the other armies wouldn't be any better. If Zhao Hai were to send people over, then Yu Yunlong could use this matter to issue an order to reform the army. He would remove a large number of officers and replace them with people sent by Zhao Hai. This way, it would be equivalent to Zhao Hai taking control of the Ice Jade country's army and outsiders wouldn't suspect anything. However, it would be difficult to change the other positions of the Ice Jade country. This was because the Ice Jade country had existed for so many years, and the various large families had already matured. In addition, the Yu family wasn't very strict with these large families. In fact, the Yu family's management of the Ice Jade country was very lax. All the departments were controlled by the various large families. As long as they didn't rebel, and as long as they paid their taxes, the Yu family wouldn't care too much about the power struggles of these large families. It was precisely because of this that all the important departments of the Ice Jade country were filled with people from the various large families. If the Yu family were to rashly add people in, then the large families would be worried. At that time, if something were to happen, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, while the reform of the army was feasible, it was much more difficult to reform the administrative system. Yu Yunlong let out a long breath and said, "Alright, send people over." The reform of the army should also be carried out. However, it would be difficult to reform the administrative system. Also, the parliament that you spoke of isn't easy to handle. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the reform of the administrative system isn't urgent. As long as the time is right, as long as our bewildering soul empire can sweep the world, at that time, we wouldn't be afraid of them not agreeing. Yu Yunlong nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, I heard that you aren't going to be the emperor of the bewildering soul empire. You're going to give the throne to someone else? Why? This was what Yu Yunlong heard from the Jade Flood Dragon in the past few days. However, the Jade Flood Dragon didn't go into detail, it was just a few sentences. This made Yu Yunlong startled, he couldn't understand why Zhao Hai would do this. One must know that the Lost Soul Empire was very powerful and he was the emperor. It was very strange that he didn't want to be the emperor anymore. Moreover, Yu Yunlong knew that Zhao Hai didn't have any children, he was preparing to give the throne to an outsider. Zhao Hai replied, Fatty didn't tell you. Hee. That guy is really lazy. I might ascend in a few years. When that time comes, I wouldn't be able to manage the Lost Soul Empire anymore. Therefore, the throne of the Lost Soul Empire would be passed on to someone else. Zhao Hai nodded, Fatty didn't tell you. Ascend? That's a good thing. Let me congratulate you. When Yu Yunlong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would ascend. This was because Yu Yunlong was also a king. He knew that it was very difficult for a king to ascend. This was because once you become a king, you would have to deal with a lot of mundane matters. Correspondingly, you would have less time to cultivate. In this case, after becoming a king, one's strength wouldn't decrease, let alone ascending. But now, Zhao Hai was about to ascend. In any realm, ascension was something to be congratulated. This was because ascension meant that the person would be able to develop further and live longer. For a cultivator, this was a joyous matter. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's indeed a big deal. But fortunately, the Lost Soul Empire's form is different from other countries. Moreover, the king isn't hereditary, but elected. This is the direction that the Lost Soul Empire wants to develop. Therefore, this is normal. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, then when are you going to send people to take over the Ice Jade country's army? Zhao Hai replied, we'll go back and prepare for a few days. Then we'll send people over. The people who will come will also train the soldiers according to the Lost Soul Empire's training method. If there's anything in the future, Uncle can send me a letter. As long as I agree, you can mobilize the army. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, I understand. Then it's settled. I'll have people prepare food and wine. How about we celebrate today? Zhao Hai smiled and said, no, I still have a lot of things to deal with. I won't bother you any longer. Uncle, I'll be heading back first. After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and gave Yu Yunlong a salute. Then he gave the fatty another salute. Then a white light flashed as he disappeared from the room. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Yu Yunlong couldn't help but sigh and said, amazing, he can actually ascend. I didn't expect him to be able to ascend while managing a country as big as the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Jialong smiled and said, of course. That's what I admire the most about him. He managed such a large country, but he was able to leave whenever he wanted. You don't know, but he stayed in the 5 spirit realms for several years. But in the end, the Lost Soul Empire was still the Lost Soul Empire. He casually found a subordinate to help him manage the empire, and that subordinate did a good job. But when he returned, he was still the king. His subordinate's loyalty to him really impressed me. Yu Yunlong sighed and didn't say anything. Yu Yunlong stared, then he understood Yu Yunlong's thoughts. Yu Yunlong must be thinking about Yu Filong and the others. Yu Yunlong couldn't help but curse himself for bringing up the topic. After thinking about this, he quickly changed the topic and said, Imperial Father, what should we do next? When Zhao Hai and the others arrive, they will certainly reform the army. Should we prepare in advance? Yu Yunlong shook his head and said, don't worry about it. Although we've solved your 4th brother's rebellion, the Ice Rising country and the Icebound country haven't suffered any serious injuries. Although I've already told the other countries about this, the other countries were only on guard, they didn't attack them. It can be said that this time, we offended the ice-rising country and the icebound country. In other words, we've offended the spiritual realm. I think that the spiritual realm might retaliate against us. Therefore, we can't be too anxious right now, we need to take things slowly. After Zhao Hai sends the people over, we'll have them stay in the imperial army for a while and understand our army. After that, we'll send them to the other armies and take over those armies. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, the spiritual realm's people are very important to us. Speaking up to here, Yu Yunlong paused for a moment before he continued, we've also been to the Lost Soul Empire. We know that the Lost Soul Empire is full of miscellaneous spirit cultivators. Most of them practice martial arts, and their army is the same. Their army is different from our army. Therefore, we need to let them familiarize themselves with our army before letting them take over. This way, there won't be any trouble. Yu Jialong nodded and said, Imperial Father is very thoughtful. Imperial Father, are you really willing to let the Ice Jade country join the Lost Soul Empire? I was worried that you wouldn't agree before. Yu Yunlong smiled bitterly and said, how can I not agree? This is the general trend, nobody can change it. Although the countries in the Ice Ocean continent have united, they don't trust each other at all. Such an alliance is no different than having no alliance at all. Counting on this alliance is simply courting death. We know the situation of the other countries. Who can guarantee that they don't have the same idea as your fourth brother? What if they contact the spiritual realm and surrender? What should we do? Just wait for death? Therefore, we might as well join the Lost Soul Empire. In any case, we took the initiative to join the Lost Soul Empire. This way, we can take the initiative. Moreover, we have already made an enemy of the spiritual realm. Even if we surrender, we won't get anything good out of it. As for the demon god, we can't rely on him. He doesn't sound like a good person. Therefore, we have no other choice but to join the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Jialong nodded, then he looked at Yu Yunlong and said, Father, in my opinion, whether it's the spirit realm or the demon god, they aren't old Zhao's opponent. At the very least, old Zhao knows about them. But they don't know about old Zhao. This is old Zhao's advantage. Moreover, when old Zhao was in the mixed spirit continent, he went to the acute gold continent and captured some people. However, those people can no longer be considered as people, they are monsters. Then Yu Jialong told Yu Yunlong about the monsters that Zhao Hai captured in the mixed spirit continent. Yu Jialong saw those monsters with his own eyes. They weren't humans at all. They didn't feel pain. Moreover, their defensive capabilities were very strong. Aside from a few life-saving places, they wouldn't care even if you attacked them. Those things were truly terrifying. Moreover, Jade Flood Dragon also heard from Zhao Hai how these monsters were made. When Jade Cloud Dragon heard Jade Flood Dragon say that these monsters were made from the blood of the living as well as the blood of the dead, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Jade Flood Dragon and said, Are you telling the truth? Are those monsters really that terrifying? Yu Jialong's expression turned solemn as he said, Yes, they're very terrifying. You can see that those monsters used to be ordinary people, but they were refined later on. Their skin is blood red and they reek of blood. I tried to attack them with spells, but the effect wasn't very good. On the other hand, those monsters are very powerful. Old Zhao captured those monsters in order to let the people of the Lost Soul Empire know more about those monsters. This way, they would know how to kill those monsters in the future so that they wouldn't be afraid of them. Even old Zhao attached great importance to those monsters, which shows how terrifying those monsters are. Yu Yunlong sighed and said, I really didn't expect such a monster to exist. No wonder it's called a demon god. It's really a demon god, to be able to use such a method. The Jade Flood Dragon said in a deep voice, the thick earth continent has already formed an alliance with the volcanic continent. Moreover, their alliance seems to be much stronger than the one in the Arctic continent. The two continents have already established a transcontinent teleportation formation. This is a signal that the alliance between the two continents is not easy to deal with. Therefore, if the demon god is smart, he wouldn't attack the two continents first, but the Arctic continent. Yu Jialong paused for a moment before continuing, although there are two countries in the Arctic continent that have surrendered to the spiritual world, I think that the demon god already knows that the spiritual world has arrived. After all, the one who knows the spiritual world the best must be their enemy. The demon god should be able to sense the arrival of the spiritual world. But for him, the Arctic continent is just a tentacle of the spiritual world. He can easily cut off this tentacle. After all, he will confront the spiritual world sooner or later, so he won't be afraid of them. Therefore, the demon god's first target is likely to be the Arctic continent. Of course, he might also go to the miscellaneous spirit continent. If he does, old Zhao wouldn't be polite to him and the demon god would die. But this possibility is not high. After all, people would intentionally or unintentionally ignore the miscellaneous spirit continent before, and I'm afraid that it's the same now. Because the demon god's first target might be us, I'm afraid that the demon god will die. But this possibility isn't high. After all, people would intentionally or unintentionally ignore the miscellaneous spirit continent in the past, and I'm afraid that it's the same now. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, "It's good that you came back. If you didn't come back, how would I know about these things? If you didn't come back, your fourth brother and the others would have succeeded. At that time, you wouldn't even be able to see me." Just by looking at the way the spiritual realm and the Lost Soul Empire do things, you can see that joining the Lost Soul Empire was the right choice. The Jade Flood Dragon sighed and said, "Fourth brother is a genius. If he didn't want to take your position, he wouldn't have committed suicide. This is also the reason why I don't want to take your position." Yu Yunlong looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and said, "If you don't want to take my position, then when I'm old and retire, I'll give it to someone else. It's best if you return it to the Lost Soul Empire. That way, the Yu family wouldn't have to worry about you even without you at the helm." The Jade Flood Dragon stared, then he looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Imperial Father, why do you suddenly say that?" The Jade Flood Dragon replied, "Do you really think that the Lost Soul Empire would allow the position of governor to be hereditary? That's impossible. The Lost Soul Empire even elects the king, how could they allow the position of governor to be hereditary? So instead of having our Yu family be kicked out of that position, it's better for us to step down first. This way, the Lost Soul Empire might take good care of our Yu family on our behalf. Isn't that good?" The Jade Flood Dragon stared, he didn't think this far. Now that he heard the Jade Flood Dragon, he couldn't help but ask, "Is that so?" In the Lost Soul Empire, there are a lot of governors who have joined the Lost Soul Empire just like our Yu family. If the Lost Soul Empire does this, would those governors agree? Aren't they afraid of trouble? Trouble? What trouble? Don't you see? If Zhao Hai wants a province to join the Lost Soul Empire, the first step would be to take control of that country's army. Once the army is under his control, what can a governor like you do even if you want to resist? Moreover, what do you think the Lost Soul Empire is for? It's to divide the power of the governors. In the future, the Lost Soul Empire will support some families and have them join the parliament. Then the people in the parliament will choose the governors. Maybe they won't be able to threaten the governors in the beginning, but as time goes by, the position of the governors won't be stable. In the future, the governors of the Lost Soul Empire, including the monarch, will be elected. As long as the military power is controlled well, the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be in trouble. What about the monarch? If the monarch doesn't want to abdicate, then can he inherit the position? It won't be that easy. Do you think that Zhao Hai wouldn't think of this? He will definitely think of it. He won't leave the military power in one person's hands. Even if the monarch wants to mobilize the army, he won't be able to make the decision alone. This friend of yours isn't simple. Whatever you can think of, he will also think of it. Is that so? But I heard that old Zhao has another goal. He wants to lead the people of the Lost Soul Empire to do something big in the upper realm. That is to say, the people of the Lost Soul Empire will slowly form a force in the upper realm. Then they will do something big in the upper realm. I only heard this news once, I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, then it's a bit scary. What? There's such news? If this is the case, then our position as governor will have to be given up. Zhao Hai will absolutely not allow anyone to destroy his plans. If the monarch or the governor obstructs his plans, then he will certainly not be polite. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Moreover, they didn't ascend to the sword spirit realm. I heard that no one from the spirit weapon realm had ascended before. This was because the spirit weapon realm was managed by a heretical sect. The sect had a representative in the spirit weapon realm and had him sow discord. Because of this, the spirit weapon realm was always in a state of chaos. The only one who managed to ascend was after Zhao Hai pacified the spirit weapon realm, took the secret realm, and finally pacified the soul realm. I heard that the one who ascended was Zhao Hai's god-grandfather, his master. It seems that this news may be true, because Zhao Hai will never let go of the sect that used to control the spiritual weapon world. In the upper realm, if you want to deal with that sect, you can only develop your own force. Therefore, the news that he wants to make a name for himself in the upper realm after ascending is very likely true. What do you mean, Father? From now on, you don't have to think about the 5 spiritual worlds anymore. Concentrate on your cultivation. If you can ascend, then it'll be best. Our Yu family will also be able to stand tall. Hearing Yu Yunlong, Yu Jiaolong stared. Then he looked at Yu Yunlong in confusion and said, Imperial Father, you want me to cultivate with all my strength right now? Prepare to ascend? Yu Yunlong nodded. Then he looked at Yu Jiaolong and said, Jiaolong, tell me the truth. How is your talent? Yu Jiaolong looked at Yu Yunlong and said with some embarrassment, it should be good. I didn't cultivate seriously before, but it's not bad now. Yu Yunlong took a deep look at Yu Jiaolong and then said, alright, I don't care what you did before. What you need to do now is to cultivate diligently. It would be best if you can ascend. Even if you can't, you need to record all your cultivation experiences and leave them for the future generations of the Yu family. Yu Jiaolong nodded and said, yes, Imperial Father. I understand. Yu Yunlong replied, what Zhao Hai told you is to tell you that in the future, the status of the families in the Lost Soul Empire will depend on whether or not they have people who can ascend. If they have people who can ascend, then their status in the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be shaken. If they don't have people who can ascend, then their family's status in the Lost Soul Empire would slowly decline. Yu Jiaolong thought about it and understood what Yu Yunlong meant. The Lost Soul Empire existed because of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai ascend in the future, he would be able to rebuild the Lost Soul Empire in the Sword Spirit boundary. At that time, even if Zhao Hai ascends to the Sword Spirit boundary, he would still be able to exert a great influence on the Lost Soul Empire. When necessary, he could even break the space from the upper realms and return to the lower realms. Although he wouldn't be able to stay in the lower realms for a long time, he would still be able to deal with the matters in the lower realms. After all, the Lost Soul Empire was established by him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't disappoint those who fought with him in the upper realms. Therefore, he would ensure the safety of those who ascend and their clans in the lower realms. This way, their clans would be able to stand firm. On the contrary, those who didn't ascend would slowly lose influence. No matter how well they developed in the lower realms, it wouldn't be as effective as Zhao Hai's words. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. As soon as he figured this out, Yu Jiaolong immediately remembered this sentence. Yu Yunlong could figure out the crux of the matter in such a short time, which was indeed something that Yu Jiaolong couldn't compare with. From this matter, it could be seen that Yu Yunlong was very sensitive to politics. Most importantly, what Yu Yunlong asked him to do wouldn't affect Zhao Hai. Instead, it would be beneficial to Zhao Hai. It could be said that it was a win-win situation. If he ascends, not only would he be able to help Zhao Hai, he would also be able to keep the Yu family in the lower realms. Even if Yu Yunlong abdicated his position in the future, as long as he ascends, the Yu family would be safe. And if Yu Yunlong abdicated his position, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be in a difficult position. He would even give Zhao Hai an excuse to deal with the other governors. This was a good thing for both Zhao Hai and the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Jiaolong let out a long breath, then he nodded and said, yes, Father. I understand. Rest assured, I'll do my best to cultivate. I'll leave the Ice Jade country to you. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, my old bones can still work for a few more years. You don't need to worry about me. You can go and do your own thing. Yu Jiaolong replied, yes, Imperial Father. I'm going to the Mixed Spirit Continent to cultivate in peace. I won't be staying here. If you need anything, you can contact me through the portable transmission formation. I've already given you a portable transmission formation. You should have learned how to use it. You can use it to contact me when the time comes. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, alright, I've already learned how to use the portable transmission formation. You don't need to worry about me. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire will arrive in a few days. With them there, there's no need to worry. Yu Jiaolong thought for a moment before he said, if I go to the mixed spirit continent, then Tang Ming and the others wouldn't be able to stay in my mansion. Tang Ming is old Zhao's confidant. Father, you should let him serve in the imperial palace so that he can take over some departments of the Ice Jade country in the future. Moreover, Tang Ming is in charge of an intelligence network left behind by old Zhao. This will be of great use to you, imperial father. Yu Yunlong said, are all the people in your mansion Zhao Hai's people? Yu Jiaolong nodded and said, all of them. I originally wanted to return to the Ice Jade country. But imperial father, you should know that I've been staying in the palace for so many years. I didn't cultivate anyone outside the palace. Therefore, when I returned to the Ice Jade country, I had no one to help me. Old Zhao had Tang Ming and the others come to me and help me deal with some matters. Through the intelligence network, they would give me some help. Imperial father, if we want to join the Lost Soul Empire, then we must have complete control over the Ice Jade country. I believe that Tang Ming will be of great help to imperial father. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, I understand. You can go back. Let me know when you're leaving. Go. Yu Jiaolong nodded. Then he gave Yu Yunlong a salute before he turned around and left. It wasn't until Yu Jiaolong left the room that Yu Yunlong sighed and said, what a good method, there's almost no loophole. If Jiaolong doesn't do as he said, then I'm afraid that Tang Ming wouldn't be helping Jiaolong, but would instead become his scapegoat. Xianxia said if he didn't have such methods, then he wouldn't have become the king of the Lost Soul Empire. It can be said that the Lost Soul Empire was established by Zhao Hai. How could such a person be a simple person? Yu Yunlong sighed and said, how could such a person be a simple person? The Ice Jade country joining the Lost Soul Empire isn't a loss. If we don't join now, then I'm afraid we won't have the opportunity to do so in the future. Xianxia nodded and said, Your Majesty, do you think those people from the spiritual realm will retaliate against us? Yu Yunlong replied, it's very possible. Those fellows from the spirit realm aren't that reasonable. In their view, we lower realms should obey them unconditionally. Otherwise, it would be the greatest disrespect to them. Now that we've slapped their face, they might come back for revenge. We still need to make some arrangements. But there's no need to rush. After Jiaoer leaves, I'll have a talk with Tang Mingxiang. Tang Mingxiang's status in the Lost Soul Empire shouldn't be low. Since the Lost Soul Empire is sending people over, we can have Tang Mingxiang help us manage those people. Yu Yunlong nodded. Xianxia nodded and said, alright, then I'll ask the Imperial Army first. When their people arrive, we'll put them in the Imperial Army to train for a period of time. Then we'll have them take over the other armies. Right, Your Majesty, if the Lost Soul Empire's people come, will we have to hand over the Imperial Army? If we hand them over, then we won't have any backup plan. When the time comes, we can only be fish on the chopping block. Do you think that even if we leave the Imperial Army behind, it will have any effect on them? No, it won't have any effect at all. If they really want to kill us, then it's the same whether we have the Imperial Army or not. You've already seen the strength of the Lost Soul Empire, do you think they need to kill us? Xianxia didn't say anything. To be honest, the last time he went to the Lost Soul Empire with Yu Jiaolong, it gave him a great shock. The huge warship and the powerful army gave Xianxia a feeling of invincibility. It was because of this that Xianxia didn't oppose when Yu Yunlong said that the Ice Jade country should join the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Yunlong sighed and then said, since we've joined the Lost Soul Empire, then we shouldn't think about anything else. We should think about the Lost Soul Empire wholeheartedly. If we have other ideas, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Even if he doesn't give face to Jiaolong, I'm afraid that he won't let our Yu family have an easy time. We might even affect Jiaolong. Right now, the most important thing is Jiaolong, everything else isn't important. Xianxia nodded and said, the Lost Soul Empire is so powerful, and there are people who can ascend. They must have pills that can help people cultivate. If His Highness the 8th Prince can take those pills, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to ascend in the future. After all, His Highness the Eighth Prince isn't very old. As long as His Highness the Eighth Prince can ascend, then everything we've done will be worth it. As for the other members of the Yu family, Your Majesty, it's not that this old servant looks down on them, but they really don't deserve to be part of the Yu family. Yu Yunlong let out a cold snort. We've taken care of the Yu family quite a bit, and I've always treated them quite well. However, when Fei and the others rebelled, their reaction was truly chilling. Zhangzhen said, So Your Majesty, we should make preparations for His Highness the Eighth Prince. As long as His Highness the Eighth Prince can ascend, then everything will be worth it. That's right. Now it's up to Jiaoer. As long as Jiaoer can ascend, everything will be worth it. It doesn't matter whether the Yu family counts them or not. As long as Jiaoer can ascend, I don't care about the life and death of those people. Zhangzhen said, Your Majesty, what about the other highnesses? Although they've gone to the Ice-Soaring Empire, they're still people of our Ice Jade Empire. Don't tell me we're going to ignore them in the future? Humph, those pieces of trash. If they could be like Fei and die to atone for their sins, I would have recognized them as my sons. But now, they actually ran to the Ice-Soaring Nation. This is tantamount to giving the Ice-Soaring Nation an excuse. In the future, the Ice-Soaring Nation will have an excuse to wage war against us. How could I let such trash enter my Yu family's ancestral records? He understood what Yu Yunlong meant. Yu Jinglong and the others had gone to the Ice-Soaring Empire, which was equivalent to giving the Ice-Soaring Empire an excuse. If the Ice-Soaring Empire wanted to deal with the Ice Jade Empire in the future, they could use Yu Jinglong and the others as an excuse. After all, Yu Jinglong and the others were still people of the Yu family, and they were the direct descendants of the Yu family. They had the right to inherit the Ice Jade Empire's authority. Moreover, if the Ice-Soaring Empire wanted to attack the Ice Jade Empire, they only needed an excuse. As for whether this excuse was reasonable or not, they didn't need to consider it. Zhao Hai looked at the jade-fled dragon in front of him and said, So Uncle said that you don't need to worry about anything. You just need to focus on cultivation so that you can ascend in the future. Is that what he meant? Right, that's what my imperial father said. He wants me to focus on cultivation. If I can ascend, that would be the best. If I can't, then I have to record my cultivation experience so that people can look at it in the future. The jade-fled dragon nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Fatty, it's still Uncle who understands. In any case, now that the Ice Jade country has joined our bewildering Soul Empire, Uncle's ability in this aspect is naturally better than yours. Therefore, you don't need to go to the Ice Jade country and cultivate here in peace. You don't need to worry about pills, you just need to cultivate peacefully. Right, your Ice Jade country should have a lot of cultivation notes written by experts. You should also take them out when the time comes, there will be a lot of benefits for you. Go and prepare, I'll have someone send you pills every month. Jade Flood Dragon nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Old Zhao, I've already talked to Imperial Father. After I return, I'll have Old Tang go to the Imperial Palace to help Imperial Father. After all, you should know about the situation of the Ice Jade country. Imperial Father can use Fourth Brother's rebellion to clean up the army. However, government affairs aren't easy to handle. Moreover, the armies of the five spirit realms are all made up of warlocks, unlike the armies of the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, Old Tang staying in the Imperial Palace should be of great help to Imperial Father. As long as the Ice Jade country's government is in his hands, then the Ice Jade country's annexation to the Lost Soul Empire would be much smoother. As for the people you sent to manage the army, Imperial Father wants them to first familiarize themselves with the situation of the Imperial Army. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, an army made up of warlocks is indeed different from our army. Their fighting style is also very different. We should let them familiarize themselves with it. Let's do as Uncle said. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded, then it looked at Zhao Hai and said, Old Zhao, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Imperial Father would have been in danger. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, I'm doing this for the sake of the Lost Soul Empire. Alright, Fatty, you can go back and rest. Uncle and I will take care of these things. The Jade Flood Dragon nodded and then cupped its fist towards Zhao Hai before it turned around and left. After the jade flood dragon left, Long Tianlin came out from the back of Zhao Hai's room. Long Tianlin looked at the jade flood dragon's back and then smiled faintly and said, "It seems like Mr. Yu doesn't have any doubts about your majesty. He truly regards your majesty as a brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, he and I are true friends. I didn't want him to return to the Ice Jade country, but I had no other choice. I don't have anyone else in my hands, and he's the most suitable person. Therefore, I had him return to the Ice Jade country. This is also good." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "It seems like the Ice Jade country has been taken over? Yu Failong wouldn't cause any trouble, right? He forced one of his sons to death. Such a person is absolutely ruthless. Would he really give up his position as the Ice Jade country's king for the sake of the Jade Flood Dragon and join our bewitching Soul Empire?" Zhao Hai replied, "He would. If he didn't go to the bewitching Soul Empire, then he might have other thoughts. But as long as he goes to the bewitching Soul Empire, then he would put away all his thoughts. This is because he knows that with his strength, it's impossible for him to be a match for the bewitching Soul Empire. Because of this, we don't need to worry about him disobeying our orders. This is because he knows very well that if I were to find out what he did, then even if I don't do anything to him for the sake of Fatty, his position as the Ice Jade country's king would come to an end, let alone the position of governor. He wouldn't even think about it. Now, I'm worried about the Ice Jade country and the Icebound country. These two countries have people from the spiritual realm behind them, and those people from the spiritual realm don't take the people from the 5 spiritual realms seriously. This time, their plan in the Ice Jade country was destroyed by Yu Yunlong. Moreover, Yu Yunlong's other sons ran to the Ice Jade country. I'm afraid that they would use this as an excuse to retaliate against the Ice Jade country. During this period of time, you should contact Old Tang and have him pay attention to the movements of the Ice Jade country and the Icebound country. However, don't expose our people in the Ice Jade country. Otherwise, our losses would be huge, and it would also alert the people from the spiritual realm." Long Tianlin nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Hai waved his hand and stopped him. Then Zhao Hai said, "Has there been any movement from the Ghost Face army in the Ruijin continent? Did they send any troops to us?" "They didn't. We're currently blocking the Ruijin continent from all directions. The sky, the sea, and even the seabed are all being monitored. They didn't send any troops to us, nor did they intend to attack us. They didn't even attack the last stronghold in the Ruijin continent. It seems like they've completely stopped. I don't know what they're doing. They certainly won't be so obedient. Stopping now is just the calm before the storm. They must be planning something. Alright, let's not think about it. As long as they don't attack us, it's fine." Long Tianlin nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand. Long Tianlin cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before leaving the room. After Long Tianlin left, Zhao Hai stood up and walked out of the room. Zhao Hai's room was on the top floor of the mountain city. When he went out, he could see the blue sky. Ding Chunming was always by Zhao Hai's side. After Zhao Hai arrived outside, he looked at the blue sky and white clouds before he said, "Chunming, your current cultivation is already very good. However, you still need to work hard. Even Fatty knows that you need to cultivate well so that you can ascend with me in the future. You should also ascend with me in the future. Let's go to the higher realms together, okay?" Chunming nodded and said, "Alright." Ding Chunming cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will work hard in my cultivation." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You can't always be nervous when cultivating. You also need to take a proper rest. I think that the best rest for you is to go home and take a look. You should find some time to go home and see your wife and child. Is your child's talent good?" When Ding Chunming heard Zhao Hai mention his child, he couldn't help but grin and said, "Yes, his talent is good. He's also studying very hard. I have to thank Your Majesty for taking care of him." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is what I should do. The more talents we cultivate, the better it is for the Lost Soul Empire. As long as we deal with the 5 spirit realms, then I'll prepare for my ascension. The rest will depend on the people of the 5 spirit realms." Ding Chunming nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just turned his gaze towards the distance. At this moment, he really wanted to ascend. This was because this plane didn't pose any challenge to him. At this time, in the Ice Jade country's imperial palace, Yu Yunlong was also meeting with Tang Ming. Yu Yunlong had already noticed Tang Ming last time. After all, Tang Ming's strength was still there. When the imperial palace was attacked, if Tang Ming didn't take out the formation as well as the sphere, then the imperial palace would have been in danger. It must be said that the only advantage of being in the ice ocean continent was that it was very easy to build a house. The damage to the imperial palace had already been completely repaired. However, Yu Yunlong was still very curious about Tang Ming. Yu Yunlong looked at Tang Ming and smiled faintly. Tang Ming, right? Last time when you and Jiaoer came to support me, I had a deep impression of you. I heard Jiaoer say that you're His Majesty's trusted aide? Tang Ming looked at Yu Yunlong and smiled faintly. Your Majesty is too polite. I'm indeed a person who started with Boss. Boss is also very reassured when it comes to people like us. Yu Yunlong waved his hand and said, I'm now a person of the bewitching Soul Empire. It's not appropriate for you to call me Your Majesty. You can see that I'm not young anymore. You can either call me Uncle Yu or Governor. But don't call me Your Majesty. Tang Ming looked deeply at Yu Yunlong, then he smiled faintly and said, then I'll call you Uncle Yu. This way, it'll be more intimate. Moreover, if outsiders hear it, they would think that Uncle Yu and I are already familiar with each other. In the future, if Uncle Yu wants to arrange a position for me, then it'll be more convenient. Alright, then as Mr., you can call me Uncle Yu. As for me, I won't call you Mr. Mr., I'll call you Tang Ming. What do you think? Naturally, Uncle Yu calling me that is the best. I still don't know much about the Ice Jade country's administrative system. I wonder what task Uncle Yu has for me. Administrative matters aren't easy to solve. It just so happens that after some time, the Empire will send some people to take over the Ice Jade country's army. However, the Ice Jade country's army is somewhat different from the Empire's army. So what I mean is to let these newcomers train in the Imperial Guard for a period of time. Let them familiarize themselves with the Ice Jade country's army and then let them take over the army. This way, there won't be any problems. What do you think? Uncle Yu is right. This should be done. Uncle Yu, what you mean is that you want me to manage these people first. Then, after these people take over the army, I'll do something else. That's right. You also know that these people were sent by the Empire. Moreover, they don't belong to the same system as me. I'm afraid that it won't be suitable for me to manage them. You can manage them for a period of time and familiarize yourself with the Ice Jade country's army. After they take over the army, you can follow me to do something else. How about it? It's all up to Uncle Yu. However, this matter will have to be carried out after a period of time. I just received news that the Ice Soaring country and the Ice Sealed country might send troops to the Ice Jade country in retaliation for the last time when they were beaten back. This is also within my expectations. However, it won't be that easy for them to send troops. After all, our Ice Jade country is separated from the Ice Soaring country and the Ice Sealed country by several countries. Even if they want to send troops, they will have to discuss with several countries about passing through. Those countries won't easily pass through to them. We can use this period of time to prepare. Sure enough, it has begun. Uncle Yu, the Ice Soaring nation and the Icebound nation are already preparing to make a move against us. These two nations have also sent some people to other nations. Moreover, they are also reorganizing their armaments. It seems like they are really preparing to make a move. Tang Ming said to Yu Yunlong. It has been 10 days since his meeting with Yu Yunlong. During these 10 days, the people sent by Zhao Hai had also arrived. These people were already prepared by Zhao Hai. They were here to take control of the Ice Jade Nation's army. These people were also soldiers in the Lost Soul Empire, so they were very familiar with the military. Although the situation of the Ice Jade Nation was different from the Lost Soul Empire, as long as they studied it carefully, they would be able to quickly get used to it. However, these soldiers had just arrived 3 days ago. They were still studying in the Imperial Army and had yet to take over the army. In fact, these people weren't specially prepared by Zhao Hai. The number of troops in the Lost Soul Empire wasn't small. These troops were also divided into divisions, brigades, regiments, battalions, companies, platoons, squads, and other units by Zhao Hai according to Earth's method. Zhao Hai also set up deputies in these units. These deputies were actually prepared for this time. When they take over the army of a nation, these deputies would be sent out. This way, the combat strength of the Empire's army wouldn't be affected. These people also had management experience, so they wouldn't be able to get used to the new army very quickly. As for the vacant deputy positions in the original army, they could be directly promoted by the veterans, so there wouldn't be any problems. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't waste any effort in transferring people to take over the Ice Jade Nation's army. They were quickly sent out. This time, Zhao Hai sent out a lot of people, about 2,000 people. These 2,000 people were now under Tang Ming's management. Tang Ming and Yu Yunlong placed them in the Imperial Army to familiarize them with the situation of the Ice Jade Nation's army. At this moment, Tang Ming received the news. He knew that the Ice-Soaring Nation and the Icebound Nation might attack the Ice Jade Nation, so he immediately told Yu Yunlong about it. Yu Yunlong nodded and said in a deep voice, "Have the people from the Ice-Soaring Nation and the Ice-Sealed Nation already made contact with the people from those nations?" Tang Ming nodded and said, "Right, we've already started to get in touch with the people from those countries. Even the envoys from the two countries have already met with the kings of those countries." Bang! Yu Yunlong forcefully slapped the table and cursed, "These heartless and unscrupulous bastards. When our Ice Jade country rebelled, I immediately told them that the Ice-Soaring country and Icebound country were behind the rebellion. I told them to be careful because we are in the same alliance. I didn't want them to fall into the Ice-Soaring country and Icebound country's trap. But now, the two countries sent people to contact them, but none of them told me this news. Hateful, too hateful." Tang Ming stared, then he immediately understood Yu Yunlong's meaning. He looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Uncle Yu, what should we do next? Do you want me to send people to the Ice-Soaring country and Icebound country to teach them a lesson?" Yu Yunlong stared, then he shook his head and said, "No, the people left in the two countries are very useful. If we let them move, they would be exposed, which wouldn't do us any good. We can't send people either. Ever since the Ice Shock country and the Icebound country surrendered to the Tree Spirit continent, they should be watching their territories even more closely. As long as there's something wrong with the people outside, they would be targeted. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take action. Let's not waste our manpower, let's do it ourselves." Tang Ming looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Then what do you plan to do, Uncle Yu?" Yu Yunlong replied, "We don't have much time now. To be honest, I don't trust the people of the Ice Jade country anymore. The people of the Ice-Soaring country and Icebound country have people from the spiritual realm behind them. Although we aren't afraid of them, the identity of the spiritual realm can still intimidate people. It's because of this that Feier dared to rebel. Feier is my son, yet he dared to rebel, so there's no need to talk about others. If the people of the two countries use the identity of the spiritual realm to talk to the Ice Jade country, then it's hard to guarantee that the great clans won't make a move. Because of this, we can no longer wait. Tomorrow, have the people of the Empire take over the Ice Jade country's army. At the same time, issue a conscription order. All adventurers of the Ice Jade country must listen to the order and form a new army. The clans can't leave too many people behind, otherwise, they will be punished for treason. At the same time, have the people of the Empire report to His Majesty and ask for support." Tang Ming calmly listened to Yu Yunlong's words. After some time, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately send a letter to boss and have him make preparations. Uncle Yu, you can take care of things here." Yu Yunlong looked at Tang Ming and said, "Tang Ming, doesn't His Majesty have a lot of people in the Ice Jade country? Are there no adventurers among these people?" Tang Ming smiled and said, "Of course there are adventurers. However, boss can only take in a few adventurers. Most of the adventurers aren't boss's subordinates. If we only capture those who aren't His Majesty's subordinates, then wouldn't the rest be too conspicuous? Therefore, it's better to capture them all." "Ha ha ha, you're right. It's better to capture them all. I'll take care of this matter. You should quickly send a letter to His Majesty." Tang Ming nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards Yu Yunlong and turned around to leave. After Tang Ming left, Yu Yunlong turned his head to Zhang Zhen and smiled bitterly. It seems like Zhao Hai has managed the Ice Jade country well. His subordinates in the Ice Jade country are certainly not few. Moreover, there are some people that we can't even imagine. Zhang Zhen nodded and said, right. If Zhao Hai only bought people from the bottom, then His Majesty's decision to lock up all the adventurers in the barracks is equivalent to capturing most of the people that Zhao Hai bought. Tang Ming certainly wouldn't be this calm. But now, it seems like Tang Ming isn't worried at all. This means that his intelligence network didn't suffer too much damage. Zhao Hai really isn't simple. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, speaking of which, it's all thanks to Jiao Er. Fortune favors fools. He actually got to know Zhao Hai. Ha ha ha. If he didn't know Zhao Hai, then with Zhao Hai's methods, the Ice Jade country would have already fallen into his hands. I'm afraid that you and I would have been fed to the fishes. Zhang Zhen nodded. They had already seen Zhao Hai's methods. If Zhao Hai really wanted to deal with them, then it would be very easy. Moreover, Jade Flood Dragon's luck was truly invincible. He actually got to know Zhao Hai and turned a bad thing into a good thing. Yu Yunlong said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that we're people from the Lost Soul Empire, we need to be prepared. Zhang Zhen, go and prepare. Send those people to the army and prepare the Imperial Edict. Have them take control of the barracks in the shortest time possible. At the same time, send the Imperial Edict to the entire country. We need to let the great clans know that we're going to reorganize the army in the shortest time possible. Zhang Zhen nodded and said, yes, Your Majesty. I'll immediately arrange it. Your Majesty can rest assured. Yu Yunlong nodded, then said, after you're done with this, call Tang Ming over and get him to send out all the people from our intelligence department. Keep a close eye on all the big families. If they do anything strange, immediately quell them. Zhang Zhen replied, yes, Your Majesty. Then he gave Yu Yunlong a salute before he turned around and left. In the following 3 days, the entire Ice Jade country knew that Yu Yunlong was going to reorganize the Ice Jade country's army. Therefore, the head of the army was changed. This matter wasn't a small matter. It was impossible for the great clans of the Ice Jade country to not extend their hands to the army. But Yu Yunlong's sudden reorganization of the army could be said to have affected the interests of the great clans. However, the great clans had no choice but to endure this. This was because they made a wrong decision during Yu Feilong's rebellion. They didn't stand together with Yu Yunlong. This made Yu Yunlong very dissatisfied, which led to the reorganization of the army. Actually, the great clans also understood that when Yu Feilong rebelled, not only did they not stand together with Yu Yunlong, they even helped Yu Feilong behind his back. Otherwise, how could Yu Feilong control so much of the Ice Jade country's defense army? Although they didn't directly help Yu Feilong, they still helped him a lot. Therefore, in this matter, they were indeed in the wrong. It was precisely because of this that they felt a little guilty when facing Yu Yunlong. They didn't dare to oppose Yu Yunlong's reorganization of the army. In their view, the great clans had a lot of people in the army. Even if Yu Yunlong wanted to reorganize the army, he wouldn't be able to go too far. In the end, the number of troops under their control wouldn't be reduced. Therefore, they didn't try to stop him. 3 days after this decree was issued in the name of Yu Yunlong, the new commanders of the military camps arrived. When these new commanders arrived, they immediately sealed off the military camps and forbade them from contacting the outside world. Nobody knew what happened in the military camps. They only knew that 10 days after these new commanders entered the military camps were opened and the disciples of the various clans were transferred to some unimportant departments. Some of them were even transferred out of the army. However, these new commanders were able to firmly control the military camps. This discovery made the great clans worried. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. At this time, even if they wanted to resist, it would be meaningless. The barracks were already under the control of the new commanders. If they were to cause trouble, then Yu Yunlong would send the army to deal with them. Because of this, the great clans could only endure this. However, some of them were dissatisfied with Yu Yunlong's decision. In fact, the great clans didn't think about what they were dissatisfied with. the army was originally under the control of the Yu family. The Yu family was the imperial family of the Ice Jade country. They used all kinds of methods to snatch what belonged to the Yu family. Now, the Yu family was just taking back what belonged to them. In this case, there was nothing for them to be angry about. However, people were like this. If they didn't have something, then they might not care about it. But once they have it, whether it was snatched, stolen, or given to them by others, then they would think that it should be theirs. Once they don't have it, then they would be angry and hold a grudge. People were actually the same. The great clans were dissatisfied with Yu Yunlong. Actually, Yu Yunlong also knew about this. If it was in the past, then he would have cared about the thoughts of these great clans. But now, he didn't need to care about them. He was very clear about the situation of these great clans. Even if they wanted to do something, as long as the Lost Soul Empire was present, then Yu Yunlong wouldn't have to worry about it. On the third day after the barracks were no longer sealed, another decree was issued. All the adventurers in the Ice Jade country's cities were to enter the barracks and be incorporated into the new army. They would receive formal military training and would be paid to become the Ice Jade country's new army. When this order was issued, the Ice Jade country's cities were in chaos. Some of the lowest level adventurers didn't feel angry. On the contrary, they were very happy. They were people who had been running around for 3 meals a day. Now that they have a place to eat and even get paid, of course they would be happy. However, some of the great adventurers weren't happy. These great adventurers had their own businesses and their monthly income wasn't low. Now that all of their adventurers were incorporated into the army, of course they wouldn't be happy. However, just as the cities were in chaos, the Ice Jade country's army directly entered the cities and sealed them. Then they began to arrest the adventurers in the city. All the adventurers were arrested and sent to the barracks. If there was any resistance, then they would be beaten down. But even so, the Ice Jade country was shaken. They could see Yu Yunlong's determination this time. Even if the adventurers had a lot of people, they still didn't dare to directly confront the army. In the end, they obediently entered the barracks. When the adventurers entered the barracks were once again sealed off. No one was allowed to go out, and no one was allowed to communicate with the outside world. This made the Ice Jade country's great clans go into an uproar. This was because many of the adventurers belonged to their clans. Now that they were arrested, of course they weren't happy. But even if they were unhappy, they couldn't do anything about it. Unless they immediately rebelled, they could only suffer in silence and accept it. But then the great clans discovered that there was still a force in the city that Yu Yunlong hadn't made a move on. Maybe Yu Yunlong didn't notice it, or maybe he noticed it but didn't take it to heart. Therefore, this force didn't make a move. It was the dark force, the gangs in the city. Every city of the Ice Jade Nation had a few large and small gangs. In fact, it wasn't just the Ice Jade Nation. In every city of the Five Spirits continent, there would be all kinds of gangs. And these gangs were different from adventurer groups. Adventurer groups were mostly made up of adventurers, but the people in the gangs would rarely become adventurers. They either lived by collecting protection fees or had their own businesses. Therefore, they weren't adventurers. If they weren't adventurers, then they wouldn't be implicated in the process of cleaning up the adventurers. Thus, they were able to escape this calamity. Now, in every city of the Ice Jade Nation, in addition to the city defense army, the large families also had their own guards. However, the number wasn't too many. The rest were the people from the gangs. When the various families saw this situation, they really didn't know what to do for a moment. The speed of the Yu family's attack this time was just too fast. They didn't even have the chance to react. A series of combination punches were thrown, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position. It was impossible for them to fight back even if they wanted to. Just as the large families were thinking of ways to restore their family's influence, Yu Yunlong issued another decree. This time, the decree didn't have much to do with the large families. However, for the Ice Jade Nation, the effect wasn't small. It was to clean up the entire Ice Jade Nation's bandit groups. Whether it was in the Ice Jade country or in other countries, there were some professional bandit groups. In these bandit countries, they were kings of the mountains and collected tolls. Of course, sometimes they would also rob. It was precisely because of the existence of these guys that adventurers were able to survive in the soil. Now that the adventurers were all taken to the military camp, this made the merchants of the Ice Jade country a little worried. This was because without the protection of the adventurers, their goods wouldn't be safe. Although they could use the transmission formation, there weren't many transmission formations in the Ice Jade country. Only some of the major cities had transmission formations, while some of the smaller cities didn't have transmission formations. In this case, they could only rely on the adventurers to protect them. But now that the adventurers were all captured and turned into soldiers, they naturally couldn't protect them. If they went to do business, then they would be in danger. If they weren't careful, then they would be destroyed by the bandit groups. If they were to be wiped out, then they would be killed by the bandits. Just as the merchants were worried, Yu Yunlong's decree came down. This made the merchants happy. If the bandit groups were to be cleaned up, then they would be safe. In the past, the reason why the army wasn't able to clear out these bandit groups was because sending out an army would consume too much energy. Secondly, these bandit groups could run. They wouldn't stay in one place forever. They would also run. If an army was sent over, it would definitely take a long time. When they received the news, they would have already run away. Therefore, it wasn't that easy to clear out these bandit groups. But this time was different. This time, the entire army of the Ice Jade Nation moved together. They carried out a net-like cleanup of the entire Ice Jade Nation. Like this, the entire Ice Jade Nation didn't have any place for the bandit groups to run. The cleanup lasted for a month and a half before all the bandit groups in the Ice Jade Nation were swept clean. At this time, the entire Ice Jade Nation finally settled down. This time's reorganization took a total of 3 months. The result of this reorganization was very good. The entire Ice Jade Nation was cleaned up. There were no more adventurers in the city and no more bandits outside the city. The great clans were also honest. Even the gangs were honest. This was because they were very clear that if they were to act recklessly at this time, then the consequences would be unimaginable. And in these 3 months, the people sent by the Lost Soul Empire were able to completely control the Ice Jade Nation's army. Even the new army formed by the adventurers were controlled. Now, the Ice Jade Nation's army was completely under the control of the Lost Soul Empire. Naturally, in these 3 months, Tang Ming had been paying attention to the situation of the Ice Jade Nation and the Icebound Nation. He wanted to see if the two nations were about to send troops to the Ice Jade Nation. But the result was as Yu Yunlong expected. Although the Ice Jade Nation and the Icebound Nation sent messengers to the other nations to deal with the Ice Jade Nation, the other nations didn't inform the Ice Jade Nation about this. However, they also didn't give way to the Ice Jade Nation and the Icebound Nation. This was beyond Tang Ming's expectations. Because he was very curious about this matter, Tang Ming didn't hold back. After meeting Yu Yunlong, he reported the situation of the Ice Soaring Nation and the Icebound Nation. Then he said, "Uncle Yu, why didn't those countries tell us about the Ice Soaring Nation and the Icebound Nation sending people to contact them? Why didn't they make way for the Ice Soaring Nation and the Icebound Nation? This is too strange, isn't it?" Yu Yunlong looked at Tang Ming, then he smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing strange about it. Tang Ming, let me ask you, where is our Ice Jade Nation located in the Ice Ocean continent?" "The northernmost part." "Oh, I understand. The reason why the Ice Jade Nation and the Icebound Nation gave up on what's close at hand and went to deal with us first is because we're located in the northernmost part of the Ice Ocean continent. If they take us down, then they would form a pincer attack on the other nations. The people of the other nations must have seen this, so they didn't give way to the Ice Jade Nation and the Icebound Nation. This is because once they fall into a situation where they're attacked from the back, their days wouldn't be easy." "That's right. It's because of this that they won't give way to the Ice Soaring country. Even if the people from those countries don't see this, they won't give way easily because it will be very troublesome. If they give way, then their so-called alliance will no longer exist. Although this alliance is very loose and everyone has their own thoughts, a paper tiger can still scare people. Once this paper tiger falls apart, then everything will be over." Speaking up to this point, Yu Yunlong paused for a moment before he continued, "If the alliance exists, then those nations would still have the qualifications to negotiate with the spiritual world. If the alliance doesn't exist, then what can they use to negotiate with the spiritual world? These people are only thinking about this. Tang Ming nodded and said, so it's because of this. Hee, I really didn't think about it. We really haven't encountered this kind of thing before. Even if we did, it would be handled by the head. We don't need to spend any effort, so we didn't think about it. Uncle Yu, please don't laugh at us. Yu Yunlong waved his hand and said, at that time, I was actually quite envious of you. His Majesty was the one who took care of everything. You just needed to do it. I really cooperated with His Majesty. The Lost Soul Empire was built by him from scratch. How many things have he gone through? It's really admirable that he could build the Lost Soul Empire to what it is today. Tang Ming had a proud expression as he said, of course. But the head said that any conspiracy would pale and be powerless in the face of absolute strength. As long as we have enough strength, we don't need to use any methods. The army will just push forward and everything that stands in our way will be flattened. Ha, well said. As long as we have enough strength, we can flatten anything that stands in our way. Your Majesty is absolutely right. In fact, everything is the same. Take the current situation in the ice ocean continent as an example. If the one occupying the ice-soaring country and the icebound country were the enchanting empire, then your Majesty definitely wouldn't have thought of so many ways. You would have just spread out your army and pushed them one by one. You wouldn't have needed to resort to schemes or use the passage. From this, it can be seen that the strength of those in the spiritual world is just so. Tang Ming nodded. Then his expression suddenly changed. He turned his hand and a transmission formation appeared in his hand. Then with a flash of white light, a jade slip appeared in Tang Ming's hand. Tang Ming picked up the jade slip and looked at its contents. His expression couldn't help but change. He put down the jade slip and looked at Yu Yunlong and said, Uncle Yu, I just received news that the snow leopard country has been attacked by the devil-masked men. I don't know how they suddenly appeared in the snow leopard country. They have already taken several cities on the border of the snow leopard country. Moreover, they are currently advancing towards the snow leopard country. Yu Yunlong's expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, is it really the devil-masked men? Are you sure? Tang Ming nodded and said, I'm sure. The ones leading the attack are the monsters that boss caught before. Their bodies are blood red and they use weapons to attack. They should be attacking tomorrow night. They have already taken several cities on the border of the snow leopard country in one fell swoop. Then they will use those cities as a base to attack the snow leopard country. It seems like the snow leopard country won't be able to hold on for long. I think you should be receiving this news soon. Yu Yunlong walked around the room a few times and muttered, the spirit-masked men are coming, and now the devil-masked men are coming as well. The ice ocean continent is going to be lively. Tang Ming, what do you think His Majesty will do next? Will he send troops? Tang Ming replied, I'll send a letter to boss to ask. But in my opinion, boss won't send troops. The snow leopard country being attacked by the devil-masked men will force the ice ocean continent to be more united. Moreover, when the spirit-masked men see the devil-masked men, they will certainly be nervous. The ice ocean continent will be very lively for a while. If the Lost Soul Empire intervenes at this time, then it wouldn't be a good thing. It might even force the other countries to join the spirit-masked men. Therefore, we won't send troops at this time. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, that's true. Compared to the spirit-masked men, our Lost Soul Empire isn't very famous in the 5 spirit realms. If the Lost Soul Empire really appears, then the other countries might join the spirit-masked men. This is because they feel that they can't fight against the spirit-masked men and the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, they will choose a force that they think is good. Naturally, the spirit-masked men is the best choice. Right, that's what I mean. Therefore, now is not the time for the Lost Soul Empire to intervene. However, we can do something to let the other countries know how powerful we are. This will make it easier for the Empire to act in the future. When Yu Yunlong heard Tang Ming's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he said, what you're saying is that we should send out our troops and follow the other countries to deal with Ghost Face and the people from the spiritual world. With our strength, we can slowly gain the upper hand. Once we have more power in the alliance, we can move against them, right? Tang Ming was taken aback. Then, he said, yes, Uncle Yu, that's what I meant. Now that the army has gone through 3 rounds of training and has gone through the extermination of the bandit group, the army is already very strong. As long as we get the boss to equip us with some equipment, our army's combat power will definitely increase greatly. At that time, whether it's Ghost Face or the spiritual realm, it won't be a problem. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, then what kind of equipment do you think we should equip the army with? Tang Ming smiled and said, we don't need any other equipment. We just need the energy formation that we're using right now. This energy formation allows the ice swords to shoot very fast. Moreover, it doesn't need a cooldown, and its attack power is very strong. If we use a high-level formation, then we might be exposed. That wouldn't be good. What do you think? Tang Ming smiled. Yu Yunlong thought for a moment before he said, all right, let's do as you say. We'll have the Empire send us some of these formations. This way, the army's strength will increase by a lot. Right, do you need to bring some of those formations that you can carry with you? Tang Ming nodded and said, that can also be brought. For every 100,000 soldiers, we can equip them with a formation. That's fine. Yu Yunlong said, then let's do it this way. You can contact His Majesty and ask him to equip us with equipment. We'll equip ourselves first. I think it won't take long for the news to arrive. We can't wait until then. Tang Ming nodded, then he said, all right, then it's settled. I'll send a message to the head and try to get the formations sent over as soon as possible. We'll have to equip the army and train the people who use the formations. Tang Ming nodded, then he said, all right, then it's settled. Yu Yunlong said in a low voice, go ahead. I'll give an order to the army to equip them in the next few days. Tang Ming nodded and bowed to Yu Yunlong. Then he turned around and left the room. When Tang Ming returned to his room, he immediately informed Zhao Hai of the news. At the same time, he also informed Zhao Hai of their plans. Zhao Hai took the jade slip that Tang Ming sent. After reading the contents, he stared blankly for a moment. Then he immediately called Long Tianlin and the others over. After Long Tianlin and the others arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, Old Tang just sent news. The Ghost Face army has appeared in the oceanic ice continent and attacked the Snow Leopard Nation. Now, they are advancing towards the Snow Leopard Nation. The oceanic ice continent has become lively. When Long Tianlin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said in a deep voice, Ghost Face's people are attacking the Arctic continent? How did they get there? By boat? Then shouldn't the people in the Arctic continent have already received the news? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, this is the strange part. They might not have taken a ship, but even if they did, I think it's possible. Don't forget that the Ghost Face army controlled a lot of passenger ships. Those passenger ships can carry a lot of people. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that's strange. Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, what does Old Tang want? Does he want us to send troops? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, Old Tang wants us to equip the Ice Jade Nation's army with some energy formations to increase their fighting strength. Then the Ice Jade Nation's army would unite with the other armies and fight against the Ghost Face army. This would let the people in the oceanic ice continent know how powerful the Ice Jade Nation's army is. This way, the Ice Jade Nation would have prestige in their army. The Ice Jade Nation's position in their alliance would also be higher. This way, the Ice Jade Nation would be able to speak for us. Later on, when the Lost Soul Empire enters the oceanic ice continent, we wouldn't encounter much resistance. What do you think? Long Tianlin thought for a moment before he nodded and said, all right, this is the best way. We can transfer the energy formations to them. However, Old Tang has to control the army. We can't let anything go wrong. Long Tianlin nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, you don't have to worry about this. Old Tang knows what to do. Tianlin, you go prepare the energy formations. Once they're ready, transfer them over as soon as possible. Also, remember, the blockade between us and the Ruijin continent must be tight. The seabed should also be tight. I suspect that the Ghost Face army didn't appear on the surface of the oceanic ice continent, but on the seabed. Seabed? Long Tianlin was surprised, then he said, Your Majesty, is this possible? Not to mention that it's impossible to breathe on the seabed, people can't stay on the seabed all the time. Moreover, you should know that in the 5 spiritual realms, there are powerful beasts in the sea. Can they go to the oceanic ice continent from the seabed? Zhao Hai replied, Why not? Don't forget, the people left in the Ruijing continent can no longer be considered as people. They can still survive even if they don't breathe. They can swim in the sea for a long time. Moreover, the Ghost Face army controlled the sea beasts to attack the passenger ships. This means that there's someone in the Ghost Face army who can control the sea beasts to attack the passenger ships. If the Ghost Face army uses the sea beasts to attack the oceanic ice continent, wouldn't it be possible? Long Tianlin stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, It's possible. Alright, I'll arrange it. Your Majesty can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Then you can go. Right, pay attention to the alliance between the volcanic continent and the thick earth continent. See if there are any movements from them. I don't believe that they don't know about the situation in the sharp metal continent. I don't believe that they don't know about the tree spirit continent and the spiritual realm. If they know about this, then it would be strange for them to be so quiet. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, All right. Long Tianlin nodded, then he cupped his fist to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai took the jade slip and sent a letter to Ding Chunming. After that, he had Ding Chunming return to his room. Then he went straight to the space. Laura and the others were still doing their own things inside the space. At this time, there were a lot of good things inside the space. For example, the little snake-necked turtle Little Wu that lived with the heart of nature, the golden elves that were transformed from the destroyers, the plants, and the animals that Zhao Hai received into the space. These things were enough for Laura and the others to play with for a while. Naturally, Laura and the others weren't just playing around, they were also doing research on various formations. This had always been their hobby. Even when Zhao Hai couldn't contact them, they were still doing research in this field. To be honest, Zhao Hai was now very surprised. This was because Laura and the others' research on formations had reached a very formidable level. However, when Zhao Hai entered the space today, he wanted to talk to Laura and the others about something. This matter was very good for them. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai come in, they immediately went forward to greet him. In the past, when Zhao Hai wasn't around, they always felt that they had no one to rely on. Although they knew that Zhao Hai was fine, when they didn't see him, when Zhao Hai wasn't by their side, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Now that Zhao Hai was by their side, they felt safe and happy. Naturally, when Zhao Hai returned to the space, their lives revolved around Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, How are you? Are you happy recently? Laura smiled and said, We're happy, of course we're happy. Right, Brother Hai, why did you come back so early today? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I forgot to tell you about something. Now that I think about it, I want to give you something. I believe that this thing would be very useful to you. Laura stared, then she asked, What is it? The others also came over and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, This thing. Do you see it? This thing is called a biological brain. It was researched by the metal spirit realm. No, it's the brain of the elves. It's just like a human brain. I want to give it to each of you so that your brains would become more useful. Laura looked at the biological brain that Zhao Hai was talking about. At this time, Zhao Hai's biological brain didn't look conspicuous at all. Its originally huge body had now shrunk. It looked very cute, just like a small fluffy ball. Laura and the others curiously touched the biological brain. Zhao Hai didn't stop them. Although the fluffy ball was small, the biological brain inside was actually bigger than Zhao Hai's biological brain. It was just that after Zhao Hai's strength was restored, he had his own space. The biological brain automatically entered the space, making it look smaller. In fact, if Zhao Hai didn't want Laura and the others to see the biological brain, then he wouldn't let them see it. This was because Zhao Hai found out that his cells could fit this biological brain. In any case, he still hasn't figured out the changes in his body. In any case, the biological brain wouldn't have any adverse effects if it was placed inside his cells. Therefore, Zhao Hai just put it inside. On the other hand, the layer of fluff on the outside of the biological suit was also very useful. First, it could be directly connected to some equipment, like the machine tree of the Golden Elves or the Troll Sword. Second, it could protect the biological brain. Just like how Laura and the others were touching it, it was impossible for them to harm the biological brain. In fact, after the biological brain had its own space, it wouldn't be easy to harm the biological brain. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "This biological brain is very useful. With it, your brain's computing ability would be much faster than a computer. What do you think? Do you want it?" "Yes." Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems with making the biological brain. Don't forget, Zhao was now inside the space. Inside the space, he was a god. He could make anything. The biological suit itself was already a finished product, so naturally, there wouldn't be any problems with making it. Before long, Zhao Hai finished making the biological brain. Then he had Laura and the others use their spiritual force to communicate with the biological brain. At the same time, their soul imprints were also imprinted on the biological brain. This way, the biological brain would belong to Laura and the others. After Laura and the others received the biological brain, they immediately felt the benefits of it. They felt that their thoughts had become clearer. Things that they couldn't understand before were now instantly solved. This feeling was very good. Zhao Hai and the others were also very happy with the biological brain. Zhao looked at Laura and the others and smiled faintly. He knew that this was because they had just received the biological brain. After some time, they would adapt to it and this feeling would slowly disappear. This didn't mean that their thinking had slowed down. In fact, their thinking was still as fast as before. It was just that after some time, they wouldn't have such a sharp contrast. Because of this, they wouldn't be able to feel anything anymore. After accompanying Laura and the others inside the space for the next day, Zhao Hai left the space and returned to his room. When Zhao Hai opened the door, he saw Ding Chunming standing outside. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and smiled, "Why are you standing outside? Didn't I tell you to stay in your room? Whenever you see me go out, you can come over. I won't be in any danger if I stay in my room." Ding Chunming replied, "I want to follow His Majesty's body. I want to protect His Majesty's safety at all times." Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and smiled bitterly. Then he didn't say anything. He knew that he couldn't persuade Ding Chunming. If he forced Ding Chunming to not follow him, then it would be a huge blow to Ding Chunming. Zhao Hai stretched his body outside before he led Ding Chunming to the mountain city. He wanted to see how the people here were adapting to life in the mountain city. Although the mountain city was very good, the people here were already used to living under the sun. Although the mountain city was very bright, Zhao Hai was still afraid that they wouldn't be used to it. However, after walking around the mountain city, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The people in the mountain city were living very well, there wasn't anything that they weren't used to. In fact, Zhao Hai was just thinking too much. Although the mountain city couldn't see the sun, there was no rule that these people couldn't go out of the city. They would go out of the city every day, so naturally, they would be able to see the sun. Therefore, they weren't used to it. After Zhao Hai walked around the mountain city, he returned to his room. Then he took out the transmission formation and contacted Tang Ming. He wanted to see how Tang Ming was doing. Tang Ming didn't have anything to do with Tang Ming. Tang Ming's side didn't have anything to do. Now, the Ice Jade country's army had begun to train their troops in preparation for the upcoming battle. Besides this, there was also an unexpected surprise. After the adventurers of the Ice Jade country were all captured, the great clans of the Ice Jade country had no choice but to rely on the gangs. This allowed the gangs to have a better understanding of the great clans. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was definitely a good thing. In the future, they would have a clearer grasp of the movements of the great clans. After asking about the situation in the Arctic Ocean continent, Zhao Hai also contacted the people in the Acute Gold continent. He wanted to know the situation in the Acute Gold continent. At the same time, he also wanted the people in the Acute Gold continent to attack the Ghost Face army. He wanted to see how the Ghost Face army would react. Zhao Hai nodded. Now that the Ghost Face army had sent people to attack the Arctic continent, would the Ruijing continent's defenses be weakened? If so, then it would prove that the Ghostface army didn't have enough manpower. This would make it easier to deal with the Ghostface army. After giving the order to the people of the Ruijing continent, Zhao Hai no longer cared about them. He also contacted the people of the Tree Spirit continent. He wanted to see what the people of the Tree Spirit continent were doing. However, he didn't get any useful information from the people of the Tree Spirit continent. At this time, the management of the Tree Spirit continent was still very strict. The people that Zhao Hai recruited in the Tree Spirit continent didn't dare to make any rash movements. They didn't dare to make any inquiries because they would be executed if they did. Because of this, they didn't dare to make any moves. They were sure that the people of the Tree Spirit continent had arrived, but nobody knew where they were. Zhao Hai also knew about the style of the people of the Tree Spirit continent. He didn't have a good impression of them. But since he couldn't find them, he could only put this matter aside. In any case, he would have to face them sooner or later. Then Zhao Hai contacted the people of the Thick Earth continent and the Volcanic continent. Sure enough, the Thick Earth continent and the Volcanic continent weren't as calm as they appeared to be. The people of the two continents had already begun to reorganize themselves. The two continents elected a leader and two vice leaders. The leader and one of the vice leaders were from the Thick Earth continent. The Volcanic continent also had a vice leader. These two continents had already begun to prepare for war with all their might. The method they used was very similar to the Ice Jade Nation. All the adventurers were taken into the military camp, and then all the bandit groups were swept clean. All kinds of strategic resources were strictly controlled, and they began to prepare for war. However, these weren't what Zhao Hai cared about. He had already thought about this point, so he was still in the stage of watching the show. In any case, he had already arranged everything. Now, he just needed to see how the people would perform. If they perform well, then he would be able to clean up the mess. But if they don't perform well, then it would be much simpler. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that he didn't have anything else to do. This made Zhao Hai feel a bit bored. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai suddenly thought that he should take Laura and the others out for a stroll. At the same time, he should also investigate the situation of the Five Spirit Realm Sea. The beasts of the Five Spirit Realms were very formidable. Naturally, the beasts in the sea would be even more formidable. However, it was hard to say whether the beasts in the sea were unintentionally controlled by the Ghostface race or if they were deliberately helping the Ghostface race. If they were unintentionally controlled, then it would be fine. But if they weren't, then it wouldn't be good. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that he had prepared something very important. It was because he didn't pay enough attention to the Five Spirit Realm seas. Zhao Hai still remembered that the Soul Realm and the Wenji continent would sometimes encounter attacks from sea beasts. Sea beasts attacking cities were a huge threat to the Wenji continent. But the Five Spirit Realm sea beasts were much stronger than the Soul Realm. Zhao Hai wanted to know the current situation of the Five Spirit Realm seas. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, go and call Tianlin over. I have something to tell him." Ding Chunming nodded, then he went outside the room and gave the order. Outside Zhao Hai's room was a transmission room. There were a lot of transmission formations and communication formations in this room. Zhao Hai's orders could be passed down as well as the people that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Before long, Long Tianlin arrived in Zhao Hai's room. He was puzzled as he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, do you have any orders?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'm going out. If there's anything that you can't handle, you can use the transmission formation to inform me. This time, I'll only be bringing Chunming and the others. There's no need to send people to follow me." Long Tianlin nodded, then he asked, "Your Majesty, where are you going? You should tell me about this." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want to go to the sea. After such a long time, I discovered that I don't know much about the Five Spirit Realm Sea. Therefore, I want to take a trip to the sea and see the situation there. It can also be considered as a distraction." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Your Majesty, the sea beasts in the Five Spirit Realms are very powerful. Why do you suddenly want to go to the sea?" Zhao Hai replied, from the very beginning, the ghost face people were more or less related to the sea beasts. I'm just curious as to why the sea beasts would help them. Are they being controlled by them or are they intentionally helping them? If they're being controlled by them, then there's nothing to say. But if they're intentionally helping them, then it's very dangerous. There's a lot of sea beasts in the 5 spirit realm sea, and there's also a lot of experts. We can't take it lightly, so I want to go to the sea to take a look. Alright, I'll deal with this matter, and only I can deal with it. You just need to take care of the 5 spirit realms. You don't need to worry about anything else. Then Zhao Hai stood up and led Ding Chunming and Long Tianlin outside. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai turned his head to Long Tianlin and said, Tianlin, I'll leave the matters here to you. I'm going to the sea this time, so it might take some time before I come back. Don't worry. Long Tianlin nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the golden jade sword appeared under his feet. Then he stood on the sword and flew towards the sea. Ding Chunming also stepped on the sword and followed. Before long, the two arrived at the sea. After arriving at the sea, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the golden jade sword instantly grew bigger. Then Zhao Hai went to the sword's hilt and opened the door. Ding Chunming didn't know that there would be a door behind the golden jade sword. However, he still followed Zhao Hai inside. Once inside the sword, Ding Chunming couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the space inside the sword would be this big. Zhao Hai went straight to the room inside the sword. After the two entered the room, Zhao Hai turned to Ding Chunming and said, Chunming, you can do whatever you want here. If you want to eat, there's a kitchen. If you want to rest, there's a guest room. You can do whatever you want. Ding Chunming nodded. You can do whatever you want. Ding Chunming nodded, but he didn't move. Zhao Hai sat in the living room. Then with a wave of his hand, a pot of tea appeared in his hand. Then with a wave of his hand, the tea table in the living room lit up as the scene of the sea appeared. This was the first time that Ding Chunming saw such a scene. When he saw the fish, the seaweed, and the corals outside, he felt very curious. He curiously looked at this new world. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming, then he smiled faintly and said, there's no need to look at it. The sea is like this. You'll be bored after looking at it for 2 days. Sit down. Ding Chunming nodded, then he sat on the sofa. However, his eyes were still looking at the scene on the tea table. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, let's go to the Ruijin continent first. I have a feeling that we'll be able to find something there. Then we'll go to the other continents. In the 5 spirit realms, the area of the sea is much larger than the land. It will take us a lot of time. Ding Chunming nodded, then he said, yes, your majesty. Could it be that the ghost faces people can ally with the sea beasts? That's impossible, right? Why would the sea beasts ally with the ghost faces people? This wouldn't do them any good. Zhao Hai replied, right now, we're just guessing. Maybe the sea beasts didn't want to ally with the ghost faces people at all. Perhaps the sea beasts were controlled by the ghost faces people. The demon god of the ghost face isn't easy to deal with. The fact that he was able to compete with the spirit realm's people means that he's very strong. Maybe he has some means to control the sea beasts. If he can do that, then we'll be in trouble. Ding Chunming nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at the tea table and sighed, I found out that the demon god is more difficult to deal with compared to the spirit realm. Although I don't know how he managed to avoid the attacks of the spirit realm, I'm certain that he has a way to save his life. This time, we need to deal with him thoroughly. We can't leave any loose ends behind. Otherwise, he would bring us a lot of trouble in the future. Ding Chunming nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at the tea table and sighed. Ding Chunming didn't say anything, but his expression was very heavy. Zhao Hai looked at his expression and smiled faintly, alright, don't worry. Chunming, what you need to do now is to cultivate diligently and raise your strength to the highest level. When I ascend in the future, you can also ascend with me. When the two of us reach the immortal realm, we can go and see the scenery of the immortal realm. Ding Chunming nodded. However, Zhao Hai could see a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Zhao Hai smiled and said, what's wrong? Are you worried about your wife and children? Ding Chunming nodded and said, right, I'm worried about them. If I leave them behind, then I won't feel at ease. Jiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you solve this matter. You just need to work hard and cultivate." Although Ding Chunming didn't know how Jiao Hai would solve this problem, he believed in Jiao Hai. In his opinion, Jiao Hai was omnipotent. Therefore, he nodded and didn't ask anything else. Jiao Hai looked at Ding Chunming's appearance. He was sure that Ding Chunming was loyal to him. And because he was sure of Ding Chunming's loyalty, Jiao Hai wanted to accept Ding Chunming as his subordinate. If he didn't have this intention, then Jiao Hai wouldn't have said this to Ding Chunming. Jiao Hai looked at Ding Chunming's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Chunming, are you willing to follow me? Be my subordinate?" Ding Chunming didn't even think about it before he nodded and said, I'm willing to follow your majesty and be your majesty's guard." Looking at Ding Chunming's expression, Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "After following me for so many days, I think you can see that the people following me are divided into 3 types. The first type are people like Stonehammer. They call me young master, a servant. Naturally, these people are also the most loyal to me. Even if they want to betray me, it would be impossible. The second type are people like Wen Hai. They started with me. Their loyalty to me is absolutely not a problem. They call me boss because they were my subordinates. The last type are people like Long Tianlin. They call me your majesty because they are my subordinates. But unlike the first 2 types, Long Tianlin is a representative of these people. I trust him. But in my mind, he is much worse than the first 2 types. You are now the last type, but I want you to be the first type. Do you agree?" Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You've been following me for so many days. I think you can see that the people following me are divided into 3 types. The first type are people like Stonehammer. They call me young master, a servant. Naturally, these people are also the most loyal to me. Even if they want to betray me, it is impossible." Ding Chunming stared, then with an excited expression, he said, "I agree, of course I agree. Your Majesty, if you want me to be your servant, then there's no problem, I completely agree." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Chunming, I'll tell you this. You want to be my servant, but I don't want to plant a slave formation in your body. If you want, then I'll plant this formation in you. You'll be my most loyal subordinate, and you can't betray me. Remember, you only have one chance to choose. If you choose, then you can't change your mind for the rest of your life. I'll only mention this matter once, and if you agree, then you'll be my servant, my servant. If you don't agree, then I'll just treat it as if I never mentioned it, and we'll be the same in the future." Ding Chunming quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I'm willing. But I hope that your Majesty can also accept my wife and children. I don't want to be separated from them. I hope that your Majesty can show mercy." Then he stood up and gave Jiao Hai a salute. Jiao Hai waved his hand and said, "If you become my servant, then naturally I won't ignore your family. You can rest assured about this, but you have to think about it. You only have one chance." "Yes, your Majesty, I've thought about it." Jiao Hai nodded, then he looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Good, good. Close your eyes, I'll immediately plant a formation in your body. It might be painful, so pay attention to it." Ding Chunming nodded, then he closed his eyes. Jiao Hai looked at Ding Chunming's appearance, then he waved his hand as a slave formation entered Ding Chunming's body. The slave formation flashed on Ding Chunming's body before it disappeared. Ding Chunming didn't seem to feel anything, he was still standing there calmly. Jiao Hai looked at Ding Chunming's appearance, then he nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "All right, open your eyes." Ding Chunming opened his eyes in confusion, then he looked at Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Very good, Chunming, you didn't feel any pain. This proves that you really want to become my servant. All right, we'll still be like this in the future. But you can call me young master from now on." Ding Chunming nodded, then Jiao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, sit down. I'll pass you a set of body refining techniques. You need to practice it as well as some of my rules. Sit down." Ding Chunming nodded, then he sat down. Jiao Hai waited for Ding Chunming to sit down before he slowly placed his hand on Ding Chunming's head. Then his hand slowly emitted a white light before it slowly disappeared. Jiao Hai's method was actually used by a lot of cultivators. The Buddhists called it enlightenment. In any case, it was to directly transmit a cultivation technique into a person's mind. It was very convenient. Naturally, using this method required a lot of strength. Moreover, the person who was transmitted would also receive a lot of benefits. For example, the person who transmitted the cultivation technique would have their comprehension of the cultivation technique transferred to their body, saving them a lot of effort. Zhao Hai slowly retracted his hand and looked at Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming was still sitting there with his eyes closed, not speaking or moving. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He didn't care about Ding Chunming. This was because Ding Chunming's current situation was very normal. People who received enlightenment would generally go through a process of comprehension. In this process, the more they understand, the more benefits they would receive. Zhao Hai didn't disturb Ding Chunming. Instead, he waved his hand as the scene on the table changed. A huge map appeared on the table. This map was the map of the Soul Realm, the Spirit Weapon Realm, the Secret Realm, and the 5 Spirit Realms. It was very large. Zhao Hai looked at the map and then pointed at a place. The place he pointed at was immediately enlarged. Finally, the place was enlarged to the point where the people inside could be seen. The place that Zhao Hai was looking at was the Ruijing continent. The Ruijing continent was still under the control of the ghost face. Before, when Zhao Hai had the people of the Ruijing continent attack the ghost face's territory, the result wasn't very good. The people of the Ruijing continent were immediately beaten back. If they didn't retreat quickly, then they would have been destroyed by the ghost face. This also made Zhao Hai know that the ghost face wasn't lacking in manpower. Zhao Hai wanted to see what the demon god of the ghost face looked like. However, what made Zhao Hai disappointed was that the place he was looking at was blocked by a mass of energy. He couldn't see what the demon god of the ghost face looked like. After looking at the place, Zhao Hai gave up. Then he looked at the map again and looked at the Arctic continent. He wanted to see what the situation there was like. At this time, the situation in the Arctic continent was pretty good. Zhao Hai and the others had already transferred supplies there. The Lost Soul Empire didn't lack things like energy formations. Moreover, they were constantly improving them. They were preparing to turn the energy formation into a multi-purpose formation. It can emit energy beams and turn them into weapons. It can also release energy like an energy ball. It would be best if it could be used for defense. Naturally, this multi-purpose formation hasn't been completed yet. However, the Lost Soul Empire had a lot of ordinary formations. Therefore, transferring them to the Arctic continent wasn't a problem at all. The Ice Jade country's army was also ready to be refitted. The people that Zhao Hai sent to the Ice Jade country were all elite soldiers. They didn't just replace the highest ranking officer, they also replaced the middle and low ranking officers. This way, they would be able to smoothly control the entire army. Because of this, the Ice Jade country's army was now in the hands of the Lost Soul Empire. Everything was now under the control of the Lost Soul Empire. The Lost Soul Empire was now in charge of the Ice Jade country's army. Although Yu Yunlong can still command the army, if he were to order them to do something that would harm the Lost Soul Empire, then the people in the army would definitely not agree. Who knows, they might even rebel against him in a matter of minutes. Yu Yunlong was also aware of this situation. However, he didn't say anything. This situation was also within his expectations. If Zhao Hai couldn't even do this, then he wouldn't be worthy of being the Lost Soul Empire's king. However, at this time, Yu Yunlong was sitting in his study. He also had Tang Ming and Zhang Zhen in his study. Yu Yunlong looked at Tang Ming and said, "Tang Ming, some of the great clans in the country have a lot of complaints about me. I'm afraid that they would cause trouble. What do you think we should do about this?" Tang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "Really? They still dare to complain about you? Hee, let them cause trouble. As long as we control the military, we wouldn't be afraid of them causing trouble. They wouldn't think that their opportunity has come, right? If they really do, then they would be making a big mistake." Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "I'm not afraid of them causing trouble. However, if we act too ruthlessly against the great clans, wouldn't that be bad? Wouldn't it cause unrest in the people of the Ice Jade country?" Tang Ming shook his head and said, "It won't. As long as we control the military, then there won't be any problems. Moreover, Uncle Yu, you were too lenient with the great clans in the past. To deal with these great clans, the best thing to do is to pull them in and beat them up. This way, they won't be able to unite and form a balance between them. Then you can control them in the middle. If you let them do as they please, then they would be able to control you in the end. Yu Yunlong stared, then he frowned and said, I also thought about this, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Tang Ming smiled and said, if it was in the past, then naturally it wouldn't be easy. However, it's different now. You have the military in your hands, and you've also taken back a lot of power recently. You can use this to pull in a group of people and then beat another group of people. This way, there won't be any problems. What do you think? Yu Yunlong thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, all right, that's a good idea. Right, I just received news that the snow leopard country was being attacked. However, the news I received was different from what you received. It said that the snow leopard country can't hold on any longer. The royal family of the snow leopard country and some of the great clans are already preparing to form a government in exile in order to seek protection from other countries. Is that so? I didn't expect them to have such a move. It seems like they can't hold on any longer. However, this is also good. The more they act like this, the more anxious the other countries will be. I'm afraid that the alliance will form an alliance to deal with Ghostface. There's no need for that. They've already sent people over. The people they sent are from the iceberg country. The iceberg country can be considered the strongest country in the Arctic continent. They're also the initiator of this alliance. They sent people over and said that they want to hold an alliance meeting in the iceberg country in order to discuss the formation of an alliance. There's news already? It seems like they can't wait any longer. Uncle Yu, what do you plan to do? Hearing Uncle Yu, Tang Ming couldn't help but ask. Yu Yunlong looked at Tang Ming and said, what do you think? What do you plan to do? Tang Ming replied, send a general from the empire and have him lead the army to meet with the alliance's army. When the time comes, we'll fight. Actually, this matter is very simple. As long as we fight well, as long as our fists are strong, then they can only submit. Tang Ming nodded, that's right. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he looked at Tang Ming and said, all right. But what if they want to rely on the spiritual realm? If they want to rely on us, then let them. We'll come back and defend the Ice Jade country first. If we can't, then we'll have the Empire send troops over. In any case, the situation is already clear. If that happens, then there's no need for the Empire to hide. I want to see what they can do. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, all right, then let's do that. I'll leave this matter to you. Send people over from the Empire. I want to see what they can do. Tang Ming nodded, then he said, all right, then I'll send a letter to Her Majesty and have her send people over. Yu Yunlong said, this time, we must fight well. I want to see what kind of tricks those guys can play. Our Ice Jade country should also be able to hold our heads high. Tang Ming smiled and said, all right, then I'll send a letter to Her Majesty. Then Tang Ming took out a jade slip as well as a transmission formation. Then he immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai. Tang Ming's letter was received by Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the contents of the letter, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, in the end, they still want to move. All right, then we'll deal with it. Then Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and sent a letter to Long Tianlin. After Long Tianlin saw Zhao Hai's letter, he immediately sent a letter to Stonemer. This was because Zhao Hai said that Stonemer would be leading the army in the Arctic continent. Long Tianlin didn't have any thoughts about Zhao Hai's choice. Stonemer was originally Zhao Hai's servant. He was very loyal to Zhao Hai. Moreover, Stonemer had participated in several battles. Long Tianlin recognized Stonemer's ability to lead the army. Naturally, it was impossible for Stonemer to go alone. Iron Wire and Iron Dragon would also go with him, except for Safflower. Although Safflower didn't go with Zhao Hai this time, she still stayed in Sea Spirit City. Safflower wasn't just a servant of Zhao Hai. She had her own job in Sea Spirit City and was doing very well. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let her stay by his side all the time. After receiving Long Tianlin's order, Stonemer immediately set off with Iron Wire and the others. He was very happy because this was the first time he commanded a battle alone. However, after so many years of experience, he was now able to command a battle on his own. Stonemer and the others were originally inside Zhao Hai's space. This time, Zhao Hai's strength had been restored, causing the space to change. Stonemer and the others also obtained a lot of benefits. In the past, Stonemer and the others were only at the Void Realm. But now, they were completely different. Their strength had now reached the Broken River Realm, making them very strong. Naturally, they couldn't display their strength in this trip to the Ice Jade country. They brought a lot of artifacts with them. They also stored their weapons and took their staves with them. However, Stonemer and the other staves were very special. They were very similar to their own weapons. This was especially true for Stonemer's staff. It looked like a long-handled hammer. When Stonemer and the others arrived at the Ice Jade country's imperial palace through the transmission formation, Tang Ming and Yu Yunlong were already waiting for them. Upon seeing Stonemer and the others arrive, Tang Ming immediately greeted them. He cupped his fist and said, "Old Stonemer, you came. Why did the head send you this time?" Stonemer smiled and said, "Why would he send us? Maybe the young master saw that we've been idle for a long time, so he sent us to take a look. Don't you know? The young master recently went out to sea. He wants to see why the ghost face people are related to the sea beasts." Tang Ming stared, then he nodded and said, "We should take a look. The ghost face people's actions seem to be related to the sea beasts. This is very strange." Stonemer nodded and said, "Right, this is very strange. Therefore, the young master wants to take a look. We can't let the sea beasts ruin our plans. If the sea beasts really do something, then I think the young master wouldn't let them off this time." Tang Ming said, "Since the head is gone, there's no need to worry about the sea. Let's talk about the recent events. This is Yu Yunlong, the king of the Ice Jade country. But he's now the governor of the bewitching Soul Empire's Ice Ocean province. I'll call him Uncle Yu." Stonemer turned to Yu Yunlong and gave him a salute. "I've seen Uncle Yu." The young master said that Uncle Yu is the governor, then you must be the governor. But since you haven't taken the position yet, we'll call you Uncle Yu first. Yu Yunlong smiled and said, "What are you talking about? I don't doubt your majesty at all. Let's go inside and talk." Then he led the two into the room. After the group sat down in the room, Yu Yunlong looked at Stonemer and said, "The Ice Mountain country sent me a message. They want me to discuss with them about the formation of an alliance army. I think that the alliance army will be formed this time. This is because whether it's the spirit realm or the ghost face realm, they wouldn't let the Ice Ocean continent go. Those people should also understand this. Therefore, I asked the Empire to send a general over. Although the Ice Jade country has some generals, they haven't commanded such a large army. The reason why I asked the Empire to send a general over is because the army of the Ice Ocean continent is different from the Empire's army. I need you to familiarize yourself with it." Stonemer nodded and said, "We should familiarize ourselves with it. Right now, we're not familiar with the army composed of pure warlocks." Yu Yunlong said, "Tomorrow, you can enter the barracks and familiarize yourself with the army. I still need to deal with those fellows. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to the Ice Mountain country." Tang Ming nodded. Yu Yunlong looked at them and said, "After I leave, Tang Ming, you need to keep an eye on the country's affairs. The great clans will certainly take action while I'm away. If they don't go too far, then just let them be. When I return, I'll deal with them. But if they go too far, then you don't need to be polite and just deal with them directly." Tang Ming nodded. Yu Yunlong looked at them and said, "Tang Ming, you don't need to be polite." Tang Ming replied, "Rest assured, I'll take care of it." Yu Yunlong turned to Stonemer and said, "I won't keep you any longer. Right now, time is of the essence. You should take a rest first. Tomorrow, you'll go to the barracks." Stonemer shook his head and said, "No, I'll go to the barracks now. I'm not used to living here, so I might as well go to the barracks." Yu Yunlong didn't say anything and just nodded. Then he had Tang Ming make the arrangements. Tang Ming directly sent a letter to the Lost Soul Empire's officers in the barracks. Then he gave Stonemer the coordinates of the barracks. After Stonemer received the coordinates, he immediately left with Ironline and the others. Tang Ming and Yu Yunlong discussed what to do after Yu Yunlong leaves tomorrow. Then they returned to their rooms. After Stonemer and the others left, Yu Yunlong turned his head to Zhang Zhen and said, Zhang Zhen, did he notice that Tang Ming and Stonemer addressed Zhao Hai in a very interesting manner? Tang Ming called Zhao Hai leader while Stonemer called Zhao Hai young master. From this, one can see which one of them is Zhao Hai's trusted aide. Zhang Zhen nodded and said, on the surface, Tang Ming and the others have a higher status. However, I believe that Stonemer and the others are Zhao Hai's trusted aides. But this time, Zhao Hai sent Stonemer and the others. It seems like he still cares about what happens in the Arctic continent. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, it seems like it. But it should also be like this. This time, the alliance has formed an alliance, so the Arctic continent will be divided into 3 sides. And among these 3 sides, only the alliance doesn't want to go to war. Whether it's the Ghost Face Army or the spiritual realm, they want to control the Arctic continent through various means. We also want to do so, but we haven't revealed our thoughts yet. But looking at the current situation, it's only a matter of time before a war breaks out. Zhang Zhen replied, Your Majesty, I don't think we'll have to wait for too long. Even if we have patience, the Ghost Face Army and the spiritual realm won't. They will certainly make their move. If the spiritual realm wanted to use other means to slowly control the Arctic continent, then I'm afraid they won't have the opportunity to do so now. This is because the Ghost Face Army has arrived and the alliance is about to form an alliance. I'm afraid they won't have much of a chance. No, I think that the spiritual realm will use a softer method to solve this problem. This is because of the pressure from the Ghost Face Army. The alliance has seen how powerful the Ghost Face Army is. In just a few days, the Snow Leopard country had no choice but to form a government in exile. At this time, some people in the alliance will be afraid. They're afraid that the alliance won't be able to stop the Ghost Face Army. After all, the matter of the Ruijin continent is still there. At this time, isn't the spiritual realm a very reliable backer? When Zhang Zhen heard Yu Yunlong, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think about this point. Now that he heard Yu Yunlong, he felt that Yu Yunlong's words were reasonable. But because of this, Zhang Zhen's expression turned ugly. He looked at Yu Yunlong and said, Your Majesty, if this is the case, then I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Those fellows from the spiritual world won't let us off. If they say that as long as we destroy the Ice Jade country, then they'll agree to the surrender of those people. Do you think that those people won't make a move against us? If that's the case, then wouldn't we be in danger? You don't have to worry about that. Tang Ming has already given me a barrier formation and a portable teleportation formation. Even if something really happens, we can retreat safely. If those fellows from the alliance really dare to do that, then just like Tang Ming said, the Empire can openly intervene. There's no need to hide anymore. Yu Yunlong and Zhang Zhen sat on the deer carriage and left. The Imperial Palace no longer had a master. Although everything in the Imperial Palace was still going on, the Ice Jade country was now without a leader. However, Yu Yunlong's departure was a good thing for the people of the Ice Jade country. This was especially true for the people of the great clans. This was because during this period of time, they had been suppressed by Yu Yunlong to the point that they couldn't breathe. Yu Yunlong's actions during this period of time had weakened the influence of the great clans. This was especially true for the control of the army. This made the great clans feel that their influence had weakened. After all, they didn't have any weapons in their hands, so they couldn't be at ease. Now that Yu Yunlong had left, it was a good thing for them. Since Yu Yunlong left, he naturally had no way to control the Ice Jade country. They could also use this time to do other things and restore their strength. However, when they really wanted to do something, they found that they couldn't do anything. First was the matter of the army. When Yu Yunlong left, he suddenly appointed a Grand Marshal of the Ice Jade country. This Grand Marshal could control all the troops and horses in the country. All the troops and horses were under his control. It was impossible for anyone to intervene. The people of the great clans originally wanted to see this Grand Marshal who suddenly appeared and see who he was. However, they quickly discovered that they were wrong. They couldn't see this mysterious Grand Marshal. This Grand Marshal had been living in the barracks. Moreover, he didn't live in the barracks, he lived in all the barracks of the Ice Jade country. In the end, nobody knew where he was. If they wanted to see the Grand Marshal, they would have to enter the barracks. However, the Grand Marshal had ordered that the barracks were closed and no one was allowed to enter. Therefore, they couldn't see the Grand Marshal. If they can't see the Grand Marshal, they can think of other ways. For example, they can control the army's supplies. No matter how many troops you have, without supplies, you have nothing. Those large clans still control the Ice Jade Nation's government, so it shouldn't be a problem to control the Ice Jade Nation's supplies. However, they quickly discovered that they were wrong. Yu Yunlong seemed to have left behind another system. The problem of the army's supplies was no longer under their control, but under that system. Even if they didn't send any supplies to the army's supplies wouldn't have any problems. At this point, the various clans discovered that it was impossible for them to reach out to the army. It wasn't that no one thought about it. Using Yu Yunlong's absence as an excuse to break into the barracks, they wanted to see the Grand Marshal. They thought that with their family's influence, they would be fine. However, they didn't expect that after entering the barracks, they would immediately be killed. At the same time, the army sent people to arrest the family and put them in the barracks prison. Before Yu Yunlong returns, no one would be able to get out of there. This made the large clans of the Ice Jade Nation understand that with Yu Yunlong's absence, it was impossible for them to reach out to the army. If they can't find a way in the army, then they can only think of other ways. For example, controlling some other forces, like some gangs in the city or some civilians outside the city. However, they quickly discovered that if they wanted to control the gangs in the city, nobody would care about them. However, if they dared to touch the civilians outside the city, then someone would immediately come and take care of them. Moreover, this time, the one who came was the army. After several probes, the large clans finally understood that although Yu Yunlong had left, there was still someone in charge of the Ice Jade Nation. Moreover, this person also had a bottom line. One was the army, and the other was the civilians. As for the government, this person didn't seem to care much about it. As for the gangs, they didn't even look at them. After testing this bottom line, those large clans would naturally think of ways to increase their own strength. In a short period of time, the gangs of the various countries in the Ice Jade Nation had unexpectedly become a hot commodity. Naturally, the large clans also investigated to see who was in charge of the Ice Jade Nation after Yu Yunlong left. Was it the prince who was in seclusion, Yu Yunlong? This investigation allowed them to find out that the person in charge of the Ice Jade Nation was actually Tang Ming. Tang Ming had some impression of this person. He was originally a steward recruited by Jade Jiao Dragon. During Jade Jiao Dragon's rebellion, he contributed greatly. Later on, Jade Jiao Dragon went into seclusion to cultivate. Tang Ming was rewarded by Jade Jiao Dragon and became Jade Jiao Dragon's secretary. He often walked around the palace. However, no one thought that Jade Jiao Dragon would give him such an important task. However, the great clans began to wonder if Tang Ming was just a cover while the Jade Jiao Dragon was the one in charge. And the great clan's purpose in doing this was to make the great clans take action and deal with them. It wasn't strange for the large clans to think this way. Yu Yunlong's actions had affected their interests, so they couldn't help but think this way. When the great clans thought of this, the Ice Jade country calmed down. The great clans knew that it was impossible for them to fight with the Yu family. If they were to fight with the Yu family, then the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, the Yu family had the knife in their hand. If they were to act recklessly, then the knife in the Yu family's hand wouldn't be merciful. However, the large clans couldn't understand. They didn't know what was going on with the Yu family. Where did they suddenly get so many loyal and capable subordinates? This was too abnormal. These big clans had been dealing with the Yu family for a long time, so they were very clear about the Yu family's situation. They also knew who the Yu family's members were. However, they had never heard of Tang Ming. Tang Ming was very trusted by Yu Jialong, and Yu Yunlong trusted him as well. They often heard that Yu Yunlong would call Tang Ming over for questioning. All the big clans knew that this was a matter of discussion. Naturally, the person who can discuss matters with the emperor was the most trusted person. Besides Tang Ming, there were also the officers in charge of the army. Where did these people come from? Although they were transferred from the imperial army, they knew how many officers there were in the imperial army. There were absolutely none of these people. These people seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Most importantly, they were very familiar with how to manage the army. After entering the army, they immediately took over a key department and then controlled the army. This was very strange. One must know that ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to be an officer because they didn't have the experience of being a manager. But now, these people could do it. This was too strange. Of course, the most mysterious person was the Grand Marshal. They still haven't seen the Grand Marshal's face. However, the people in the army were very obedient to the Grand Marshal's orders. Wasn't this even stranger? All these strange things happened after Yu Jiaolong returned, and Yu Feilong and the others rebelled. They really didn't know what happened during that period of time. Since they couldn't understand, the people from the great clans could only stop thinking about it. No matter what, the Ice Jade country has become like this. They need to adapt as soon as possible. Moreover, they were also very concerned about Yu Yunlong's situation. Naturally, it was impossible for these large clans to not know about the Ice Ocean continent. They were very clear that the current Ice Ocean continent was completely different from the previous one. With the appearance of the spiritual world, the surrender of the Ice-Soaring country and the Icebound country, Yu Feilong's rebellion under the instigation of the spiritual world, and the invasion of the Snow Leopard country by the Ghostface army, the current situation of the Ice Ocean continent had completely changed. No one knew what would happen next. As for the future of the Ice Ocean continent, it wasn't only the kings who were concerned about it. The patriarchs of the large clans were also concerned about this matter. This was because if a war were to happen in the Ice Ocean continent, then these large clans would inevitably be affected. And looking at the current situation, a war in the Ice Ocean continent was inevitable. Therefore, they could only wait and see how the Ice Jade country would deal with it. To be honest, when they thought about this, the people of the large clans suddenly understood why the Yu family suddenly wanted to control the army. If they didn't control the army, then they wouldn't be able to control what would happen in the future. As for Yu Yunlong, who was being watched by the people of the Ice Jade country, he was still in the capital of the Ice Mountain country, Glacier City. This Glacier City was quite special. It was built on top of a glacier. Both on top of the glacier and inside the glacier was this large city. The entire city was majestic and spectacular. However, Glacier City was very lively right now. This was because the kings of several countries had arrived at the city. And it was impossible for these kings to come alone. They all brought along a few hundred guards with them, and some even went up to 1,000. With so many people living in Glacier City, it made the city livelier than before. When Yu Yunlong arrived at the Ice Mountain country, he brought along a total of 600 guards. These guards were all experts selected from the Imperial Army. Among them were 50 experts that Tang Ming had assigned to Yu Yunlong. These 50 experts were all from the Bewildering Soul Empire. Their fighting strength was much stronger than ordinary people. Most importantly, their attack and defense methods were completely different from the people of the Ice Ocean continent. When necessary, they could play an unexpected role. Tang Ming also thought that there might be people who would harm Yu Yunlong. Therefore, he sent these people to protect Yu Yunlong. Naturally, Yu Yunlong didn't oppose. He didn't want to die, he also wanted to see what it would be like to be the governor of the Ice Ocean province. However, at this time, Yu Yunlong was frowning as he sat in the mansion that was arranged for him by the Ice Mountain country. The mansion was very big, even though he and his guards lived in it, it still wasn't full. Moreover, the amount of food and clothing they had wasn't any worse than the amount of time he spent in the Ice Jade country. However, Yu Yunlong wasn't happy at all. This was because he had been in the Ice Mountain city for 5 days now. Besides the first night when the king of the Ice Mountain country invited him to a banquet, Yu Yunlong hadn't seen Qin Shan at all. This time, they came to discuss how to form the alliance. The military situation was like fire, so they should spend more time discussing military matters. At the very least, they should hurry up. But now, Qin Shan hadn't seen him for several days. What was the meaning of this? After thinking about this, Yu Yunlong couldn't help but knit his brows even tighter. He turned to Zhang Zhen and said, "Zhang Zhen, did the people we sent get any information? Why didn't Qin Shan see us?" Zhang Zhen shook his head and said, "I haven't inquired about it yet. As long as our people go out, they'll be watched. Even if they sneak out at night, they'll still be watched. I really can't get any information." Yu Yunlong thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Send a letter to Tang Ming." Back then, His Majesty wanted to leave behind a large intelligence network in the Arctic continent. "I believe that we have people in the Iceberg Nation. Ask him to help investigate and see what Qin Shan is doing and what he wants." Xianxia nodded, then he immediately took out a transmission formation. Then he took out a piece of paper and wrote a letter. Then he used the transmission formation to send it out. Yu Yunlong looked at the transmission formation, then he let out a long breath and said, "If Tang Ming wasn't here, then this matter would be very difficult. Qin Shan didn't see us for so many days, he certainly doesn't have any good intentions. I just want to know what their plans are." Xianxia coldly snorted and said, "I think that they want to surrender. But it's impossible for our Ice Jade country to surrender. Naturally, they wouldn't let us participate in their affairs." Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "I think so too. I just want to know how things are right now. Have they already decided to surrender, or have they not decided yet? This way, we can make the appropriate response." Just as Xianxia was about to speak, the transmission formation lit up. Then a piece of paper appeared on the transmission formation. They couldn't be like Zhao Hai and use jade slips every time they teleport. They didn't have that many resources. Xianxia took the paper and looked at it. Then he handed it over to Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong looked at the words on the paper, then he put it down and said, "Sure enough, those fellows have already discussed this matter several times. Moreover, it's all about surrendering to the spirit realm. It's just that they didn't ask us to go. Fortunately, they didn't come to an agreement. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would be captured and sent to the spirit realm." Xianxia said, "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, "Tang Ming also said that only 3 of those countries want to surrender. One of them is the Snow Leopard Nation. Although the Snow Leopard Nation's king and great clans are still around, their nation is gone. Their opinions can be ignored. The other 2 countries are very close to the Ice Rising Nation and the Icebound Nation. They want to surrender because they are too close to those 2 countries. If a war really breaks out, those 2 countries would be the first to suffer. That is why they want to surrender. Qin Shan and the others probably haven't made up their minds yet. That is to say, we still have a chance. Qin Shan will definitely meet us again. We don't have to be too anxious." Just as Yu Yunlong expected, on the 7th day after they arrived at the Ice Mountain City, Qin Shan finally sent someone to invite Yu Yunlong to the banquet. This time, Yu Yunlong didn't bring anyone but Xianxia. The 2 of them sat on the deer carriage and went directly to the Ice Mountain Nation's palace. When Qin Shan was in the Ice Mountain Nation's palace, he set up a banquet to welcome Yu Yunlong. Initially, Yu Yunlong thought that Qin Shan would invite the kings of the other kingdoms. He did not expect that he would be the only one who came. Qin Shan was a man in his 50s, but he looked like he was in his 30s. He had black hair and no wrinkles on his face. He looked very imposing. Qin Shan welcomed Yu Yunlong into the room. After they were seated, Qin Shan cupped his hands towards Yu Yunlong and said, "Emperor Yu, I'm really sorry. Because the other emperors haven't arrived yet, I didn't discuss the alliance with you. I'm really sorry for neglecting you." Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "I'm really sorry." Yu Yunlong smiled and said, "What are you talking about? If the other kings didn't come, they would think that we're plotting something when they arrive. It wouldn't be good if they knew that there was a misunderstanding. Don't you think so?" While saying that, Yu Yunlong looked at Qin Shan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Qin Shan's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he smiled and said, "Right, right. Come, let's have a drink. Consider this as my apology." After saying that, Qin Shan raised his wine glass and toasted Yu Yunlong. Although he felt that Yu Yunlong's words had a hidden meaning, he didn't think too much about it. After all, Yu Yunlong's men had been monitored by them for the past few days. It was impossible for them to find out anything. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of anything. Yu Yunlong smiled and said, "What are you talking about? You're too polite. Come, let's have a drink." After the 2 drank the wine in their cups, Qin Shan looked at Yu Yunlong and smiled, "Speaking of which, we need to discuss the matter of the alliance. Emperor Yu, how do you think we should form the alliance this time? With just the strength of our Ice Ocean continent, can we fight against Ghostface? Yu Yunlong replied, the alliance must be formed. Not only to fight against the Ghost Face army, but also to deal with the people of the Tree Spirit continent. Xianxia said in a low voice, Lord of the Jade Nation, the people behind the Tree Spirit continent are from the spiritual world. Can we deal with them? Yu Yunlong replied, no matter what, we have to face them. I know the people of the Tree Spirit world are behind the Tree Spirit continent, but do you know what kind of life the people of the Tree Spirit continent are living now? Perhaps you don't know, but I do. The people of the Tree Spirit continent can't casually inquire about anything. Otherwise, they will be executed as traitors. It doesn't matter what kind of clan you are from. Moreover, the rulers of the Tree Spirit continent are all mere figureheads. The Tree Spirit continent is now under the control of the people of the Spirit realm. In order to unify the 5 spirit realms, they are willing to do anything. Our Ice Jade country's rebellion is the best proof of this. In short, in my opinion, the people of the spirit realm don't treat us as humans. They treat us as slaves, lower-class people. How can we surrender to them? If it were an ordinary person, surrendering to them wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they would just have a new ruler. But what about us? We are the kings now. If we surrender in the future, what will we be? Will they still feel at ease letting us take care of our own country? They don't dare, they can't. Therefore, they will surely deal with us. Therefore, the other countries can surrender, but we, the imperial family, are not qualified to do so. If we surrender, we will die. Xianxia had been quietly listening to Yu Yunlong's words. When he heard Yu Yunlong's last words, his expression couldn't help but change. Yu Yunlong's last words had indeed moved him. Others could surrender, but monarchs like them couldn't. Others would only lose a ruler if they surrendered, but if they, the original rulers, surrendered, then what would they have left? Will the other side let them rule their own countries? That was impossible, so they absolutely could not surrender. After thinking about this, Xianxia couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, then do you think that we can deal with the Ghost Face and the Spirit Realm? Yu Yunlong replied, no matter if it's possible or not, we have to go all out. The people of the Ghost Face aren't good people. I heard that they captured Snow Leopard City, and the place was filled with blood. As for the people of the spiritual realm, I think that they don't have the ability to deal with us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a method to deal with us. Moreover, I'm also wondering if the people of the spiritual realm can deal with the people of the Ghost Face. Everyone knows that the people of the spiritual realm have been staying in the Ruijin continent all this time. If the people of the spiritual realm can deal with the people of the Ghost Face, then why didn't they attack the Ruijin continent instead of the Ice Ocean continent? In my opinion, the people of the spiritual realm don't have the confidence to deal with the people of the Ghost Face. Therefore, they want to unify the 5 spiritual realms first before gathering all of their forces to deal with the Ghost Face. But if that's the case, can't we deal with the Ghost Face ourselves? Do we need them to take the lead? Do we need someone to take care of us? Moreover, the people from the spirit realm don't intend to go back. Think about it, if they're really important people in the spirit realm, why wouldn't they go back? The spirit realm is a higher realm, it's impossible for them to control only us. Even if the demon god messes with us, what can he do? If the demon god wants to take over the spirit realm, then he would have to ascend first. But I'm afraid that it won't be easy for him to ascend. Even if he can ascend, how strong can he be when he just arrived? I'm afraid that the spirit realm is already waiting for him up there. They'll just kill him. Even if they can't kill him, they'll just seal him up. In this case, do you think it's necessary for the spirit realm to send people down? They can't. They can't send important people down here. That's why the people from the spiritual world don't have any status. They're the kind of people who have no hope of improving their strength, so they come down to the lower realms to retire. They might be servants in the upper realms, but in the upper realms, they're nobler than emperors. Furthermore, servants like them have had enough of the upper realms. How could they treat us well in the lower realms? So when they come to the lower realms, they usually treat us as lowly people, as servants. Why should we treat people like nobles? Why should we listen to them for everything? While listening to Yu Yunlong, Xianxia's expression kept changing. He didn't think about this before, but now that Yu Yunlong said it, he felt that it made sense. If the upper realm really took the demon god seriously, then they would have already sent experts down to destroy him when he was weak. They definitely wouldn't do what they're doing now. After thinking about this, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but light up. He nodded and said, "Right, that makes sense. But I heard that some people in the alliance want to surrender to the spirit realm. This isn't easy." Yu Yunlong coldly snorted and said, "It's just some short-sighted people. Our Ice Jade country has already prepared for war. I've already gathered all the adventurers in the country to form a new army. I don't believe that we can't stop their attack with just the few of us. Whether it's the Ghost Face realm or the Spirit realm, they don't have a lot of troops. As long as we don't make any mistakes and don't give them a chance, they wouldn't be able to do anything to us. Moreover, don't forget that the Ghost Face realm and the Spirit realm are enemies, they aren't friends. It's even more impossible for them to join forces. Therefore, it's almost impossible for us to be attacked by both groups at the same time." Xianxia's eyes were filled with prejudice. They had always thought that the Spirit realm and the Ghost Face realm were on the same side. But now, they suddenly realized that the hatred between the Ghost Face realm and the Spirit realm was even greater. It was impossible for the two groups to join forces. Therefore, they only need to face one enemy. Facing one enemy, they have nothing to be afraid of. Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, "Those people are from the upper realms. They might be stronger than us, but don't forget that they're not much stronger than us in the lower realms. Therefore, there's no need for us to be afraid of them. Taking care of them won't be a problem." Xianxia nodded and said, "Right. If we surrender, then we'll have nothing left. Rather than that, it's better to resist. Let's wait for 2 days. When the other monarchs arrive, then we'll discuss this matter. You must not surrender." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right." Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, "That's right. We will never surrender. I don't care what other people think. Our Ice Jade nation will never surrender. Even if we have to fight to the last man, we will never surrender." "Ha ha ha, good. Emperor Yu's words are very good. Come, let's have another drink." Then Xianxian picked up his glass and gave a toast to Yu Yunlong. After Yu Yunlong and Xianxian drank a cup of wine, Yu Yunlong let out a long breath and said, "This time, I came here in a fit of anger. You all know about the Ice Jade country's rebellion. The rebels were my sons. After this incident, my favorite son committed suicide while the other sons all ran away. As for those fellows, they didn't suffer any injuries. What enmity do I have with them? It's just that I didn't surrender to them in the beginning. But they actually used this method to deal with us. If those people revealed their identity and said that they wanted to form an alliance to deal with the Ghost Face realm, then my Ice Jade country would certainly send troops. After all, the 5 spirit realms wouldn't be able to rest until the Ghost Face realm is eliminated. But they didn't even deal with the Ghost Face realm before using this method to deal with us." When Xianxian heard Yu Yunlong, he didn't know what to say. In fact, he was also very dissatisfied with the spiritual realm. This was because it wasn't only the Ice Jade country that had an incident. In fact, the other countries were also instigated by the spiritual realm. When the Ice Jade country had an incident, Yu Yunlong immediately told Xianxian and the others. Xianxian and the others investigated and found some problems. However, these words couldn't be spread, so Xianxian and the others secretly dealt with this matter. To be honest, because of this matter, Xianxian and the others were also very dissatisfied with the spiritual realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in contact with the spiritual realm until now. However, after meeting the kings, Xianxian discovered that some of them were still in favor of surrendering. This put him in a difficult position because the opinions of these kings were very important. However, after hearing Yu Yunlong's words today, Xianxian felt that surrendering to the people from the spiritual world wasn't the right way to go. After all, they still didn't know if the people from the spiritual world could destroy the demon god. In the past, the demon god ran amok in the spiritual realm, but the people from the spiritual realm couldn't kill him. Now that he was in the lower realms, would the people sent by the spiritual realm be able to kill him? It would be difficult. And just like what Yu Yunlong said, the people sent by the spiritual realm couldn't be experts from the spiritual realm. It was also impossible for those experts to come to the 5 spiritual realms. At most, they would send some servants. Were these people really worthy of being treated like nobles? Don't forget that they were the rulers of their countries. Was there a need to treat these people like this? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Xianxia's heart slowly became firm. He turned to Yu Yunlong and said, Emperor Yu, you should be aware of the current situation in the Arctic continent. I want to hear your opinion. Yu Yunlong replied, I have no opinion. In fact, what the Arctic continent needs the most right now is unity. As long as our countries are united, there won't be any problems. Don't forget that the thick earth continent and the volcanic continent have already formed an alliance. It can be said that the two continents are ready for war. Think about it, if the spiritual realm really wants to deal with Ghostface and not enslave us, why would they seal the Arctic continent's estuary? Why wouldn't they let us get in touch with the thick earth continent? Obviously, they want to enslave us. That's why they don't want the people of thick earth to contact us. They don't want us to form an alliance. After saying that, Yu Yunlong picked up his glass and took a sip. Then he said, do you know what I think the spiritual realm's actions are? That's why I don't have a good impression of them at all. That's right, they're calling us a threat. They're calling us a threat when Ghostface's people are causing trouble on the continent. They appeared and completely controlled us. Yu Yunlong let out a long breath, then he said, as for the ghost mask, we don't need to be afraid of them. There are experts in the ghost mask, but not all of them are experts. Moreover, I have some understanding of the ghost mask's people. Their method of attack isn't magic, it's martial arts. It's similar to the people of the mixed spirit continent. However, they are stronger than the people of the mixed spirit continent. However, I don't think that we can't deal with them with magic. They are an enemy that we haven't seen before, but as long as we fight them a few times, we will be able to find their weakness and find the most suitable method to deal with them. The reason why the ghost mask has the upper hand in our battle is because we don't understand them. As long as we understand them, we can deal with them. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. No matter what, this is the 5 spiritual realms. This is our territory. If there are people who are stronger than us, they would have already ascended and wouldn't stay here. Those who are here are people who have similar strength to us. So we don't need to be afraid of them. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, that's right, that's not what I meant. Why should we be afraid of them? If we surrender, then we'll have nothing left. And if we lose everything, then wouldn't it be easier for them to kill us? If we can defeat them, the 5 spiritual realms will still belong to us. If we lose, the worst result would be the same as surrendering. So, what we should do now is to take a step back and lose everything. We might even die. If we fight, we might die, but we might also be able to keep everything. Bang! Xianxia slammed the table and said loudly, well said. Ha ha ha, Jade Emperor, well said. If we take a step back, we will have nothing left and we might even die. I believe that we might really die, but by then, who will remember us? We will be nothing by then. But now, we still have strength in our hands and we still have the strength to fight. If we win, we might still have everything we have now. If we lose, we might die and it would be the same result as the first time. There's nothing great about it. What's the same as before? Yu Yunlong nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. Moreover, if there are people who want to surrender, then they might have already surrendered to the spiritual realm. They're just here to encourage everyone. If we really form an alliance, then they might be spies. So we need to be careful. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he said, that's a possibility. Alright, let's not talk about this. I understand Jade Emperor's intentions. 2 days later, when all the other emperors arrive, we'll discuss the alliance. We'll see what everyone has to say then. Yu Yunlong nodded. He knew that he had achieved his goal. As long as Xianxia and the others didn't surrender to the spiritual realm, then they would have a chance. The Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be exposed so quickly. It was impossible for Yu Yunlong to betray the Lost Soul Empire. He might not be afraid of the Ghostface realm or the spiritual realm. He already explained the reason before. Whether it was the Ghostface realm or the spiritual realm, they didn't have a lot of people. And even if they had a lot of people, it was impossible for them to outnumber the 5 spiritual realms. Because of this, as long as they unite, they would be able to defeat the Ghost Face realm and the spiritual realm. However, the Lost Soul Empire was different. The Lost Soul Empire spanned across 3 realms. Their population was much greater compared to the 5 spiritual realms. Moreover, they had battleships and artifacts. Even if the 5 spiritual realms joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. In this case, going against the Lost Soul Empire was the same as courting death. Because of this, it was impossible for Qin Shan to betray the Lost Soul Empire. When Yu Yunlong and Zhang Zhen returned to their residence, they immediately went to the living room. After sitting down, Yu Yunlong let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhang Zhen and said, "Zhang Zhen, I think Qin Shan is tempted. What do you think?" Zhang Zhen nodded and said, "Your Majesty is right. Qin Shan is also the ruler of a nation. If he were to lose everything and die without knowing why, he would certainly resist. Moreover, Your Majesty also pointed out that the person who said that he would surrender might have already done so. I can see that Qin Shan's eyes were filled with killing intent when you said this. It's clear that he had the intention to kill." Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, "If the Lost Soul Empire didn't appear, I would have done the same. The reason is the same as what I said today. We haven't seen the strength of the spiritual world yet, but they've already made a lot of schemes. People like them aren't capable of doing big things. On the other hand, His Majesty and the others didn't do anything on the surface. But in fact, they've already done everything they could." Zhang Zhen nodded, then he said, "In this aspect, the Zhao Emperor is much better than the people of the spiritual realm. Moreover, his actions are just like what he said before. Your Majesty, why did you agree to join the Lost Soul Empire? Isn't it because you saw the strength of the Lost Soul Empire? The Lost Soul Empire used its strength to convince us to join them. The reason why they haven't made a move yet is because they don't want to kill too many people from the 5 spiritual realms. It's not that they don't have the strength to conquer the 5 spiritual realms, but nobody knows how strong the people of the spiritual realm are. They just rely on their reputation to make us submit to them. If we don't submit to them, they would still dare to deal with us in an open and aboveboard manner. It's just that they are too stingy." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "The Zhao Emperor is much stronger than the people of the spiritual realm." "Ha ha ha, Zhang Zhen, I found out that you know what I'm thinking the most. You've been with me for so many years, so you really know me the best." "Yes, that's what I meant. Those fellows from the spiritual world are too stingy. If they dared to come to my imperial palace and talk to me about surrendering, then I would be very polite to them. Even if I didn't surrender, I would still think highly of them. Unfortunately, they don't dare, or perhaps they don't want to. But in any case, they are too far behind Your Majesty in this regard." Zhang Zhen smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty is right. I think that Qin Shan will meet with the other monarchs in the next few days. Once he's done, he'll organize a meeting with everyone. At that time, the matter should be settled." Yu Yunlong said in a low voice, "Yes, when that time comes, everything will be revealed. Pass down the order. Our people are not to go out for the next few days, but they must be on high alert to prevent anyone from attacking us. Qin Shan might not necessarily attack us, but those fellows from the spiritual world might." The next day, Yu Yunlong had Zhang Zhen contact Tang Ming to understand the situation in the Ice Mountain City. He wanted to know what Qin Shan was doing. In the end, he received news that Qin Shan had invited several monarchs to a banquet. However, the monarch of the Snow Leopard country and the other 2 monarchs who wanted to surrender weren't present. Upon receiving this news, Yu Yunlong let out a sigh of relief. However, he still had Zhang Zhen be on guard. Now that Qin Shan invited the monarchs to the banquet, he didn't invite Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong understood Qin Shan's intentions. Qin Shan told him before that the monarchs weren't present. If they suddenly arrived, then it would arouse Yu Yunlong's suspicions. Then everyone would feel embarrassed. Moreover, if Qin Shan were to say what he said last night, then Yu Yunlong would be in the lead. In the hearts of the other monarchs, Qin Shan's position would be lowered. This was something that Qin Shan couldn't accept. Therefore, Qin Shan went to see the other monarchs and persuaded them. Yu Yunlong wasn't angry. No matter what Qin Shan did now, he would still need to rely on his strength to speak in the future. However, after Qin Shan met him, he invited the monarch of the Snow Leopard Nation and 2 other monarchs to today's banquet. This news would probably spread to the other 2 monarchs' ears. Then, the other 2 monarchs would know that Qin Shan's actions must have something to do with him. They were afraid that it would be disadvantageous for him. It was precisely because of this consideration that Yu Yunlong asked his guards to increase their vigilance. During the day, Yu Yunlong didn't leave the mansion. Instead, he chatted with Tang Ming about the current situation in the Ice Jade country. When he heard that the great clans of the Ice Jade country had some movements, they quickly calmed down. Yu Yunlong secretly nodded. He knew that this was the best way to deal with this matter. Time passed little by little, and the sky quickly darkened. Yu Yunlong didn't go to sleep. Instead, he sat in the living room of the mansion with a book in his hand. After reading for a while, he put down the book and turned his head towards the direction of the imperial palace. Then he said, Qin Shan and the others should be discussing the alliance right now. Xianxia nodded and said, right, that should be the case. I think they'll come to an agreement today. If they really gather everyone in a few days, then I'm afraid they've already decided. Yu Yunlong nodded, then sighed and said, they didn't invite me. This might be disadvantageous for us in the future. I realized that Qin Shan seems to have intentionally excluded me from this circle. This is a little strange. Xianxia said in a deep voice, could it be that he's worried about His Majesty? But why should he care about His Majesty? That shouldn't be the case. Our Ice Jade Nation, if we're talking about national strength, is still lacking compared to the Ice Mountain Nation. They shouldn't be doing this. Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, he didn't call me today probably because he wants to confirm his position as the leader. If I'm here, he might use my words to convince others. Naturally, it won't be good. He didn't call me before because those who supported the surrender were afraid that I would make their faces ugly. Maybe they did it unintentionally, but whether they did it intentionally or not, it's very disadvantageous for us. It seems like we can only rely on the army to conquer the world and gain their respect. Xianxia said, we can only rely on the army. Although His Majesty said yesterday that we can stop the Spirit Realm and the Ghost Face Realm, these 2 groups aren't easy to deal with. If we want to deal with them, then the army must be strong. But in the Arctic continent, there hasn't been any war for so many years. Therefore, the military of each country is very lax. I can only hope that our Ice Jade Nation's army can become stronger under the training of Stonehammer and the others. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, it's getting late. Let's go and rest. I think that Qin Shan should have everyone gather to discuss the alliance in the next 2 days. Once we're done, we should return. Xianxia nodded and said, right. His Majesty has been away from the Ice Jade Nation for a long time. We don't know what's going on in the country. We should also return. Yu Yunlong said, with Tang Ming and the others watching over us, nothing will happen. Everything we do is for the sake of the Lost Soul Empire. I think that Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything to us. Therefore, the position of governor will be mine. I'm not worried about this. Xianxia nodded, then he supported Yu Yunlong to rest. Xianxia rested in a small room outside Yu Yunlong's room. This had been his habit for many years. He always stayed in a small room outside Yu Yunlong's room so that Yu Yunlong could call him whenever he wanted. In the middle of the night, Xianxia suddenly heard a shout, assassin, protect His Majesty. This shout woke Xianxia up. Xianxia jumped up and immediately took a defensive posture. At the same time, he retreated to Yu Yunlong's room. Just as he retreated to Yu Yunlong's room, he heard Yu Yunlong's voice, Xianxia, what happened? Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't know yet. Just as he was speaking, the sound of a spell attack could be heard from outside. Then a voice was heard, Your Majesty, someone came to assassinate you, but they were blocked. When Xianxia heard this voice, he knew that it was one of the Lost Soul Empire's guards. He couldn't help but feel relieved. He knew that the Lost Soul Empire's guards wouldn't betray them. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, it seems like there's nothing else. Yu Yunlong had already put on his clothes. When he heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but coldly say, It seems like those fellows wanted to use this matter to sow discord between me and Qin Shan. Xianxia thought for a moment, then he said, That's possible. Your Majesty, how about this? Let's have them protect your Majesty. Don't act rashly. I think that the assassins wouldn't attack for too long. After all, this is the capital of the iceberg country. Xianxia wouldn't just sit back and watch. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, all right, go. Right, if the iceberg country sends someone to ask, tell them that I'm already resting. I won't be seeing anyone tonight. When Xianxia heard Yu Yunlong, he nodded and said, yes, Your Majesty. I'll go arrange it. Then he cupped his fist towards Yu Yunlong and left the room. When Xianxia opened the door, he saw that the Lost Soul Empire's guards had already surrounded the courtyard. Although there were still some sounds of fighting in the front yard, they weren't very loud. It was clear that the assassins didn't cause any trouble. Xianxia looked at the guard standing by the door and said, what's the situation? The guard turned to Xianxia and cupped his fist, don't worry, the assassins weren't able to break in. Although the assassins aren't weak, a few of our brothers are already there. They should be eliminated very quickly. Xianxia nodded, then he said, stay here and protect His Majesty's safety. If the iceberg country's people come and want to see His Majesty, tell them that His Majesty is resting and won't be seeing them tonight. It wouldn't be too late to see them yesterday. If they try to break in, take them down, but don't kill them. The guard nodded. Xianxia nodded, then he turned around and returned to the room. When Xianxia returned to Yu Yunlong's room, he saw Yu Yunlong sitting there with a book in his hand. Xianxia looked at Yu Yunlong and said, Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he put down the book in his hand. Then he turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, do you know why I don't want to see the iceberg country's people today? Xianxia smiled faintly and said, this old servant thinks that there are two reasons. One is to show the iceberg country's attitude, letting them know that you're angry. After all, for something like this to happen in the iceberg country's people can hardly absolve themselves from the blame. The second reason is that you're afraid that the other party will impersonate the iceberg country's people and try to assassinate you. Is this old servant right? Ha ha ha, Xianxia, you understand me the best. Right, that's what I'm thinking. Your Majesty can rest assured, I've already told them that if the iceberg country's people come to see you, they can say that you're resting today and that they'll come tomorrow. If they dare to break in, then take them down, but don't kill them. We'll talk about it tomorrow when you see Xianxia. Good, good. That's how it should be. After being disturbed by them, it seems like I'll be able to sleep for a while. Xianxia, you should sit down and talk with me. Xianxia stared, then he quickly said, how can I sit in front of Your Majesty? Yu Yunlong waved his hand and said, hey, I told you to sit, so you should sit. Also, I'm now the governor of the Lost Soul Empire, not the Ice Jade country's king. You don't need to call me Your Majesty anymore. Xianxia thought, Your Majesty will always be Your Majesty. This old servant will never be able to change it. Yu Yunlong sighed and said, sit down. The general trend is like this, no one can change it. I'm only doing this so that fewer people will die in the Ice Jade country. Sit down. You've been with me for so many years. Although we've always been master and servant, you're still the person I trust the most. My trust in you is even more than Fei and the others. Xianxia, it's my blessing to have you by my side in this lifetime. Although you're master and servant, I've never treated you as a servant. You're a relative of mine, a person I trust the most. Xianxia quickly replied, Your Majesty, you're killing this old servant. This old servant is fortunate to be able to stay by Your Majesty's side. To be able to hear Your Majesty's words, this old servant can die without regrets. Yu Yunlong waved his hand and said, what are you talking about? The two of us can't die. Right now, all of my thoughts are on Jiaoer. I hope that Jiaoer can ascend smoothly. That would be good. Xianxia nodded and said, His Highness the 8th Prince's talent should be enough. Moreover, Zhao Hai is a friend, so he'll definitely take care of His Highness. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry too much. Even if His Highness can't ascend, the position of governor of the Ice Ocean continent will still belong to His Highness. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, Jiaoer's talent is indeed very good. I hope that he can ascend smoothly. As for those useless fools, I'll just treat them as dead. When they reach the other side will find that they have no value. I'm afraid that they won't be far from death. What a bunch of useless fools. Xianxia didn't know what to say. He knew that Yu Yunlong didn't care about Yu Jinglong and the others. However, they didn't have any way to save them. Moreover, even if they wanted to save them, they wouldn't be able to. If Yu Jinglong and the others knew that they were the ones who sent them, they wouldn't come back with them. They might even resist. Yu Yunlong sighed. Then he looked at the sky outside and muttered, I'm getting old. I'm always thinking about the past. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's sleep. I still have to deal with those guys yesterday. I want to see how Qin Shan will explain tomorrow. Xianxia supported Yu Yunlong and helped him take off his clothes. Then he helped Yu Yunlong close the door. After returning to his room, Yu Yunlong closed his eyes and rested. Today was very tiring for him. The next morning, not long after Yu Yunlong woke up, a guard came to inform him that Qin Shan had invited him to the imperial palace. This time, the person Qin Shan sent was a eunuch from the imperial palace. It was clear that he was here to protect Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong didn't say anything as he led Xianxia and 10 guards from the Lost Soul Empire to follow the eunuch to the imperial palace of Ice Hill City. They didn't speak along the way. Before long, the group arrived at the imperial palace. Yu Yunlong and Xianxia followed the eunuch into the imperial palace while the guards remained outside. However, Yu Yunlong didn't say anything. He didn't believe that Qin Shan would make a move against him in his own imperial palace. He also didn't believe that the assassins would have the guts to make a move against him in the imperial palace of the Ice Hill Nation. Soon, Yu Yunlong was invited to the imperial palace's main hall. Aside from Qin Shan, there was only a eunuch by his side. Aside from the 4 of them, there was no one else in the main hall. When Qin Shan saw Yu Yunlong enter, he hurriedly said to Yu Yunlong, "Greetings to Ruler Yu. Ruler Yu must have been frightened last night. This is all my fault. Ruler Yu, please forgive me." Yu Yunlong cupped his fists towards Qin Shan and said, "You're too courteous, Monarch Qin. They're just a few petty thieves, nothing much. You don't have to take it to heart, Monarch Qin. The appearance of those fellas also meant that my words and actions had touched their sore spot. That was why they were anxious and wanted to strike at me. There's nothing much to it." Qin Shan looked at Yu Yunlong and sighed, "The Jade Emperor is really understanding. When I heard the news yesterday, I immediately sent people to investigate. However, those assassins were all dead. Moreover, those assassins were all unfamiliar faces. They entered the city during the day and stayed in an ordinary inn. They said that they were merchants, but we couldn't find anything else about them. Their weapons were all ordinary, and their clothes were also very ordinary. There wasn't a single clue to be found, which gave us a headache." Yu Yunlong smiled faintly and said, "This is also very normal. If the other party didn't have a thorough plan, they wouldn't have sent assassins. I think they were already prepared to use assassins. The assassination last night definitely wasn't done on the spur of the moment. Therefore, it's normal that we couldn't find anything. Emperor Qin doesn't need to take it to heart." Qin Shan looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Now that the other emperors have arrived, I'm preparing to gather all the emperors in 2 days to discuss the formation of the alliance." 2 days passed by quickly. On this day, Yu Yunlong wore his court robes and led his guards towards the Iceberg Nation's imperial palace. When they arrived, the imperial palace's guards didn't stop them. Instead, they were allowed to enter the imperial palace, including Yu Yunlong's guards. This was a very great treatment. This was a nation's imperial palace. Armies of other nations shouldn't be allowed to enter. But now, Yu Yunlong's guards were allowed to enter. From this point, one could see how much importance Qin Shan placed on this meeting. When Yu Yunlong entered the Ice Mountain country's imperial palace, he discovered that the imperial palace was already guarded by the kings of the other countries. They were all quietly standing in the imperial palace's plaza. Nobody made a sound, and their kings were nowhere to be seen. Yu Yunlong also allowed his guards to lead him to the plaza. He only brought Xianxia and 2 other guards with him. Then he followed the eunuch of the Iceberg Nation into the Great Hall. In the Great Hall of the Iceberg Nation, there were already small tables placed on the ground. The tables weren't high, and people could sit on them. The ground was covered with snow-white bear fur. At this time, there were already people sitting on the tables. They were the kings of the other nations. However, Xianxia still hadn't arrived. The eunuch led Yu Yunlong to his table and then waited on him. Yu Yunlong wasn't polite and directly sat down. At the same time, he cupped his fist towards the others as a form of greeting. The others also cupped their fist towards Yu Yunlong. However, there were 3 people whose expressions weren't very good. They coldly looked at Yu Yunlong and didn't have any good expressions. Yu Yunlong also recognized these 3 people. They were the kings of the Snow Leopard Nation, the Ice Bear Nation, and the Ice Deer Nation. These 3 people, without exception, were people who supported the surrender. Naturally, they didn't like Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong looked at these 3 people and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. He looked at the Great Hall and discovered that almost everyone had arrived. There were still 3 people missing. One of them was Xianxia. Before long, the kings of the other 2 nations arrived. Xianxia also appeared in the Great Hall. As the host, he was the last to arrive. However, he didn't say anything. If this meeting was held in their nation, then they would be the same as Xianxia. The king of a nation was different from other people. Other kings could arrive first and receive guests outside. This was a courtesy. However, kings couldn't do so. If Xianxia were to receive guests, then it would be beneath him. Xianxia entered the Great Hall. After greeting everyone, he sat down. Then he clapped his hands. Naturally, the palace maids brought in food and wine. After the food and wine were placed, the palace maids withdrew. Next to each table was a small eunuch. Only then did Xianxia raise his wine glass and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, to be able to gather here today, how about we have a toast?" Naturally, everyone would not disrespect him. They all raised their wine glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Then Xianxia looked at everyone and said, "I think everyone already knows why we are gathered here today. Everyone should be aware of the current situation in the Ice Ocean continent. Behind the Tree Spirit continent are people from the spiritual world. Ghost Faces people are also here. Previously, the spiritual world sent people to the Ice Jade country to incite the Ice Jade country's 4th Highness to rebel. They clearly didn't come with good intentions. And now that Ghost Faces people have attacked the Snow Leopard country, it's obvious that they won't be kind. Now that we have formed an alliance, we should form an alliance to deal with the changes in the Ice Ocean continent." "King Qin, your words are a bit too much. How can the people of the spiritual world not come with good intentions? They are also here to deal with Ghost's Eyes people. Moreover, wouldn't it be better for them to help us deal with Ghost Faces people? As long as we cooperate with them, we can deal with Ghost Faces people. This is a situation of 2 camps." The Snow Leopard country's king suddenly said. "Good intentions? If they really came with good intentions, they should have paid us a visit first and asked us to join forces to deal with Ghostface people. But have they sent anyone? So far, I haven't seen a single person from the spiritual world. Moreover, they took over the Ice-Soaring country and the Icebound country and even incited my son to rebel. Is this good intentions? I really didn't know that this could be called good intentions." Yu Yunlong glanced at the Snow Leopard country's king and directly refuted his words. In his opinion, the Snow Leopard country's king was an exiled country's king and should obediently stay put. As an exiled country's king, if he wanted to jump out and stir up trouble, wouldn't he be overestimating himself? When the Snow Leopard country's king heard Yu Yunlong's words, his face couldn't help but turn ugly. He looked at Yu Yunlong and said in a deep voice, "King Yu, aren't you going overboard? Don't tell me that when the spiritual world's powerhouses visited you, you would form an alliance to deal with Ghost Faces people together? Moreover, what kind of status does the spiritual world's powerhouses have? Why would they visit you? What kind of status? What a joke. I don't know what kind of status they have in the spiritual world, but this is the 5 spiritual worlds. This is the Ice Ocean continent, and I'm the king of the Ice Jade country. No matter what kind of status they have, they should give me the corresponding respect. What, do I have to treat a random Tom, Dick, or Harry from the upper realm as my father? You guys are willing to be filial sons and grandsons, but I'm not. If they really have the ability, why don't they directly deal with Ghostface? Instead, they came here to scheme against me? What kind of powerhouses are they? They're just a group of despicable villains. Shut up, Yu Yunlong. How dare you scold the powerhouses from the upper realm? I think you're crazy. Have you been angered by your son's rebellion? You're just inviting trouble for yourself. Inviting trouble? Sure, I'm inviting trouble for myself. Let them deal with me. It's not like they haven't dealt with me before. Let's see if they can make a move on me now. I'd like to see how capable these powerhouses from the upper realm are. Alright, stop arguing. We're here to discuss matters, not to quarrel. Gentlemen, what do you think about forming an alliance? We naturally agree with forming an alliance, but this alliance needs a commander, right? I'd like to ask King Qin, who do you think is suitable to be the commander? The one who spoke was the king of the Ice Bear country. Qin Shan glanced at him and said in a low voice, I wonder who King Xiong thinks is suitable to be the commander. King Xiong glanced at them and said in a low voice, Gentlemen, I think the most suitable person to be the commander is the spiritual world's powerhouses. They came from the spiritual world specifically to deal with Ghostface's people. They're powerful, and they're the most suitable to lead the army. Alright, so you're still going to surrender. It's just a change of name. Why? Are they sure they're powerful just because they came from the spiritual world? Don't forget, it's hard to say how much strength they'll have left after coming to the 5 spiritual worlds. Also, are you sure that a good cultivator is a good general? If he were to take over, wouldn't he just send the entire army to their deaths? Yu Yunlong glared at country Lord Xiong and asked coldly. King Xiong looked at Yu Yunlong angrily and said, Yu Yunlong, what do you mean? Yu Yunlong coldly replied, my meaning is very clear. Don't be so superstitious about the spiritual realm. If they're really that strong, then those demon gods wouldn't have come down to the lower realms. They wouldn't have caused such chaos in the 5 spiritual realms. So what if they're from the spiritual realm? Their strength is also restricted in the lower realms. Spiritual realm isn't like Wanxiong. Spiritual realm cultivators also have different levels of cultivation. Do you really think that those who were sent to the 5 spiritual realms are that strong? King Xiong said coldly, Yu Yunlong, are you sure you want to go against the powerhouses of the upper realm? This won't do you any good. You should be very clear that even if they come to the lower realm, their strength will still be limited. They can still use artifacts, and we can't stop them. I've already experienced it. My son used an artifact. When my unfilial son attacked my palace, he used an artifact from the upper realm. So what? I'll say it again. We're an alliance. Our enemies are the spiritual world and the Ghostface's people. They don't care which side they're on. If they have the ability, then come and kill me. Otherwise, my Ice Jade country's army will fight them to the end. We won't give up even if we have to fight to the last man. You. King Xiong looked at Yu Yunlong. He really didn't know what to say. He thought that using the name of the spiritual world would be very effective. But now, he discovered that Yu Yunlong didn't seem to care about the name of the spiritual world at all. Moreover, what he said made sense. A few days ago, King Xiong, the Ice Deer country's king and the Snow Leopard country's king had a few secret discussions with Qin Shan. They managed to persuade Qin Shan. Although Qin Shan didn't immediately agree to their surrender, King Xiong could see that Qin Shan had already made his move. It wasn't just Qin Shan, the other kings were also moved. In his opinion, their plan was about to succeed. But at this time, Qin Shan and Yu Yunlong met. After that, Qin Shan's attitude changed. Moreover, Qin Shan also met with the other monarchs on the second day. Although Qin Shan didn't call Yu Yunlong, he didn't call them either. Moreover, after that meeting, the other monarchs also changed their attitude. In the past, they would always contact each other. But after that meeting, they didn't contact each other for 2 days. Although he had sent assassins to assassinate Yu Yunlong on the day Qin Shan met with the other monarchs, it was to no avail. Initially, he thought that it would be best if he could kill Yu Yunlong. Even if he couldn't kill Yu Yunlong, he could still sow discord between Yu Yunlong and Qin Shan. After all, Yu Yunlong was assassinated on the second day after meeting Qin Shan. Moreover, it was in Qin Shan's territory. This was suspicious. However, he didn't expect his plan to fail. Qin Shan met Yu Yunlong on the second day. No one knew what the two of them talked about. However, judging from Qin Shan's attitude today, it was probably impossible to get Qin Shan to surrender. This was because Qin Shan and the other monarchs didn't mention anything about surrendering from the beginning. They only said that they wanted to form an alliance. Monarch Xiong knew that they no longer had any advantage, so he had to do something. Therefore, he turned to Qin Shan and said, "Monarch Qin, from what you're saying, it seems like you won't surrender, right? Is that so?" Qin Shan looked at Monarch Xiong and said, "Yes, we definitely won't surrender. This time, I've gathered everyone here to discuss how to form an alliance to fight against the Spirit Realm and the Ghost Mask Army." Monarch Xiong nodded and said, "All right, then there's nothing more to say. Monarch Qin, since our paths are different, we can't make plans together. I've decided to surrender to the Spirit Realm. Then I won't stay here to discuss this matter. Everyone, farewell." Monarch Xiong stood up and cupped his fist towards Qin Shan and the others. Then he turned around and left. The Ice Deer Monarch also cupped his fist towards Qin Shan and said, "Monarch Qin, this one has also decided to surrender to the Spirit Realm. Everyone, this one will also take his leave." Then he cupped his fist and left. However, the monarch of the Snow Leopard country, who had been standing with them, did not move. He also did not show any expression. Although his expression was very ugly, he still sat there. Qin Shan didn't stop the two of them. In fact, Qin Shan already knew their attitude. The two of them would definitely surrender. Moreover, they had already made their stance clear. If the two of them stayed behind, it would be very awkward for them. Therefore, it was best for them to leave. However, Qin Shan was surprised that the Snow Leopard country's monarch stayed behind. He looked at the Snow Leopard country's monarch but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to surrender to the Spirit Realm? If so, then do as you wish. This one won't make things difficult for you." Nobody spoke, everyone just sat there quietly. Qin Shan looked at everyone and said, "All right, since no one is leaving, does that mean that everyone agrees to form an alliance to fight against the Spirit Realm and the Ghost Mask Army?" Everyone nodded. Qin Shan continued, "All right, then let's discuss the alliance. How many troops do you think each country should send to form the alliance?" Everyone fell silent. Yu Yunlong looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone knows the situation of the Snow Leopard Nation, so it can't be included. We still have 7 nations left. I think it's best if each nation sends 300,000 troops. This way, we can form an army of 1 million. We can place 1 million on the front line facing the spiritual realm, another 1 million on the front line facing the ghost face, and the remaining 100,000 can be used to guard the provisions and serve as backup. What do you think?" Everyone nodded when they heard Yu Yunlong's words. To be honest, 300,000 soldiers wasn't a lot. It wouldn't hurt any country, so this number was very suitable. Qin Shan nodded and said, 300,000 per nation is a good number. I think it's feasible. Emperor Yu seems to be very concerned about this matter. I wonder if there are any other opinions. Yu Yunlong smiled and said, "Then I'll talk about it. Everyone should know that the Arctic continent hasn't had any large-scale wars for many years. Because of this, the country is relatively stable. So it's inevitable that our military might be a bit lax. I think everyone has no objections to this, right?" Everyone nodded. It was just as Yu Yunlong said. Because there hadn't been any wars for so many years, the military might of each country was lax. They didn't object to this point. Yu Yunlong said, "Therefore, it's best for the troops we send to be on the defensive. At the same time, each country should start training their new armies. Every country should send 300,000 troops, but it's best for them to form an army of 200,000. This way, we won't have any troops to replace the front line. What do you think?" Qin Shan nodded and said, "That makes sense. What do you think?" Everyone nodded. Yu Yunlong looked at the Snow Leopard Emperor and said, "We already know about what happened in the Snow Leopard country. However, the Snow Leopard country doesn't have any troops to mobilize. Therefore, I think that the Snow Leopard country doesn't need to participate in military conferences in the future. Hearing Yu Yunlong's words, everyone couldn't help but stare. They felt that Yu Yunlong had gone too far this time. No matter what, the monarch of the snow leopard country was still a victim. Moreover, he was a member of their alliance. Now, he was adding insult to injury. Wasn't this a bit too much? The snow leopard country's emperor suddenly stood up. He looked at Yu Yunlong with an ashen face and said, Yu Yunlong, what do you mean by that? What do you want? Yu Yunlong coldly looked at the snow leopard country's emperor and said, What do I want? What I want to do is very simple. The ice bear and ice deer monarchs left, but you didn't. The three of you fully supported the surrender, but now you're staying. Yes, you're an exiled monarch, you don't have an army, you don't have a country. But because of this, you don't have any scruples. You can surrender to the spiritual realm and be their spy. Therefore, we'll tell them where our provisions are stored so that they can attack us. The reason why the ice bear and ice deer monarchs left is because they still have scruples. They both have their own countries. If we find out that they're spies, then we'll retaliate against them. Therefore, they can directly surrender to the spiritual realm, making them stronger in the Arctic continent. With you as a spy, the spiritual realm will naturally have the upper hand against us. Am I right? Hearing Yu Yunlong's words, the snow leopard country's emperor's expression changed. After Yu Yunlong finished speaking, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, Nonsense. Emperor Yu, do you think that the other emperors will believe your nonsense? After he finished speaking, he glanced at the other monarchs, only to find that they were all looking at him suspiciously. Seeing this situation, the monarch of the snow leopard kingdom couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He felt that things weren't going well. Yu Yunlong coldly said, We're going to fight the spiritual realm and the ghost face realm to the end. If we lose, then we'll have nothing. But you're different. If you really surrender to the spiritual realm and become a spy, then you'll win. Even if the spiritual realm can't defeat the ghost face realm and take back the snow leopard country, you can still take any one of us as a ruler. I think the spiritual realm would certainly do this in order to show others the benefits of following them. What do you think? Nonsense. Yu Yunlong, these are just your guesses. What evidence do you have? Everything you said is nonsense. Evidence? I don't have any right now. But in order for our operation to go smoothly, you don't have to participate in this military conference. I didn't say that you're a spy, nor did I want to drive you away. You can still get our protection. But the snow leopard country has no army now, it's impossible for them to send troops. So why are you still participating in this military conference? When the other rulers heard Yu Yunlong, they nodded. They weren't surprised that the ice bear ruler and the ice deer ruler had left. However, they were suspicious that the snow leopard ruler didn't leave. Now that they heard Yu Yunlong's words, they couldn't help but doubt him even more. Moreover, the snow leopard ruler was just a ruler in exile. They didn't know when they would be able to get the snow leopard country back. Moreover, even if they managed to get it back, they wouldn't give it back to him so easily. They were the ones who put in the effort to get it back, so why would they give it back so easily? It wasn't that easy. When the snow leopard country's emperor saw the other emperors nodding, his face turned ashen. He pointed at the emperors and said, You're good. I'll remember you. Then he coldly snorted. Then he looked at Yu Yunlong with resentment before he turned around and left. After the snow leopard country's emperor left, Yu Yunlong let out a long breath. Then he turned to the other emperors and said, All right, everyone, let's discuss the alliance. To be honest, I had no choice but to do this. Whether it's the ghost face realm or the spirit realm, none of them are easy to deal with. We can't afford to be careless. Xianxia laughed and said, Jade Emperor is right. We were careless before. You did the right thing. If the spirit realm knew about our arrangement, then we would definitely lose. What do you all think? The other emperors nodded and said, That's right. The other monarchs nodded as well. One of the monarchs said, Monarch Qin's words are reasonable. Now that we have joined forces, we need to unite. No matter what, we have no way out now. We need to fight against them, but if we fail because of this negligence, then we will be wronged. I agree with Monarch Jade's approach. Xianxia and the others nodded and said in a deep voice, "Next, let's discuss the deployment of the army. I think we should deal with the spiritual world's army on the Ice Bear Nation and the Ice Deer Nation's front line. These two nations have already surrendered, so they are our enemies. If we put our army on this front line, we can defend against them. As for dealing with Ghostface's people, we can put our army on the Snow Leopard Nation's front line. We can let the army build ice walls on these two lines and use them as a base for defense. What do you think?" Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "That's feasible. Building ice walls doesn't require too much effort, but it's very useful. However, we also need to pay attention to the provisions. I think we should build a transmission formation on these two lines and place the provisions at the rear. Then we can use the transmission formation to transport the provisions. At the same time, the transmission formation can allow the reinforcements to arrive at the front line as soon as possible." Xianxia and the others nodded and said, "The transmission formation must be built. I think we should also build a few defensive formations." Everyone nodded. If they didn't have a defensive formation, then just relying on ice walls wouldn't be enough. After all, they could use spells to build ice walls, but the enemy could also use spells to destroy them. They had to guard against the enemy. Yu Yunlong and Zhangzhen returned to their courtyard. After the two sat down in the living room, Yu Yunlong said, "Pass down the order to pack up. We'll leave tomorrow. Now that the matter has been discussed, there's no need for us to stay here. It's time to leave." Zhangzhen complied and immediately went to arrange things. The people in the courtyard also began to pack up. Zhangzhen returned to his room and looked at Yu Yunlong before he said, "Your Majesty, you've offended several people today. I can see that they hate you very much. We should be careful." Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "Don't worry." Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "We should be careful. The enemy might attack us when we least expect it. Let's." But before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion was heard from outside. Then a wave of magic was sent over. Yu Yunlong's expression changed, then he coldly smiled and said, "They're really attacking when we least expect it. They're attacking now, and it's still daytime. Their courage is really big." Zhangzhen sneered and said, "They're underestimating our strength. I want to see how many people they'll send to deal with us." Yu Yunlong also snorted, then the two walked out of the room. When they arrived outside the room, they saw that their courtyard was firmly guarded by the guards sent by the Lost Soul Empire, making sure that there wouldn't be any problems. Yu Yunlong turned his head to the guard in front of the door and said, "What's the situation outside? How many people attacked us?" The guard said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, there are a lot of people, about 1,000 of them. I really don't know where they found so many people. Right now, there are about 500 people attacking the courtyard. The remaining 500 are blocking the reinforcements." Yu Yunlong sneered and said, "They're underestimating the Ice Hill country. What do they think we are? If they want to attack the Ice Hill country, then just do it. Just wait and see, Xianxia won't let them off this time." Just as Yu Yunlong spoke, an angry roar came from the sky. Then, a thunderous voice said, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Ice Mountain country? Pass down the order, don't let anyone go. Kill them all." Along with this voice, a dense group of black skies flew over from the sky. These people were all wearing armor. As soon as they arrived above Yu Yunlong's residence, they immediately began to attack. The assassins were thrown into chaos. They didn't expect the Ice Hill country's response to be this big. They were now in a passive position. It didn't take long for the assassins to be killed. However, this wasn't the end. The Ice Hill country's people didn't want to let them go. They continued to chase after them until the last person. After those people were killed, Xianxia arrived at Yu Yunlong's residence. Yu Yunlong immediately invited him into the residence. When Xianxia saw Yu Yunlong, he immediately cupped his fists and said apologetically, "Jade Emperor, I'm really sorry. It's all because of this Qin's lack of protection that something like this happened one after another. I seek Jade Emperor's forgiveness." Yu Yunlong smiled and said, "What are you talking about? This Yu has offended a lot of people in the past few days. Ha ha ha. But since they're so angry, it means that I've stabbed them where it hurts. Ha ha ha. This proves that our approach is right. This matter has nothing to do with Emperor Qin. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, this Qin didn't do well enough. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Jade Emperor, are you leaving? Yu Yunlong nodded and said, right, I'm going back. I've already left the Ice Jade country for some time. You should know about the Ice Jade country situation. There's no one in charge of the country right now. It's very inconvenient. I'm going back to mobilize the army, so I'm preparing to leave tomorrow. Qin Shan nodded, it's time to prepare. Now that the Ice Bear and Ice Deer rulers have left, I think that the spiritual realm should know about our attitude. They won't be polite to us and will attack us immediately. If our army can't deal with them immediately, then the consequences will be very troublesome. So I'll let you stay. I hope that we can work together to get through this crisis. Qin Shan nodded, alright, I'll leave you here. I hope that we can work together to get through this crisis. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, alright, we'll work together to get through this crisis. Emperor Qin, you can go back as well. You don't need to worry about me. You should investigate who sent these people. To send so many people at once, I'm sure that there's some clues. Don't let them go. Qin Shan nodded, then he bowed to Yu Yunlong and said, I won't be seeing you off tomorrow, Emperor Yu. Please leave. Then he turned around and left. Yu Yunlong also cupped his fist to Qin Shan. He liked Qin Shan's character very much. He would do what he said without any hesitation. This was very good. Other than this attack, they did not encounter anything else that day. Nothing happened at night either. The next morning, Yu Yunlong and the others packed their things and left through the teleportation formation. Just as Qin Shan had said, he did not send them off. When Yu Yunlong and the others arrived at the Ice Jade country, Tang Ming was already there to greet them. After arriving at the Ice Jade city, Yu Yunlong let out a sigh of relief. In other places, he always felt that there were countless eyes staring at him, ready to attack him at any time. However, in the Ice Jade city, there was no such feeling. Yu Yunlong had Tang Ming enter his carriage. After Tang Ming entered the carriage, he gave Yu Yunlong a salute and said, Your Majesty, yesterday's matter has been investigated. The Ice Bear country, the Ice Deer country, and the Snow Leopard country worked together. Now, the Qin Emperor doesn't trust the Snow Leopard country's emperor. He's closely monitoring the Snow Leopard country's residents and can even take his life at any time. It seems like he's really angry this time. Yu Yunlong sneered and said, those fellows didn't learn anything good. They only learned to play tricks from the spiritual world. How is the situation in the country? Tang Ming replied, very good. In the beginning, those great clans wanted to make a move. But later on, they all became obedient. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. Your Majesty, how many troops should we send this time? Where should we be stationed? Yu Yunlong said in a low voice, this time, we'll be deploying 300,000 soldiers. The garrisons will be at the border cities of the Ice Crystal Nation, White Bear City and Silver Fox City. These two cities are 30 miles apart, forming a triangle. Opposite these two cities is Ice Sword City, an important city of Ice Bear Nation. In other words, our enemies this time are from the spiritual world. Tang Ming stared, then he smiled faintly and said, interesting. I thought that we'd be facing the Ghost Face realm first. I didn't expect that we'd be facing the spiritual world. To be honest, this isn't very interesting. This is because the Ghost Face realm is different from the 5 spiritual realms. They rely more on their bodies to attack. This is similar to the Empire's army. However, they're also different from the Empire's army. They're like beasts, they rely on their bodies to attack, but they rely more on their instincts. On the other hand, the Empire's army relies on martial arts, training, and discipline. If we were to deal with the Ghost Face realm, then we might have some trouble. This is because these guys rely on their instincts, they aren't afraid of pain. Facing such an enemy, an ordinary army wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now that our enemy is the spiritual world, it's much easier. The spiritual world can't send too many people to the 5 spiritual realms. Therefore, they will certainly command the people of the 5 spiritual realms to attack us. Now that the war is happening in the Arctic continent, they already have the strength of 4 countries. Therefore, most of our enemies will be people from the Arctic continent. This is much more boring, but it's also much easier for us to deal with them. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he said, although we've formed an alliance this time, we don't have a unified commander. Every country's army is stationed in an independent place. If there's a situation that they can't handle, then they'll report it to their country. Then they'll discuss it with the other countries and make a decision. To be honest, I don't like this method, because it's possible to push the blame onto each other and lose the war. But right now, we don't have a way to choose a commander. We don't trust each other very much. Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, this is actually a good thing. From the fact that Polar Bear tried to assassinate you twice, it seems like they hate you to the core. Moreover, the spiritual world knows that we won't surrender, so they definitely won't let us go. Therefore, they might attack us first. It's very likely that we'll make the first move before Ghostface does. We can use this opportunity to deal with Polar Bear and let them know how strong we are. This way, we'll be able to establish our prestige. When the time comes, the position of the commander of the Allied forces might fall into our hands. Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, actually, this is a good thing. Then we'll have the chance to become the commander of the alliance. Yu Yunlong smiled and said, I hope so. If the position of commander of the alliance falls into our hands, then it'll be very helpful for our plan. Tang Ming smiled and said, in the end, it still depends on strength. Your Majesty can rest assured, Old Shur is already prepared. I believe that he'll be able to teach those fellows an unforgettable lesson. I believe. Yu Yunlong nodded. At this time, the deer carriage entered the imperial palace. After arriving, Yu Yunlong got down from the carriage and followed Tang Ming and Zhang Zhen to the study. Tang Ming reported to Yu Yunlong about what happened in the Ice Jade country. There were several great clans in the Ice Jade country that made a move in the end. However, they were all eliminated by Tang Ming. At this time, some of these great clans were still locked up in the barracks, waiting for Yu Yunlong to punish them. Yu Yunlong wasn't polite and directly ordered the execution of these people. Naturally, Tang Ming didn't have any objections to this. After reporting, he immediately left. After Tang Ming left, Yu Yunlong let out a long breath and said, I didn't expect those fellows to make a move. If Tang Ming didn't eliminate those great clans, then the Ice Jade country would be in chaos right now. Zhang Zhen nodded and said, right, those fellows are too hateful. Your Majesty, although Tang Ming's actions have solved the problem, I'm afraid that those great clans would hold a grudge against Your Majesty. I think that we need to do something about those great clans. We can't let those great clans cause any trouble, especially at this time. Yu Yunlong replied, they can't cause any trouble right now. However, it's still better to be careful. Have our people closely monitor those great clans. I'm not afraid of them causing trouble, but I'm afraid that they would be like the Ice-Soaring country and the Icebound country, setting up a transboundary transmission formation in their own country. If an army of the spirit realm suddenly appears in our Ice Jade country, then it would be troublesome. When the time comes, even if the Empire doesn't want to intervene, it would be impossible. Zhang Zhen stared, then his expression changed as he said, there's indeed such a possibility. I'll immediately arrange it. Your Majesty, you should take a good rest. You didn't have a good rest in the Ice Mountain country. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he smiled and said, it's time for me to take a good rest. Hee, speaking of which, I'm really relaxed right now. I have Stonemer in charge of the army, Tang Ming is also helping me with the government affairs. As for the supplies, I have nothing to worry about. Moreover, Tang Ming and the others are very respectful towards me. They even need me to sign their orders before they take effect. To be honest, I really like this kind of life. Zhang Zhen smiled and said, right, Tang Ming and the others are really good. No wonder the Lost Soul Empire is so powerful. With so many talents, it's hard not to be strong. Yu Yunlong smiled and said, even if you have talents, you also need to be able to find them. These people are all Zhao Hai's subordinates. For Zhao Hai to be able to find them and nurture them is a very great matter. The one we should admire the most is Zhao Hai. He is the most amazing existence in the Lost Soul Empire. Yu Yunlong smiled and said, that's right. Zhang Zhen smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't think about these things. Take a good rest. I'll arrange for the great clans to be monitored so that they don't cause any trouble. Yu Yunlong nodded, then he waved his hand. Xianxia bowed and then left the room. Yu Yunlong also returned to his room to rest. To be honest, he was really tired. In the Ice Mountain country, he didn't have a good rest because he was always afraid of assassins. Now, he can finally take a good rest. Ever since Yu Feilong and the others rebelled, Yu Yunlong's body was no longer as good as before. His spirit was also a lot worse. In the past, he wouldn't feel tired so easily. But now, he needed some time to rest in order to maintain his spirit and physical strength. This also made him feel that he was getting old. When Xianxia returned to his room, he saw that Yu Yunlong was already asleep. Looking at Yu Yunlong's appearance, Xianxia couldn't help but secretly sigh. He knew about Yu Yunlong's situation. Although Yu Yunlong looked optimistic, Xianxia knew that he had no choice but to be optimistic. Xianxia believed that if Yu Yunlong was 20 years younger, then he wouldn't be like this. He might even fight against the Lost Soul Empire. But now, he didn't have that kind of spirit, so he could only be like this. Although Yu Yunlong looked optimistic, he had no choice but to be optimistic. This was really sad. The 300,000-strong army of the Ice Jade country was ready. Yu Yunlong personally participated in the pledge ceremony and then had them set off. This time, the one leading the army was Stonemer. Yu Yunlong appointed Stonemer as the Grand Marshal of the three armies. The Ice Jade Nation's army also set out on time. This time, the army directly went to White Bear City and Silver Fox City. Although the two cities were originally military fortresses, the people inside the fortresses had already been moved away. Instead, they were turned into two huge barracks. A city with 150,000 people was very spacious. However, because there were still some special forces inside, they still needed to establish transmission formations. Because of this, the two cities looked very lively. Among all the countries, the Ice Jade country's army was the first to arrive. The armies of the other countries were still gathering and had no way to set off. Even the Iceberg country's army was the same. Only the Ice Jade country's army arrived at their garrison. After Stonemer arrived at their garrison, he started to set up transmission formations as well as ice walls. In the Five Spirit Realms army, all of the soldiers were warlocks. Because of this, it was very easy for them to set up ice walls. Stonemer first set up ice walls between the two cities and sent people to patrol every day. Then he started to set up ice walls in other places. These ice walls weren't used to block people. They were only used to prevent the enemies from running to the Alliance's territory. Because of this, the walls were set up to block them. It was only used as an early warning. Because of this, when the walls were set up, there was also a fire-cutting platform in the middle. The movements of Stonemer and the others naturally couldn't be hidden from the people of the Ice Bear country. The Ice Bear country's army had also gathered at Ice Sword City. Their total strength had reached 500,000. However, Stonemer didn't care. After the ice walls were set up, he started to set up some defensive formations. Compared to the city walls, these defensive formations were used to defend against the enemy. With Stonemer's arrival, the atmosphere of the Ice Ocean continent became tense. The armies of the various countries also accelerated their gathering. But at this time, something happened that made the people of the Arctic continent stunned. This was especially true for the people of the Alliance. They didn't know what to say, they had completely lost their ability to think. This matter was actually very simple. The Snow Leopard Nation's demon-masked men suddenly launched an attack on the Ice Bear Nation and Ice Deer Nation. Moreover, they attacked with all their might. The Ice Bear Nation and the Ice Deer Nation would never have thought that the Ghost Face Nation would attack them. The Ghost Face Nation had only occupied one nation in the Ice Ocean continent and didn't have much ice power. How could they attack them? Therefore, they never thought that Ghost Face's people would make the first move. Even the people of the Alliance didn't expect this. They had always regarded the people of the spiritual world and the Ghost Face Nation as enemies. Although Yu Yunlong said that it was impossible for the Ghost Face Nation and the Ghost Face Nation to attack them together, they still considered these two enemies together. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set up a two-front defense. In the opinion of the people of the Alliance, they might even fight with the people of the spiritual world first. This was because the people of the spiritual world had been pressuring them and using all kinds of schemes. It was as if they wanted to take them down. Therefore, they always thought that the people of the spiritual world would deal with them first. They didn't expect that the Ghost Face Nation would make the first move. Moreover, it wasn't them but the people of the spiritual world. This was really beyond their expectations. Not only them, but the people of the spiritual world also did not expect the people of the Ghost Face to make a move on them. They were not prepared at all, and before they could react, the people of the Ghost Face had already attacked the two countries, taking down nearly half of the land of the two countries, causing the people of the two countries to have no choice but to retreat step by step. Even the guards of the Ice Sword City had been changed. The Ice Sword City had already been taken down by the people of the Ghost Face. The people of the Ghost Face did not defend the city and directly abandoned the Ice Sword City. Stonehammer didn't know what to say in the face of this situation. If he attacked now, he would have to face the Ghost Face's people directly. If he didn't attack, the Ghost Face's people would directly destroy the Polar Bear country. This didn't seem to be what he wanted to see. Stonehammer really didn't know whether to attack or remain motionless for a moment. Regarding internal affairs, he would ask Xiao Hai. Regarding external affairs, he would also ask Xiao Hai. In this case, Stonehammer could only ask Xiao Hai what to do. Therefore, he directly took out the transmission formation and sent a letter to Xiao Hai. He told him about the situation in the Arctic continent. He wanted to ask Xiao Hai what to do. In fact, Xiao Hai had already received Tang Ming's letter. Tang Ming had already told him about the situation in the Arctic continent. After reading the two letters, Xiao Hai thought for a moment before writing a reply. He roughly understood why the Ghost Face Nation did this. The Ghost Face Nation should have known about the arrival of the spiritual world. Therefore, they attacked the people of the spiritual world. In the eyes of the Ghost Face Nation, the spiritual world was their biggest enemy. As long as they eliminate the spiritual world, then the entire 5 spirit realms would be theirs. They simply didn't put the people of the 5 spirit realms in their eyes. However, Xiao Hai didn't have anything to worry about. What the Ghost Face Nation did was exactly what he wanted. After all, the spiritual world was the upper realm of the 5 spirit realms. The people of the spiritual world had high prestige in the 5 spirit realms. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the people of the Arctic continent to support the surrender of the spiritual world. If Xiao Hai openly attacked the spiritual world, then the people of the 5 spirit realms would be disgusted. The spiritual world was the upper realm of the 5 spirit realms. They can send people to the 5 spirit realms every few years. If the people of the 5 spirit realms offend the spiritual world, then the spiritual world would send people to the 5 spirit realms every few years. This would make the people of the 5 spirit realms very uncomfortable. However, not everyone had the courage to fight against the upper realm like the Lost Soul Empire. Now that Ghostface was dealing with the spiritual realm, it saved Xiao Hai a lot of trouble. As long as Ghostface's people can destroy the spiritual realm, then Xiao Hai would be able to deal with Ghostface's people. The people of the 5 spiritual realms didn't have a good impression of Ghostface's people. When the time comes for Xiao Hai to deal with Ghostface's people, not only would the people of the 5 spiritual realms not hate Xiao Hai, they would instead be grateful to him. Xiao Hai's reply was very simple. He directly told Stonehammer to stay put and let the people of the Ghostface Nation do what they want. As long as the people of the Ghostface Nation don't attack them, then they wouldn't attack them. As for whether the people of the Ghostface Nation would attack the spiritual world or not, that was something that Xiao Hai didn't care about. After receiving Xiao Hai's letter, Stonehammer felt relieved. He immediately gave the order to be on guard and didn't care about the battle between the Ghostface Nation and the spiritual world. At this time, Xiao Hai had already arrived at the Ruijin continent's waters. He also saw that the sea beasts around the Ruijin continent weren't normal. These sea beasts moved in a very orderly manner. It seems like they were guarding the Ruijin continent. Xiao Hai carefully observed these sea beasts. However, he discovered that they were different. They didn't seem to be under someone's control. They seemed to be protecting the acute gold continent on their own accord. This gave Xiao Hai a headache. What Xiao Hai feared the most was that these sea beasts were willing. But now, it seems like these sea beasts were really willing. This was the most troublesome thing. If these sea beasts were willing, then they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Then Xiao Hai looked at the situation outside the Ruijin continent. he discovered that there weren't a lot of sea beasts around the Ruijin continent. Moreover, most of them were concentrated around the Ruijin continent. There weren't any sea beasts in other places. After thinking about what Captain Long told him about the types of sea beasts, Zhao Hai understood. The Ghost Face Nation's people took advantage of this and turned some sea beasts into oceanic beasts. These sea beasts can move freely in the sea. As long as you don't cause trouble in other sea beasts' territories, the other sea beasts wouldn't care about you. Moreover, the Ghost Face Nation's people controlled a lot of sea beasts. When these sea beasts move, it was like an army moving. Even if they went to other sea beasts' territories, the other sea beasts wouldn't dare to clash with them. Sea beasts weren't stupid, they wouldn't do such a thing. Then Zhao Hai looked at the Arctic continent. He discovered that there were a lot of small islands between the Ruijin continent and the Arctic continent. Passenger ships and cargo ships were docked on these islands. These ships had a strong smell of blood. It seems like these ships were used to transport the sea beasts. Zhao Hai understood why the Ruijin continent's sea beasts suddenly attacked the Arctic continent. Although the people of the Arctic continent left some defensive forces in the sea, they didn't discover the sea beasts at all. This was because the sea beasts went to the Arctic continent from Sea City. The Ghost Face Nation's people used ships to transport the sea beasts to a place not far from the Arctic continent. Then they had them enter the sea. Then the Ruijin continent's sea beasts helped the sea beasts swim towards the Arctic continent. Because everything was done in the sea, the Arctic continent's warships naturally didn't discover them. Therefore, the Ghost Face Nation's people suddenly attacked the Arctic continent. The people of the Arctic continent didn't know how the Ghost Face Nation's people did it. In fact, there wasn't anything special about this. However, what Zhao Hai was curious about was why the Ruijin continent's sea beasts listened to the Ghost Face Nation's people. Moreover, it seemed like they were doing it willingly. This made him feel very strange. Zhao Hai paid attention to the sea beasts. Although many of them were low-level sea beasts, these sea beasts didn't have any intelligence. Normally, such sea beasts should be easy to control. However, there were also a lot of high-level sea beasts. These high-level sea beasts weren't easy to control. Even if they were controlled, they would certainly show some signs. For example, they would have a formation mark on their body, or their spiritual force would be abnormal. However, these sea beasts were very normal. Their eyes were very clear, it didn't seem like they were being controlled. However, Zhao Hai saw something else. For example, in the eyes of these sea beasts, Zhao Hai saw a trace of awe. Awe wasn't an emotion that would appear casually. If you see a person on the street, would you be in awe of them? That's impossible. Do you have to be in awe of your superior? Not necessarily. You may fear your boss because he is your leader. He can decide your future, but you may not respect him. Reverence and awe. First of all, you have to respect, and then you have to fear. It is not easy to make an intelligent creature have such an emotion. On the other hand, the high-level sea beasts were intelligent. Awe and reverence could be seen in their eyes. This showed that there was something that could make them feel both awe and reverence. However, sea beasts rarely come in contact with humans. It can even be said that they have enmity with humans. Therefore, it was impossible for them to feel both respect and fear towards a person. Could it be that the Ghost Face's people were using sea beasts to rule these sea beasts? If that's the case, then the sea beast that the Ghost Face's people subdued wouldn't be simple. This was because sea beasts generally wouldn't have any feelings of respect towards their leader, they would only feel fear. After discovering this, Zhao Hai looked around the sea beasts. However, he didn't find any powerful sea beasts. Even when he returned to the Ruijin continent, he didn't find any particularly powerful sea beasts. This made Zhao Hai curious. He really wanted to know what the leader of these sea beasts was. Because of this decision, Zhao Hai discovered that he should stay in the sea for a while. Fortunately, he didn't delay anything. Long Tianlin was in charge of the mixed spirit continent, so there were no mistakes. If there was something that Long Tianlin couldn't decide, then Zhao Hai would make the decision. Therefore, the mixed spirit continent was also under his control. As for other things, the most important thing in the 5 spirit realms was the Arctic continent. Tang Ming was in charge of that place, so Zhao Hai didn't need to worry too much. Moreover, the Arctic continent was already like this, so Zhao Hai didn't need to think too much about it. Now, he could only wait and see what the ghost face's next move would be. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the ghost face to act this quickly. What the ghost face did next was actually very simple. They immediately launched an attack on the tree spirit continent. Zhao Hai didn't expect the ghost face to act this quickly. When Zhao Hai received this news, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the ghost face would be this ruthless. Not only did he want to uproot the spiritual realm in the Arctic continent, but he also didn't spare the tree spirit continent. People from the spiritual realm came to the tree spirit continent. Moreover, the tree spirit continent was already under their control. This wasn't a secret, everyone in the 5 spirit realms knew about it. Ghostface's spies in the 5 spirit realms weren't any less than Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the ghost face to be this direct. The demon god should know why the spiritual realm sent people here. This was because the demon god hated the spiritual realm the most. If it weren't for them, the demon god wouldn't have fallen into the 5 spirit realms and wouldn't have been sealed for so many years. Because of this, when the demon god received the news, he immediately knew that the spiritual realm was here to deal with him. Therefore, the demon god retaliated. However, his retaliation was very fierce, no one expected it. The entire 5 spirit realms were stunned by the ghost face's attack. Everyone was watching the battle. But what was strange was that no matter if it was the Arctic continent, the thick earth continent, or the volcanic continent, nobody came to help. Everyone in the tree spirit continent was just watching. The first to emerge victorious was the ice ocean continent. Although there were 4 countries controlled by the spiritual realm in the ice ocean continent, they couldn't withstand the attack of Ghostface. The Ice Bear country and the Ice Deer country were destroyed one after another. Then, Ghostface's army began to attack the Ice Rise country and the Icebound country. The Ice Rise country and the Icebound country fell into a passive state for a while. This kind of attack power made the other countries in the ice ocean continent feel shocked. They even felt a trace of fear. It was also because of this fear that they didn't send troops to help the ice-soaring country and the icebound country. They just watched from the side without any intention of interfering. Now, Tang Ming was reporting the situation in the Arctic continent to Zhao Hai 3 times a day. The Ice Bear and the Ice Deer countries were destroyed. However, the Ghost Face's people didn't raise their butcher's knife against the ordinary civilians this time. They only did one thing, and that was to force the ordinary civilians to worship the demon god. Every family had to worship the demon god and worship the demon god 3 times a day. If anyone dared to disobey, then they would die. The Ghost Face's approach wasn't beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. In a place where there were demons, the best way to control the people was to worship the demon god. However, this method didn't work very quickly. Take the people of the Ice Bear and the Ice Deer countries as an example. Now, the people in their countries worshipped the demon god. But it was hard to say how many people in the 2 countries would sincerely worship the demon god. But what if it was a few decades later? Those who remembered the hatred with the ghost face were all dead and gone. Would their descendants still remember this hatred? Would they be willing to believe in the devil god? At that time, not only would the demon god completely control the 2 countries, but he would also be able to obtain an endless amount of faith power. This was very important for a demon god. Zhao Hai still didn't let Tang Ming and the others move. At the same time, he had Long Tianlin and the others make preparations. If the Ghost Face's people dealt with the Ice Rising country and the Icebound country, then they would have no choice but to take action. However, the Ice Rising country and the Icebound country were also prepared. They blocked the Ghost Face's attack. Although the Ghost Face's attack could still achieve some results, it wasn't like the Ice Bear country and the Ice Deer country, where they could wipe out the people of the 2 countries. This was because the 2 countries were now prepared. Moreover, many of their troops were veterans from the Ice Bear country and the Ice Deer country who had just retired from the front line. They already knew how to deal with the Ghost Face's attack. Therefore, the Ghost Face's attack didn't achieve good results. The Ice Rising country and the Icebound country could be considered to have blocked the Ghost Face's attack. But then another piece of news came. The invasion of the Tree Spirit continent by the Spectre Mask was very smooth. The Tree Spirit continent was not prepared at all. The specter mask's attack was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The resistance of the tree cities in the periphery of the tree spirit continent was directly eliminated. When this news spread to the Arctic continent, the countries of the Arctic continent were stunned. One must know that the tree spirit continent had people from the spiritual world. It was really unexpected that they would fight like this. The confidence of the people of the various countries in the spiritual world was also rapidly increasing. They even felt lucky that they didn't surrender to the spiritual world. Otherwise, they really didn't know what would happen to them. At the same time, it made the countries of the Arctic continent understand that the ghost face people were already aware of their relationship with the spiritual world. Otherwise, the ghost face people wouldn't have only attacked those who surrendered to the spiritual world instead of the Arctic continent. Although they were still worried about the ghost faces people, they were still relieved that the ghost faces people didn't attack them. When Zhao Hai heard that the people of the tree spirit continent couldn't fight back, he couldn't help but be startled. He was now very disappointed with the people of the spiritual realm. The people of the spiritual realm were either arrogant idiots or people who only knew how to play tricks. They didn't know that the first thing they should deal with was the people of the ghost face continent. They didn't even have an effective defense. To be able to be this stupid could be considered as a realm. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about the people of the tree spirit continent. He wanted to know how the ghost faces people managed to send their army to the tree spirit continent. This time, Zhao Hai began to patrol the oceans of the 5 spirit realms. He wanted to find the route that the ghost faces people used to attack the tree spirit continent. While Zhao Hai was looking for the route, Qin Shan invited Yu Yunlong and the others to the glacier city of the iceberg country. When Yu Yunlong arrived, Qin Shan immediately invited him to the imperial palace. Before the other monarchs arrived, Qin Shan had already met Yu Yunlong. When Yu Yunlong arrived at the Ice Mountain Nation's imperial palace, Qin Shan personally stood in front of the main hall to welcome him. When Yu Yunlong saw Qin Shan's reaction, he couldn't help but stare. This time, Qin Shan was much more enthusiastic than the last time. When Qin Shan saw Yu Yunlong, he immediately smiled and cupped his fist. "Emperor Yu, how have you been?" "Qin Shan greets you." Yu Yunlong quickly replied, "Emperor Qin is too polite. I didn't think that Emperor Qin would personally welcome me. I really don't deserve this." Qin Shan smiled and said, Of course. Emperor Yu, please come in." Then he waved his hand and invited Yu Yunlong into the Great Hall. Yu Yunlong didn't refuse. After expressing his gratitude, he followed Qin Shan into the Great Hall. After the two sat down in the hall, Qin Shan looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "Jade Emperor, I really have to thank you this time. To be honest, I really wanted to surrender to the spiritual realm. You should know that the name of the spiritual realm is very frightening. But in the end, I still listened to Jade Emperor's suggestion and didn't surrender. I really have to thank Jade Emperor for this. Otherwise, Ghostface would have already killed his way here." Yu Yunlong smiled and said, "Emperor Qin is too polite. Just because the Ghostface didn't come doesn't mean that they won't come in the future. We still need to be careful. After all, the Ghostface doesn't recognize people." Qin Shan nodded, "I know that. But if we surrender to the spiritual realm, I'm afraid we won't be able to get any help. Look at the Ice Bear country and the Ice Deer country, then look at the Tree Spirit continent. Although the spiritual realm's name is scary, when they come to the 5 spirit realms, they aren't necessarily stronger than us." Qin Shan nodded. Yu Yunlong shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe the people of the spiritual realm aren't very smart. However, they won't be defeated that quickly. The Tree Spirit continent didn't expect the ghost mask to attack them. Because of this, they have been in a disadvantageous position. As long as they have time, they will surely recover and enter a stalemate with the ghost mask. But I think the ghost mask will be the most competitive one." Qin Shan looked at Yu Yunlong and said, "I hope to hear that." Yu Yunlong replied, "This is because the ghost mask's people use high-handed methods. When necessary, they can kill to replenish their troops. This is very easy for them. Moreover, the ghost mask's people can do anything. They don't care about the feelings of their people. If their people resist, they can just kill them. However, the people of the spiritual realm can't do the same. Although they are from the upper realm, if they kill people for no reason, it will cause disgust. In the end, they might even force people to rebel. Xianxia nodded and said, I know a bit about the Ghostface's soldiers. They seem to be monsters. They aren't afraid of pain, they aren't afraid of death. Moreover, their attack power is very strong. Their defensive abilities are also very strong. To be honest, I don't want to be enemies with such monsters. Yu Yunlong said, nobody wants to be enemies with such monsters. But now, we have to be enemies with them. Otherwise, we might become monsters like them. Moreover, these monsters can no longer be considered as humans, they are already dead. They can be considered as living dead. Living dead? Xianxia looked at Yu Yunlong and said, what do you mean? Yu Yunlong said in a deep voice, they look like living people, but they're no longer living people. That's why they can only be called living dead. These people should be made by the demon god of Ghostface, but no one knows how he made them. However, these things should have a weakness. It's just that we haven't found it yet. Xianxia nodded and said, then what does the Jade Emperor think we should do next? Shouldn't we go and help the people from the spiritual world? Yu Yunlong shook his head and said, no, if we help the spirit realm now, then the Ghostface race will turn around and deal with us. When that time comes, the spirit realm will have a chance to catch their breath. Once they recover, they'll turn around and deal with us. Then we'll be in trouble. Xianxia frowned and said, but if we let the Ghostface race go on like this, they'll destroy the spirit realm. Then wouldn't they turn around and deal with us? Wouldn't we be in a lot of trouble then? Yu Yunlong replied, that depends on the timing. I'm thinking that we should watch the battle between the Ghostface and the spiritual realm first. Once the Ghostface is done with the spiritual realm would be greatly weakened. At that time, we'll make our move. Of course, we won't be doing it alone. It's best if we contact the thick earth continent and the volcanic continent. Then, we'll attack together. When the Ghostface is at its weakest, we'll be able to destroy them. At that time, the 5 spiritual realms would be ours. Xianxia frowned and said, but at that time, won't the ghost masks people make new monsters? If they turn everyone into monsters, then we won't be their match. No way. When the time comes, as long as we work together, we'll be able to flatten them. Don't forget, although the people from the spiritual realm don't look like much right now, they're still from the spiritual realm. They must have artifacts from the upper realm. If these artifacts are used, their power won't be small. Back then, my unfilial son used 2 flying swords to break the protective shield of my imperial palace. At that time, the people who used the flying swords weren't from the spiritual realm, but from the ice-soaring country. If those flying swords were in the hands of the people from the spiritual realm, then my unfilial son would have succeeded. If the spiritual realm really controls our ice jade country, then the ice-soaring country and the icebound country would be in the south, the surrendered ice bear country and ice deer country, and our ice jade country would be in the north. With a pincer attack, the ice ocean continent would fall into their hands. Xianxia nodded, but his heart was shocked. Before this, he didn't think that the spirit realm would deal with the ice jade nation. Because of this, he didn't understand why the spirit realm would deal with the ice jade nation first. Later on, he thought that the Ice Jade Nation was weak. But this time, the Ice Jade Nation sent out troops without hesitation. This made him see that the Ice Jade Nation's strength wasn't weak. Naturally, he didn't understand why the Spirit Realm would deal with the Ice Jade Nation. Now that he heard Yu Yunlong, he finally understood why the Spiritual Realm wanted to deal with the Ice Jade country. It turned out that they were planning a pincer attack. Indeed, if the spiritual realm succeeded, then they would have the ice-soaring country and the other 2 countries in the south and the ice jade country in the back. With this pincer attack, the ice jade country in the middle would have a hard time resisting. When the time comes, the ice ocean continent would naturally fall into the hands of the spiritual realm. After thinking about this, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a long breath. He was glad that the spiritual realm didn't succeed. Otherwise, the ice ocean continent would certainly be in a different state. Xianxia turned his head to look at Yu Yunlong. He discovered that he still underestimated Yu Yunlong. No matter when Yu Yunlong figured out that the spiritual realm was planning a pincer attack, just the fact that he thought about it showed that Yu Yunlong wasn't a simple person. And with the fact that the Ice Jade country was the fastest to send out their troops, Qin Shan knew that he had underestimated Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong looked at Qin Shan's appearance and smiled faintly. Monarch Qin, what do you want to say by gathering everyone here? If you just want to listen to everyone's opinions and decide what to do next, then I don't think that's necessary. Our two enemies are currently fighting, this is also a good thing for us. Qin Shan nodded and said, I've gathered everyone here for this matter. I really want to know where we should go next. But now that I've heard what you said, I already know what we should do. But are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Qin Shan nodded and said, that's right. Yu Yunlong shook his head and said, no, of course we can't do nothing. On the contrary, we have a lot of things to do right now. The most important thing is to contact the Thick Earth continent as soon as possible. It would be best if we can establish a three-continent alliance. If we can establish a transmission formation to the Thick Earth continent, that would be even better. The reason why Yu Yunlong made this proposal wasn't for the good of Qin Shan and the others. Now that he was a member of the Lost Soul Empire, it was natural for him to do so. The reason why he made this proposal was to pull the Thick Earth continent into the mix. Looking at the current situation, if they were to face the Ghost Mask in the future, then the first place they would fight would be the Arctic continent. With the strength of the Arctic continent, it would be very difficult for them to block the Ghost Mask's attack. However, if the Thick Earth continent was pulled in, then they would be able to block the Ghost Mask for a while. At the same time, the Thick Earth continent would also be dragged in. When the time comes, the 5 spirit realms would be in chaos while the Lost Soul Empire would be able to reap the benefits. Yu Yunlong was now thinking of himself as a member of the Lost Soul Empire. Just as Zhongzhen thought, he wasn't young anymore. Although he was no longer an emperor, he was still a governor. His territory might even be bigger than before. Most importantly, his only hope, his son, Jade Flood Dragon, couldn't inherit his family business. This made Yu Yunlong's heart sink. He just wanted to be a governor of the Lost Soul Empire and see how Jade Flood Dragon was doing. If Jade Flood Dragon could ascend, then he would immediately retire. If Jade Flood Dragon couldn't ascend, then he would retire and pass the governor's position to Jade Flood Dragon. Because of this, Yu Yunlong was always thinking about the Lost Soul Empire. He was very clear that the Lost Soul Empire hasn't unified the 5 spiritual realms yet. They haven't even conquered the Ice Ocean continent. If Yu Yunlong were to contribute and conquer the Ice Ocean continent, then his contribution would be huge. If he were to contribute more, then the Lost Soul Empire would be able to smoothly control the 5 spiritual realms in the future. With this contribution, the Yu family would be able to survive for several generations. Even if Yu Yunlong didn't die, he would still be able to answer to the Yu family's ancestors. In fact, Yu Yunlong still didn't believe in the friendship between Zhao Hai and the Jade Flood Dragon. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was a peerless hero. How could such a person value friendship? Currently, the Jade Flood Dragon was useful to the Lost Soul Empire because he was the ruler of the Ice Jade country. He could help the Lost Soul Empire unify the Ice Ocean continent as soon as possible. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very polite to the Jade Flood Dragon. If one day, the Jade Flood Dragon was no longer useful to the Lost Soul Empire, then would Zhao Hai still recognize the Jade Flood Dragon as a friend? In Yu Yunlong's opinion, it was impossible. Therefore, he needed to make some preparations. Once he gets old, even if the Jade Flood Dragon fails to ascend, his contributions would still be enough to make the Jade Flood Dragon a governor. This was enough. Zhao Hai even thought about how Zhao Hai would take care of the Jade Flood Dragon and give it more pills. This way, the Jade Flood Dragon's chances of ascension would be greater. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to give the Jade Flood Dragon a lot of pills. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to give the Jade Flood Dragon a lot of resources. In fact, the Jade Flood Dragon couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. After all, he was an emperor. Emperors were usually ruthless. They would always consider benefits first. This was inevitable. If Yu Yunlong wasn't old, then he wouldn't even consider the Jade Flood Dragon. But now that he was old, he valued his family more than before. Therefore, he had such a reaction. What the Jade Flood Dragon said to Qin Shan seemed to be for the good of the Alliance and the 5 spiritual realms. But in fact, it was all for the sake of the Lost Soul Empire. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't deal with the ghost face was because he wanted the 5 spiritual realms to be in complete chaos. What the Jade Flood Dragon wanted to do now was to speed up the process. When Qin Shan heard the Jade Flood Dragon, his eyes lit up. He felt that the Jade Flood Dragon was right. Whether it was the ghost face or the spiritual realm, the Ice Ocean continent couldn't deal with them alone. Although they couldn't surrender and said that they weren't afraid of the ghost face or the spiritual realm, Qin Shan was still somewhat afraid. He knew that it would be very difficult for them to deal with the ghost face or the spiritual realm. However, they had no choice but to do so because otherwise, they would lose everything and eventually die. But now that the Jade Cloud Dragon said this, Qin Shan felt that this was a good idea. Getting in touch with the Thick Earth continent and forming an alliance with it was the same as forming an alliance with the Mountain Fire continent. This meant that the local forces of the 5 spiritual realms would form an alliance. When that time comes, everyone would deal with the ghost face. This would increase their chances of victory. After thinking about this, Qin Shan immediately turned his head to Yu Yunlong and said, "Emperor Yu's words are truly priceless. But you should know that the seaports of the Ice Ocean continent are now under the control of the ghost face and the spiritual realm. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to get in touch with the Thick Earth continent." Yu Yunlong replied, "We were wrong about one thing. We thought that we had to go to the Thick Earth continent by sea. In fact, even if we don't go by sea, we can still go to the Thick Earth continent by air. We don't have to go by sea. As long as we send a small group of experts to the Thick Earth continent, they can get in touch with the Thick Earth continent. Then we can have them bring us the coordinates of a teleportation formation. Once we set up the formation, we'll be able to get in touch with the Thick Earth continent. Moreover, we'll be able to use the teleportation formation to get in touch with the Thick Earth continent. Isn't that better? What do you think?" Hearing Yu Yunlong, Qin Shan's eyes lit up. Then he nodded and said, right, that's a good idea. But the Ice High country is currently at war. If we want to send people over, we have to be careful. Otherwise, they might attack us. If they can't reach the Thick Earth continent, then we would be in trouble. Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "I think we should wait for the other emperors to arrive. Then we can discuss this matter before making a decision." When Qin Shan heard this, he nodded and agreed with his words. End of chapter 42:21. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.